now with your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast and laser eye aficionado, Adam Friended. How you doing today, Adam?
I'm great, Sitch. How are you?
Great.
Let's get into this crazy video. What do we have? What do you have for us this week, Sitch?
I like the message you brought up on screen.
Shh. We'll read that later. People like it when we get into the video.
Okay, so
let's get into the video.
We'll get into the video today. We're watching. There was a insane. This was highly requested to be watched, and we're only getting around to it now. There's a very insane Vice panel. They have these Vice panels where Vice News gets a bunch of woke people and some conservatives together in a room, and they talk about politics, and the woke people always say the craziest things. The conservatives push back, and the woke people go, "Oh my God, there's someone on a panel that disagrees with me. There's someone in the entire human existence of this world that disagrees with me. How can this possibly be?
This is just a state of reality. Come on, follow the science, dude. What the hell? We're speaking truth. What are you doing?"
Yes, yes.
So this is, I mean, I tried to count the eye rolls, and I mean, I lost track at about 550. Because this panel is just, oh man, so many good reaction shots.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You can also see, I noticed when I was going through doing the thumbnail that, I mean, they cut this because you can see like a cut goes from one person and a second shot where the guy's face is completely different. So there was obviously like some kind of time jump there. But it seems like it's a continuous conversation. So it would be interesting to see the entire footage of this thing.
Yeah, I really wish Sydney Watson was talking about that, because I think she said the conversation that she was in was really like 3 hours long or something.
Yeah.
So it's too bad. I would love to see the uncut version of this where you see like the full arguments and conversations and everything.
When I see that specific cut, I suspect that it's a reaction shot to something completely different that the person said, which is a little deceptive, right? I mean,
if they did that, right.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
So I'll point it out as we go through.
Right. So in the beginning, we're going to kind of jump around because the beginning is like a lot of introductions before they get into it. So
okay.
Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the entire Democrat basically caucus in Congress literally bent the...
Well, hold on. What was that? What was going on?
Did you
there?
like that face?
Oh, okay. So this is like the intro, the intro designed
highlights
to make you seethe.
Yes. I like this. Where's that?
bent the knee to...
Oh, I missed it.
Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the entire Democrat basically caucus...
Oh, no. Look at... Oh, no. Someone disagrees with me politically. Oh.
Is it wrong for me to assume that gentleman is gay?
That guy is very gay. What do you mean? Did you hear him in the conversation?
No, I actually haven't listened to this.
You've never seen that? Wait. I can't tell if you're memeing on me or not.
I'm fresh. I'm totally fresh.
Oh my, you didn't wow. Okay. Yeah. Wait a minute. That's not true. You said you were counting the eye rolls, you liar.
Look, that was a joke. That's a joke. Look, if you thought there was five...
Adam listened to this.
If you thought there was 550 eye rolls, actually, there probably is 550 eye rolls because I scrolled through it to do the thumbnail. So that's where I was.
So what happened is Adam watched this whole video on mute and he just watched the body.
That is very true. Very true.
In Congress, literally bent the knee to George Floyd and to Black Lives Matter. They quite literally did that.
And that was a bad thing?
I think it was a stupid thing.
That's the one reaction shot that I kept looking for. The black girl in the back. That, oh my God. But I couldn't find it.
They quite literally did that.
And that was a bad thing?
I think it was a stupid thing.
We missed it, but doesn't she look like a Pixar character?
She?
Yeah. She
looks like a Pixar character? Really?
Yeah, like the outfit she's wearing.
I think I have that shirt. That's a badass shirt.
I was like, wait a minute, I have this exact same outfit.
I think I do. Hold on, I'm gonna go to my closet and get that shirt. I have that same shirt. I could totally go put it on right now. I do, yeah.
Go get it.
I'll get it once we're rolling for a bit.
Okay.
that you or was that in the video?
That was me.
That was
That was the
hilarious.
sound his mind was making. Okay. I had to
I
verbalize
know.
it.
That guy was so. Oh, look at
that.
this guy. This
Where'd you
guy
put
is
the
such
suit
a
on?
Chad now. He's
know.
totally. He's like doing all the reaction shots to this video over and over again. It's so cool. Have you been to his channel? I think his name is Vince.
I have not, no.
Yeah. So he's like a YouTuber, and they always like to select YouTubers for these things. So he's basically doing reaction shots because the mainstream media has picked up on this video now. So
Oh, whoops.
yeah, what happened?
Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer.
So yeah, so he's doing reactions to the mainstream media. And, I mean, I think he's been on some mainstream media shows on, probably Fox News and stuff.
Good. More power to him.
Are they filming us for like B-roll?
Stand by.
Yeah. Literally. Okay,
My
can we get
parents
into it?
came here from India. I was born here. So I identify as South Asian American or Asian American. And I just wanted to call out that, we're talking about the largest continent on the planet with multiple countries, ethnicities, sub-ethnicities within it. So we did our best to try to get a diverse mix of opinions and backgrounds on this panel, but you can't get everyone's opinion. So as we start, I want to get a quick poll. How many of you guys think the term Asian American is useful?
Hey, Kava is saying Vince Dao is actually in the chat, in our chat. Is that the case, Vince?
Hey, Vince.
Vince can come on if he's welcome to come on the show if he wants to. If he wants a link, let us know.
You did great in this conversation.
That's
Yeah, you did awesome, man.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got a couple 50-50s. What about if we were to add Asian American Pacific Islander? I guess I'm curious to hear why, and maybe the way we can do that is going around the room.
What was the question? I missed it because of the events.
The
in
question
chat
was
thing.
the first question was who likes the term Asian American and who likes the term Asian American / Pacific Islander?
Ooh,
That was the
okay.
question. I don't know if you have any strong feelings about that. As a white
Me?
guy, I don't know if you have any strong feelings about that. But
No, I mean,
okay.
I like American, but
Room and talking about who we are, where we came from, and what that term means to us, and what you think it might mean to the rest of the world. So
I'm Yuling, and I would identify myself as an Asian American. I feel really strongly about being an immigrant. I'm first gen, or I say first and a half gen, because I was born.
So we don't have to listen to all people's introductions because most of them are pointless. But the thing I want to point out that's interesting is that a big part of this conversation has to do with whether you should assimilate to whatever country you're living in culturally. And, obviously that if you're like a leftist, there's kind of this multicultural pushback against assimilation. And I thought it was very interesting that the people that are kind of giving this pushback to assimilating, every single person in this conversation has a very American sounding accent and dresses in a very, very American style clothing. And I just find it kind of fascinating that like at the same time that that's happening, that people are pushing back against the concept of assimilation.
Born in China, and then we immigrated to New York and then to San Francisco. And I think that the term Asian American is complicated because it applies to so many different identities, ethnicities, and cultures. It's a helpful term when, you don't really know what else to you kind of just lump everybody into one term. And I don't think there's any issue with it being Asian American and Pacific Islander either, because that's just more inclusive in my opinion.
So there's a
all right, Sitch, are you saying that they should be dressing more Asian? Are you?
No, I'm saying
I'm a little confused here. Okay.
no. Well, actually, yeah. If you're
You
gonna
wanted to come out in a
listen,
kimono?
Listen.
Sitch.
First of all, that lady was Chinese. Okay.
That's very
Racist.
bad. Oh. Oh, sorry.
Okay, but no. Secondly, no.
Kimono's
Well,
not
you
that-
should.
look,
Listen,
I already
if you're gonna
messed
have, if you're gonna have
What's
an
what's
anti,
a kimono equivalent in Chinese?
I don't know, who knows, but if you're gonna have an anti-assimilation perspective, to me, it's hypocritical, or at least at the very least ironic, that you're like, all these people on this panel seem so American. They're like the most American Americans who ever Americaned a
know.
cheeseburger. Okay, these people landed a cheeseburger on the moon and ate a double fudge sundae, and they're like, "Listen, I don't know if I should assimilate to American culture." I'm like, "Bitch, what are you talking about?" like,
It's too late. too
Yeah,
late.
it's too late. It's too late. You're gone. America has
already
consumed
assimilated.
another.
Yeah.
So that's just what I think is kind of interesting about like kind of some of these introductions. But
Totally. Yeah.
which for,
Look,
but for the record, I think is great. I think that's the way everyone should be. I'm very pro
course.
assimilation.
Of course. Yeah. Americans come in all colors. It's cool.
Yes.
Community amongst people from different cultures.
Yeah, I think it's difficult because like you can't really put it into words. It's applicable to such a wide range of things, and like we're not a monolith.
It's complex.
Yes.
Yovan.
I was born in Manila, Philippines.
Interesting. And what does that heritage mean to you?
You know, I'm a little conflicted because sometimes I just want to be American. I don't want to specify the fact that I'm Asian, but at the same time, it's like someone looks at you, they're going to say that you're Asian, so you say you're Asian American. I don't like the idea of separating the Pacific Islander just because for so long I was told I wasn't Asian, that I was a Pacific Islander.
Okay, we could skip around a little bit.
I mean,
and
though,
hear
that's
everyone's life story.
I can feel that pain though. Come on.
Sure.
Look,
Yeah, but
Asian.
well,
you're not Asian, okay? You're a Pacific Islander. It's like totally gatekeeping him.
mm-hmm.
Why would you do that?
Well, I understand people get mad when they're, or it's a microaggression, right? People say like, "Oh, where are you from?" And you're like, "Well, I'm American." Like, it's like, okay, I get it. Listen, I get it. It'd be annoying. I think a better question would be, what is your heritage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Someone asks you that question, because then it's like not assuming that you you could say, "Oh, you're from America, right? You were born in America." But I'm just curious to what your lineage derives from, right? Which is a totally fine question to ask someone. I don't think there's anything wrong with asking someone that question.
Hawaii is that it's a really huge collection of different types of ethnicities, and there's a lot of Asian influence in Hawaii as well. A lot of different people who are there are from Korea, China, Japan, and so I just consider them family as well.
Well, good to meet you. Tell me about yourself, Vince.
Genetically, I'm a quarter Italian.
Florida-based Florida man, Vince. Thank you.
Oh, really?
Look at
All these
that.
crazy Floridians. What the hell?
Florida, because Florida's based.
I mean, we just 75% of Floridians.
And
look, I'm putting Vince's YouTube channel in the chat, guys. So you should go subscribe. Definitely.
Nice.
Vietnamese, but I am really with Teddy Roosevelt on this one. I don't believe in the hyphenated American thing. I identify as American. I consider myself an American. Sure, genetically, I'm mostly Asian. I don't go around thinking I'm an Asian American because I think that, especially considering the fact that America today is increasingly a more and more diverse country, which is what it is, the only way that's going to hold together is if people can, to some extent, all identify as being part of the same nation, part of the same creed to an extent. I mean, that's just the way I would view it.
Vish, you're up.
I'm 100% Hindu Indian American. I was born in Brooklyn. My parents are from India. I personally just describe myself as American. Mm-hmm. I find, like Vince said, the hyphenated American thing, I think it's by definition divisive when you're dividing the identity. I prefer to call myself American. I don't call myself Indian American, Asian American, though when people ask like, "Oh, well, what are you?" I'll say, "Well, I'm of Indian heritage, but I was born in Brooklyn."
Yes.
I probably identify as Asian American.
See, that's perfect.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
We have 3 protagonists in this conversation. Vince, Vish, and one more. So he was our second protagonist.
Because he's just based American, basically.
Yes. Is that bad? Should I not be calling people with correct opinions protagonists?
Well, it does make other people seem like they're, side characters or even worse.
That's what
NPCs.
they are. Listen, they're side characters, NPCs, and antagonists. Okay, I don't know what to tell you.
I do think, there's a lot of ideology driving a lot of these people that they don't necessarily perceive as ideology. It's when you have that kind of thing going on in a religion like Christianity or Judaism, whatever it is, a lot of times people realize, okay, well, I have my belief system and other people have their belief system, right? They understand that their belief system interfaces in the world in some way that they perceive as reality, but they also understand that there are other belief systems that conflict with their view of reality. The strange thing about this, wokeness is they don't get that. They don't understand that they perceive reality in a completely different way than other people. So that's why I think you get a lot of these eye rollings and stuff. They're like, oh, shocked and chagrined that somebody actually sees the world in a different way.
Yeah,
which I think is why this is so funny.
I think what you said is a fantastic point and very important. And this is kind of the problem. Like, I know you say it sucks when I have to say, like, when I have to make the differentiate, like when I have to differentiate between like liberalism and socialism, we have these conversations, because if you say, oh, you know, you're in favor of liberals or liberalism, like all the conservatives go, right? They turn their brain off because they don't want to hear the L word. Because in America, it means, you know, the Democrats, even though I'm not using it in that way. And then it's the same problem if you use the term socialist, because it's like, that's the, you know, the dog whistle, that's the cry wolf that, you know, has been going on for so long. They say socialist, and it's like anyone who's not in our political space and is unaware of the kind of the resurgence of socialism on the internet, their brain turns off because they're like, oh, you know, Sitch must be like a crazy right-wing conspiracy theorist because he's talking about socialists in America.
Gosh, you're doing so good. God, I love it. I do.
This is Adam. This is all. I'm just saying what Adam has told me. That's why he likes.
Well, it's so true. Like sometimes I feel like we should stop saying woke because it has a different connotation.
Well, that's the problem too. That's the problem. Is like every time you get a word, it gets played out and overused to the point of almost uselessness. So like at first we had social justice warrior, and then we get rid of that. Then we have woke, and now like that's sort of like going out. So it's like, okay, but this is the problem. It's exactly what you're saying. Like, if you don't have a term to explain the viewpoint that people are articulating, especially if what they're articulating is very different from the mainstream, then people can't perceive that they're captured by an ideology, which is exactly what you're saying. People don't like, if you're talking about religion, everyone understands like, oh, I have this religion, I have this ideology, because it's like there's a name for it, there's a terminology for it, it's categorized, people understand it. But with wokeness, and this is the big problem, I think the right has failed at this too, because the right isn't really interested. Well, I'll say like the politicians and like the right-wing pundits, they're not really interested in having a healthy left in America for the most part. There are some,
of course not. The more insane, the better. The more
right, but yeah, exactly. So their goal is like, okay, we want to paint wokeness as like that's the entire left, and the problem is the majority of people on the left who are like in the mainstream that are not in our political space, that are not on internet politics, they don't understand what wokeness is, and they don't understand that this is like this weird socialist cultural thing that's different than the liberal movements of the past. And so they can't articulate or understand why they should be fighting against it. And it leads to the exact problem you're talking about, where people just engage in these politics without even understanding that they don't even understand that they're basically speaking something that is anti-liberal. Like if you ask these people on this panel, like, you know, do you realize that you're saying all this anti-liberal stuff? They'd say, no, I'm not. Like they wouldn't even be able to perceive it or understand it.
It's pertinent here too, because they even perceive themselves as liberal.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They think they're super liberal, but they're definitely not. No,
they're super left. But super left is anti-liberal. So
well, and I mean, when we talk about liberalism, we're talking about individual rights, individual freedoms. Sometimes overseas,
property rights.
Yeah, sometimes it's considered more libertarianism, but yeah.
Well, it's its own. It's different, but
but it is about maximizing individual freedom. So
right.
All right.
Also, like my experience, my mom is from Japan. She immigrated to.
Did you see that? That was California right there.
Yeah.
That's what I have to live with.
You live with Pixar characters?
Notice how the bass guy is from Florida.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to hang my head in shame now. God, it's so sad. Look, I was born and raised in California, okay? I'm not giving up my state.
Okay.
And you have to do the okay too, huh? You got to do it like that. You just got to do it like that. God, you're so cruel.
America. So I do truly feel that I am a part of the.
Listen, you have to have some kind of penalty for having such nice weather, okay? And the penalty is the people around you
I
suck.
I know. Look,
That's the penalty.
Look, I think we're at peak wokeness. I think we're turning the corner here. 2023 is the year. Yeah.
I hope you're right. I agree. I'm optimistic.
A lot of woke people are going to wake up and realize, my God, I've been in a cult for 6 years.
Well, I think it really depends on what happens with Trump in the next election.
Oh
Does he
my
run?
God.
Does he lose?
Oh
Does
my
he win?
God. Oh
Does he
my
run
God.
third party?
Oh my God, you're so right. I mean, if he runs third party, he's going to be like a progressive hero from here on out.
That'd be amazing. If he runs third party, that'd
totally
just be so
change.
hilarious. Like, oh my
It
God.
could totally change. Yeah, exactly. If he
could.
cost DeSantis the election, my God.
Then there you go. Then he'll be the woke progressive hero.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Asian American experience where, at home, it's a Japanese household. It's a Japanese culture because I was predominantly also raised by my mom too. And then also we happen to live in America. And I think there is a very unique perspective in that. As well as I'm a proud Asian American, I'm a proud Black American too. I'm a proud biracial American. And I think there is definitely also a need for us to be able to say Asian American, especially because we are often seen as not American or not American enough. But then you go back to Asia and they're like, oh, you're so American. So it's just like, well, who am I?
Being between cultures in a way or
Who does that though? Who's like not American enough? I mean,
yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are some people that are like, oh, you're not American, which to me is, I don't know the context that she'd have that conversation, because listening to her talk and the way she dresses is like screams America. I can understand her going to Japan and people being like, oh, you're very American, because she is. But I listen, I'm sympathetic to people that feel like they're, caught between two or even three worlds. And I'm very sympathetic to that, but I don't think using a term like Asian American, to me, that's just going to further the divide. I don't think it's really going to help that issue.
no, obviously not.
straddling cultures, being part of two cultures.
Yeah, being part of two cultures. I'm Asian, I'm American, I'm Asian American.
Well, nice to meet you. Joyce.
So I'm a Taiwanese Asian American. I identify as Asian American, but at the same time,
Here's our third protagonist.
I think the term
Oh,
Asian
really?
American and Asian Pacific Islander, they have to be separated, because when we go to colleges and apply to get in, we're on different socioeconomic pathways. So actually the term Asian Pacific Islander would actually get you in more than someone just does East Asian, because I believe now they separate the two.
Well, there's a lot to
See, very pragmatic. She's like, if you're going to apply for college, get some grant loans, you got to separate it out. Do whatever gets you the most money.
Well, and the least discrimination, because the Asians
Yes.
are the ones that are getting discriminated against. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, that's a good point too, because that is the kind of the not said thing that she just said, is that
Of
if you
course.
put Asian on the thing, they'd be like, oh, we got too many Asians already in our Ivy Leagues, But if you put Pacific Islander, they're like, oh well,
Yeah, exactly.
Pacific Islander, that's a whole other story.
What a
to unpack
crazy
there, and I
world.
think that's
Yeah.
what we'll try to do today. But it's good to meet you. I guess this is a funny question, but do you think the average American, when meeting you, would be like, oh yeah, you're Taiwanese?
No, they think I'm Chinese. Japanese or Korean, but basically I'm Asian. They always ask where am I from because of the way I look.
And they ask where are you really from?
Yes. And I'm like, always, I'm American.
I get that a lot too. Ellen.
Hi, my name is Ellen. I'm Korean American. I came from Korea when I was 8 years old, got on a plane by myself, not speaking a word of English, didn't know white people were real. For me, it was huge culture shock. My parents had already immigrated, so I was joining them. I like to be identifying myself as a Korean American woman, and I recognize the importance of Asian American Pacific Islander. Definitions are always constantly changing as we as society constantly evolving. I don't like to just consider myself American, because when anybody in this country looks at me, they don't just see American. They always see Asian first.
When you look at her, do you see Asian first?
Hell no. I see like feminist first. What are you talking about?
You see the purple hair is the first thing that grabs your attention. You go, oh, this person's probably woke.
Yeah, that's what I see. But
what it's so fascinating to me because I know, like when I was in high school, especially, you'd see people would start to go into the various cliques. You'd have all the goth kids.
Sure, yeah.
And you'd have like the nerds.
Oh, the goth girls. Oh,
there you go. And you have the jocks, and there'd be like a million different like categories of people. And I always thought it was super weird because I'm like, why are people? Maybe this is my I have like liberalism like baked into my blood and my DNA. Because I'm like, why are people going out of their way to like dress in a way that signals to everyone that they're part of some clique? Like to me, I thought that was very lame. I'm like, just wear something that you think looks good. Like don't, why are you adhering yourself to some sort of stereotype? That's the way I conceptualized it at that time. I'm like, why would I want to dress and act like a stereotype? Was my thought process then.
Hilarious.
Though I had liberalism baked into my DNA.
Well, did you join any clique or?
No, but that's the thing. I was friends with a bunch of different people in a bunch of different groups, but I always dressed like kind of like neutrally. I was that guy. Yeah, I could move from clique to clique.
You were the clique to clique person.
That's right.
Damn.
And the reason I bring this up is because I'm thinking we look at someone with purple hair and we all know what that is signifying. It's weird because you're like, oh, you don't want to stereotype, which you don't. But if someone is making a fashion choice, like to dye their hair purple, which is the first thing you'll notice about someone, you say, well, why? Do they just really like the color purple? Maybe they're a big anime fan or something. Maybe they really like Bulma, right, from Dragon Ball Z. But no, it's to signify. It's very obvious that with her case, it's to signify that you are a woke feminist, and it's not a coincidence that so many woke feminists have the dyed hair colors, the bright purples, the bright reds, the bright blues. And it's interesting to me that people have this thought process where they're like, they want to signal to the world, like, I want you to look at me and immediately know like my politics or immediately know my interest or something. I don't know. I just think it's interesting to me because
I don't know that that's
opposite
the
all
case,
of that.
though. I don't know that
that's the case with her. That's the case with her.
First of all, okay, her politics are definitely woke. Okay, I get that. But I don't know if it's just she hangs out with a bunch of woke people and they all think, oh, I like this aesthetic, so it rubs off on them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not meaning to signal to the world that they're woke. It's just inside their circle of friends, that's the aesthetic that they enjoy.
Well,
and also their politics just align to be the same.
Okay. I think it does two things. I think one, it does signal to the world that you're hyper woke. I don't think it's a coincidence that there's so many woke, especially woke feminists that have the bright hair colors.
Right, but if you asked her, if you just said, "Listen, did you dye your hair to?"
They're not going to. Yeah, obviously they're not going to. They're not. What is she going to say? Process. They're going to say, "Oh, I think it looks cool."
Okay.
Right.
But you made it sound like a conscious process when you were saying show.
No. I think it's happening on an unconscious level.
Okay, good. Okay. We're in total agreement.
But I think the other reason that they do it is it doesn't just signal to the world their politics. It signals to their own group that they're an ally.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you're in a military situation and you put your little like army uniform on.
It's
a signal that you're part of them.
So
I think that's another huge element here is that I have to signal to my friend group that I'm one of them so that they can trust me.
Yep. Yeah.
And I know, I just wish we weren't like that. I just wish we didn't have to be like that.
We weren't tribal like that? Come on, we need people. Look, we need people to protect us. We're fragile to some extent. It's a dangerous world out there, man. People need to have your back.
It's a jungle out there.
Sometimes I think people don't, people are kind of Pollyanna about how dangerous the world really is. So.
Instead of using that.
No. I mean, it's definitely,
as a thing that holds me back, I say it proudly. And it's taken time to accept my identity, to really know that that's sort of an umbrella term to open the door into the conversation. I know it's not possible to encompass all of us because Asia's so big, right? But in order for us to be seen and heard, we have to start somewhere. So I think it's a good term for that.
Good.
I'm Zia.
So I want to say one thing just because she came, I guess, when she was very young. So obviously, and she said it was a culture shock. So she was submerged in, you know, a completely different ethnicity than herself. Well, I don't know.
Right.
Maybe she ended up going to Koreatown or something. So she was surrounded by people like her. I just, for this conversation, I have this metric that I feel, you know, there's a scale between ethnocentrism and or xenophobia and xenophilia, where people are, you know, totally energized by meeting people of different races and cultures and stuff like that. Like they love that. They go to a city where they're surrounded by people that are not like them, and they're just, you know, jazzed by it. And then there are people who are terrified, right? Who are submerged in some place that's completely different from them, and they just are in panic attack mode. I feel like that is like just an innate thing that you're born with. Maybe there's, you know, you can kind of, you know, desensitize yourself to it in the same way that, you know, if you're afraid of heights, maybe you can desensitize yourself from that by, you know, slowly going up taller and taller buildings or whatever. But I do think people who genuinely are conservative are closer to that, you know, panic, and people who are liberal are further towards that, closer, you know, jazzed by meeting new people and stuff like that.
Right.
Do you, where would you place her on that spectrum?
Well, I was, you know, that's actually a great question, because I was going to say, you know, there's a weird element here, because I think you're right. And I do think that I think it can be learned, but I think it's also, you know, we talked about this. I think it's also biological personality traits.
To some extent, yeah.
To some extent, yes. Whether people are more xenophobic or more xenophilic.
Philic, yeah.
If that's a word.
Like xenophilia.
Yes.
Like, you know what a philia is, right?
Yeah, someone who loves others versus hates or fears others. But the interesting thing is, it's all relative. Okay, it's all Albert Einstein's theory of xeno relativity. Because if you think about it, and this is what's kind of interesting, if someone from a foreign country comes to America and they're very anti-assimilation, doesn't that mean that they're like the right-wing xenophobic conservative?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking the question.
Right. So from that from their own social perspective, they're very quote unquote on the right, but yet they're classified on the left because they don't want to assimilate. And so then it's weird. So then people on the left in our country will support them, even though they're basically living out the right-wing social cultural ideology.
Yeah, that's the conundrum that I wanted to point out.
Right. But then if that same person who's in our country, who's very anti-assimilation, if they were living in whatever their birth country was, and you had someone from America immigrate to their country, and they're very like, oh, you need to assimilate to our culture. Well, then they're suddenly on the right again.
Yeah, they're right-wing conservatives.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It's all relative. It's all depending on like what position you're in, which is why it's kind of funny, is whether, you know, the xenophilic or xenophobic people, you know, how they perceive these different groups of people.
Yeah, the environment totally dictates.
Yeah. Well, and also the other thing I was going to say, it's interesting about the purple hair lady whose name I already forgot, is that, you know, her and the guy that's speaking are the two wokest people on the panel. And she's kind of very, you know, criticizing of assimilation in this conversation. And when you're listening to her talk, everything that she's doing, saying, and how she appears is all just is it not just screaming American to you?
I think even like a little Californian, I thought, but
yeah,
seems like she's got a little Valley Girl drawl.
Well, I didn't see where she was living, but that's what to me it's so ironic that, you know, she's like complaining about assimilation, and yet she's so assimilated into American culture.
Yeah, she even knows white supremacy is everywhere.
Yeah.
What's more American than that, right? She's got her conspiracy theory.
There you go.
Look, come on, I like conspiracies too.
No, you could say that the guy who's also the most woke on the panel, maybe he's proving me wrong, because he's not like, I mean, I don't know, he's not really dressed in a way that screams woke, right? He doesn't have like brightly, you know, blue hair or anything.
The green shirt guy?
The green shirt guy, yeah.
I thought he was looking at purple hair kind of like he was going to ask her out on a date after this.
Maybe. She, after this conversation, she's like, "Oh my God, when you were speaking, I got chills."
When you were gasping and rolling your eyes at that dimwit in the suit and tie.
Oh my God.
I got so hot and bothered.
Oh man. Lay down with me right now, please.
Oh my God.
I use he, him pronouns.
Hey, you saw Vince Dao did give us a super chat, $4.99. That was me in the suit on the panel. Thanks for featuring it. Yeah.
Thanks, Vince, for the $5. Vince, you were fantastic in the conversation.
Yeah, totally.
Everyone should subscribe to Vince's channel.
Yeah, put it in the
description.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
I am Bangladeshi American and I'm Asian American. The reason why I, is lukewarm about the term Asian American insofar as its usefulness is that I don't actually often refer to myself as Asian American, despite like fully believing that I am, because to Yuling's point, oftentimes I think people have a perception of what Asian American looks like, right? And sometimes that leaves out South Asians, sometimes that leaves out Central Asians, sometimes that leaves out huge parts of the—
Did you catch he gave his pronouns? Did you catch that?
No, I didn't. Really?
He did. He was the only one on the panel. That's how you know. He was signaling to the world, maybe not through dress, but through speech. I'm an ally. He, him.
The world. Me personally.
Now I'm seeing this as a biological female. I mean, when people use their pronouns. Look.
He said he, him, Adam. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. It's a trans man.
Oh, I see. Well, he is kind of dressed. He is kind of dressed. Yeah.
Just so you know how this works, okay? Trans men are biological females, okay?
No, they're not. First of all, I'm offended that you think biology has any influence on sex, okay? Or gender.
Really?
But he is. I don't think he's trans, but he is dressed kind of like a butch lesbian. So
right. Yeah. No, I can totally see a butch lesbian.
So I don't know.
Really, like I lean into my hyphenated identities, right? I am American and I am Muslim and I am Bangladeshi and I am Asian, right? And I am all of these things at once and I'm not one more than the other, but I take pride in all of these things. And I think that for me, I find power in that insofar as when I look at this country, I think it is so damaging, right? So saddening that sometimes this country makes us choose.
I mean, what you point out.
Hold on a second. What? The country, America says no. You must choose
between what, being American or Asian.
Is that what's going on? One of the beauties of America is that we do allow people to do these hyphenated things. Like if you immigrate to France, they don't do the whole you're
a French American.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
They usually don't do that.
And I mean, America. So this is what we have these conversations with Carl. America is unique. In that its culture is this sort of amalgamation of a bunch of different cultures.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why kind of we're in this position where we can have these, unique identities. Even though I agree, I think it'd be better if we just kind of thought of them all as American, thought of ourselves as all American. But
yeah, I don't know about that. Honestly, I mean, if they want to do if they want.
I mean, it doesn't bother me, but I think
people want to do hyphenates. I think. Right. I mean, during the Civil Rights era, that's when they introduced African American, I think. And a lot of black people, I think, were offended by that because they did feel that it, segregated some of their Americanism because obviously, black Americans are, Americans, right?
Of course.
They didn't, a lot, especially, obviously descendants of slaves didn't move here by choice. So to all of a sudden call them African Americans kind of seems stilted.
So I looked up Ziad Ahmed.
Mm-hmm.
He is not trans, you bigot.
What?
Okay.
How do you know?
Not trans. Why? There should be, evidence of
that.
Look,
if you had to look it up, then it's, iffy.
If he was trans, he would say it because it'd be another like oppression point, label.
You don't know
like,
that he could have internalized transphobia.
Okay, well, but anyway, so this guy's very interesting. So this guy was on. He had a TED Talk at some point.
Really?
Yes.
Oh no.
He was listed as Forbes 30 under 30.
Okay.
He was invited to the White House 3 times, supposedly.
Under Obama?
Under Obama, yes.
Of course.
Good guess. Good guess.
I was like, can you imagine him being in the same room with Trump? Oh, that would not
Could you
go
imagine
well.
someone like meeting Trump and telling them his pronouns? Like, right? I wonder what his reaction.
Trump would just play it off. Trump would be cool with that. He'd be fine.
Yeah. But it's interesting because I don't know, he's like, it says he's the CEO of some, marketing consulting firm for Gen Z, for Gen Zers, and also some like woke nonprofit organization. But I'm just like looking at social media. Oh no, it's actually, it doesn't exist anymore. So I guess that failed. But it's weird because he has all these like awards and all this stuff. He's recognized as a global teen leader. He has all these awards, but when I look at his social media presence, it's like non-existent. And yet he's in all these. He's had like multiple TED Talks. He has all these conversations with people. Like it is kind of bizarre.
What are the
he
TED
was all
Talks
over
on?
the place.
What are the titles of the TED Talks?
So we have 3. He's done 3 TED Talks. One is 237 people changed my life.
Okay, so we know nothing about that.
One is let's ask some hard questions.
Okay, so we know nothing about that. These are great titles, by the way. They definitely say what it is.
Oh, and here we go. Here you go. The third one. Am I a stereotype?
Okay, well that one could be interesting.
And that one, which is the oldest one, he comes out dressed like Ness. So that's kind of it. He's wearing like the red striped shirt with a beanie, like a propeller beanie, and he's got shorts with like rocket ship socks that are like
from the
really...
Simpsons.
What do you mean from Simpsons?
I don't know who Ness is.
Oh, it's from a game called Earthbound.
Okay.
Imagine it's like a very like 1950s-esque looking child's outfit. So
gotcha.
Anyway, I think it's interesting to me. This guy's like all over the place. He's pretty young. He's all over the place, and yet he has like very little social media presence. I just think that's fascinating to me. But
maybe it's under his old identity.
before he transitioned.
I love that you get all the jokes. It's just I don't even know.
He's got Black Lives Matter in his bio. So there you go.
Well, that's
like the website.
That's helpful.
So there you go. That's always helpful.
Maybe I'll donate later.
Yep.
We kind of all have a dual consciousness or are dual citizens of this country and the world, which is to say we go home, we might have a different culture, a different food, a different language that we speak. We go to school and we have friends who might not share or understand what that language culture is. And we have a desire to both be true to the heritage, but then also be accepted, successful, and otherwise in the non-Asian American world that we live in. Assimilation. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it a burden? Is it an opportunity?
Assimilation, I think I would define that as, in part, I think necessary to an extent because we are forced to in order to navigate this country. So I would say learning the language, learning how to like properly behave, for example. That's in part kind of assimilation, making sure that you are
in line.
kosher in this society. And I think
kosher, huh? Oh, interesting.
I think it's so funny that I don't know if she's really complaining about it or not, or she's just describing it. I can't really tell. Obviously, what she's describing is good, though. You need to have assimilation into the country where you understand, like, oh, you have to speak the language that everyone speaks, obviously, because how else are you going to communicate? There's going to be certain norms that you're going to be expected to follow, right? This is all what allows society to thrive and continue. And it's interesting to me that someone who has like a very California kind of Valley Girl accent to some extent is talking about this, and then she uses the word kosher, which is obviously Yiddish. So
yeah, no, I was thinking that.
So it's just funny to me how like she's just so assimilated, like it's like so maximally assimilated. She's full Borg essentially.
Well, I think this might be a stereotype, but don't Asian parents aren't they pro assimilation? The Asian tiger moms.
Usually. Well, they're.
Yeah.
I don't think the stereotype's being pro assimilation. The stereotype's like very pro, education.
Well, how are you going to get into Harvard if you're not assimilated?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I think, and that's kind of an interesting point, and I haven't really conceptualized it, but for quote unquote minorities that heavily promote financial success and education in our country, you're right that kind of entails assimilation.
Yeah,
just
that's the first hurdle.
incidentally. So, because you can't really succeed in a society unless you assimilate into it.
Yep.
In part, that means survival.
I think assimilation is not just a great thing, it's a necessary thing. No society can hold together where people have nothing in common, they don't speak the same.
Okay, wait. I want you to go back. I want you to look at Purple's face when he says that.
And I think in part, that means survival.
I think assimilation is not just a great thing, it's a necessary thing. No society can hold together where people have nothing in common, they don't speak the same language, they don't practice the same things. And, you may look at something like just food habits or what you eat and think that's fairly frivolous. But the truth of the matter is that on a broader level, when we're talking about more big picture things, differences in race, culture, religion, all these things, people have fought wars, violent wars, killed each other over these things for thousands of years. If America is to hold together, assimilation, not just good or bad, necessary. I don't think it's going to be possible for America to survive as a stable, functioning society if people don't, to some degree, say, well, here's what we're going to commonly agree upon.
But who gets to choose it?
Why? He didn't say anything very different from what the other girl said.
Well, so the other girl was kind of, as I said, she's kind of vague in terms of like, is she saying this is a good thing or is she just describing the process? And he's very clear, and Vince is very clearly saying this is a good thing.
Well, he said great, and that's what triggered Purple.
Right.
She was like, what?
Right. But everything he said, I agree with 100%.
Yeah. I didn't find it to be very different from the other girl, obviously, but.
Well, as I said, he's saying it's great. She's just describing the process.
Right.
And so now we're immediately going to go into, well, who's creating the culture? Well, it's the white people, so that means it's bad.
Is it? I mean, are white people creating? I mean, I look around, like I see Quentin Tarantino movies and I see, rap music. And I mean, it seems like it seems like the culture is pretty much being created by a bunch of different races,
different people, right? Well, but that is the rub here. This is why this is such a joke, because all wokeness and all the people that kind of complain about this stuff, they basically want to make everyone think that we're still living in 1950s America, and they're complaining about a time period that doesn't exist anymore, essentially. Because you're right, so much of our culture is being influenced and changed by, not white people. So this idea that it's all just the white hegemony is just nonsense.
Remember Gangnam Style?
Yeah.
Like that was huge. I swear.
There you go.
Wife...
Are you saying that because of Gangnam Style?
No, I'm just saying
that racism has been solved. There's saying... racism has been solved, everyone. Gangnam.
Come on. I'm just saying, like that was like a cultural moment forever.
Right.
Korean pop music is like a huge
K-pop
thing.
is so popular right now.
Yeah. I'm like, and
it's terrible.
Well, it's not all bad. I mean, I like some of it, but that's a beautiful thing about American culture.
Yes.
American culture is like very diverse because of the cultural and ethnic diversity of America. So when she does her tirade, I'm just like, what?
True. It's a good
You're
point.
living in a dream world.
It's going to be possible for America to survive as a stable, functioning society if people don't, to some degree, say, well, here's what we're going to commonly agree upon.
But who gets to choose it?
The majority culture, I suppose.
And what's majority culture?
The people with power.
And who's people with power?
People with power.
See, that's where he totally screwed up. When he said the majority culture.
Well, that's true. That's true. That's true-ish. But the thing is that the majority culture in America will very often follow trends and ideas that are not white, quote unquote, white people ideas. If we're going to racialize everything, which I don't want to do in the first place anyway, but you kind of have to in this conversation.
Yeah.
Power.
White people.
Well, I don't know if that's.
I'm gonna say it.
Yeah.
White people. It's okay.
I don't know if that's necessarily so.
There's your thumbnail right there. Look at that.
Oh my God, so annoying.
White people are in charge of the culture.
You like that she didn't just say white people, she said white people.
I know. That was there a tinge of racism in that?
It felt super racist, of course. What do you mean? Imagine if this was a panel of like white people and they're talking about like the culture.
No,
Some
imagine
guy's
her
like,
saying Jewish people.
Well, okay, there you go. You
Who
don't even have to do
controls?
that.
Who controls? Like
Who controls Hollywood? I'm gonna say it, Jew. You're like, oh shit, Kanye's entered the conversation.
I know exactly.
You're like, oh my God, get
Exactly.
Kanye out of here. Why is
Sit
Kanye?
down,
Why is Spears?
Kanye.
I know, it's true. That's a great point. It's a great point.
That just the way that she says it. I can't even say it, but you can imagine it. It's like
You can say,
no.
I'll give you the Jewish pass.
No,
no.
Look at no. People will clip it out. It'll be. You can't do that.
Let's listen to it again and just imagine she's saying Jews. Okay.
Or black people, or just like the way she says it. It's just
power.
And who's people with power?
Who's people? You can. Oh my God! You can literally. This is just Kanye. Who's the people? Who's in control of the
White
banks?
people.
Who's in control of the banks, Adam? Who's in control of the movies? Who's in control of the culture? Who is it, Adam?
Culture. People with power.
And who's people with power?
People with power.
White people.
Well, I don't know if that's.
I'm gonna say it.
Yeah.
White people. It's okay.
I don't know if
It's literally like Kanye. I'm gonna say it. It's the Jews.
I know. And then
Oh
even
my
that, it's
God.
okay. It's okay. She like encourages everyone. Look, let's all beat up on white people for a bit. Come on, let's all come together. Look, it's okay. It's all right. We all agree on this. We all agree.
It's terrible.
I know it is, but they can't sense that.
No.
I imagine, the racist from the 1950s. Like they didn't consciously think of themselves as racist. They just thought, oh, this is the way the world is, right?
Well,
everyone's racist.
So there's a Vice panel after this that I watched part of that's equally cringy, and it's about colorism.
Oh no!
Which is like if you're not familiar with the term, it's basically like different shades of skin color, not just like black versus white, but like different shades of blackness in terms of like, are you discriminated more for being like darker skinned or lighter skinned?
Mm-hmm.
And there was an interesting thing because there's this I'll just say it. There's a very obese lady.
You're like, how do I say this?
Who's more? Yes, who's more darker skinned, and she was kind of talking about like the colorism that more darker skinned black people, the bigotry that they face, and then there was a lighter skinned black guy who's kind of talking about how, from his perspective, he faces bigotry from other black people for not being black enough.
Oh my!
And how
God.
that's like a form of colorism too. And then the like obese lady fires back, and she's like, well, the thing we have to remember with all these isms is that it's all about, power plus prejudice.
Oh no.
And so she literally gives the people's art like, well, it's only colorism when it works one direction. It's only bigotry when it works one direction. And it's the same thing with purple hair lady here. Is that as long as you're attacking, white people, it's acceptable because they're supposedly the ones that are, quote, in power.
Your
So
oppressor.
it's not racist.
Attacking your oppressor is okay.
Right.
Which, I mean, I'm in favor of attacking your
Well,
oppressor.
but that's the thing.
Just,
Attacking
it's
your...
a false accusation, though.
No, but that what you just said, I'm glad you said the way you did say it. Because attacking your oppressor is okay. But they label all white people as their oppressor because they're racist.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And also,
just like bigots in the 1950s labeled all black people as criminals.
Yeah,
which is equally as bad. I don't want a stereotype of white people as like I'm racist. I don't want to go to the store and people to follow me around and go, oh, look, the racist. There's the racist who wants to oppress us all. Look, it's very uncomfortable. I just want my ramen, okay? Leave me alone.
The year is 2050. When a white person enters into a store, the black security guard must follow them around to make sure that they don't accidentally commit a racism.
Look, I go to the mall in Los Angeles, and I'm like I'm the minority, definitely. Like it's the United Colors of Benetton in there.
Adam's looking for his Mexican food.
So I don't get it. Like when people talk about white people being the dominant culture, and I drive around Los Angeles, I think he even Vince brings it up in here. He's like, and look, I've lived in New York. I feel the same way. You walk around New York and you're like, it's a million different cultures. Just it's culture shock.
Well, and that's the irony too. It's like it's not like all these, very woke people are living out in like, the South or the Midwest somewhere where it's just a bunch of white people. They're living in these places where there's like super diversity. And they're like, this white supremacy. And you're like, what the hell are you talking about?
That's necessarily so true. I mean,
wait, can you unpack?
I don't
elaborate.
I don't think a particularly white quote unquote interest controls things like
in America
pop culture.
True.
Do you believe white supremacy exists?
I think.
Oh my God.
She's so happy. It's like she's a Jehovah's Witness. She's
But
like
this-
on his
this is-
doorstep here. Sir,
know,
do you
but-
believe in white supremacy?
It's like this weird Gish Gallop gaslighting, because he's like, what he's saying is completely true. Well, he's going to bring up all the things that we're talking about. I don't think, when you look at culture and you look at pop culture, and then she's like, but does white supremacy exist? Like, well, wait, what does that have to do with, the question was, do whites control the culture? And you just said, does white supremacy exist? What does that have to do with that question?
I think there are people who believe in it. I think there's people who all believe that their race is superior.
So you don't believe in white supremacy?
Let's go back. Let's listen to his answer and then listen to her response.
It's like
in America,
pop culture.
Do you believe white supremacy exists?
I think there are people who believe in it. I think there's people who all believe that their race is superior.
So he says, I think there are people that believe in it, and I think that there are people that believe their race is superior. Okay.
Right. All people, like any race.
Yes. And then she responds by saying,
I think there's people who all believe that their race is superior.
So you don't believe in white supremacy?
What? I just said yes. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Oh
She
my
wasn't
God.
paying attention.
No, it's like if you give any answer that's not like, let me bow down and kiss the ring of wokeness and say that the whites are in control of everything. Hallelujah. If you don't bow down to the church of wokeness and you don't kiss the ring, it's like,
You're
oh,
right. You're right.
Yeah, you sure say you don't believe in white supremacy. What are you, kind of racist? You're some
Look.
kind of self-hating Asian man?
You didn't say it right.
You didn't say it right.
Say kill all white people or else.
Oh God. It's very religious, because it's like, oh, they're looking for him to say the prayer, and he didn't say it the way that they want him to say it. So now he's a blasphemer.
Well, he said other people are racist too. That's
Right.
a no. Like
I know. How dare? How
don't you
dare?
know P plus P equals R. Come on.
How dare?
You can't say that. Of course they believe their race is superior because it is.
I know.
They're the marginalized.
Right.
Do you believe America is a white supremacist state?
No, not at all.
And not found
No
in
white supremacist state would even allow us to be doing this. I don't understand.
True.
Yeah.
Oh my God. These people are so privileged. It triggers the hell out of me. Just like the America bad people. They're so privileged. They're like, America is the worst country ever. All these America is just such a horrible, repressive country. I'm going to spend my entire YouTube career complaining about how much America sucks while I simp for countries where I literally couldn't complain about them because I'd be thrown in jail.
I know.
And
It's so crazy.
Yes, and it's the same thing with these like super woke privileged people. We live in this white supremacist society. It's like, oh really? If we actually lived in a white supremacist society that you think that we lived in, okay, you think you'd be able to go on YouTube and complain about white people 24/7? You think you'd be able to be super racist against white people publicly on social media, and that would be acceptable if we lived in a white supremacist society? These people are so privileged. They're so out of touch.
Yeah, totally.
What are you laughing at?
I did a
What's going on in
zoom
the
in
chat?
on the guy on the left.
Oh my God. How did I not see his face?
He's like, oh man, this guy's dying over here.
He's like, we don't. It's like my face when we don't live in a white supremacist society.
What did you say?
Oh no!
How dare you?
Daniel the Bruce, thank you, Daniel, for $20. Says, one reason I left teaching was over my role in ESL, English as a Second Language, and our seminars and workshops started being entirely around preserving the students' original culture and talking about the evils of assimilation. That's disgusting.
What? Really? Oh, that's crazy.
That is crazy. Jeez. J-Mac, thank you, our surrogate father, J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships.
Yeah, welcome new members.
Thank you, J-Mac. And thank you, our own Sitch and Adam official lawyer, Mr. Ubercross. By lawyer, I mean that's right. If you're going to sue us, you're going to sue Mr. Ubercross.
Yeah, because he's defending us pro bono.
Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Mr. Ubercross. And hey, actual Justice Warrior Sean. Hey, thanks, Sean, for $10. Sean made a fantastic video on this.
All of his videos are fantastic.
That is true. That is true. Gay guy is kid who got into Stanford for writing BLM 100 times for his essay. Also, I get credit for making this a thing. My video dropped a month after the panel. Now it's the #1 topic. Well, there you go. Listen, Sean, you're the trendsetter. That's true. That's true.
Sean doesn't miss any of these videos. I guess the mainstream media picked it up, and that's probably why it's going viral. But
now here's the problem. When Sean says that the guy that we called dressed like, I'm assuming you're talking about the guy who we said was dressed like a female, a butch lesbian.
Right. Butch lesbian.
When you say that he got into Stanford for writing BLM 100 times for his essay, that put in my mind, I'm thinking that he wrote on his application for Stanford, he just wrote BLM literally 100 times in a row with nothing else.
That's how you do it.
And here's the problem.
Look, you can't turn that essay down.
I don't know if that's a joke. I don't know if that's a joke. I could believe that actually works.
Oh, of course it does.
Is that a joke? Or is that not a joke? I can't. This is the world we live in. This is the clown world we live in right now.
Yeah.
So.
That's like slam poetry for someone.
Look, Dialogue Always for $5. Thank you, Dialogue Always. Well, first of all, Sean confirms that, yes, that is actually what he did. Now, that's first of all.
No way. No way.
That is so pathetic that Stanford accepted that. That's so pathetic. Well, how do we live in a white supremacist society? You have this kid who I don't know where he came from. I don't know. He has like no social media presence. For some reason, he has 3 TED Talks. He's on the Forbes 30 under 30 list. He gets into Stanford for writing BLM 100 times. You fucking asshole. You cannot say we live in a white supremacist society if you can get to an Ivy League school, one of the top schools in our society, by just writing the fucking words BLM 100 times. That is literal proof we don't live in a white supremacist society.
I'm Googling it because I can't believe that. Student gets into Stanford after writing Black Lives Matter on application 100 times. Zaid Ahmed.
Oh, no!
I am many things, but I am unapologetic progressive activist first and foremost. That's from 2017. Oh, my God. That's demoralizing.
Isn't it?
What does that mean? Well, first of all, it means that you don't have to really write an essay. So, I mean, I'm conflicted on this. The lazy part of me is somewhat intrigued that I could possibly get into Stanford by trying this approach. But, oh, that's so bizarre.
Isn't that disgusting?
Yeah. Teen wrote Black Lives. There's a bunch of articles, man. Teen wrote Black Lives Matter 100 times on. Okay.
I
hate you, Sean. I hate you that this is reality. The reality that we live in.
We hate that you alerted us to this fact, Sean.
Yeah.
He said.
Okay. The gloves are coming off now.
Quote, because I wanted to write an application that was authentic, one that expressed. Oh no, that's what he said. Because I wanted to write an application.
That's authentic. That's authentic.
That's authentic. You just hit copy paste.
Okay.
100 times. So the question was, what matters to you and why? And he literally just copy pasted hashtag Black Lives Matter 100 times.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
And he tweeted this out, by the way. He bragged about this.
I don't doubt it.
He got 27,000 likes.
Well, that's why they let him into Stanford.
Yeah, that's actually the real answer. You're completely correct.
It's pro-felicity.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point.
He's like, the Stanford board is like, dang, we're going to have to let this guy in now.
Wait a minute. So Soldo sent me a tweet that Comfortably Smug put out. It says this kid is the son of a guy named Shaquille Ahmed who made millions of dollars on Wall Street.
Of course. Of course.
That's how he got all. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Uh,
Subjugating.
Is that true?
people.
Well, it says he's a doctor. Well, there could be more than one, so I don't know. But
okay.
I don't know. But that's crazy if that's true. That's like the kid in Mizzou during the protest he was like super like, oh my God, we live in a white supremacist society. White people are so bad. They're enslaving black people. And then it's like, oh, by the way, he's the son of, the second largest rail owner in the country and like, a multimillionaire. You're like, oh, that's great. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh God.
They have to pretend that they're exploited.
I hate all of it. Just like Carlos Maza is the rule. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Dialogue Always for $5 says, when someone says 1350, are they saying all black people are criminals all the time? Well, sort of. They sort of are, actually. I think that's what they're saying. They're saying if someone says 1350, what they're saying is that, in my opinion, it's usually used as a justification to be biased and bigoted against black people.
Yes, I agree.
That's usually when someone does the whole thing.
The only person that I think is probably using it in good faith is Sean, because he's actually like a criminal justice like student.
Well, the difference between saying like, if you're talking about like statistics.
Sean immediately responds, "No, they aren't."
There's a difference between if someone's like, oh, well, you're trying to understand why like crime happens, right? That's a very different thing than someone who's just like, oh, 1350 around blacks never relax. Like, it's just, okay, obviously that's what they're saying. Like, come on. We're not, we can't pretend. We can't play pretend, right?
Yeah.
Dialogue Always was saying this in response to your comments about, whiteness, but.
Oh, my comments about whiteness?
He was trying to relate it to like, they're not saying all white people are bad just because we live in a white supremacist society, Adam. That was Dialogue Always' position. Seemed to be. He'll probably
he's always arguing in favor of CRT, and that, I mean, my position on CRT is intended to create a stereotype that all whites are racist. And
of course it is.
I think 1350, the majority of people bringing up 1350 crime stats are doing it to create a racist stereotype that all black people are criminals. That's exactly what they're doing. Like right. Sean talks about this stuff, and I think Sean is completely good faith about this stuff specifically. But most people are just out there to create stereotypes about other people. I mean, the Asian stereotype that they're, all good students and very smart. I mean, that's a great stereotype. That's not the history, though. When there was an influx of Asians in, I can't remember when, but the original stereotype for Asian immigrants was that they were dumb, which that kind of sucks.
Well, yeah, because a lot of Chinese people were brought over to work on the railroads for manual labor. So
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Look, we want good stereotypes about people. That women are great sandwich makers, and look, not all stereotypes are bad.
Okay.
So white supremacists, there's just KKK people walking. Actually, I go around New York City. I notice that, like, I guess Brooklyn a little bit different. Most of the people here are not white, and they're doing their thing. So I don't understand.
What does doing their thing mean to you?
Going to work.
Are they making the same amount of money? Are they getting the same access to opportunities?
I think they're getting great access to opportunity.
Please unpack it. Are they equivalent? Are are communities and communities that are leading culture, to your point, because you pointed to popular culture as something where, in your view, white people don't have the power, when the reality is it is the white executives who are profiting off of and exploiting predominantly black and brown bodies for their financial gain to then parade to us.
Look at that. Doesn't even think they're people. Oh my
So
God.
this is really
bodies.
This is really disgusting for a lot of reasons. So first of all, I didn't even know about this kid's background. So, you know, if he's the son of some guy that made millions of dollars on Wall Street, he got into Ivy League college by writing BLM 100 times. You know, he's had multiple TED Talks. He's been on Forbes list. He's been invited to the White House. And this fucking kid is complaining about like the white people gatekeeping access against, you know, people with brown skin.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
fuck off. You fucking liar. Everything you're saying completely goes against your entire lived experience. And yet he has the gall to attack all of this. And then, and I can bring up, I can send you some pictures if you want to look at it.
Sean says Indians are disproportionately CEOs in Fortune 500 companies. Look at that.
Yes. Well, it's funny because I was looking into his claims. So this kid is saying, oh, all these Asian people, right? He's saying that they're all disproportionate. They make disproportionately less money than white people, or at least that's what his implication.
Wait, right? What? I've heard the opposite. Obviously,
it is the opposite. It is the opposite.
Yeah, Asians are making more than whites.
Right. So in every study that I saw,
look, even the racists know that. They always bring it up.
Yeah, every study that I saw that took place in 2017 or later showed that the highest, if you were to like just take the ethnic groups, you know, white, black, Asian, if you're Hispanic, if you're going to separate them in that level, that Asian men make the most on average than anyone else in the country, more than white men, and that Asian women make just barely under what white men make. Okay, so Asians are the most making the most in the entire country as a class of people, and then. If you break it down even further, there was a 2018 study that showed, you know which Asians are making the most?
Which?
Indians.
Yeah, of course.
The medium income of Asian Americans overall in America in 2018 was $87,000, which is 38% higher than the national median income of $63,000.
Wow.
Okay. But then if you were to separate it by specific ethnic group, Indians, the median income is $100,000 in America.
Wow.
It's the median income.
Okay.
Okay. And this kid has said, I think he said he was Indian. So we have an Indian kid who's literally in a group of people, which are the top earners in our country by their, you know, ethnic group. And he's complaining about how him and his people are being gate-kept away by the whites.
He's just trying to throw off the scent here. That's what's going on.
It's
He's
just
like, don't look at me. I'm not the oppressor. Look, it's them over there.
It's disgusting to me. It's so disgusting that these rich, privileged asshole kids just are allowed to be so racist. They're allowed to be so racist as long as they're racist against white people. And everything they're saying is just not true and a lie.
Bougie. The bourgeoisie.
Yes. It's so bougie.
Yeah.
Though there is an interesting
He probably
thing.
lives in Williamsburg surrounded by white people.
Well, the interesting thing too is that even though Asians make like the highest out of all of the ethnic groups, they also have the highest amount of income inequality within their own group, which is kind of fascinating.
Really? Wow.
Well, and actually, it's probably not that fascinating. It's because, as they were talking about, we say Asian, and that's so broad. That includes so many different cultures.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So there's some, and that's what, if you kind of break it down, there are some, you know, people that we call Asian that actually do you know, quite poor in our country. You know, overall, you know, as a part of their class.
Are Russians Asian?
So, what?
Are Russians Asian?
I don't think they're classified as Asians.
I mean, Russia's in Asia, right?
It's also in Europe, so.
Oh, okay.
It's not the Russians bringing down the averages.
Where do they draw the line?
It's the, I think it's the Burmese and the Hmongs that are kind of that have a disproportionate amount of poverty in the Asian communities in America.
Oh, really?
So.
Oh.
But no. This kid,
Tell us.
So going to be part of the most privileged class in America, is going to whine and complain about white gatekeeping. So.
How do you think he got 3 TED Talks? Of course.
that we're thriving, when the reality is it is women of color, and it is black folks, and it is Asian American folks, and it is Hispanic folks, and it is people from marginalized communities who are disproportionately being impacted by every adverse thing that society is facing, while the few at the top who don't represent our community.
Like me. That's what he says. That's what he's thinking. Like me.
Communities, right, are profiting. There are massive disparities based on race, based on class, based on gender, based on all of these things that shouldn't exist.
Well, nobody denies that there's disparities or that.
Well, let's have.
Look, she's like, she knows this guy's loaded. She's like, listen, I came here to America with the shoes on my feet.
You're right. Listen.
This guy's loaded.
She's looking to get married, though. I don't know. As I said, he's dressed like a butch lesbian, so she might be barking up the wrong tree there.
Have Vince respond.
Or that.
We have to go back to that cringe. Just look how cringe.
The super cringe.
Oh my God.
Is that like throwing out dollar bills? It looked like she was, doing the Rainmaker dance.
You know when you're like a roller coaster and you get to the top and like your sphincter like clenches in a little bit, it goes like,
yeah.
That's how cringy this is. My sphincter is like, it's like trying to suck it's so cringy that my entire body is like trying to be sucked into my own butthole. Mm-hmm. It's just like.
It's that
based
bad?
On race, based on class, based on gender, based on all of these things that shouldn't exist.
Well, nobody denies that there's disparities.
I feel like
you're right. She's throwing money at him.
She's doing the Rainmaker dance, at the
oh
strip
my
club.
God.
That's right. You did.
That's
great.
Right. You just did a lap dance for my brain.
Yeah, here you go. Look, put these in your G-string.
Look at the other people. Everyone else around her is like, girl, you need to stop. Even the people on her side are like, fuck.
They look like she dropped something.
They all look like, oh my God. Okay, now they're like, oh, geez.
Or that. Well, let's have Vince respond.
Or that.
Even the host is like, please stop. Please don't do that.
Well, they included the cringe, though. They knew what they were doing.
Oh, God.
I think the question is, do they exist because of supposed white supremacy? And when I look at the fact that, virtually every corporation and institution bends the knee to diversity, celebrates every single Heritage Month, has all these programs, every single one toe the line for Black Lives Matter. I don't look at that and say, I don't look at that and say conservative white people are in power in this country. As a matter of fact, I'd argue to a large extent, you can talk about, what race or whatever people are, but is like a supposedly conservative white interest in power in America. I would honestly say I think it's the opposite of that.
I want to clarify one thing. You can be liberal and still a white supremacist, right?
Yes.
Like, I would be very clear,
Absolutely.
right? That it doesn't necessarily mean conservative white power is the predominant folks in power. I think it could span a lot of political ideologies and still have these things embedded in how you govern and how you lead and how you make decisions. However, when you talk about bending the knee, that is a wild way, I think, to look at society finally trying in some ways to right the wrongs of its ills.
It's not so wild. I mean,
they are forced to bend the knee. What's he talking about?
What's what Vince brings up?
Can you
that
imagine?
They literally did bend the knee, right?
Yeah. Can you imagine any Fortune 500 company coming out and saying, we're gonna bow away from politics. We think Black Lives Matter is like a political issue, and we prefer to be apolitical. They'd be savage.
No, they would get. Oh my God! They would get completely ripped to shreds.
Yeah.
How people, Adam? People are dying in the streets in America. How dare you say this is politics? This is our life. This is our life, Adam.
That's exactly what they would do. Yeah, and you'd be ripped to shreds. So
even like you're supposed
bending the knee by definition.
Supposedly white politicians, you look at what they did in 2020, they quite literally bent their knee. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the entire Democrat basically caucus in Congress, literally.
I gotta go back.
That guy with his hand is so funny.
Even like your supposedly white politicians, you look at what they did in 2020, they quite literally bent their knee. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the entire Democrat basically caucus.
Oh, no. He's saying things that are true.
He's got the veins popping out in his forehead. It's hilarious.
In Congress, literally bent the knee to George Floyd and to Black Lives. They quite literally did that.
Was that
a reaction shot?
That's
the
one
I was
you were looking for?
Yeah, but I couldn't find it. I was like,
Oh,
I just
so
saw
sad.
it for a second and I couldn't find it again.
Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the entire Democrat basically caucus in Congress literally bent the knee to George Floyd.
Oh my God, that's so good.
You're right. Like, man, they must have had a lot of fun editing this. They're like, let's get all the cutaways, all the reactions.
How dare he say that?
No.
What's that expression? What is she thinking right now?
That's like disgusted disbelief, and
Right.
shock, all rolled into one.
That's the
Actually, no.
WTF face right there.
That's like the moral turpitude face. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's like the person next to me just blasphemed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I still like her shirt.
Into Black Lives
You have an
Matter.
orange felt shirt, Adam, in your closet somewhere.
It's gold.
Do you have a
I think
gold
hers-
felt shirt?
I think hers is a dress though. It looks like it goes down to a dress.
Okay.
So.
You have a gold dress that's felt, Adam, in your closet.
I have a
somewhere that you
gold
wear?
shirt. Yeah, it's
Okay.
badass. Look, I love that
Okay.
shirt.
Okay.
I don't wear it much because it's not very comfortable, but
I love it. It's just horribly uncomfortable.
why? Look, my favorite shirts are always horribly uncomfortable. I
Why?
despise that. I don't know. Why can't they make a cool shirt that's comfortable?
Well, if you think felt is cool, maybe that's the problem.
It's not just felt. Look, I have
If you want
another
to dress
t-
like a Muppet, Adam, it's not going to be.
It's not that bad. Come on.
Uh-huh.
It looks cool on her. What are you talking about? Look, warm.
I don't. Okay, she looks like a Pixar character. Yeah, it looks cool. I mean, maybe you're an
That's
artist. You think that
insulting.
looks
I don't
cool.
know. A Pixar
How is it?
character.
She looks like a Pixar character.
Oh, that's terribly. That's going to be called a racist after this.
How is that
stream,
racist?
definitely.
It's nothing to do with her skin color. It's what the clothes that she's wearing and the glasses and the way her hair is. She looks like a Pixar character.
I like her hair.
You know I'm right.
Maybe. Maybe.
They quite literally did that.
And that was a bad thing?
I think it was a stupid thing. I
Why?
think it was just ridiculous pandering
So
to
Black
a
lives do not
terrorist
matter?
movement. Rand.
Oh my God! Everything she does is a horrible straw man. The first question, so you're saying white supremacy doesn't exist? Second question, you're saying black lives don't matter? No, bitch! That's not what I fucking said.
Who said that?
The Pixar lady.
Pixar said that? You're saying Black Lives don't matter?
Yes. Listen.
You look at what they did in 2020. They quite literally bent the knee. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the entire Democrat basically caucus in Congress literally bent the knee to George Floyd into Black Lives. Like they quite literally did that.
And that was a bad thing?
I think it was a stupid thing. I
Why?
think it was just ridiculous pandering
So
to
Black
a
lives do not
terrorist
matter?
movement ran by.
Yeah, please, yeah.
So Black Lives do not matter? Look.
No,
it's so
bitch!
funny.
That's not what I said! Slaps her
It's
in
so
the
funny.
orbit.
It's so funny because the butch lesbian was like, okay, look, we have a black woman on the panel. She's
know.
like, yeah, that's right. Come in and
Yeah.
assault him. Look, come
Yep.
forward.
Well,
Get
I don't know
him.
if you noticed, she did the little she did the arm movements too. She said she was like, it was like she was conducting like a symphony. She's like, so you're saying black lives don't matter?
I know, I did. I think so.
She was spelling out each syllable.
She said,
It's
do
like,
not
no.
matter. Look, she went
Yes.
full data. She wasn't even going to do contractions. Do not matter.
Right. She went full what's her name?
She looks like she's 20. I don't know why she's looking over her glasses. She's doing the whole.
Because that's what you do when you want to look down at someone. Okay.
Oh, okay.
She went full Kathy Newman. Okay, twice she went full Kathy Newman. She's appropriating British white people culture by going full Kathy
So you're
Newman.
saying Black Lives do not matter?
No,
do not
I didn't say
matter?
that at all. Don't be absurd.
Black lives do not matter?
I do think that Black Lives Matter. I don't support the movement known as Black Lives Matter.
You ever say all lives matter?
Of course.
Oh,
God.
got him. He said all lives matter. We got him, boys. We got him.
We got a conservative here. Look. They all get out their phones and try to look up his Facebook page. We need to call him out on social media right now. We got a live one here.
As a Christian, I absolutely believe
all lives matter.
She's like, there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
There it
we
is.
got a racist. We found him.
The Baby I'm Yours song is going to play, like the local police are going to bust down the door. He said all lives matter. We got him. God.
Of course I've said all lives matter.
Well, it's also like the way that they're attacking our protagonist Vince here, because like it's like this weird, like they're throwing out, like each one of them will throw a different slightly different point at him that's gaslighty and strawmanning what he's saying.
Yeah.
And he's doing a good job, like fighting all these horrible attacks off. These dishonest attacks.
Let's back up a little bit because I want to hear.
But before you back up, look at the girl in the yellow's face. She's like, "Whoa!"
Oh, I'm on a different screen.
Absolutely.
Well, let me put this back.
Oh yeah. Her facial expressions have been great.
Yes.
She's loving it. She's like, "That's right. Get him." Get.
Odd thing.
I think it was a stupid thing. I
Why?
think it was just ridiculous pandering
So
to
Black
a
lives do not
terrorist
matter?
movement ran by.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Black lives do not matter.
Look, he does a little. Yeah. Please.
What was the point of that cutaway? That was weird too.
He does the yeah. Please, like get him.
Why do we really need to zoom in for him to say that?
Yeah, of course, because he's look. He knows he's not going. He's going to the black girl on the panel. He's like, yeah, you.
Half black girl Adam.
He's like, you, black girl, over here. Look, we got a racism going on. We need you to, look, you have the black immunity. You can beat him up. I can't beat him up on this one.
Purple's expression is as if someone just farted in her face and she's turning away to like in disgust.
Look at the pants she's wearing. That's so, look, I would call the fashion police on those pants. Those pants are straight out of 1990, don't you think?
They are. Well, those pants made a resurgence in like the mid-aughts.
I guarantee 3 out of 4 times she puts those pants on, her leg goes through the knee hole.
Well, here's the real question. So I remember when those pants were popular in the mid-aughts, maybe they're making a comeback again, I would go into a store, and I shit you not, in like 2005, those pants that she's wearing would be on a rack somewhere for $300.
Yeah, no.
With all those
remember
holes
that.
in them,
I remember that. Yeah.
Right. And so I'm wondering.
Well, those are overalls, so they're closer to 1,000.
Are those $1,000 pants overalls, or are those just like, like $20 overalls that she made holes in? I hope the latter. I really hope the latter.
Matter?
I do.
And because she's coming to like a really special thing, so she's like,
it's stylish.
What is my best outfit? I need my best outfit today.
Yeah, her best outfit is $1,000 ripped jean overalls and old cat lady sweater.
Mm-hmm.
That was the outfit choice. God, we're so sexist.
You think that Black
I used to have overalls like that.
Lives Matter. I don't support the movement known as Black Lives Matter.
You ever say all lives matter?
Of course.
See,
we got him.
I think he said, of course, yeah. That's what I wanted to key on. So, but he says, yeah, to the lady, right? But the lady never comes in. It makes me think they cut a huge section out there, right?
Maybe.
Because obviously you don't call it.
Movement ran by.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Black lives do not
please.
matter?
I do think that Black Lives Matter. I don't support the movement known as Black Lives Matter.
Okay, so he did answer just the one little thing there.
Ever say all lives matter?
Of course. As a Christian, I absolutely believe
all lives matter.
Absolutely.
Well, let me put this back into some more concrete terms. So I guess to try to understand the conflict here that you guys are having, what role do you think Asian Americans have as far as the larger injustices and racism that this country has exhibited and has pushed it forward in the 200 years prior to even our arrival? But I guess the easiest way to make it something to talk about is the concept of the model minority myth. When you hear that word, what does it mean to you?
So the model minority myth, after World War II, they used us to separate other people of color. They used our race to say that we were the best race, that we were the model minority because we were the smartest, we got the best jobs, we did these things, and we were able to assimilate to what their idea of what they wanted. They wanted an example to use of people of color that they could then use against all the other people of color. And what they also did is they caused infighting between our communities so that we wouldn't look at the actual problem, which was white supremacy. When I think of the model minority myth, I grew up...
So Sean talks about this in his video too.
This just seems crazy to me.
I don't know if I still have the paper open. So if you actually read or look at the model minority paper, like the original model minority paper that the term kind of derives from, so 1966, and it was an article in the New York Times called Success Story Japanese American Style by William Peterson, who I believe was a sociologist. And it's an interesting article. He's talking about how nothing of what this guy said. He's basically talking about how, Japanese people were very heavily discriminated against in America. Obviously, they were literally placed in internment camps during World War II. And yet, despite all of that, Japanese Americans afterwards were very, very successful in America economically. And so he was sort of going over the question, why is it that despite facing all this bigotry against them, they were still able to succeed economically in America? And that's a good question to ask. And he also kind of talked about, same thing with the Jews. The Jews are heavily discriminated against in America and in other countries, and yet they seem to always be very successful economically.
Yeah, what's up with that? Are you? Is there some jealousy between model minority status?
Well, there is, and I think you've talked about this. Isn't that Thomas Sowell's point?
Yeah, he says that there's a lot of conflict between the black community and other model minorities. But I don't know how that relates to this paper. What is the paper about?
Well, the paper is, again, I said the paper is about why is it that the paper is really questioning, is it just bigotry itself that prevents success in America? Because how is it that the Japanese and the Jews have succeeded despite the hurdles of bigotry in our country?
Is the paper conservative leaning?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that question.
Well,
it's not really politically leaning in one direction or another.
Okay. I know conservatives make that argument.
Well, you have to remember, this was in the New York Times from 1966. So
right. It was probably more conservative than it is now.
I mean, everything was probably more conservative back then. But no, it's an interesting article. Then he goes over it. But then I'm trying to see if I can find it. I think I closed the tab. There was a more modern paper from like 1993 that was called Revisiting the Model Minority Myth. And it's just this super woke person complaining about model minority myth and saying every single thing this guy's saying about how the model minority myth was created to separate the minorities to hate each other instead of to fighting off their white oppressors.
Hey, we have a special guest on the show.
Yo, are we live?
Hey.
Am I on the live?
Yes.
Yeah, you're live. What's up?
Okay, what's up, guys?
What's up,
Vince?
Guys, yeah.
How you
So
doing?
for the chat who don't know, that's me in the suit. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Good to see you.
I can't believe you're not wearing a suit right now.
Yeah, I just did it's funny. I just came off. I was doing this radio show in Connecticut, and I was asking them, "Oh, just casual." So I just casual, and then no, but so I do wear a suit to bed. So
that's so sweet, man. I'm so stoked that you're here. Like I'm a little starstruck. This is awesome.
The starstruck, you guys get more live viewers than me, so
that's true. But we've never. So how did you get into this Vice panel in the first place?
They just emailed me. I don't know. It's funny. Vice actually has written an article calling me a white nationalist before, which is strange.
No, he didn't.
So I think I think they might have found me from that database. I assume it's different teams, but I'm not really sure on that front. It could be anything.
They're like, listen, we're doing a panel on Asians. We need a white nationalist Asian to the panel.
Exactly.
Give me the list.
Right.
But wait, this article that is this an old article that they called you a white nationalist?
Yeah, it was like several months before that.
Well, that's not that old. What do you mean?
Yeah.
So this is recently they called you a white nationalist.
Basically, yeah, I suppose.
What was there? What was the logic there?
I don't know. You know, they keep trying. I don't know if you guys know who Nick Fuentes is.
Yes.
Yeah, they repeatedly just kept trying to tie me to him, which for the record, like, we are not connected. In fact, I think he's probably a Fed and probably a homosexual as well. So there's no, and so let that be on the public record. You know, there's no connection. I frankly find great shame in being associated with that guy, but they I don't know. They tried to tie us together. I don't really remember. It was a long time ago, but that's in short what happened.
Interesting.
We've never had Nick Fuentes on the show. We've had Lauren Southern on the show, and I think, you know, obviously a lot of people see Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes in the same light, which I don't think is correct. I think Lauren Southern has been, you know, made out to be some sort of, you know, right wing Nazi type, and I don't think it's actually fair. So.
I'm not even like plugged into that drama, so I don't know.
Well, but
the story being that that might be where they know me from. I'm not sure.
You're saying that they're kind of trying to do the same thing to you, right? They're trying to target you in the right wing, alt-right Nazi type category by tying you to Nick Fuentes.
Well, I mean, the way I see it is like anytime anyone is spreading a message that is authentically right wing and effective, you know, that's what they're gonna do. And so I don't take it that personally. I don't, you know, make a big deal out of it, but that probably is that might be where they found me from. Point being, I don't know.
So they just reached out to you essentially out of the blue.
They reached out to me. We did an interview, you know, before that. And funny story, actually, originally they were going to put me on this masculinity panel, which I don't know if you've seen that panel, but I'm kind of glad they didn't put me on that. But and then they basically were like, "Oh, you're Asian, so go on the Asian panel instead." Like that's basically the interaction that happened there. And at first, I was kind of like, I don't know if I want to do that because I don't make my like political brand is not about the Asian stuff. You know, like I'm not, I'm an Asian conservative. You know, I don't like play that game usually, but I was like, fine, if this is what you're doing, then we'll do this. And clearly it worked out. Because, and I think that's actually part of what added to the drama on the panel, because I wasn't really playing like the race pandering thing to them. I was just like, no, you should assimilate, you know, no, you should not commit crime, you know, because that's who I am, you know. It all worked out. I think it all worked out in the end, and it clearly created a fairly entertaining panel. So
yeah, if you were on the masculinity panel, you wouldn't have, I don't think you would have stood out so much. So this is definitely better.
Right. I totally agree with you.
Are you getting hit up by a bunch of mainstream media outlets now to do shows and stuff like that?
A few, yeah. I was on OAN on Friday. As you guys might have seen, like the Daily Wire hosts all reacted to the panel, which was crazy and pretty cool. And hey, don't put yourselves down like that. I consider you guys a mainstream show, okay?
I don't think so, but thank you.
Yes, yeah,
not even close.
But yeah, it's a good time. God is good. What can I say?
How long was this conversation?
How long did we record it for?
Yeah.
I think about 3 hours, and you know they cut it down.
Was there something? Was there anything like really spicy that they cut out?
There's one part where I said a quote that I thought was so iconic. If you go to the SAT affirmative action part, it seems like we're kind of quiet. I was kind of quiet. That's because a lot of it got cut out, which whatever. But there's this one quote that was so iconic where I basically said, I think we were talking about the term AAPI. For people who don't know what that means, that's like Asian American Pacific Islander. That's what it stands for. It's like AAPI. And I was pointing out how they come up with all these just stupid words, AAPI, Latinx, you know, all this nonsense. And I said something along the lines of, that is something so stupid, only an Ivy Leaguer could come up with it. And I said that to the face of the guy on the bottom, who, if you don't know, he went to Yale, right? He went to Yale, daddy's money. Dad was the former CEO of Citibank. And so we were getting to this debate.
Who is this? Oh, this is the guy in the green shirt?
Green. Yeah, the guy who was like
the whole time. He went to Stanford, but his dad is CEO of Citibank?
No. Okay, so he got accepted to Stanford. He didn't go to Stanford. He got accepted.
But he went to Yale. Oh, yeah. No, it's even worse.
He got accepted to Stanford.
Into Stanford.
Right.
But he went to
Black
Yale.
Lives Matter 100 times.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
He didn't even, I can't. Oh my God. Stanford is so cucked they accepted him for writing BLM 100 times, but then he's like, you know what? This is too cooked for me. I'm not gonna go here.
That's kind of Chad though. You know, rare W on his part. That's kind of I respect that. I have to respect that.
So you're saying his father works for Citibank?
His father was the former CEO of Citibank.
Oh
so
my God.
Billionaire, yes. And so I didn't know that at the time, but he was talking about, I have privilege, but I'm standing up for those who don't have privilege. I just figured, I don't know, dad is some like Indian doctor or something. You do okay for yourself. I didn't realize like that's the son of a billionaire we're talking about. And so that's why he has all the money and all the backing to basically just do a bunch of like grifty nonprofit activism work. That's just basically he does nothing at like 24 years old. But that's what you can do when you're the kid of the CEO of Citibank. You can just do this like grifty nonprofit activism your whole life and call it work. You know,
that's true.
I grew up in the suburbs without a gated community, so we weren't poor, but I can't just do whatever I want my whole life. So
right. Well, see, that explains so much, because it's like I'm looking at this kid. I'm like, how does this kid have all these TED Talks? He has he's all this like going to the White House. Like, how is this possible? Oh, it's because his dad is the CEO of Citibank and he's like a billionaire.
Yep,
it's like, oh, okay. The true privilege, nothing to do with skin color. It's all about money.
Yeah.
God,
it's true.
That's wild. I can't believe that.
So you cover a lot of the like woke topics as well on your channel? Is it mostly politics, or do you cover other stuff?
Yeah, we've been transitioning more to like culture war stuff. So yeah, because that is kind of what I feel like the brand on YouTube specifically is for right now. Like that's what people want to see, and it's obviously important. So yeah, recently we kind of do a lot of content covering woke stuff, right? Reacting to it, debunking it. We reacted recently to the Proud Family, that Disney show with the slaves built America. Like that's pretty popular.
I only saw clips of it. Sitch watched
Abraham
the whole
Lincoln
thing.
didn't care about freeing the slaves. Yeah. Oh God, it was so bad. So bad.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think we're close to a tipping point on like where's the woke stock at right now? I feel like a crash is coming, hopefully. Where do you think we're at?
I think a crash is coming with a lot of older people. Like I see this a lot, middle-aged people, because I grew up in Los Angeles, right? So a lot of middle-aged people.
Well, no,
I'm in LA too.
I'm in Los Angeles. Sitch is in Florida, but
I'm in Florida now. So I am Adam and Sitch. Like
you left Adam to come join.
It's real.
Look, did you pull a Ben Shapiro? Did you are you an escapee from California?
That is correct. Yeah, I'm an escapee from California.
Nice.
I go to college in Florida, obviously now. So
okay, so you're coming back to Los Angeles then when you're done.
No,
you're just using an abuse. Statistically,
I will come visit you, Adam. I'll come visit you. Okay.
Statistically, yeah, all of a sudden I thought I had a friend in town that's actually sane, but now I realize no, it couldn't be that. But
they're all leaving, Adam. Okay, it's mass migration.
No, okay,
look, I'm sticking here. Look, you said you were born and raised in Los Angeles. Look, some of us have to stay.
No, look, I don't hate on it. There's something virtuous about it. There's something respectable about saying you're going to stay and fight. My whole thing is like, I'm young, I'm 19 years old. I want to figure out the place where like I can stay and plant roots and start a family and really like fight for it seriously in that place. Right. That's the decision I made. And I was just like, if I was there in the 1970s or the 80s or even the early 2000s, I would have been staying there fighting, trying to save LA, trying to save California. But it's like, life is a chessboard, right? This is where I am on a chessboard. And so I have to figure out like, what can I do? And where's like the opportunity for me to contribute? And so that's the way I see it. But I would say to people who are still stuck in California, you are free to leave. But
I'm not stuck. I'm here of my own volition.
Sure. I think there is something virtuous about, especially if you've planted roots already in that place, started a life, started a career. There's something virtuous about saying, I'm riding through it till the end.
College is a time to move around, and obviously, like statistically, most people end up staying in wherever they go to college. So
yeah. Right.
Which makes sense. You make a bunch of friends and do your own thing. So what what are you studying in college?
I study marketing.
Oh, cool.
hopefully I can just drop out and work in the media. I don't know. Don't tell my mom that. It's very
No.
draining. It's hard, you know. I'm trying because I want to do the political media thing professionally.
Okay.
You know, like but I'm in college right now because I don't know. I can't tell you why. I just am. Okay.
Well, it's a thing.
listen,
It's a
Tiger
thing that
Mom
you
is
do.
like-
It's a
Right,
thing
it's
that
a
you
thing
do.
that you do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a
thing
good
that you
listen.
do,
It's
yeah.
a good fallback. Okay, both me and Adam have college degrees. It's nothing. you know.
Yes.
Okay.
But I only
It's
went
good.
to
Yeah.
meet women, so I just went for girls.
Now I think we both have useless
See-
degrees in like film or something. But they're still degrees.
I know. Mine's actually general art, but
That's even worse.
I know.
We interrupted you. You were saying Adam asked you if you thought wokeness was turning the bend or not.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the issue here's the issue I see. The older people, yes. Like I know a lot of older Democrats who like they're saying, hey, like they voted Rick Caruso for mayor, and now they're thinking about voting Republican in 24 and stuff.
Mhm.
But the issue I see is, as you saw on that panel, is the young people. This is what they're doing, right? I know like old teachers who are like lifelong liberals, normal liberal Democrats, but they're looking at the generation of teachers and stuff that are coming through school now, like the younger teachers, the young kids, and they're like, this is really crazy. But that's what's going on, is like a replacement, right? It's like if we don't take control of the education system and the culture and what's coming through the young generation, think about the math here. All these kids are going to become a voting age, and eventually they're going to get jobs and gain power in society and stuff. And the older people, they're going to get retired out, phased out over time. Obviously, you know, time is going to catch up, right? Because, you know, what's going to happen? Right? Eventually people have to die, right? That's just the way it goes. And so like
Hypothetically, but
hypothetically, right? And so like the way I just that's my big concern is I think whatever great awakening is going on right now, we have to capitalize on that 100% and use it while we can, because I don't think there's like 20, 30 years to keep saying, let's hope people wake up. Maybe now, because eventually the math is just going to catch up, and that crazy young generation is going to be all the people with the power. So,
well,
I don't know
if you were listening at the beginning of the show. We were talking a little bit about how, like, when you're in like Christianity or Judaism or a religion that revolves around this, you know, wider ideology or way of looking at the world, people realize that they are in an ideology and that there are these other ideologies that conflict with their ideology, and they seem to be okay with that. Like, they understand, you know, I'm a Christian, somebody else is Jewish, somebody else is Muslim. Part of the thing about the wokeness thing is a lot of these people, and you can definitely see it here in the panel that you're on, like, they're just aghast that, you know, somebody exists, you know, not knowing the reality of white supremacy. So they don't really conceptualize it as this kind of, you know, almost supernatural ideology. Like, how do we convince them that, you know, what they're experiencing is sort of, you know, not necessarily just taken for granted by everyone?
It's difficult. I think
solve the problem for us, Vince, please.
Well, here's so the what it will require is for the Republican Party to do something serious, which is like very difficult for them. Okay, they have a hard time. We love them, but they struggle. Okay, but what really needs to happen, the best way I see, is we need to take hard control of the education system, right? I'm not just talking about ban the word CRT and let everything else seep in. It's like there has to be like, and I guess you could say Florida, a few other states are kind of starting the roots of it, so that's good. But like, we need to be very strict with political power, because here's the thing. You could say, oh, everyone become a teacher. We got to retake everything. How long is that going to take? 20, 30 years? How long does it
20
take
years,
to march through the institutions? We don't have time for that. So what we need to do, where we have political power, while we still have some political power, is really just step in, you know, purge the wokeness, fire all the woke people, like just fire and purge and like ban everything. Like that's what has to happen. Now that sounds scary to people.
I
right?
love
like,
this. Look,
yes.
You're speaking my language, Vince. I like this.
It's real, but it sounds
Sitch
scary
is
to a lot of
probably
people.
cringing
Ban
out of the seat.
everything.
But let me say,
but look, I think, you know, if some heads don't roll, you know, nobody takes things seriously. You really got to fire some people.
Let me say this. What was the great fear of Joseph McCarthy? It was that communists were going to infiltrate and take over the whole country. Right. And eventually run everything. And that's what a lot of people feared in the 1950s. So let me say to people who are like, that sounds like too much. That's like, sounds a little authoritarian. Listen, if your grandfather or great grandfather or whatever, who just came home from World War II in the 1950s, could see what has become of this country now, do you think he would stand by and say, oh, well, that's a small government? Or do you think he would peacefully, do something about it? Okay, is what I'm going to say. So it's just like,
I'm glad you had it peaceful in there.
Yeah, peaceful, of course. I'm not trying to get you guys deplatformed,
Do you think?
True.
Well, McCarthy, obviously, I think McCarthy overestimated the problem of communism. I think the problem of communism is important. I think he overestimated the extent that it had infiltrated itself into the government. So I don't think McCarthy. I think there was a bit of a witch trial thing going on with McCarthy. I'm not sure that that's the case today.
Mm-hmm.
That's my big question.
Non-academic institutions, obviously.
I think McCarthy had it definitely was happening. I think he might have misidentified some people, and just what ended up taking him. It's what took him down, right?
Right, false accusations.
Well, he was doing it for political purposes, just to gain his own power, primarily.
Well, I see. Maybe that's true. But I still have to view him as something of like a martyr or a patriot who is trying. Like when I look at the country now, it's like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what everyone does. But I genuinely think to some degree he did have a patriotic sense of like what he was doing, and he was trying to help. And was he a perfect guy? No. Did he probably make mistakes? Yes. But I can't look at the country today and really like buy that narrative that like he was just totally in it for himself or whatever. I think, in fact, the people who kind of restructure and tell us that narrative today are the very communists who he was trying to stop, right? So that's kind of the way I see it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we don't have to get to a sidetrack with McCarthy, but I think part of the issue is that because since he was sort of too easily throwing a label out. And I do think he was doing what he was doing, like all politicians do for their own political power, that it sort of cemented this idea of like the communist witch hunt in people's mind as being the crying wolf. And so then now when we actually have like this weird communist socialist infiltration into academia and a lot of other things, people are just like, oh, this is just like, McCarthyism. This is just like crying wolf from back then. Like they're not going to take it seriously because of that past.
That's definitely true. And, that's why you have to be smart and strategic and optical and all that stuff with your approach, right, against the system. That's definitely true.
Exactly.
When you're in the minority or when you're the one who the system is aiming to stop, like you have to be twice as smart, work twice as hard, be twice as strategic, right? Because you're trying to outsmart the rest of everyone else. So it's true. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's definitely, I still think the socialists are still in the minority. And I think that's why they're sort of have to use these like subterfuge essentially to trick, the most of the old people, that you were talking about from not even understanding what exactly is happening until it's too late. And
true. Yeah.
It's interesting because I think that's why a lot of people like DeSantis. And I think that's why a lot of the energy shifted away from Trump to DeSantis is because, he seems to be really leading the way in education and trying to get this stuff rooted out of this education. I'm not like, you're saying that you want him to go further. Like what other things in terms of banning would you want him to do or anyone to do, I guess?
Okay. So first of all, I think we need to make it very easy to fire teachers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the process is in Florida, but with any public job, it's like a gazillion bureaucracies and you can never get it done. We need to, number one, make it like very strict in terms of like, this is the curriculum you teach. If you go off on some liberal tangent nonsense that's not in the curriculum, and we can lay it out, this is what you can and can't do, whatever. But we need to make it to where if they are going woke and all that stuff, it's like, you're fired. It's not, oh, don't do that again, but we can't do anything about it. We need to treat it the way the private sector would treat those employees. And so that's number one. I think that saying we're going to ban CRT, quote unquote, is not enough because what do? They just mask it in other stuff. They call it diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? And so there needs to be like more broad scale things in terms of like, here is what you are not allowed to teach or name in the education. It needs to go more. It needs to go further, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And when when we do stuff like the curriculum for certain classes, what books to read and all that, I think that needs like a deep dive. Like I don't know the specifics, but I think there's a lot of looking in that needs to be done on that front too.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think the Stop Woke Act that Santos put, I think part of why it was as good is that it's more about not just saying like, oh, I mean, it doesn't actually say that CRT is banned. It says that specific ideas are being banned from being taught, and those are CRT.
That's what you got to do. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They're CRT ideas and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and I agree. And also they there's a section that I think is very important, which is that, especially for public education, if you want to indoctrinate your kids, you can take them to some private school, whatever. But for public education, these topics should be taught from a politically neutral perspective. I mean, it's supposed to be education for everyone. It shouldn't be, indoctrinating people politically one way or the other, except in, the American values that everyone can kind of, support, that is not like a communist or something. So yeah, they should try to root out this, politicization in our classrooms 100%.
True. Yeah.
Do you think DeSantis is going to run for president?
I think it's inevitable. Yeah. I mean, I look at like the just the telltale signs, and Trump attacking him. I'm sure that's for a reason, right? If this wasn't a known fact behind the scenes, would he just be doing that randomly? Like, I doubt that, right? I think it's the Trump DeSantis primary is going to be pretty inevitable.
Oh my God, it's going to be so good.
Yeah, it's like I think on one hand it'll be good competition for Trump and for DeSantis, right? On the other hand, there's a scenario where it goes so south it divides the whole party and like hands Biden re-election.
I don't think it's going to be good. I don't think it's going to be good for Republicans. I just think it's, as a human interest story, it's like Trump has everything on the line because obviously, the highest status in America is two-term president. And he's a one-term president. So he's definitely, shooting to get back in the White House. But to go from being like president of the United States to losing the Republican primary is just, I mean, that's like a devastating blow.
Yeah.
But
they definitely would be.
Do you think he has a chance of winning the Republican primary?
Trump or DeSantis?
Trump.
I mean, I think they both have a serious shot at it. It's really just going to be a matter of how the primary goes. Yeah. I would even probably say Trump right now is the kind of presumptive front runner. And I think for the most part, he's going to act as the presumptive front runner. But I do think he's a very vulnerable front runner, right? How the terms went and all that stuff. But I definitely think the whole primary for the most part is going to be DeSantis trying to catch up to Trump. Right, because Trump is still Trump, former president, so kind of like the ringleader of the Republican base.
DeSantis, I mean, this is what I don't. If I'm DeSantis, maybe I just endorse Trump because what do you got to lose? If you just endorse Trump, then you're going into 2028.
No, that's a terrible idea.
Why?
Because you can't ever predict the political trend. So what if say Trump, DeSantis supports Trump, Trump wins or loses, like woke stuff, magically goes away by 2028. Okay. DeSantis loses all of his energy because he's running on the, anti-woke
the woke stock
platform.
Crashes.
Yeah, if the woke stock crashes before 2028, DeSantis is like kneecapping himself to run for president. He has to run. You have to strike when the iron is hot. That's why he has to run now.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Republicans do things differently. The striking when the iron's hot, I agree in some circumstances, but the Republicans tend to just, it's this guy's turn, so therefore he's the
thing
nominee.
is, if I were DeSantis, I think I'd have to agree because by 2028, you don't know what the political atmosphere could be. You might not be the superstar of the party anymore. There might be someone totally new that everyone's infatuated with. And then he will have been out of office for 2 years, right? So he could be totally forgotten about. And so I think DeSantis is going to run. I think it's in his personal self-interest to run. Now, in the scenario where a primary with Trump, he loses and totally destroys his image, that is to an extent also salvageable if you were DeSantis, right? Because Ted Cruz rehabilitated his image somewhat, right? Marco Rubio, all you would have to do is get behind Trump and not be like Kasich or whatever, where you're just like a rhino never Trumper the whole time after the primary, right? I think if he does get behind Trump and just like man up about it, I think from his perspective, like he would be fine. And so I don't think he really has a self-interest not to run at the current moment.
We'll definitely see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I'm curious because right now, Trump's attacking him. He's calling him a pedo and, all sorts of other things. And it's like, he was attacking him right after the midterms. Everyone got mad at that because it's like, DeSantis was seen as the big winner and you're kind of by attacking him, a lot of people perceived it as attacking the Republican Party as a whole. But that's really the people who kind of like, the weirdos like us who kind of follow politics, not like the average person who's not really paying attention. And right now, DeSantis' strategy is to just be like, oh, I'm above it all. Like, I'm just kind of ignore Trump. I'm going to focus on, fixing the country. And I'm curious. I don't know if that's going to work in the primary because when they're on stage together and Trump's attacking him, is DeSantis going to attack back, or is he just going to say, Donald Trump spent 4 years, blustering in Florida while I was fixing Florida? He's going to have some pithy retort. And
we'll see. That's the thing is that right now, Trump is attacking DeSantis, and it seems unprovoked. I mean, I would argue in like a true sense, not really unprovoked because they're obviously going to run against each other. But it seems unprovoked to most people. And so a lot of people question the strategy of that. And I don't know if it's necessarily the best optically thing to do. But that's all going to fade the moment the primary starts because DeSantis is going to have to get his hands dirty and attack Trump. Right. And like I said, because Trump in many ways is sort of the current front runner, you could say DeSantis is going to have to like run up to Trump, right? And so I don't think the strategy of just ignoring him is going to work forever, right? There's going to have to be a point, maybe it's later in the primary, where DeSantis gets his hands dirty, and then it's just going to be like mano a mano, just a bloodbath, right?
It's going to be fun. I mean, it's going to be fun from a drama perspective. Might be bad.
Yeah.
For the country,
Well, that's what I meant when I said it's going to be great. I mean,
but the drama is going to be lots of fun. Especially if Trump runs third party, then that will be very extra drama fun.
This is such high stakes, man. This is what it's all about, man. This is awesome. So did you said that they had planned to put you on a different panel. Did they throw you in here last minute? Did you have time to plan? I mean, you come off so good in this panel. I feel like you were rehearsed a bit.
It's funny because I thought my interview for the panel, we did it on a Zoom call. I thought it was horrible because I was just like I say, these are not really like my issues. What do you think of like AAPI? Like, what does that even mean? Especially before the panel. Now, I guess because of the panel, I try to cater to an audience, right? And so ever since it was very popular, I've been trying to talk more about like cultural wokeness and all that.
You sell out. I can't believe you.
Real. No,
look, you got to go where the audience is, Sitch. What are you talking about?
Well, that's you have to evolve, right? Yes. And that's been my thing is trying to shift my content into what works on YouTube and like what is popular with people, because I don't mind talking about either. I could sit on TV and talk about politics all day, or I could talk about react to woke stuff and cultural. I think they're equally important. I can do both.
What's the difference? Because I mean, I kind of think wokeness and politics are kind of hand in hand.
Well, I think there's some people that just talk about politicians all day. You know what I mean? Here's what's going on in Washington and this bill and that impeachment, this scandal, that. And then there's people
Pac-Mans that want to put me to sleep.
And then, but there's some people who they're just, here's what Hollywood is doing today. Right.
Oh, okay.
And there's crossover and stuff. And so I try to do more of the second one now,
Right.
What were you trying to do more of the first before?
Yeah. Yeah. It used to cover politics more. Now I do cultural politics.
How boring.
Did you like Rings of Power?
What'd you say?
Did you like the Rings of Power?
I guess. I don't know. I just
No, I don't want to do that. Look, it sounds like
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
It sounds like maybe
TV show.
It sounds like maybe you didn't watch Rings of Power, so I don't want to
no. I thought you were asking me do I like the Rings of Power, and I was like,
No, no,
I didn't know it was a show. I did not realize.
Yeah, it's a TV show. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a TV show. It was on Amazon Prime. It's like super
Lord of the
woke.
Rings.
Yeah, girl boss character.
You gotta know all like the correct culture war answers. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was asking.
I thought you were making like a metaphor or something. No.
No.
Never mind. All right.
Rings of Power is a TV show. Yeah.
All right, I'll have to look into that. That might be content. I don't know.
Well, that's what I
It's
thought.
a little past now. Now it's Proud Family. So you're up on the.
I do know about Proud Family. I do know
Yes,
about Proud Family. Yeah.
So it looks like you did a video on the Steven Crowder thing. Do you have what's your take on that?
I don't have a take on the contract drama.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he has his grievances.
Good for you.
Wire has their grievances. It's it's not my business. But I do think that Crowder raised an important point in that video, which is the way that like the YouTube system is really like rigged against the small independent creators who don't have a network. They don't have backing, you know what I mean? Because YouTube has admitted to this too. They now kind of structure their algorithms since 2018 to combat misinformation. They will put the verified quote unquote news sources at the top of all the algorithms. Like this is, they publicly said this. And so naturally, if you're a conservative YouTuber just trying to get started and you don't have a network, you don't have a consulting company, whatever, I'm saying it's I'm not saying it's impossible. There are ways to do it, but it's very, very difficult. Right. And so I'm glad that Crowder really brought attention to the plight of like the small creator. And, I think I've been blessed in some ways because when YouTube started pushing the shorts, I kind of got in that wave and they did pretty well for a while. And then obviously, you guys have talked about me. Some of the Daily Wire hosts have talked about me. And so I've gotten like, kind of like shout out that plug. But like really for someone who's trying to do this totally organically, it's very, very difficult, right? And so I'm glad that Crowder brought that up, and hopefully he does follow through with kind of making Mug Club into sort of like a loose network where it's like creators like helping each other in this support network. Because I think that that's something that's missing for the small time people for sure.
Ultimately, I mean, as a content creator, you just have to make continuously good content. Because that's why people stick around. But in order to be found in the first place, you got to make some viral video or something like that.
Yeah, and it's harder to do that. It's a lot harder to do that on YouTube.
Yeah, it is. Jesse Carilla for $20 says, Sitch and Adam, please ask him about his beliefs on Martin Luther King being a communist. Do you have a take on that?
Yeah, Martin Luther King was a communist. They don't teach you that in school.
No,
I knew it. I knew this. I knew that was Jesse. Thank you. That was the best super chat.
Why, Vince? Why?
He did.
What do you mean? Why? What?
First of all, Jesse did.
First
of all, Jesse did that to trigger you, Sitch.
No, he didn't.
Because he knew Vince was going to give that answer.
I mean, well, no, yeah, Jesse did that. Yeah, Jesse did that. Let me get the quote.
It's okay. It's okay.
MLK
Vince
was vehemently against communism. He was religious. He was a Christian like preacher.
Look, I don't know.
Neither of those things are true.
What?
I don't know if you've watched the show before, but we like to argue on the show. So arguing.
Okay, Sitch. Here's the thing. Okay, all right. Then can I have the floor for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so to say that MLK was all about this quote or that quote is like saying that Joe Biden was simply defined by his inauguration speech. Because, you could say that the I Have a Dream speech, compelling message, whatever, this quote or that quote. But when we're assessing a guy's true role and figure in history, I feel like we have to really break down, what he really stood for. Because understand what MLK was. MLK was the optical, Black empowerment guy, as opposed to Malcolm X, who was, very more transparent. And so, it is true that like MLK has a quote in the early 60s saying I disagree with Marxism, but it's also true that in the late 60s, if you listen to the Beyond Vietnam speech, he pretty blatantly supported the North Vietnamese cause and said that it was a cause against oppression and stuff. And his speechwriter, I forget the name off the top of my head, but the speechwriter who was his top advisor, I believe legal counsel, and wrote the I Have a Dream speech was a communist. He was a communist, and FBI reports detail that he was a member of the Communist Party, and that's who wrote the I Have a Dream speech. That's who his movement was a honeypot of. And so, yeah, it is true. MLK put on a nice face, and that's what we remember him for a lot of times. But that's, again, like saying that Joe Biden stands for unity because he said that in his inauguration speech. When you look at through where he really was, and even on the Christian preacher front, that's not really accurate. Okay, so first of all, he was a pretty known serial adulterer, cheated on his wife with like hundreds of women. And
well,
second
that's fine,
of all,
but we're talking about his economy.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Yeah. But second of all, his theology was all out of whack. Like I don't think he denied the Trinity. I believe he did not believe in the physical resurrection. He would have been labeled a progressive Christian today theologically, and so on that front, that part's not really true. But my kind of big emphasis is on stuff like the Beyond Vietnam speech, where he pretty blatantly says the North supports the North Vietnamese cause, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that the reason he's raised to such larger than life status now, but he's also a communist, like, I feel like that's a little bit by design. Would you not maybe suggest that's possible, right? Because the MLK holiday, it's possible that the image built up by him is an image built by leftists, because the MLK holiday was very controversial in the 1980s. Many people pushed back on it because they were like, well, I remember him as that like crazy radical guy who was going around supporting, the March on Poverty, Beyond Vietnam, all this stuff. Why are we making a federal holiday to this guy? But it did eventually get passed, right? It became a holiday. And then 40 years later, we just accept, oh, he was like the greatest American to ever live, right?
So, okay. So have you read a lot of like CRT academic literature?
I'm familiar.
Okay.
Have you listened to all the books? But
right. Well, you should listen to some, because whenever James Lindsay talks about this, because basically what happened was during the civil rights movement, there were three factions. There was obviously the white people that wanted to maintain segregation, or the bad racists, and then there was the Martin Luther King sort of moderate liberal types who wanted to have end segregation, but still believed that America as a liberal country, that is like John Locke liberal, not Democrats liberal, could function and could be a society that's not racist, and that we should change the law, things through the power of laws, and that we should still exist as a liberal society. And then there were the radical leftists who were, Malcolm X before he came back, and the SNCC organization, and your Stokely Carmichaels, and the Black Power movement, and the Black Panther movement. And they really were kind of, they would kind of stand next to Martin Luther King Jr., but behind the scenes, they were at odds with each other because they were in favor of a socialist revolution. And they basically viewed MLK as gatekeeping that, kind of the way that a lot of people on the far right kind of view Jordan Peterson as like gatekeeping, people from falling into the far right. And, if you read like a lot of the CRT literature, especially the origin point of CRT, they're always complaining about MLK and the civil rights movement, and how essentially the sort of liberal approach to civil rights, which is that, you shouldn't care about skin color, that essentially cut off Black nationalists at the knees. And it prevented people from actually thinking about, race consciousness as they talk about it. And actually, since the CRT people, they want the socialist revolution, they view this sort of liberal colorblind ideology that was what MLK was advocating for as, the enemy here. And so I don't think it's fair, like when you look back at his works and you say, well, there's a bunch of quotes of him directly saying that he's against Marxism, directly saying he's against communism. He's a whole, sermon about, how communism is incompatible with Christianity. He has a whole sermon about how materialism is incompatible with Christianity. I think, I'm not familiar with the speech that you were referring to, the Vietnam speech. I'm not familiar with the political leanings of the guy who wrote the I'm a Dream speech. But I think when you have, the words that he was saying, what he was standing for, and then you have on top of that, the FBI was spying on him to try to figure out whether he was, secret communist or not. And even they were inconclusive at the end of that. To me, this all, pretty strongly puts in the position that no, he wasn't a communist. He believed in liberal values. And it feels like both the left and the right are trying to paint him as a communist. The left trying to paint him as a communist so that they can have him as like their hero. And some people on the right painting him as a communist so they can say, well, he's the villain. Because, we've argued with people, a lot of people's arguments is that they think wokeness essentially started from civil rights legislation. And so I feel like this backwards approach to just painting everything related to it as bad from the beginning.
Okay, so what would your responses be to quotes like this? Here, I've just Googled like anti-capitalist quotes from MLK. Mm-hmm. So I imagine you already know I am much more socialistic in my economic theory than capitalistic.
Right.
That's 1952. In a sense, you could say we're involved in the class struggle, right? And when you begin to ask that question, you're raising questions about the economic system, about a broader distribution of wealth. When you ask that, you begin to question the capitalistic economy. And I'm saying that more and more. And, it should also be pointed out, I don't know if it's included in this, but MLK supported things like diversity quotas, like affirmative action. I believe.
Sure. I mean, listen, it's like the height of segregation.
He may have supported, like reparations and stuff like that. And
I believe he did. Yeah.
Right. And so my point is that, and I don't think it's necessarily true that MLK so much disagreed with all of the radicals that surrounded him and came after him. I mean, look, John Lewis, he mentored Jesse Jackson. The guy, crazy. I mean, MLK mentored him. I don't think it was that he necessarily disagreed with any of these people. I think it's that he just understood, in order to convince at the time what was still largely a white moderate country, he had to put on a certain face and do what he did. And I think that's why, as you go through later in his life, his true colors start to come out. And by when he was assassinated, 67, right? I think 67. By 1967, he was in support of very far left causes. I mean, the March on Poverty, which he was assassinated, during, or he was about to speak at in support. I mean, that was a pretty far left, thing that was expected to be a riot. And I think that what happened when he was assassinated was he became a larger than life martyr figure. Right, because he did that "I Have a Dream" speech. That was his most popular moment ever. And ever since then, in the years that were following, he was becoming increasingly unpopular with the American public, because he kept, embracing and coddling the far left, and then outright supported the North Vietnamese communist, and was condemned by, I think it was 168 newspapers across America condemned him for his Beyond Vietnam. Barry Goldwater, one of the conservatism's modern kind of like role models, whatever. Barry Goldwater said the speech might be treason. Okay, his own words. And I don't know, we're going to call him racist, throw him under the bus now, whatever. And I think that basically when he was assassinated, that kind of created the martyrdom figure. Same thing with JFK, where it's like, oh, well, let's remember all the good stuff and whatnot. And he becomes this figure that's larger than life. When you look at the reality of MLK and who he was becoming before his assassination, I don't think that he was someone who, and I'm not saying that Republicans should try to cancel MLK Day, but I wanted some of my followers to understand the truth and to understand, why this guy has kind of shifted into the larger than life role that he is, when back then that's not really how he really was. You know what I mean?
Right. So okay, so when we have MLK saying things like, communists would insist that the means justify the ends, so if killing 1,000 people will bring about a good end, the act is ethically justified. It's at this point that I'm radically opposed to communism. Destructive means cannot bring about constructive ends. And then he says, I'm bitterly opposed to the metaphysical structure of communism as well as Marxism, because it's based on what's known as dialectical materialism, and I'm an idealist. And then in another speech, he talks about how he's against communism because they are atheist and they refute the existence of God, and that they're also ethical relativist, and he does not accept that and believes that there are moral absolutes of right and wrong. And then I think the confusion, comes from this, is that he's always spoken out, from everything I've ever seen, he's always spoken out against communism. Now, he has said things that he says he's socialistic. And that idea comes from the fact that basically when he won, the Nobel Prize, and he goes to Norway and he says, oh, this is a social democrat country. They have, strong labor unions. They have, I think they had a right to housing or something at the time. They have strong minimum wages. They have the job placement programs. He sees these social programs essentially that exist. And he comes back to America and he says, hey, I like what they're doing over there. They have these nice, they have these jobs programs. They have, medical insurance for everyone. They have a lot of these kind of, social programs. And he kind of, adopts this hey, let's have these, jobs programs. Let's have things of that nature. And to me, that's not socialist at all. I mean, you can have those things in a liberal democracy. And that's what he was really, those are the things he was advocating for. from an economic perspective. He wasn't advocating for the abolishment of private property, and at all that I've ever seen. And the reason that the "I have a dream" speech that he said, that is the kind of the thing he's so known for, is because that's really, I mean, that's really the entire key ideology of liberalism, is that you should be treated as an individual. You shouldn't be treated on the basis of your skin color. So I don't think that when he gave that speech and he said those words, I don't think that this was like a trick. I don't think this was something that he didn't believe in. Where if you look at the CRT literature, they look at the "I have a dream" speech and they're disgusted by it, because they do think that people should be treated differently by their skin color. So I don't think that MLK was a communist. And if he was, I think the FBI would have outed him as a communist long ago, because it definitely would have suited their
Well,
interest
they
to do so
did in testifying to Congress. I mean, there's definitely one agent who said he regularly enlists the help of communists, and yeah, like they could never connect. Oh well, he himself we know
Right.
is or isn't. But
because the movement was heavily entangled with a lot of leftists, the black, anti-segregation movement. There's a lot of overlap.
Look, we don't have to settle this right now. We could go.
Here,
we could,
here. Let me.
We gotta
let me,
sell
let
this
me-
right
let
now,
me
Adam.
quote
No,
this,
we
okay?
could sleep. We could sleep on it, and we could
No.
set up a cage match. 1 week from today, to the death. I don't know. You
Well, I
want to
feel
go
like
back? You want to get back to the video? Well, I think I do, just to, you guys can say whatever you want in closing, but I do. It is interesting that, both of the more radical elements of the right and left have shook hands and basically all agreed, okay, MLK is now a communist.
Right.
Which, I mean, is the epitome of, not being a moderate. Which I just feel like he's the one icon that left and right used to look to say, this is our avatar basically for how to conduct race relations respectfully.
You made me think of something interesting.
I don't. Here's the thing. I mean, I don't disagree with the words that people should be judged on the the content of their character.
Yeah, that's great.
My point is my point is that MLK himself didn't really believe that, and that was kind of this optical moment, and that in a lot of ways the movement that he birthed and gave, like right after the Civil Rights Act, everything they pushed for was like redistributionism, reparations. I firmly believe MLK would support Black Lives Matter and all of the modern leftist racial movements of today. And I think like all of the evidence from what he supported throughout his life suggests that. And I think, even some of the ways that people like Ibram Kendi and whatnot operate today, where they do a lot of dog whistling, but they use very vague, terminology to represent what they really mean. And sometimes they dress their character optically. Like Ibram Kendi won't call himself a critical race theorist or whatever anymore. Like I see a lot of that same behavior started by the guy who started it all, which was MLK, right?
Yeah,
but here's a quote from the Beyond Vietnam speech, and so this is him talking about the Vietnam War. "I am convinced that if we are to get on the right side of the world revolution," so talking about this is all. Let me contextualize this. His entire speech is about the Vietnam War, right? And so he's referring to it as the world revolution. What does that mean? Well, we know what that means. "We as a nation must undergo a radical revolution of values. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society." And you brought up private property. "When machines and computers' profit motives and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered." And I read something like that, and I'm like, without saying it openly, this to me screams that you're more or less a communist, right? And that is him, like I said, MLK was a big guy on like vague rhetoric, right? You always have to read into what he's really saying, which is a lot like some leftist figures today, right? And this is kind of like how Joe Biden was on the 2020 campaign trail. It's like I kind of recognize the way they have always historically operated. But I look at a quote like that, which again, Barry Goldwater labeled treason, and so did like 168 American newspapers. I look at that and say, well, that's kind of the guy he really was,
So,
and again,
right.
this is later in his life and stuff. So,
well, you have to be careful. First of all, you have to be careful because you can, we as a human, we can all read anything into anything if we want to see it there. But I understand, in the quote that that you read, what you're pointing to, which to me it's interesting because right after that he talks about the Good Samaritan thing, and so it's the quote that you read is fascinating because right now a lot of people on the right would literally say the exact same thing that he said right there. He'd say that, oh, there's too much libertarian values in America. There's too much of this idea about property and money. We need to go back to socially conservative values. So it's interesting to label that as just strictly communist, especially because I have the speech open. A couple paragraphs down, he says, this kind of positive revolution of values is our best defense against communism. War is not the answer. Communism will never be defeated by the use of atomic bombs or nuclear weapons. Let us not join those who shout for war through the misguided passions, urge the United States to relinquish its participation in the UN. These are the days of demand wise restraint and calm reasonableness. But we must not engage in negative anti-communism, but rather in a positive thrust for democracy, realizing that our greatest defense against communism is to take offensive action in behalf of justice. We must have positive action to seek and remove the conditions of poverty, insecurity, and injustice, which are fertile soils in which the seeds of communism grow and develop. So, I mean, he's in favor of like having social policies and economic policies. Sure, but he's, every time he gets a chance, he speaks out against communism.
The context of that quote is him not democracy. Well, were the North Vietnamese democratic people? Was that what they were advocating for?
He's really just supporting not being involved, from what I'm reading here. Not really supporting either side of that. He's saying we shouldn't blow people up, essentially. He's saying that we should be kind of the shining city on a hilltop that which people look to as an example.
But when he says...
My point, just real quick, my point is, like, there's a meme of Martin Luther King. Whenever anyone thinks of Martin Luther King, they think of we should judge people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin.
Right.
Now, if you find out the guy... if you find out the guy that said that is like a pedophile or a mass murderer,
right.
All of a sudden people are thinking maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe I should judge people by the color of their skin, and we lose all of that social architecture that we've spent generations creating. So that's that's why I think arguing, trying to debase Martin Luther King, I think ultimately is going to be detrimental to society. And as someone who's like on the conservative side, who usually is about protecting, institutions and ideas that, tradition that we don't necessarily know, Chesterton's fence, we don't necessarily know how that's affecting society. I feel like, we should tread lighter here, but.
But here's my thing is that I think, and part of the reason why I say the MLK deification is greatly exaggerated in terms of like what it really deserves is that I feel like there's a flip side to this that we're not talking about, which the kind of like MLK liberal view of U.S. history, or at least the classical one, was that like all of America in every aspect was evil before 1964, and then after 1964, that's when everything became like totally righteous and just. And I think that really throws under the bus a lot of the like good and great things that people who lived in America before, the day the Civil Rights Act in 1964 were signed. And that's not to say that like there weren't problems back then as there are problems now, but I think it is to say that this sort of like image that I think a lot of conservatives have of history, where it's like, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense when you think about it. It's like, well, America's always, we've been pretty evil. It's not that it's nuanced or complicated. We've always been evil, but like now we're good. That now that the liberals have power, we're good. And like, like the South is good now, but like every Southerner before 1964 was super evil, but then now everyone is good. And now, the Southerners are all the Republicans and conservatives now. So I guess they're on the right side suddenly now. It's just a very like strange view of history, in my opinion, that like in many ways, the kind of image that we've created for ourselves, I would argue kind of is not conservative in many ways, throws a lot of like great past Americans under the bus. Because of like this view that like America was a totally evil place and then MLK stepped in and saved everything, right? That's really more so than saying cancel MLK Day or whatever. That's really what, when I kind of try to say these things about MLK, that's really what I'm trying to bring people towards is this idea that MLK is not a god, and all of the people who lived before MLK, including some people who lived in the historical American South, not every aspect about them was completely irredeemable, and in many ways they built the country that was once great, right? And so we have to take these things into account, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's a very important point, and I agree with you completely. There is this sort of tendency to look back at the past of America as just being everything was just awful, until we, fix the, the racial problems we had in this country, and that's not true. And obviously, there was, we live in a world of like horrible complexities where both, fantastic and horrifying things happen simultaneously, often by the same people. I mean, you look at our founding fathers, some of whom were obviously geniuses and very moral for creating, the system that we live under and not just taking power for themselves. A lot of them had slaves, and it's like, well, you have to just balance in our mind, how these two things, work, and just accept, people and society is very complicated, and we can't put things into, one bucket or the other. So, I mean, I agree with that completely. Everything. I would just say that I wouldn't use. I understand that, like, perceptually, and maybe this is kind of the problem here. It's like the myth of MLK, sort of, or the meme of MLK, kind of becomes, what people focus on as opposed to maybe what was actually happening. Because in my mind, it was the far leftists, the people that didn't believe that we could have a liberal society, the people that wanted to have basically the socialist revolution. I mean, those were the people who were advocating that, everything before them was terrible. And that's why they want to have this complete revolution, because they think everything that was built before then, all the systems and structures of our government all need to be purged essentially in order to have a non-racist society. And I guess I just view it as, MLK was advocating that, no, we can still live in this, liberal democracy, and we can just have reforms through the laws, and we can still have these programs. So to me, he's advocating it kind of against that idea that everything was terrible, in the past. He's advocating for the more nuanced position. But
we'll see. I think, see, there's like these, like I said, there's like these two perceptions of MLK, right? But what I've seen in recent years is, there are some critical race theorists who say that, right? But then on the other hand, I've seen some leftists who are like, actually, he was a socialist like us, Right. And yes. the way I see it going, though, is that because they've made MLK this deified status in society, and we've been taught, like I was taught since the beginning of school, like basically more or less that he was like the greatest American to ever live, and he was like a perfect guy and all this stuff.
Right.
What they're going to do is use that image to eventually say, okay, well, here's what he really was about. And I'm sure at some point the Beyond Vietnam speech and stuff like that will be taught normally in school. And it's like, I think if we don't step in at some point and say, well, maybe he wasn't the greatest guy to ever live or this or that, then we're going to hit a point where, like, the further left vision of MLK is going to be actualized. And then because we gave it so much credibility along the way, we're not going to be able to stop it, if that makes sense.
No, I think you're 100% correct. And they're not going to do that. That's what they are trying to do right now.
Yeah,
they are trying to say
totally.
MLK was this, far left communist, and, they are going to use his, deity-like status to try to promote communism. I think it's, and I understand sort of where you're coming from. My perception is that it's like, it's easy for us, I guess, to fall into the trap then of just attacking whatever they're deifying. It's kind of, to me, it's the same thing that happened with a lot of people talking about, I don't know if you've covered any of the trans stuff, but it's kind of the same thing with a lot of the trans stuff, is that since we have right now in America, it seems like the overwhelming amount of people in the medical community seem to be promoting kind of this blind affirmation theory idea of transitioning for children. And so because that seems to be the case in America, people, I feel like, kind of fall into the category of saying, oh, well, we should just attack like the science itself. And I'm like, well, if you actually look at the science actually completely contradicts everything kind of the woke people are saying regarding the transgender movement. They're just hiding it. They're just trying to hide it under, their own bad science. So instead of just attacking the science, just say, well, no, if we actually dig into it, we just find out that they're not being truthful.
Well, the thing is, the issue is that the science, quote unquote, has been manipulated for political reasons, because like for a long time, the conservative argument was, hey, so-and-so institution labels it a mental illness, gender dysphoria, whatever. And so what happened? Those institutions just changed it and said it's no longer a mental illness, all that stuff, right?
But they actually haven't. That's the thing. It's still in the DSM-5 as a mental illness.
Aren't they on like the DSM-7 now, though? Have they like updated it now?
No, they're still on the DSM-5.
Okay. I mean, that's good. We'll see how long until that's.
We'll see. Yeah,
right? Yeah, maybe, that's my thing. Yeah, I think that it's good that it's still in our favor, but at the point where hypothetically, let's say, because I think we would agree this is realistic, where politically they get pressured to update the DSM without it. What do you say then?
Right. Well, that's the thing is that, so kind of in the way that the woke people kind of are dishonest about is that it's true that what they say is being transgender is not considered a mental illness. It's having gender dysphoria that's considered a mental illness. But that was kind of always the case, from the beginning. But yeah, I mean, it's possible. And, it's possible that, the DSM-6, there'll be pressure. Maybe they'll cave, and I don't even know how, because the DSM is literally it's a manual of mental illnesses. So by it being included in the manual, kind of definitionally makes a mental illness. I know I think the WHO caved, because I think the WHO eventually said that they still have like a category for it. Like it's like quote unquote medical condition, but it's like it's like its own category just to kind of appease woke people and shit.
Well, there is, I'm not super familiar with this, but I've heard this. There is so the APA, right, American Psychological Association. I know that they used to label homosexuality a mental disorder, and then there was like a movement within it that eventually succeeded. They called it the Gay PA to get that removed, and that succeeded.
Well, it's very confusing. There's two APAs. There's the American Psychological Association and the American Psychiatric Association.
Okay,
the psychiatric one is the one that does the DSM. Okay, but they had homosexuality listed as a mental disorder, but that was a very long time ago. It's like the 70s or something. And the DSM-3.
Point being, there was a movement to get, there's a really largely political movement, right, to get that changed. And I think it's possible the same thing could happen. Who knows? Hopefully not.
Yeah, it's possible.
The point being, if it does change, I don't think that changes the whether or not it is, right. It's not. I don't think it's all in the hands of the DSM. I think
right.
We should be able to discern that was just a political thing, right?
Right. Well, it would depend. So according to how we define mental illness, which I don't really want to get into because it's a whole conversation. But so the thing was, like, with taking homosexuality out of the DSM, it made, even though it was obviously, there's a political push for it, it still made sense, because under the definition of mental illness, homosexuality didn't fit, because essentially the only psychological problems someone would have for being gay would be because of social pressures. Where if you have gender dysphoria, even if everyone in society accepts you as being trans, you still have the psychological dysphoric feelings just on your own. You could be living alone in an island and you still have the gender dysphoric feelings. And that's kind of the difference between that and homosexuality. So, I mean, yeah, it's possible that they could cave and, do some rewrites, but I hope not.
Well, we'll see. I don't know.
We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. Steven Sugars for $20 says, what's so impressive about Vince's performance on the panel is that he wouldn't let them shut him down. It's like you're surrounded, outnumbered, but you still win. Battle of the Bulge style.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Real.
Did you answer my question about whether or not you did any talking in the mirror beforehand and preparing yourself?
I Googled one thing, which was I knew the Asian hate crime thing was going to come on. And I knew, like, the real statistics were in our favor. They would say, it's white people doing all the crimes. And then, okay, but like, where? We don't see them on TV. And how our society works. If it was white people doing all these hate crimes, you hear about them every day. And they would never stop. Yeah. And so the one thing I did Google was like, okay, let's dive into this. And then I brought up on the panel, like, it's because most things aren't counted as hate crimes. Most of them are just counted as assaults or murders, whatever, right? Because a hate crime is very hard to prove, right? There's a high threshold there. So a lot of them, they just persecute as violence. And so I just looked up, okay, violent crime against Asians. And as you see in the videos, the majority of that's done by blacks, right? And so then we figure that out. And so that was the only thing I really, like, prepared, because I knew that was going to come up. besides that, it was all pretty much off the cuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you did good.
Yeah.
That's too
Thank
bad
you.
you didn't. If only you had like future sight, you've been like knew that kid was like the son of a CEO.
Yeah.
Like, bitch, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
You're one of the
I wish-
most
I wish
privileged
that up.
people. Yeah, but he wouldn't have known that because I'm sure you didn't know who was on the panel before.
No, of
you
course
got-
not. Of course
Yeah.
not.
No. Well,
They
he
try
he
to
kept
protect
admitting like I admit my own privilege, but blah blah blah. And
Oh,
I
said that in the conversation.
he did, but I didn't know what that meant. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
you do well for yourself. I didn't realize that meant you're the son of a billionaire. Okay.
Well, it's interesting because Vice cut all of that out. None of that's in the video.
Yeah, that is interesting.
So
And the I don't blame them for cutting out a lot of the SAT debate. Now, I will say I am kind of upset about it because
streaming. So I think we're back in
Okay.
business.
I hope we're live
we
again.
should do a Super Bowl watch party.
Look at all the viewers just fell off a cliff.
I know. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about them Chiefs, right? And those Eagles.
It's the
They're
Philadelphia
playing the
Eagles
game.
that are better than the Eagles.
There you go.
The Philadelphia John Fettermans and the Kansas City.
Look, the truth
Jackson
of the matter
Mahomes.
is you guys were just going way, way too off on the MLK stuff. So
No, the truth was
I had
know
to
you-
pull the plug on that.
You guys want to know what the real truth was?
I had to do an executive decision.
The real truth was that Adam's wife turned the vacuum cleaner on, and they had too many things plugged into the same outlet,
Look,
so
that
it
was-
just tripped the breakers. Okay.
First of all, that was your hypothesis. I never endorsed that theory. Okay.
what
But
happened?
it is funny.
Because that's what happened. That's what happened. You have two, like, you go to Adam's house, you see his computer is like plugged into like one of those surge protectors that has like 3 other surge protectors plugged into it, and like everything's going into it.
Listen, my dad is not a fucking billionaire, okay? So my house has like
Get some
limit-
extension cords. Okay.
My house is very old and has extension cords. That's basically
Well, you gotta plug
how
into
my
different
entire-
outlets.
Look, we have one outlet and an extension cord comes out of it. That's how we get all our electricity.
No. Oh, geez. What is this house from like 1850? What are you talking about? Get out of here.
Close.
Get out of here. Get an
Anyway.
electrician. Okay.
Oh, we're back live?
Yeah,
Are we
we're
back,
back.
yes.
Oh, okay.
Don't
Cool.
say yeah.
Stop
Don't
saying
say-
slurs. We're back.
Don't say MLK was a communist.
Okay. MLK was a great guy. He was.
Thank
he
you.
He would have been a Republican today. Don't we all know
See,
this?
It's
When
true.
the
That's
stream got
true.
cut,
You can
I-
say that.
The conversation continued, and I completely changed Vince's mind. There's just no verbal record of it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So now we can just move on. We all know Vince has changed.
Exactly.
No,
There you go.
we love to debate on the show. Obviously, you're definitely plugged into what people are saying about MLK. So good on you, Vince, for being up to speed.
There you go. Good on you. Spiro Floropoulos for 20 Canadian says, if you guys ever want the perspective of an actual Jehovah's Witness, no longer hit me up. I was 3rd generation. I was in it for 30 years, worked my way up to the top. It's creepy how many similarities I see now that I'm out. That's interesting. Maybe we will talk to you about that. That's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, I like it. I'm interested.
A guy for $20 says, I'm not sure that the FBI of yesteryear should be any more trustworthy on MLK than the FBI of today on white supremacists being our greatest national security threat. Well, that's a fair point. Akilian Narya Sawami for what?
Vince, I put you down as YouTuber. Is that okay? Or
Yeah.
okay.
Akilian Narya Sawami for $50. Thank you. Says, as a member of the South Asian delegation, we disavow the trans dressed as a bachelor. The butch les. Listen, I don't think he's not trans. Okay. I can't super chat what Adam said because YouTube treating each other as individuals is the only way to solve racism. As always, S class is the best class. Thank you, Keelan.
I think Vince is A team though.
What'd you say?
No, you don't. As soon as you got kicked, Adam, Vince is like, he's like, Sitch, you should get rid of Adam and replace me with him.
I didn't say
believe
it like that. I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
He
I
leaned
didn't
real
say
close
it like
to the mic.
that. Look at
He
that.
said, Sitch.
He totally
he said, Sitch, I'm
leaned
so much
into
better
it.
than
I
Adam.
said I said that it's now the Vince and Sitch show because
Oh,
I thought we were
okay.
still live, and I was like, oh, I guess it's not Adam and Sitch anymore. It's Vince and Sitch.
Well, first of all, it's Sitch and Adam. Okay. So it would be the Sitch and Vince
I like
show.
Vince.
Okay.
I like Vince here. He's
Okay.
like, yeah, immediately.
Okay. Just saying.
Taking top billing. Yeah.
He said, I'm so glad Adam is gone. I can finally replace him. And you guys can have like a minority on the stream. So
This is the great replacement. This is
exactly. It's happening before our eyes.
Man.
These dang Asians, they're taking over everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It is
anyway.
It's strange how it's a taboo. You can't talk about great replacement or white genocide or anything like that without being called a Nazi.
Well, great replacement, maybe. White genocide is obviously.
Well, they talk about the trans genocide, and
we can't talk about the white genocide. I don't know.
How come they can talk about the trans genocide when I don't?
Because they're
see
lying. That's the whole point. They're being hyperbolically dishonest.
It's more likely that whites are going to end up in the minority than it is that the trans people are going to be marched into concentration camps. Let's just be honest here,
Well,
right?
okay. I mean, that is true. That's just a fact of numbers. So.
Well, I think that's why you got to find, big tech friendly ways to address those types of issues, right? And so, going around calling it the Great Replacement when they've made this horrible alt-right label out of it is probably a bad idea.
Yes.
But I think there are other ways you can talk about the bias and the war against white people in society.
Sure.
And I think that's real. Yeah.
It is, yeah, definitely.
I'm not too worried about it. I just read a book that is actually about like the Nazis, and there was so many similarities with the social justice movement that I was just a little taken back. I was like, oh my God, this is.
Yeah, it was interesting because it was it Nietzsche and the Nazis?
Yeah, it's Nietzsche and the Nazis by Stephen Hicks.
Right.
And yeah, so you were noticing those similarities too then, Sitch.
Well, the thing that was fascinating that I didn't know about was that he was talking about, now obviously he's very anti-SJW, so I'm taking good faith what he's saying is true. I didn't realize this. He was saying how like the book burnings that the Nazis did was all organized by the students.
Yep.
And how a lot of the pro-Nazi energy in Nazi Germany was coming from the youth. It wasn't coming from the adults. Yeah, and it was coming from the academia. And it very had a lot of the leanings of like the woke movement. They were very socialistic in a lot of their thinking, and so it is very fascinating. They're all very collectivist, very anti-individual. So,
I mean, how ironic that the new Nazis are literally anti-fascists. That's just.
I think it's really a matter of just like how do you fundamentally take over a society, right? Like those are just the real similarities there. It's just you take the young people, you march through power this way and that way. And I think there's always going to be those overlaps in terms of just how a society's taken over by whatever force there is, Yeah,
there's a line, I think it was from the young Pope. He says the young are always more radical and dangerous than the old.
Right.
It's very true. The young, people, whether it's on a left-wing movement or right-wing movement, are generally going to be.
This is true. I am dangerous. I am dangerous. I am the true nightmare. They fear me. That's true.
I think MLK is probably afraid of you, but or the MLK Foundation. But.
MLK. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, should we watch this video?
Sure. What do you think? Okay. You feel free to pause. You should pause more than us because you probably have insight into what was going on.
Okay, I can pause on this thing, right?
Yeah. What's
okay?
Don't click on the screen. Click on the pause button. But what is I mean, they edited the crap out of this thing, right?
Oh yeah. I will say I don't think. I mean, there's some points where I'm like, you kind of butchered me, but I to be totally honest with you, I don't think it was that bad. Like this more or less demonstrates what happened there. And I think part of the reason that is because the whole debate was like this. And so I kind of left feeling confident because I was like, realistically, how much can they cut? And that's kind of why I tried to dominate the whole debate and be like just active throughout the whole thing. Because then I was like, then they can't cut out this part or that part because the whole debate is me. Like I'm the show. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so that and I will say, like, to anyone who's ever in this position, theoretically, whatever, like, that's what you have to do. You have to take the whole, you have to like run the whole show, give the first answer to everything, and just don't stop talking, because if you say one epic moment, they can just cut it out. If you just do it the whole time, you never stop, like, what are they going to do? Cut out the whole debate? Because that's what they would have to do, like the whole 3 hours, to like just totally make it, butcher me here or whatever, right? So that was kind of the strategy. That's what you kind of
some great marketing wisdom from Vince.
I know that is awesome. I love it. Yeah, seize the day.
Real. I got the Super Bowl playing on one screen and this on another screen.
Who's winning?
Zero of which is going on. Studying. Real.
This is just your freshman year, though,
right
right?
now. Sophomore.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
How'd you do your freshman year? Can you bomb your sophomore year and your freshman year can cover you?
I just have to keep above a 3.0 to keep my scholarship.
Okay. Look, you got a scholarship. Nice.
Yeah.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, thank you for the $100. Thank you. Says, while the rest of America sits on a couch denying themselves free will by watching sports ball, the truly enlightened are tuning into the Super Sitch and Adam show. S-Class has the best ass, and A-Team makes me cream. There you go. Thank you, J-Mac.
Total truth.
Thank you.
Very epic. What did he send? $100? You said?
Yes.
Big shout out. Big numbers.
J-Mac is our surrogate father.
What a king. Super donor J-Mac.
Yes.
What a Chad. The J-Mac super chat, the super pack, imminent.
Vince is like, he knows exactly how this game works.
I know.
I know. He's bred for this.
It's great. It's great. He just jumped into that mini debate.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he already knows to suck up the J-Mac.
We got that. We got to clip that mini debate. Although it's on MLK, which people are lukewarm on. Yeah.
Yeah. But I care.
I know.
You're probably not going to be able to monetize it is the issue.
Well, we're working for Vice right now because Vice is going to monetize the shit out of this video.
They're going to cut it. Well, listen, we're going to fight them. We're not going to let them have it.
We might as well fucking blow, get all of our motherfucking curse words into this thing. Because we're not going to
monetize the video.
Because we're not going to make a fucking dime off of this piece of shit.
There you go. Get fucked.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's what they're gonna do. They copyright claimed the last video that we did on this, and then they just nuke
really
it
was your reaction like in the corner too? Like,
yeah, it was exactly this. It was an 8-hour stream of us pausing every 10 seconds to talk for an hour.
Wow.
So, and then they just nuke it with ads, so they probably made like $1,000.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they can. I think because if it gets the montage from our end, I don't think Vice can get YouTube to remonetize it if we're cursing too much. But.
Yeah.
Well, I saw a missed field goal. All right, it's 7-7. For the people who, I mean, I assume you have some people in chat who want to know. So
I don't
probably.
Does anyone in our chat actually care about the Super Bowl?
I don't know. I'm not unaware.
Chat, let us know.
You don't have any money riding.
I can help them update if that is wanted. No, I don't.
Okay, good for you.
Matter to not have kids out of wedlock, not commit crime, not cause trouble, or whatever it is. It's just a matter of common sense. That's what makes people successful. And if that's so-called assimilation, having a nuclear family, buying a house, going to school, whatever it is, then yeah, okay, call me a pro-assimilation then.
I think there's a difference between assimilation.
It's got to be weird. You're sitting here. You're saying like very basic. Don't have kids out of wedlock.
Yeah.
It's very basic things, non-controversial. And you have the two people in front of you who are like, what is happening? What is this reality? Oh my God. Like, they're just so flabbergasted that someone be saying literally the most like standard of things.
Well, what's crazy about the girl in the purple hair? Mm-hmm. So I've since learned she's 41 years old and a mother. Because she was like the most childish one on the panel, right? You would agree. Like she's white people, white. And then there was one time where she was like, "Word." Remember? I don't know. If you guys
yeah. No, we saw that.
Yeah. Purple hair, and it's like, okay, if you're like, I'm not saying that it's ever good to be like this, but if you're like 20, 25. She's like, she's 41. She's 41. She has kids. She has a husband.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry for that husband.
I make. Oh,
but
wow.
this raises a real point about leftism, which is that they're essentially a movement and an ideology of overgrown children, right? Of just immature people. And I would argue that's part of why like the left-wing system that we have now tries to like prolong adolescence in every way they can, right? Because back in the day, not that many people went to college, and then it's like everyone has to go to college, but now it's not even that anymore. It's grad school. You got to go to grad school, you got to go to med school, law school, and then you can stay on your parents' insurance till you're 25, get your PhD, to be all this stuff, this and that. And it's like you have millennials, you see the product of it, who are like 30 and they're still living with their parents, and they still like don't really know how the world works or whatever. And like these overgrown children are perfect for leftism, because what does conservatism naturally kind of require? Maturity, understanding of reality, understanding of the world. And the longer you can deny people of that, the more loyal of a base and the more like people you can control, I think, for longer, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I say that a lot, that people who are younger, I give them a pass and say, they'll probably grow out of it. But sometimes people give me a hard time for that. I don't know.
Well, she's 41. She's not going to grow out of it.
Well, no, I understand, but he's making the same exact argument. Like,
right.
she should have grown out of it by now, but hasn't.
This is why they're starting so young, though, right? Mm-hmm. Because if you go to college and learn some stupid stuff and then you get old, okay, whatever. If it's something that you've been taught since birth, that's very hard to get rid of, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you can overcome wrong things you've learned in college. If it's since elementary school, it's a lot harder. And so that's the issue.
Of course.
Now, right?
That's when you're socialized. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I think in terms of the child thing, I think what happens, I think it's twofold. I think part of it is that generally on the right, there's a stronger emphasis on personal responsibility. So obviously that is kind of the opposite of being childish. Because when you're a child, you don't have any responsibilities. Your parents have responsibilities. Yeah. So that kind of pushes people to be more responsible. And also, I think this doesn't apply so much to women, but I think for men, the right still has much more of a whatever you want to call it, traditional masculine, traditional male values, which definitely promotes more independence for men to get out there in the world. So I think that's really what's kind of that's really what's pushing this sort of like, child versus anti-child mentality. And I think for a lot of people on the left, there's an idea that like, oh, I had a good upbringing, especially financially, where my parents took care of a lot of things or everything. And so I kind of want that for everyone. And that's kind of where the government is supposed to kind of, assume that role.
Yeah.
For right or for wrong.
Government daddy. Government mama.
And erasure?
Yes.
The way that you're kind of going about it seems like, okay, like, of course, like, we want to be in community with people. And I don't think there's a problem with being in community with people from...
Look at that. Vince is so angry. He's like, this.
They zoomed in on you, like.
See, that's the thing that I always think, are they deceptively editing? Is Vince really mad at what she's saying right now? Or is this a totally just like, I wish they would hurry up and like start filming, right?
Well, I feel like I'm just looking at her. No, would you? Let's see. Can you go back a frame here?
That you're kind of going about it seems like, okay, like, of course, like, we want to be in community with people. And I don't think there's...
Look at that anger.
There's a problem.
He's ready to bite
no,
her head off.
That's just my face. Okay. That's like, everyone always thinks, hey, they're like, are you okay? You look pissed off. I'm like, no, it's just like my... I've a resting what face. So it's like
resting bitch face.
Yeah.
I think Adam's just racist. He's like, why are you squinting in anger?
No, come on now.
I can't believe you, Adam. This is so inappropriate.
I did pick a picture of you, Vince, that you had an angry look on your face for the thumbnail, just because Vince knows, like anger, like
that's just his resting face. Listen,
it is my resting face, though. It's real.
No people come up to me and they're like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Well, I'm fine." What's
not
the problem?
True. That's not true. He was legitimately angry in the.
This is my resting face. I don't know how big you can see it, but
I can blow.
It looks like he's gonna reach across the screen.
Actually, I'm a little
scared.
Like
yeah,
put the knife down.
That's just me staring, right? It's like yes.
There you go.
But it is powerful in a situation like this, because what is it? It's intimidating. You know what I mean?
Like,
it's powerful. It works. There you go.
There you go. I like it.
with being in community with people from different backgrounds. That's not the issue. It's also embracing the diversity that we inherently have and accepting that and being okay with that and celebrating that.
That's very idealistic, I think, but I think we should acknowledge the fact that diversity, quote unquote, is not a factor that is our strength. It's not a factor that historically or even in the current strengthens societies. People don't come together, form societies, form families, form communities because they have nothing in common. They come together and do those things because they have something in common, right?
You talk about race in such black and white terms. The way you talk about it is it's either with America, whatever your definition of America, or not. You're talking in very black and white terms, and that's actually the problem in discussing race because we're Asian Americans. We're neither black, we're neither white. When you're having a
So
Okay,
I'm assuming you're not talking in black and white terms. I'm assuming you think it's fine for people to not, to have their own culture, right?
Well, let's back up for a second. I want to point out the brilliance, the utter brilliance of that statement. Notice how she thought what she said was sober. So let's break down what she said. Okay, let's break down what she said. This is, I think, arguably this quote will be in history books. It was so profound. She says,
"This is the moment."
She says, "You're talking about it in such black and white terms, and that's actually the problem because we're Asian. We're neither black, we're neither white."
I know it's like
Wait a minute. I totally missed.
Can we get a round of applause? Chat?
I totally missed that. That was so dumb. My brain didn't even process.
It's totally
gobbledygook.
gobbledygook. I mean, what does that even mean?
Wait, I have to go back and hear that.
or not.
Something in common, right?
You talk about race in such black and white terms. The way you talk about it is it's either with America, whatever your definition of America, or not. You're talking in very black and white terms, and that's actually the problem in discussing race because we're Asian Americans. We're neither black, we're neither white. When you're having
Oh my god, she did. That's insane. What the fuck is she talking about?
She mixes the metaphor of black and white thinking with actual
black and white skin color.
culture. Yeah.
Holy crap.
It's a lot of pressure being on these panels. Where's good
I'm
faith
telling
Gary?
you, this will be in history books. This will be on monuments. They're gonna have that when they inevitably build a monument to her, which probably will happen at some point. I don't know if George Floyd can get a monument, then I don't think he should. In terms of impressiveness.
Oh my god, Vince is on fire here, Sitch. Jeez.
Hey, you guys are a comedy show, right?
No, yeah, of course. No, look, we encourage this kind of this kind of comedy.
No, if she, and that'll be what's at the bottom. At a moment, she famously turned to the Asian white nationalist and said, "We're Asian Americans. We're neither black, we're neither white." And it's gonna be it'll be like her, like the monument. She's leading, she's walking with a bunch of children, she's leading the youth or something like that.
How
I can
often,
see it.
How often a year do you wear a suit, Vince?
Probably 5-6 times.
Oh,
I would say. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
But it was good because you watch this panel and you think, oh, this guy is an adult, and she looks like a child, and it's
totally.
Yet she's at 41.
There's totally something to be said about optics.
Of course. Yeah.
Yes. No, it was a great move.
having a race discussion, you can't be talking about in such lines. Everything is in the gray.
The more in common that a society has with one another, the more likely they are to work together and build things in society and not constantly be fighting each other and at odds with each other.
Did you think the Japanese internment was a good thing? Because that was a real assimilation situation. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
What this is? I was floored when she said this. What the fuck is she talking? It's literally the opposite. Like it was the fear. Like if you had an assimilated minority in the country, you wouldn't throw them in camps because then you couldn't label them as like the evil outsider. Right? You'd be like, what the fuck? This is like my neighbor. This is my friend. This is my family member. You can't do that.
Right, and see that's you'll kind of get more of the discussion, and I didn't really bring this up at the time, but I mean when you think about it, you could argue that a big reason that happened, like you said, is because the Japanese largely weren't assimilated. And I don't think that was entirely their fault, right? There's probably like mutual.
Well, yeah, people are very racist against.
But there's mutual. Yeah, it goes both ways. But it's true that like the Japanese culturally too, they like stuck in their own enclaves. They didn't. And there was a culture. I forget. There's a term they used for it. I forget what it is. But like through the generations, it started to evolve where they were more integrated. But they totally, like the first generation immigrants at the time, stuck to their own, didn't speak English, all that stuff. And it's like when you come, and like I said, that's probably partially a mutual thing. But point being, like when you come, to a country and you act totally different and you seem totally different, then what are you setting up the vulnerability to happen? People look at you as totally different, right? And so this green shirt guy is going to basically say, well, because they were different, and it's like, wait, but then they weren't assimilated, right? So
it proves your point. Yeah.
Like you said, there was the country was a lot more racist, so it was probably harder for them to assimilate at the same time, and they probably were more reluctant to assimilate as well. But I mean, this situation today is just like vastly different. So.
Sure. Well, and it seems like it's always, a lot of times when there's a lot of immigration, especially a lot of immigration from the same country, there's a tendency for like enclaves to form, which I think it can be a problem. And then, you can have the second generation, however, second or third generation would be a lot more, assimilated, a lot more Americanized often. So, but it just floored me that I don't know what she thinks assimilation means. If she thinks Japanese internment is some example of assimilation to a country.
She is only bringing it up to beat white people over the head with the racist stick. That's the only.
You gotta say it like
you
gotta say it like her, okay? White people. That's how she says it.
There you go.
Yeah, we talked like if she was saying that about any other race, like obviously it would be completely incendiary. She'd be yeeted off the internet. Probably lose her PayPal like immediately.
People have been sending me like, and all this information I know about the panelists, by the way. I wasn't like stalking them afterwards. It's like people like look these people up and send me the information.
Oh yeah, totally.
Like
no. We get the same thing.
She like on TikTok and stuff. Like I don't remember like, off the top of my head, but she says like just crazy unhinged stuff about white people all the time. Like I think there's a video of her out there just basically endorsing like every race being together except white people. Like she just wants to actively like exclude white people from everything. And she got canceled because she's saying that Armenians weren't white or were white. Sorry, she's saying they were white, and some Armenian person was like saying, no, we're not historically, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And she's basically saying like, you're not oppressed like I am because you're white. And which is, the history of Armenia.
Armenian genocide. And all
right.
That.
But yeah, that's her. She, interesting character. Pretty blatantly racist against whites.
Recognize that the term assimilation has negative history and facts associated with that word. So we do have to be careful in how we choose, because assimilation for people of color have not been good to us historically. That's factual. So let me ask you.
We're discussing the model minority myth and the fact that
Japanese internment is a classic example of assimilating Asian Americans.
No,
so
it's not. It's a classic example of internment. I mean, they intern people.
Why?
Yeah.
Why did they intern them? Because they saw them as other. Because they saw them as dangerous.
Not really. Well, yeah.
I mean, there was the bombing of Pearl Harbor and all that. I mean, leaving the context out, I think is
wait. What are you saying, Adam?
Well, I don't.
Story.
Look,
okay, wait.
Look,
funny
I
story about
don't
that.
condone it, but at the same time, like there was just a sneak attack on a base in Hawaii. Like
no. Listen. So they actually. So this panel came out on December 14th, 2022. They delayed it a week. It was originally supposed to come out on December 7th, 2022.
No
and
way.
I was like, please do this. This will be so funny.
That's hilarious.
I was like, this would be so funny. This would be the funniest thing. And then the day before, I think December 6th, they must have caught that and said we're pushing it back to December 14th. I was like, it would have been so funny. That would have been
pretty amazing.
That would have been amazing. But yeah.
But you understand what I'm saying? Like he's making it sound like, oh, they just hated Japanese people and rounded them up off the streets.
And by the way, Germans were interned, Italians were interned.
Oh, I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure to the same extent. I'm not sure on that front, but it is. I think the number. Let's see, like how many Germans were interned.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So they 11,000 Germans, which is not as many, but I think Italians. I'm not sure.
No one cares about Italians.
That's funny that
Hey,
we don't even know that.
I am part Italian. Okay.
And nobody cares about them.
Not true. Listen, we was Romans. Okay, we was Romans.
Italians have great food too. Sitch, what are you doing? Look.
You know, it's interesting because now I'm looking at her TikTok page. She's all these fucking TikToks. That explains like why her, her hair color and her like the way of speaking. She's doing like the TikTok voice.
Oh,
yeah.
So,
and how they recruited her, obviously.
Yeah.
They knew this was going to happen.
God.
But she really just, she's the epitome of the NPC. Like, she's not even really making coherent talking points. She's just throwing out.
No, of course not. She said Japanese internment is an example of assimilation. She's like just saying words in a sentence together that don't have any connection.
But no, she said the genius statement of black and white. Yeah.
Yes. That's true.
Yes, they saw them as dangerous because, and I don't agree with it, but left-wing president FDR at the time saw it as a national security risk.
So you're a Republican, right? You're right-wing, right?
I want to make sure that we.
I like that she had to like really point that out.
She's like, gotcha.
I like how it took her like 20 minutes to realize that.
What? I don't understand. Look, this is the thing. I don't understand. What's wrong with being a Republican? What's wrong with being a conservative? These people
means you're
act
racist.
like. See, but that's a stereotype. That's a total stereotype.
Listen. I turned on this video for the first time. I saw Vince wearing a suit. I'm like, that's the one Republican. He's wearing a suit. Okay.
Yeah.
You're not.
That's
a
like the
Republican,
purple hair
Vince,
for
right?
conservatives wearing a suit.
You're just a conservative.
That's the signal.
I'm actually like a left-wing Democrat. I voted for Obama as a kindergartner, and I was voting for
There you
Obama.
go. That's how much he cared about Obama. He voted for him in kindergarten.
Vince, you want to hear a secret? I'll tell you a secret about Sitch.
Okay.
FDR is his favorite president.
That's right. FDR is the best
Move
president.
this way to keep talking about it. And thank you for all the passion on this. And I think there's a lot to unpack. Joyce, tell me about your feelings about the model minority myth. What does it make you think about?
For me, I don't think race should be an issue in anything. Like, when we want to make a decision, we should not put race as a factor. Living in New York City, we're the melting pot of the world, so I haven't actually experienced any of these biases. And if we keep continuing to live on remembering how history was, we're never going to move further. So I identify myself as American, and in this country, it's the only country where a homeless person can be a millionaire the next day. So based on capitalism, we all have an opportunity, and we should not use race as a factor.
You got some shaking head over here. The girl.
See, there's the thing though, is that she, like, you could say I came into the panel and I'm like, gung ho, like I knew I was gonna cause problems, whatever. But like, notice how Joy, she comes off a lot gentler, I guess, than me, you could say, right?
Mm-hmm.
More ladylike. They still like want to crucify her. Like, they still are just, totally trying to eat everyone alive. And
the girl sitting next to her is nodding along. The guy on the end is shaking his head, no way. But she said the dreaded capitalism word, which is obviously like it's like waving the red cape in front of them. What? Capitalism?
Factor in either getting ahead or depriving ourselves of opportunities.
I have a question directly related to the fact that you live in New York, right?
Yeah.
And you're Asian women. There have been significant high crimes towards Asian women that were all over the news. Did that affect you? And what were your thoughts on that?
The government is telling us that it's Asian hate, but that's not the real issue. The real issue is actually that these people were mentally ill and they were let out.
Or both can be.
Wait, do you see the guy in the background? When she said that, he covered his mouth and went, oh.
He's still covering his mouth.
He's like, oh my God, mentally ill people.
The issue, right?
Yeah,
it can simultaneously exist as issues.
You can't say that it's Asian hate and use that as.
I feel like that guy wanted to say more, but he was like scared of me. Like, do you get that feeling?
He does.
Because he was talking a lot in the green room, but I don't know. It's just a theory of mine. I don't know.
He was going to say something, and then you gave him the side eye.
I feel like also to just say that
because they sat me next to him,
Look, they called her propaganda, and she got totally pissed. Propaganda.
As issues.
You can't say that it's Asian hate and use that as propaganda.
Propaganda?
I feel like also to just say that these people are mentally ill is a kind of an ableist argument too, because there's plenty of people who are.
Wait, how is it? Wait, it's not ableist to say if someone's committing first of all, I mean, most people that are committing, violent crimes probably have mental issues. I don't think that's not ableist to make that claim.
I don't know that that's really the case, though. I mean, I feel like a lot of violent crime is committed based on other things. Like
a disproportionate number of people in prison for committing violent crimes have mental illness, Adam. Would you disagree with this?
You think so? Well, I don't know specifically. Like Sean's the go-to guy on this stuff, but I feel like a lot of violence is caused by, gang violence. Disrespecting one another, that kind of thing. Which that's not mental illness. That's just human psychology. What are you talking about? Look, you're disrespecting me right now in a way that makes me want to be violent. So I don't.
There you go. I mean, you're proving the point.
That's not a mental
illness.
We all
know that you have mental illness, Adam.
There has to be something wrong in your head, right? But I don't know if it would be
if you go to violence,
and not that they're all like schizophrenic or like you know what I mean. It's just like there's something slightly off in your head, right?
Well, obviously. There is a brash of violent crimes that are being committed by like homeless who are generally mentally ill. But I struggle to think all violent crime is mentally ill. I feel like those violent crimes by the mentally ill are maybe 5%. I feel like most violent crimes.
So according to prisonpolicy.org. .org. So this could be bullshit. It says the percentage of people in state prisons who have been diagnosed with a mental disorder is 43%.
Look, it's not even a majority. Adam was right again.
43%.
Adam was right. Adam was right again.
No, you weren't. I said a disproportionate
most
number, you fucker.
You said
okay.
You said most though, and that's
here's where I'll kind of agree with Adam is that. I don't think it's that all the mental illnesses being diagnosed are like, oh, they're like schizophrenic and totally can't help it. I think it's more so that like, they're kind of messed up in their head, but it's like they could fix it, and it's kind of like impulsiveness, and they're just like there are ways to get around it. You know what I'm saying? Like your average gang member, right?
Look,
there's something slightly off in your head to do a drive-by shooting, but it is true. It's not like they have some uncontrollable delusional mental illness. It's just that they're a bit crazy. You know what I mean? More like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're just arguing over the definition of crazy.
Yeah, how many people have a mental illness in society?
I mean, I feel like I understand why they do a drive-by. It's like an initiation thing, or it's a payback for some other disrespect from a rival gang. So I feel like I get it. When I'm thinking mental illness, I think of, there's just no logical reason why this person is doing this. Like there's no.
Well, if you define it like that, then definitely, yeah.
When a homeless person, and there's these homeless people, I think that are pushing people into the subway and stuff.
Right.
What do they have to gain from that?
Yeah, they're just
mentally ill.
Yeah, nothing. Well, maybe they're doing it so they can be incarcerated and they'd have a warm bed to sleep in or something. I don't know.
Are mentally ill who are not going out and killing like Asian people on the street.
All these attacks that you're seeing the videos of in San Francisco, New York City, newsflash, they're not being prosecuted as hate crimes. So the more correct way to look at it is what is the primary perpetrator of violence against Asians overall, right? Because if we talk about these videos, we have to count them in the statistics, and we're not doing that. And when we do that, we find, well, I'll tell you this, the plurality top perpetrator of violence against Asians, number one, is not happening in rural America, and number two, is not being done by white people.
Those are black people that are doing it?
Oh my God, Vince.
Let me say this. Let me say this. So people were saying, for some reason, why wouldn't you say it was black people when it is? I literally said, when she asked that, I said, yes, it is black people. I said statistically, yes, it is black people. And for some reason, Vice cut that out, which is strange because, wouldn't they want to?
Okay.
Wouldn't they want me to look like
Look, you went too
That or-
far for Vice, even Vince. Like they're like, oh, this is too much.
I don't know.
This guy's gonna be swatted within the week. We got to
just to clarify. Yeah, I did say that. Yeah, I did say that. And I think I was saying statistically, and it never let me finish, which is interesting. But yeah, it is true. Statistically, the number one perpetrator of these attacks are Black people. That's not racist to say. That's not whatever. It's just a fact. Okay? And so to look at that and say that white supremacy is to blame or that racist white people are doing this when that's not what's happening is dishonest. So
I understand, like, it's a sad fact because it would obviously contribute to that negative stereotype that blacks are all criminals. So, you know, if I was a black person and people were marching around talking about how blacks commit the majority of violent crime, that would make me uncomfortable. Like, as a white person, I'm uncomfortable with an entire panel of people here talking about how all whites are racists because it creates a negative stereotype of whites. So I mean, I'm sensitive to that. But at the same time, like, we had a situation here in Los Angeles where there was a murder of this young woman who was working alone at like a furniture store or something like that. And the suspect was black, but none of the newspapers were listing him as black. Like, they were giving a description like tall, wearing a black sweatshirt. It's like, come on already. Come on already. Yeah. And they had the police had investigated, and he had gone into the shop next door. So the police knew, they had a perfect description of him, but the newspapers wouldn't publish it. But after a while, like, crime started going up in Los Angeles, and they started realizing, okay, well, we can't do this forever. So they really have stopped doing it now, and they just list the suspects. But if you just look at the newspaper in Los Angeles, you think, you know, blacks are criminals because it is all black crime.
Here's the thing is that stereotypes, yes, are exaggerated or whatever, but they usually always start from some place that at least at one point, maybe if not now, at one point was true and maybe it still is true now. And that's the issue. That's the thing about crime, right? Is that it is statistically true, right? That Black Americans commit a disproportionate amount of the crime. And so it's like you can look at that and say that's an inconvenient stereotype. You don't want to be stereotyped like that. And I agree. It's, you know, you shouldn't stereotype everyone like, oh, every black person is a criminal. But the thing is, if you want that, if culturally Black Americans want that to change, then the number one thing they have to do is fix the reality of the situation, change that statistic culturally, discourage that cult within their own culture. And, you know, when I kind of look at like, and I know there are great black people out there who are trying to do that, but I would argue when you look at what
this is like part of the problem here, because those black people that are trying to do that, they get called out by the social justice warriors as being racist.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And then I'd also argue, like, when you look at what is the prevailing black culture in general, what is it usually? It's like rap music, right? Like among like black youth. That's and you know, I guess nowadays maybe it's a little bit different in focus, but you know, historically, that type of music, and I grew up, you know, Los Angeles. I grew up liking and stuff too. But the lyrics of that music, a lot of it doesn't lie. Like a lot of it was, you know, the glorification of that lifestyle and whatnot. And it's just like when that's the prevailing culture, like. I think there are things you could do to fix that, you know, to change that stereotype instead of just blaming the stereotype for existing, right?
Well, I mean, I would argue, though, that gangster culture is not black culture, though. That's the problem, because there are just as many black conservatives as there are, you know, it's these two cultures. It's like this button up, you know, wear a suit to your vice panel, you know, be on time for your job interview type culture. And this live fast, die young, you know, shut down the street for a drag racing culture, right? But I don't think I don't think those cultures are like black culture and white culture, and it does a real disservice when people cast it like that. I think there are just as many white people that just, you know, have the live fast, die young, you know, I want to just, you know, surf and smoke weed all day, and there are just as many, you know, blacks that are, you know, they want to get a good job and have a family.
Well, I think part of the irony too is that, you know, as you guys were saying, if you try to, this is why it's so toxic to have the concept of like, the anti-assimilation concept of like, oh, you can't assimilate into white culture because then you're giving up, or American culture, because American culture is white culture, then you're giving up some aspect of yourself, is because essentially it leads people down the path of like, well, and CRT actually has things about this which are insane. It's like, oh, if you go and you go and become a lawyer, and you put on a suit and you just like have clients and you just talk, you just have clients that are not based on like racial related things, you're like giving up to the cause. You're not really black. Like that's actually an example in one of the main CRT books is like, oh, it's bad to be a lawyer and, not, fight the struggle of racism or whatever. And it's just putting more and more people into the category of like, well, if you're telling me that I can't accept, mainstream culture and mainstream norms, I mean, what is the alternative? Well, the alternative is, a lot of it's going to be, going into gang violence and stuff. You're not really promoting an avenue for success. The way kind of like the woke left is pushing this ideology. It's sad.
Black and brown people
No, that's exactly
just inherently violent. Like, just say it.
I didn't say that. All I said
beat
was,
around it. Just say it.
If it's not white people or Asian people,
all I said, I didn't say anything about inherently violent. All I said is that if it's
now you did.
If it's
no one accused you of that, and now you did.
If it's a white.
Oh, that's
Okay,
so bad, Faith. So
the
bad,
girl,
Faith.
the girl on the end literally just said, "You heard it, right? Are you saying they're inherently more violent?"
Yes,
Right?
totally.
You heard that, right?
Wait, let's go. The Pixar said that.
All I said, if it's not white people or Asian people,
all I said, I didn't say anything about inherently violent. All I said is Asians. Number one, it's not happening in rural America, and number two, it's not being done by white people.
So is it black people that are doing it? Like, is it the black and brown people that are doing it?
No, that's exactly
just inherently violent. Like,
Yeah, she's dead.
So yeah, you heard it, right?
She did. Yep, inherently.
And it was
violent.
very clear. It sounds kind of on the mic, but you can't hear it. I remember.
Yeah, and in
hearing it very
person, it's
clearly.
it's very different in person.
And he's just like, oh well, now you did. Now you did.
Yeah, that's the bad
I
Faith
was
part right
denying
there.
what she was saying, and then now you did. Yeah.
Right.
Just say it.
I didn't say that. All I said
beat
was,
around it. Just
all I
say
said-
it.
if it's not white people
all I
or
said-
Asian people,
all
who
I,
is it?
all I said, I didn't say anything about inherently violent. All I said is that if it's
now you did.
If it's
no one accused you of that, and now
if
you did.
it's a white,
so like your bias is slipping out
It's
there.
clear you want to say it. You should
Can
just
anyone let
say
me
it.
talk here?
when it comes to Asian hate, the perpetrator.
Oh, they cut
You
you.
wouldn't let me talk here. Not clearly,
What?
not the
They
editor.
edited it out. Yeah.
The editor won't let me talk here. Yeah.
What did you say?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
I was probably that like I'm pretty sure I was like statistically, it's black people on average, so it's wrong to blame white people for something that is not being perpetrated for the most part by them. And
Well, how do you know those black
white
people
issue.
don't have internalized white supremacy, though? Obviously.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, it's kind of like with the Tyree Nichols situation, where it's like you have 5 black police officers.
Oh yeah.
They beat up and end up killing a black guy that they're trying to arrest, and then it's like, oh well, it's white supremacy. That's like the fault of it, right? So it's the same thing with this.
Not a white supremacist in New York.
Correct. That's all I'm saying.
So that's the
all
problem.
that I'm saying.
Like, we don't want to blame one race for violence when that's actually not true.
Is it white people? Is it
Correct.
white people?
It is white people.
Are these attacks
It
happening
is
in
white people.
rural-
I literally looked up statistics.
You do not have to be white to prefer.
Did they?
I just explained earlier why her statistics were inaccurate, right? So
Did she actually go into it more, or that's all she said? I just looked up statistics.
I don't think so. I think she said that, and then I re-explained why that was not true, and I don't
They
remember
cut
the
that
rest. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because I found the statistics. What I'm guessing that she was looking at, they said, oh, the majority of hate crimes against Asians are by white people. And actually, if you look at the study, first of all, it's a study from 1994 to 2014, so before COVID even happened, which is what the topic was about.
Yep.
And even that study says that black people were disproportionately committing crimes against Asian people. And then where I'm assuming what she's getting at is that those, and I think as you said, those crimes, it's just like a blanket category of every sort of hate crime. They're not separating out by like violent crime versus calling someone, a slur or whatever. And so that would be really what you'd have to kind of separate out.
Think
Like, when
about
people
it.
Look on TV, they're talking about like the violent assaults and stuff.
Think about it societally too, like in terms of like if a white, just imagine the same situation happens. A white person punches a minority versus a black person punches minority. Which one do you think is going, but also which one do you think is going to be tried as a hate crime and which as an assault? Right. Because usually in general, when white people commit crime against any minority, we already assume hate crime. Whereas another minority on minority, we don't do the same thing. And so I think there's probably even a disproportionate amount of white people who are tried for hate crimes in a situation where if it was a minority and did the same exact thing under the same circumstances, probably wouldn't happen. Right. I think that's also true.
I wouldn't be surprised. I know it's not exactly the same in court, but it's crazy that like a lot of these organizations that track hate crimes, the way they do it is they just find people that are supposedly part of some sort of hate group organization, and then if they're convicted of a crime, they say this person committed a hate crime. They don't even look in whether it's a hate crime or not. Like they'll be like, oh, someone who's in part of a white nationalist group, got into a fist fight with or a domestic abuse situation with their white wife, and then they say, oh, that's a hate crime. They just count them all. Like
yeah,
it's just totally insane.
Right.
Gotta
perpetuate white supremacy.
Yeah.
No one's saying it's not hard to govern a heterogeneous society.
Hold on, pause on that part. So earlier, and I don't know how much of this made it into the debate, but for like the first half of that debate, they were really mad at my assimilation point being, well, if it's harder to govern a heterogeneous society than a homogeneous society, which is why we need assimilation, we need to unite, etc. And the whole panel was like, no, diversity is our strength. That's him so he's now admitting at this point that it is harder to govern a heterogeneous society. Then why did they all get so mad at me for saying diversity is not our strength? Because that's the same exact thing. If it's harder to govern a heterogeneous society, then that implies that that's not the strength, right? Yeah. And so this, in a way, like won the whole debate. In a way, it's me admitting it was right. But this was on top of like us arguing for that over like 30 minutes, and then finally he says this, and none of it really gets noticed, I guess, because of the editing and whatnot. But
all of them are totally in debate brain. Like anything you say, they're gonna say is wrong.
Right.
No matter what it is.
Right.
Possible to do a lot better than the way that we're fucking doing it right now. It's like we've banked on this myth of white adjacency more than this model minority myth of like, instead of aligning ourselves with the black community who've been fighting for racial justice and liberation, right, and acknowledging our own privilege and putting our bodies on the line to fight for these movements, instead we banked on white adjacency, and here we are still being pushed.
First of all, what exactly is white adjacency? Is it working hard, having families?
I don't
understand what the issue is. But then number two, let me finish my point. I think it is gaslighting when, again, the majority of violent attacks against Asians are not being perpetrated by white people to blame white supremacy.
White supremacy as a construct is this idea like that the norm of American is whiteness.
Yes.
That whiteness is the default.
Standard.
That whiteness is the standard that we all ought to aspire to. And we
it's not just talking about KKK.
Yeah.
It's not talking about lynchings. It's about a mentality that we have absorbed.
I'm gonna.
These dang Asians and their white adjacency, where they work hard and don't commit crime and go to school and be functional members of society. That dang white adjacency. It's kind of it's a cell phone when you think about it,
totally. Well, and it's totally crazy. It reminds me of like when the African American History Museum in DC, they put out that chart. I don't know if you saw it, that everyone got crazy about. And it was like aspects of white culture, and on the aspects of white culture chart, it had being objective, being science minded, being on time. Like it had like all. You're like, what the fuck? Like. This is a chart you'd expect like
it's a cell phone.
Put out.
It's a cell phone.
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck? Like, why are you giving all these positive qualities and you're saying like this is like white people? Like no, this is what these are qualities that everyone in society should be aspiring to. Like it's so fucking crazy.
Interrupt for a second. Yuling, what's going through your head right now?
Model minority myth, if I'm not wrong, I actually think that Asian Americans did create that first and foremost to push the notion that we are dangerous away. First to say that like, no, we belong here.
It's really weird because they kind of say this with the white adjacency thing. Like there's like no conscious process. Asian Americans didn't get together in 1960 and say, listen, guys. Of course
not, yeah.
But we're all at the secret Asian American meeting. We need to create the model minority myth so that the white people aren't afraid of us. Like, no, they're just different cultural attitudes that lead to success and some lead to failure. I mean, that's really all that's happening.
Well, and people are completely jealous of that success. That's kind of where it comes from. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think the fact that, when we're looking at the numbers, the fact that, a lot of Asian communities are doing better than the quote unquote white communities in America, and the fact that, Asians haven't been put in camps or something. And the same thing with Jews in America shows that America is a very open and welcoming place to minorities overall.
Is it
that success is allowed?
Why do they call it a myth? I mean, is it a myth? Thomas Sowell talks about this a bit in one of his books.
That's the other thing. What's the myth about it? Because it's
Right.
true. Asians, on average, socioeconomically, more successful.
Right.
So
I don't get what the myth is.
Thomas Sowell lays it out that immigrants come into black communities and they end up starting businesses and getting ahead, and that creates animosity and jealousy against them, and then this model minority stereotype is kind of placed on them by other people's resentment. It's not like they wanted it put on them themselves. So I don't necessarily know.
Well, I'm assuming the myth aspect they're talking about is that, like, that people can be this quote, model minority. Like, that's the myth, because this is the problem. Since all this stuff is rooted in like communism, essentially, and Marxism, the fact that you have to participate in capitalism really pisses them off, essentially. So they don't want to see anyone succeed in that realm of participating in capitalism.
That's a great point, because that's a giant part of it. They're like,
yeah, exactly.
That's how they get ahead. They come in, they assimilate to capitalism pretty damn fast.
Well, and I think that's a lot of what, the benefit of America is. Like, you come into America and it's like, what do a lot of Americans care about? Like, well, do you have a job? Are you working hard? Well, then okay, then we'll accept you.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I promise you we will not cause harm to you. And that has trickled down now into becoming almost a curse. Historically was used first to be like, we're not dangerous.
We're like harder working and rich and successful. What a harmful stereotype. They're not saying we're criminals and delinquents and potheads. Wow.
Well,
I really wish it was the opposite.
She has it completely backwards too, to the way that I see it, because obviously the model minority myth wasn't perpetuated to make it seem like minorities weren't dangerous. It was actually perpetuated because they were an economic threat to other people who got upset about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, think about it. If you grow up in a neighborhood where everyone's poor and all of a sudden immigrants move in and they're moving up the socioeconomic ladder pretty quickly,
it'll piss you off.
Resentment forms, exactly.
Yeah.
You're like, screw these people. What are they doing?
The reason that what she's saying is the dogma, and they have to create this story, because essentially what happens is, the kind of the woke leftists say, hey, white American society is racist against minorities.
Yeah, you can't get ahead.
That's why minorities are not succeeding economically. And then you say, well, wait a minute. There's a lot. You point to Asians and you say, well, look at these Asian communities, especially the Indians, are doing very well economically. They're the model minority. How come, if they can get past this bigotry and racism, how come you can't? So they have to concoct a story to deconstruct that. They have to say this is a myth in order to kind of keep the victim narrative alive.
That's where it comes from. Exactly right.
We're American, we are American, but later on it has moved into this sort of weaponized term / almost like idea concept, where we get to say, like, oh, because we are model minority, like, we're not like dangerous and we're not this. And I think about this a lot with class, like, a lot of Asian women who are sex workers. Who are we actually taking into account when we think about model minority? And I think that term.
Wait, I thought sex work was empowering. I thought
term really applies to a very specific amount, or that idea of what that looks like is very specific. Because when I think of the Asian Americans that I know, I don't think that they're worried about whether or not they look like model minority. I think they're just trying to survive.
Vish, I see you percolating over there. What's going through your brain?
I don't understand why everybody's so hurt about like being described as a model minority. For me, it's like, well, I want to be the best. I want to be the smartest. I want to be the toughest. The model minority thing, I've never thought about it because I'm too focused on trying to be a model American.
When I say the word stop Asian hate, what does it mean to you?
Scam.
I agree.
Why?
I see it as the same way as the BLM organization. It's just a cudgel meant to divide Americans on racialized language and racialized ideas that are not really congruent with reality. The Stop Asian Hate movement, makes a big fuss about white supremacy. So I find that to be a scam in a similar way that BLM makes a boogeyman out of cops and white people and white supremacy and all that. It's all the same language and all the same sort of ideas that are being used to divide Americans and basically put Asians in fear of something that.
Oh,
you missed
that's so good. No, I got it. I don't know if you see it on the screen.
I personally do not think of something that I.
Oh man.
Oh, the looks can kill. I know, exactly.
Yes,
Total contempt. How
You guys want to
dare
know
you.
a funny story about Vish? So me and him know each other.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
cool.
we're friends. But I forgot he was Indian. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because he looks like a
dare
black.
you.
No, does he not look like a black guy? Chat,
He does,
chat.
yeah,
If you looked
totally.
at this, yeah, like because his beard, the way he even doesn't he have like a face tat like right here or something like that. But so no, listen, when I saw him for the panel, I was a little bit confused. I was like,
Why
I
are
was
you
like,
here?
right, because it was Vish Burrow. I should have put it together, but I forgot in the moment. And so I was like, "Yo, what's up, Vish? Did they invite you here for the black panel?"
No way. He's like, dude, I'm not black.
This was in the green room in front of everyone else, which was hilarious. Because
like,
I saw
no.
there's the half black girl there too, and so I thought maybe Vice was
Yeah.
filming like two things or something. I was like, maybe that's what was happening. But he thought I was joking because he didn't realize that. So he was laughing at it. He was like, I was like, but he didn't know it was a serious question. I was seriously asking that because I forgot he was Indian.
That's
But
hilarious.
Look
listen,
at my
you're
Indian American over there. Are you the greatest?
You're so not racist that you didn't see his race.
Real.
You were just colorblind to it. So
real.
It happens.
There you go.
You must be a fan of MLK.
personally do not think exists.
Who agrees with Vish?
No, I don't.
Raise your hands up high. Let's hear it. Why?
I mean,
Wait, was she pointing at you? What was that? Was weird. Wait a minute.
What happened? Someone pointed. Did we get a
Look at
pointer?
his purple.
Who agrees with Vish?
No,
She's like, oh, fucking this Vince character.
Oh
Look at
my,
him.
that's hilarious.
Oh my god.
This guy
This
right
guy.
here.
That's amazing.
don't.
Raise your hands up high. Let's hear it. Why?
I mean, I agree with everything he says because they're basically weaponizing it and making us victims, but we're not victims. We have friends that are of different races. If you start to use the word hate, hate will continue. Hate is a very strong word.
So even when it's
I'm conflicted on her voice. I kind of think it's cool. What do you guys think?
Why are you doing this, Adam?
What do
She's
you
a
mean?
protagonist in this conversation.
I'm
okay?
just, it's obviously.
We're not allowed to
Look,
do this.
obviously, it's a very strange voice. Okay.
Mhm.
But that's kind of why I like it. I like it because
Okay.
it's kind of, it's just
I'm
kinda,
not a fan.
It's out
I'm
there.
not a fan.
I feel like,
she's
you know,
I think she's a wonderful human being. I think she's very intelligent.
I kind of feel like
Lots
if
of
I
good
met
things
an
to say.
alien, like if an alien was standing
Oh
over
my
me in my bedroom, that's what they would talk like.
You're so mean. You can only be mean to people that have bad opinions. You're not
Look,
allowed to be mean
I
to people
think
with good opinions.
Look, obviously the alien's smart enough to get here. He's visiting me. I'm not visiting him. So
Why
I
are
don't-
you assuming the
is that an
alien's gender,
insult?
you bigot?
Why are you an insult? Why is that insulting?
Okay.
Look, I think it's
Listen, well, I see it like me and her went to war together, so I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
She's a
I'm
sister
not
in
gonna
arms,
say anything.
okay?
I'm not gonna say anything.
I'm really
bad.
offended that you guys think this is bad because I'm trying to. This is good in my eyes. I'm saying this,
Adam, you're like, you guys think she has a weird voice too. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm
Look,
just she's got an alien voice.
I think
What?
it's.
What do you mean? It's not an insult.
I think it's very unique. Jeez, God, you guys are so. Look,
That's like one time I
like unique.
Mm-hmm.
One of my friends told another one of my friends that his girlfriend looked like a lizard.
Mhm.
But he was like, not in a bad way, not in a bad way.
Yeah, yeah.
But in a way.
Look, I
In a
didn't
good
call her.
way.
Look, Vince, I didn't
Like,
call her
she's
a
a hot-
lizard.
but-
I didn't call her a lizard. Okay,
Yeah, she's
I
like
said
a
she
hot
had.
lizard, you know, those sexy lizards.
I said she had an interesting voice. Jeez.
Stop Asian hate. You're still like, wait, it has Asian hate in here. We should not even consider it as a
It's
serious thing.
divisive.
Well, it's referring to murders, people getting attacked in broad daylight, elders getting bashed in the head. I fear for my mother-in-law going on walks. I ask her to make sure she's not walking around when it's getting dark. So it's very real. Getting murdered for being Asian is as hateful as it gets, is it not? Why are we afraid to just say out loud?
She's like, Grandma, there's a bunch of white people over there. Let's cross the street.
Let's stop Asian hate. It is happening in astronomical numbers. Studies have shown the increase. And where did it come from? Right after the COVID blast of people saying, it's the Chinese virus. There was a direct correlation to that Asian hate. It didn't come out of thin air. So it really minimizes our experiences when you say it doesn't exist.
Here's a radical idea. Okay, you guys ready?
No, I'm not.
So there's a lot of violence happening. A lot of it's against Asian people. A lot of it is happening in cities. Crazy idea, I know. Then maybe it's not a good idea to let criminals out of jail. Maybe it's not a good idea to defund the police, neuter the police ability to have any degree of law and order in our streets. And maybe you wouldn't have so much violence happening against so many different types of vulnerable people. I mean, this is just the truth of the situation. You know, we can talk about this correlation with COVID. Maybe that's true to an extent. It's also true that
maybe that's true to an extent. What do you mean?
Because
this is just like, he just like cut me off. I was making an important point, and then he just tries to get me to go on a stupid sidetrack, and then he tries to bring up like Chinese virus or whatever, and then they cut out like my actual response. This is kind of a stupid.
It's also true that it's been climbing over the past year or two, whatever.
Well, he's like, you said something that maybe went along with the narrative, so he had to interrupt you and focus on it.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with my point. Like, it had nothing to do with my point.
I like that. I forget the Yale kid. Like he's like having like a fit. Like he looks like he's about to like pop off. He's fidgeting around like crazy.
You said defund the police, and he was like mad.
Like, so I think I have to imagine his youth, like being this young teen liberal activist, got him a lot of places in life. Like he was invited to the White House, hanging out with Hillary Clinton, all this stuff. And so I think part of the reason why his reactions are the way he is, other than the fact that he's just effeminate, is the fact that like being very...
That's 10 times worse than the alien voice comment, man.
I know.
Jeez.
Is that I think that being very animated in a way childish has gotten him a lot of his like liberal praise or whatever, and so he thinks that's just like what he's supposed to do. But here he is in like a real neutral, not neutral, but you know what I mean, debate situation where he's actually talking to a conservative and stuff, and he thinks like what he's doing is like a good look for him or whatever. But it like everyone is just like, you even look at the comments, everyone's just like, he was ridiculous, he would look horrible, all that stuff. And I think that's what it's about.
I'm doubtful that he's ever had his ideas challenged, because a lot of his reactions seem like this is the first time that he's ever really... Well, I mean, he's probably encountered them online, but this is the first time that he's actually, encountered someone saying them in real life.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Yeah.
That's a lot of them. They're so shocked. They like never heard what you're saying.
Yeah.
People have different opinions than me.
Well, and you notice nothing he said in the panel ever had substance. Like he just throws out a bunch of words, and like, what does that mean? What are you saying? But that's how he got where he is all these TED Talks and stuff. It's just because, for a while, I think he was like 24, 25 now, but he still looks fairly young, like he could pass. But I think when he was a teenager and stuff, he got where he was by just saying vague liberal things. And you see the Greta Thunberg phenomenon, David Hogg, all these people. When you're just a kid spouting that nonsense, all the older liberals are like, yes, you're our future, this and that. And so that's how he got to this position, right? It's just like saying those vague platitudes. But now that like he's confronted about them, like, if you put Greta Thunberg on an actual panel with someone who knows what they're talking about, same thing happened.
Yeah.
David Hogg, same thing, right? Like this is what happens to these young liberal activists when they're actually placed in a real situation,
Well, I kind of feel like, he's got a billionaire dad, so that probably helps, right?
Yeah.
The TED committee probably knows that. Like his dad's probably a giant donor to the TED organization, so I mean, I'm a little more cynical about this stuff. Well, not make my son a star, but if he says, "Oh, I'd like to do a TED Talk sometime," they're like, when can I put you on the schedule?"
It's so lame for like a privileged kid thing though, because like he could just be a trust fund spoiled brat who just like parties all the time, but it's kind of like cool in a sense. Like he just goes on the yacht, he doesn't have to worry about anything, you know. But instead he decided what to do with his privilege instead of growing the business, whatever. Or instead of just being your normal trust fund baby, he just chose to take up like a bunch of liberal activism instead. It's like the worst. It's the worst possible scenario you could have chosen. You know, the least cool one there is. Yeah.
Well, it kind of makes me think. You know, there's like he's probably not very creative individual, because if you have all those resources at your disposal, it's like I'm thinking, you know, you could do like a dynamite business that could actually help the world, but instead you're just going to be like a mouthpiece for
not creative. He went on a stage at TED Talk dressed like a 3-year-old Adam with a beanie with a propeller on it. Okay, that's very creative.
Being creative with what you put on in the morning, and you know, being creative with how you navigate your life are like worlds apart. Like one is completely superficial. So yeah. Look, I don't know if he, you know, if I had the kind of resources he had, you know, my life would be, you know, 5-year plans, like just
look at you
getting shit done. Yeah, exactly.
Look at you.
Well, look, Sitch, if you had those kind of resources, I would make sure your life was in 5-year plans as well. I'd be like, really? Kid, what the fuck? What are you doing?
Guy for $20 says, Adam, white people are destined to be a plurality, if not a minority. They already make up the minority of birth, bearing an astounding amount of millennial appropriation. It's a done deal. That is true. Understate for 20 Canadian
terrifying.
Well, that's why we need to have a strong assimilation pro-American culture.
Look, I'm not going to assimilate to the country I was born in. Okay, I'm just not going to do it.
Well, you don't have to because you're already part of it.
I know. It's great.
Understate for 20 Canadian says, I'm a few hours behind, but super cool to see Vance on the show. There you go. They also said A-Team reigns supreme.
Oh, sweet. It's Vince, right? It's not Vance, so, but anyway.
No, it's Vince. But those
did I say
was
Vance?
it the Lotus Eater podcast? They're like British. They kept calling me Vance, like Vance.
Oh, they did? Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought it was I figured it was just a British thing.
Carl comes on the show quite frequently. So he's the guy that started the Lotus Eaters. So we can chew him out for you.
No, I don't care. I just figured
we're gonna tell him that you were very offended.
Right. Why is
that? And that you said it was his white privilege.
I was like Zayed. I was like,
next time he comes on the show, we'll spell Carl. Next time he comes on the show, we'll spell Carl with a K. How about that?
There you go. Curl. Aaron Ferris for $20 says, people argued that the 2017 BLM kidnapper shouldn't be charged with a hate crime. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that, yeah. That was crazy. I never followed up on the story. I don't remember what happened with them. Mark Twain's Revenge for $20 says, I don't know if you guys know how bad New Haven is, where Yale is, but the city passed a cultural equity plan where it was declared the promotion of pizza in New Haven was Eurocentric.
What?
What? Wait a minute. I gotta look this up.
New Haven has some of the best pizza in the country, too. That's
Oh, really? New Haven pizza Eurocentric.
You know, as an Italian, as someone who is also part Italian, that's deeply offensive. Okay, because the thing is that I don't really mean that's offensive, but you know what I mean. It's like that's a very Italian area. You know, the North New England, New York, right. Obviously too. It's a big part of the local culture. There's primarily pizza there, and it's some of the best pizza in America there for a reason. Okay, it's because it's an Italian area. It's not a Asian area. It's not a Hispanic area. It's not a, you know, it's an Italian area. That's what it is.
Do you have a favorite?
Well, also, it's funny. I have one of my grandparents lives in Connecticut around there, and and it's fun because the pizza is really good there. And I remember we were talking to some pizza guy. Actually, we were talking to some pizza guy here And he said that part of the reason it's really good there too is not just is what you're saying, but also because the water in Florida apparently is really shitty for pizza.
Really?
And apparently that has a big. Apparently the way like the minerals
Wow.
in the water when it goes in the dough has like a huge impact on the taste.
Wow. That's interesting.
It's that dang fluoride.
I love.
It was funny. I typed it in because I'm trying to find this. I can't find this Eurocentric thing, but I did find an hour and 20-minute long video called "Why is New Haven Pizza So Good? A Love Story." So I did find that, but I can't find the Eurocentric cultural equity plan yet. But I'll keep looking.
My wife
around the
family's
same
from
time.
Connecticut.
Nice.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That we had all of these, anti-police movements. A lot of
But
it
it's also around the
translated
same
policy.
time that Donald Trump was calling it the China virus, right?
Well,
So
Dun dun dun.
Moderator, by the way, right?
Such
I know,
bad
right?
faith.
Right.
So there's
Such
a later
bad
part
faith.
where I was getting tired of his crap, where I just said like, "Aren't you supposed to be the moderator?" And that I don't think that segment made it in.
That was not in this.
No,
Yeah,
but
that was
it,
cut out.
yeah. This guy, total fool. Okay. And if you look, I don't know if you guys have watched any of these other panels. I watched the feminist one, the one they did right after this, and the moderator was actually trying to regulate the situation and say, "Hey, let's respect each other," and wasn't cutting in, like basically trying to debate on behalf. But it's like, I think within a few 30 minutes to an hour of recording, they started to realize how badly the people on this panel were doing
Against
so
you?
it's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
yeah,
They're
and
like,
so I
this is
think
going to be terrible. We're paying
he's trying to
thousands
step-
of dollars for this.
Right, he's trying to step in and like,
Look, we need to bring
control.
up Donald Trump, okay? And he seems to know that
right.
he seems to be tiptoeing around that. We know he's a MAGA chud, so get in there.
Real. It's true.
Oh, I found it. So this is on the City of New Haven's website.
You're still
Wait.
on the pizza.
Yeah, wait. This is on the
Look,
City of New
we've
Haven's
moved
website.
on, Sitch. We don't
No. Listen, you're gonna like this. So on their official website, they have this cultural equity plan. It was released last year. It's a collection of ideas, stories, questions, and practices that we can all use to manifest cultural equity in our lives and weave into our systems. Okay. So then when you look it up, it's like this, 100 pages of gobbledygook. But here's the part. It says there's a long history of cultural inequity that has allowed a white Eurocentric cultures to be lifted up while others were actively oppressed. Here are some of the ways cultural inequity manifests in our city right
This is
now.
literally 1984. Stop anti-Italian
Yes.
racism immediately.
Mhm.
We don't take kindly to that. Okay, we don't take kind. The Godfather music is playing in the background. we're not happy. Okay, we're not happy. You don't mess with the Italians. Okay, you don't mess.
True. And here it says the marketing of New Haven as a pizza city or a city full of Eurocentric artistic venues rather than a city with a thriving bike culture. I don't know what that means. Like motorcycles? Isn't that like a white thing?
No,
anyway?
probably bicycles, like the stupid millennials on their
I
bikes.
don't,
okay.
I don't think you get
It's-
any
it's-
wider than a bike culture.
Well, it's weird. It's bike culture. It's capitalized. The B is capitalized. So I don't know what that means.
Oh, really?
Rather than a city with a thriving bike culture, queer culture, and hip hop culture, and many other subcultures.
Wow.
So there you go. You got to stop talking about the pizza city, and you got to start talking about the bike, queer, hip hop scene in New Haven.
Damn. Get it together, New Haven. Jeez.
Ah,
I'm sure that's what the tourists are coming from. They're not coming for the pizza. They come for the bike, queer, hip hop culture.
Yeah. A queer hip hop bicyclist is.
yeah, bikes.
Whenever
Well,
I
it's so
see
weird.
that, I'm like, yeah, this city's hip.
Well, this doesn't make sense because when I Google bike culture, it's talking about just riding bikes.
Yeah.
But that culture literally comes from like the Netherlands, the whitest place on earth.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know how that's not white Eurocentric.
It's
but
because
okay.
like being a cyclist, I feel like is kind of like a millennial hipster.
Yes, it's
thing,
progressive.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't, yeah. So the race is just like the tool to
Right.
beat you over the head to get you to stop it. They don't really care about that.
Which let me just, there's this like progressive movement for walkable cities. They say it's better for the environment, all that stuff. Cyclists are so annoying. Okay, they're annoying to drive with because we got to share the
Oh,
road.
yeah.
Disaster. But I go to college. They are a menace on the sidewalk too. Because you'll just be walking and this guy on his bike is going like 20 miles an hour and you're like, okay, which way are you going? Which way am I going? And they like turn out the last second. It's like a terror. It's like you're going through a war zone trying to like avoid mortar attacks every 2 seconds with these like bike people everywhere. It's just like, and this is what they want for America. They want everyone to ride a bicycle. A disaster. A disaster
to
place
society,
to live.
all of them.
Yeah. If only these damn bicyclists would stop ruining the country. Real.
Yeah, you were talking about firing the teachers. I think we should fire the bicyclists too, wherever they work. I don't care.
Drive a car or walk.
Yeah.
No compromise.
Yeah. Or
What
get
about
in
a
the
Segway?
unemployment line.
Get them a Segway.
Even worse. How dare you? No segues.
No Segways. What about
not calling
Heelys?
What's that?
What about a Healy?
Heelys are okay.
Anymore, and it looks like this stuff is still happening. Problem with saying stop Asian hate and
So
just
I
saying
think
stigma,
I
whatever.
also did point out, I think they cut this out, that like, okay, but if it were Trump people doing it, then you'd expect it to all be happening in Alabama and the country, and it's happening in the inner city, perpetuated for the most part by minorities. That's not exactly the demographic of people who's listening to Donald Trump, right? So
I don't. Did the China
listen.
flu thing ever stick? I mean, I've never heard anyone other than Trump say it.
Right.
Like no person, individual, no news media person. I haven't. No one.
You don't understand. You don't understand. When Donald Trump said, "Where are my blacks at?" he was referring to all of the blacks committing hate crimes. So,
damn it.
This is the real core of the problem. The real core of the problem is that there is lawlessness and mass violence and mass crime happening in cities. I think that the Stop Asian Hate movement comes from woke left-wing social movement to kind of make it into this argument of like minorities being persecuted, when I don't think that's the core of the problem. I think the core of the problem is like, it's just dangerous in our cities.
Originally, when you asked what Stop Asian Hate means to you, the first word that popped in my mind was ignorance. It goes beyond more than the way that people were just like acting out and attacking people. Some people were avoiding other people. Some people were like, oh no, you can't go over to that house because they're Asian, they're Japanese, they're Chinese. So that also is a version of hate. So like before we go too far into like the specifics of like crime, there was even just, social injustices. And that is one of the things that I think that people might overlook.
He totally said nothing. What'd that guy even say?
Here's the thing. In the early days of COVID, like, my grandma used to go to like the Vietnamese like New Year celebration in Orange County. And like my mom told her not to go in like early 2020 because it's like, there's a lot of Asians around. Like I don't, hot take maybe, like that is true. I think a lot of people were avoiding Asian areas during the very early days of COVID, when it was still like just people coming out from China. But like, I don't think that is wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that, like, I did the same. I too was a little bit wary of like other Asians during that time, not because of any other reason, but just because like,
oh my God, internalized bigotry.
Because like, we didn't know what COVID was at the time.
Of course, yeah.
And I was like, they are more likely to have it. Like I felt the same way. It's not that, because they're yellow or whatever, but it's not that we're going around beating anyone up. It's just that like, well, maybe if you see an Asian person that at this time, you might be more likely to keep like 6 feet away, whatever. Like, what is actually wrong with that? Like, no one's being hurt by it.
You're supposed to keep 6 feet away from everyone. So I mean, it's just like.
Well, I think the difference between like, because I know in Italy they had a big problem with COVID because they had a high amount of immigration, specifically, I forget one area of Italy, from China. And so I think the difference between like, I'm not going to go over to Phil, my Asian friend's house, because he's Asian during COVID, versus like, I'm not going to go over to, Koreatown, where I know there's lots of people that are immigrating, currently or coming, to and fro. That's a little bit different, in my mind. So that makes more sense. But
Vince, if you know that Phil just came back from China, then you would think.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, right. So,
Vince, did you hear that the Chinese did the lockdowns not just to guard against COVID, but that they wanted to get more baby making going on because they have this huge demographic problem?
Really?
So that
where'd you hear that?
I read it somewhere. The CCP was like, if we get these people locked down, that they'll all be having sex with one another. It'll be like perfect.
I could see it. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I guess. you
Yeah,
know?
sure. You got nothing to do. You're at home.
I'm not sure it's gonna work, but I guess we'll find out.
It
in
didn't work. The thing that I was reading on was about the
But the other thing
stuff.
is that they're going to be germophobic, and then they're going to not. You know what I mean? So
Actually, I think I read it on Wikipedia, so maybe it's not true. Because I was reading about the China demographic problems, and they said that the COVID lockdown.
But I mean, knowing China, why wouldn't they just like put a bunch of Viagra in the water or something? Like it's not like they really care about.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Why don't they?
Yeah,
why don't they
feel
just
like-
put Spanish fly in the, in the water supply in China? I'm shocked that they haven't done. Maybe they'll do that in like 5 years from now. Watch.
Does that date you, Sitch? What do you know what Spanish fly is, Vince? I feel like
No.
that's okay. I figured.
Oh, does that date me? Is that show me out as like an old man?
I was
Spanish-
like,
no one talks about
only
Spanish
I
fly
know
anymore?
what Spanish fly is, Sitch. You know,
I don't know. What is
It's
it? What's
like-
it called nowadays?
ecstasy.
No, Spanish fly is not ecstasy. Spanish
I
fly
mean,
was supposed to be
basically.
like it's supposed to be an aphrodisiac that guys would like spike women's drinks with when they go on dates. with
Actually,
them.
they call it.
Oh,
Molly.
like roofies.
Well, no, because that actually like drugs you so you're knocked out. Spanish fly was supposed to
Okay.
get them like amorous and horny.
Oh, okay. I
Roofies
see.
is like the date rape drug.
Yeah, a little different. A little
yeah.
different.
Okay.
I don't know if Spanish fly was ever real. I just remember it was like a
Spanish
thing
fly
that people
was
talked
not
about.
real, definitely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It was,
But it's
that
supposed to
was
be an
like one of those-
aphrodisiac, is what it's the technical term for it, right?
That's what I said. I said
Yeah.
aphrodisiac.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what it was one of those things that like in the 90s was like, be aware your daughter might be dating someone who's going to put Spanish fly in her drink.
Right.
It's one
And
of
she's
those
going to
things.
get all horny and go to bed with you.
Yeah.
That sounds like anti-Spanish racism.
Oh yeah, I never thought.
I
of
guess,
that.
yeah. Well, I think it's called, like it's literally the beetle it comes from is called the Spanish fly, which
Oh,
is
okay.
where the name comes from. But so there you go. Put some ground up beetles in your lady's drink.
In
Get
regards
really
to just the
excited.
term Stop Asian Hate, the reason why I feel like it falls short is not because of the sentiment. I think that there is definitely prejudice and absolutely like hate against Asians in this country. But I think sometimes that we view that violence very like specific, like I'm gonna beat you up because you're Asian, and like that is the violence. And I think sometimes like on a larger scale, that violence also shows up in ways in which like housing, education, healthcare, a lot of that.
And so now, let's move.
Vince, I think you might be the smartest person on this panel. I can't figure out what any of these people are talking about. What is she?
Sure,
what,
we
is
should-
she what was her argument there? What was she saying, Sitch?
Nothing.
I don't know. I was reading Spanish fly information.
Oh my God,
What-
Sitch is like,
go back.
I'm
What
going
did
to
she
figure
say?
out how to make Spanish fly.
Well, no, I was curious.
I
didn't
think
know.
Adam, I think Sitch might be mildly autistic. Just mild.
Listen,
Really?
You know,
listen.
That's never
It's not a
come up on the
surprise,
show
okay?
before. So
It's
I
not a
don't-
surprise. I've said it proudly as a proud neurodivergent. Okay.
Okay.
No, I didn't know. Listen. Here's the proud history of Spanish fly. This was used by Roman gladiators.
Look,
during
Sitch,
orgies,
you already
Adam.
dated
Okay.
yourself, okay? Nobody knows what Spanish
We're going back to the gladiator.
he's very interested in this. He's very
Yes. Okay.
Look, we're trying to figure out what these people are saying. The guy in the
Okay,
back.
go back. Jesus
the guy in the
Christ.
back. No, we're past it already. But
No, go back.
they're just
Don't be.
It's like buzzword central here. They're just not really saying anything.
right.
No, let's not go back. Let's
Okay.
let's just cross our fingers.
I'm closing the Spanish fly tab.
Let's hope the next person actually has a point. Okay.
Move on to the main event, because a lot of what's behind
Oh,
the
the main
disagreements that we're
event.
having today seems to be related to politics. How many of you here would say that you're progressive or liberal? Raise of hands. And how many would say conservative or not progressive and liberal? Undecided? Okay. Are Asians invisible in American politics? Are they visible? Do Asian Americans have political power? Let's take visibility.
Not visible enough. But that is a consequence of the mentality towards politics for a lot of Asians. You don't participate in the system, nobody's gonna care what you have to say, period.
Based.
Which is why
you guys should vote, you dumb motherfuckers.
I made
And I'm talking about you, Doomer.
it a point to participate in the system. You know, I don't go around saying, well, I'm Asian, that's why I deserve to be here. But just me being in the room is a step above what's kind of the sort of awareness, the political awareness of specifically the Indian community, in my opinion. You know, that's been my experience. So I don't think that they're visible enough. And the reason they're not visible is because they don't participate and do the work behind it.
So that engagement, civic engagement.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you on that in terms of, I think it's more than that, but I do agree as lack of engagement or, you know, claiming to be apolitical. I think when Kamala became vice president, there wasn't really that much support that I saw from the Asian community. And she's our first Asian American woman to be elected in such a high position of office. So where is the support? Just because she may not look a specific way.
So what you're saying is that the broader Asian American community, which might include East Asians and otherwise, didn't speak up enough for having a South Asian person like Kamala Harris of mixed race become vice president of the United States. So
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder if it's the editor, because that was just, I mean, horrible. What was said there? Like, are they just, is this like a Hassan situation where the editor's just like, holy shit, he said nothing. Let me put something together here. What's he actually saying?
Divisions within itself.
Yes. Like, I did not see very many East Asians come out and be like, you know, Asian American representation. But I saw plenty of Black people come out and be like, Black representation, you know?
Okay, so here's the thing. Like, first of all, Kamala almost never claims being Indian except for when it, you know, suits her, like Vish points out, right? Like, she brands herself as a Black woman, first of all. And second of all, because most East Asians, even like that. Also, second of all, I should say Kamala just sucks. That's why no one likes her. Like, even her approval rating in the Black community even is not that great. And just in general. But I would say the third point is, like, because most East Asians, this is true, don't see Indians and Middle Easterners as like a part of the same thing.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because this whole construct of like dividing race into this category of like the continents, that's not how historically most of the world has ever viewed themselves, and how even like immigrants today like view it. You know what I mean? It's a very like superficially made up thing to say that a Pakistani person is in like the same race as a Chinese person. And you can make that up for like intersectionality purposes, but and so maybe in the West that's the way people see it. Oh, they're both Asian, but like your Chinese like Fabi immigrant is not going to see it that way.
Yeah,
you know, they might relate to the Japanese or the Vietnamese. Even then, I don't know. But like, it's just to say that an Indian, I would say like most Asians view Indian as being Indian. Like they don't say, well, they're our fellow Asians. They're just like, oh, they're Indian. Right. It's called a subcontinent for a reason. Right. Because it's like it's seen as something different. You know what I mean? So
culturally vastly different too, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, it's like how we say, oh, all that we kind of lump all Latinos together.
Yeah.
And like the Latin community. And when you talk to someone, you know, who's Latino, they're all like, oh, I hate X Latin group. Like they all hate like,
but you know, the thing
most
is
racist against other Hispanic groups.
The thing is too, is like the genealogy is totally different. Like East Asians, like the migration patterns speaking, right? Like Vietnamese and Chinese are like related migrationally, right? They're like, they came from the same whatever group supposedly back then. Indians are totally genealogically different from the rest of the Asian continent. It's like calling a North African Black, or like, do we usually consider, technically they are, but do we usually consider them African American, right? Do Black people look at a Lebanese person or someone from like, you know, like, and then just say, oh, well, you're just like me.
Yeah.
Like that's not real. Like nobody really believes that. And it's the same thing with Indians and the rest of the Asians, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
So there is definitely a lot of divisiveness within our own communities that we need to understand and recognize. Being Asian is not just being East Asian.
Maybe Asians didn't feel represented by Kamala Harris. Maybe people just don't like Kamala Harris. Like, she's one of the least popular vice presidents, I believe, in like recent history. I don't know if it's like an Asian exclusive thing. I just think a lot of people
Why don't you think they like her?
She comes off as obnoxious and pretentious, and they don't like her politics.
Can I piggyback off that? I think Kamala Harris does not get the love from the Asian community because She picks and chooses when she wants to be whatever her identity is. When she's on TV, on camera, you know, I'm a black woman, blah, 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 blah. But she only claims her Indian and Asian background when she's in the fundraisers with the rich Indians. She's doing it to herself. She's dividing her identity by playing up, you know, code switching. I know AOC likes to use the word code switching to the black community when she's on camera, and then code switching to the Asian community when she's raising money. Don't be surprised if, you know, you only come around when you're asking for a check, and then we're not in the streets, you know, as hard as you would like us to be. But then again, you don't go on camera wearing a dot on your head and the jasmine in your hair. Right? And wearing a sari. Show me a picture of Kamala in a sari. Right? When was the last time? I've seen Justin Trudeau wearing Indian clothes before her. You know what I mean? So don't give me the nonsense, right? Like, it's her fault that Asians don't get behind her.
Yeah, where's the loyalty, Kamala? Come on. Put the sari on already.
For her trying to win over people, do you think that maybe as a choice to not represent that, to be more relatable to the masses, could be the reason why she acts the way that she acts? I don't know.
Oh, look at this guy standing up for Kamala Harris, the bravest man in the room. Like, no, who likes Kamala Harris? Jeez.
You're saying Asians are not relatable to the American public?
Yes. To some, yeah. No, to some.
Like
being in a position
yes.
where you have this generalization of how a standard American is supposed to be, and then all of a sudden, depending on the social climate, there is a lot of pressure on people to be a specific person. And so when you're someone in that light, trying to get support from different people, not even saying that she's right or wrong, I'm just saying that could possibly be a motive.
She did it to herself. If you just called yourself American, you wouldn't be in this mess. But you switch the identity based on the need. And that is the problem.
I think Kamala.
Yeah, ultimately feels dishonest. So that's why.
Right.
That's the problem.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what he was saying. He was completely right.
Self-American, you wouldn't be in this mess. But you switch the identity based on the need. And that is the problem.
I think Kamala exists.
It's politically
and
expedient.
You kind of saw this when Biden shows her. She exists to basically appeal to like the woke diversity mob. Like, that's the truth. Biden said, I'm going to pick a woman. And then he said, I'm going to pick a woman of color, quote unquote. Ended up with Kamala Harris. And I just think that a lot of people outside of Ivy League educations find that stuff off-putting. In general America, a lot of people of all different colors are very off-put by her entire political presentation in existence because they're off-put by the
women,
diversity,
black people,
liberal nonsense.
They're off-put by a woman in leadership. I want to chime in here.
Apparently, even like women of color and black women, even like
as we talked about,
approval rating in general sucks.
I agree.
Why? Because
let's get off the approval rating for a second. I want to hold on one point of yours, which is she's a token. That's what I heard from you.
Sure, I think Biden chose her absolutely.
That's funny because Ziad, he's like, oh, he's throwing the racist card. You're racist. The Republicans are racist, and you had a very good counterpoint. You're like, well, wait a minute. The groups you're talking about, they don't like Kamala Harris either.
And nobody likes her.
Yeah.
Right, nobody likes her, which is true. Yeah, her approval rating is really bad. She has the charisma of wet cardboard that's been left out in the sun for too long, and yet the moderator like interrupts. She's like, well, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something else.
This part was very fun. This part was very fun though because, and a lot of this got cut. A lot of because they could not get. I was the question he's about to ask is do you think she was a token? And I was literally just like, yes, because here's why she was chosen. Like Joe Biden admits she's a token. Like they couldn't get around it, and it was pretty bad.
It's textbook tokenism all the way.
Of course.
Like it's totally
I think you guys aren't being
superficial.
fair. I think you guys are not being fair to Kamala. Okay.
What are you talking about?
You forget she had a second quality that was incredibly important. Okay.
Oh no! Don't.
You
bring
have
it
to have
up.
a vice president.
Personality.
You have to have a vice president whose personality is worse than the president's personality.
Right.
Okay. You can't have your vice president upstaging your president. So they had to find someone who was even a worse speaker than Joe Biden.
And he's like half dead already. So
exactly.
Do you remember when she was running for president? Do you remember that video?
Oh God, yes.
Do you remember that video of her
Comedy
in Iowa
gold
where she was like dancing with the drum line or whatever? Yeah, that was iconic. Yeah.
Yep.
She does that weird thing where Like the laugh that she does, like the
People
smile
don't
laugh. Oh,
people
God,
don't
that's-
remember that. Like her run for president. Not like remember she for a time it seemed like she was going to be the nominee because like the Democrats wanted a black woman, and she just was so bad at campaigning and was so like it totally fell apart to where by the Iowa like she was a joke. Actually, didn't she drop out before Iowa or like right after? Like her campaign totally fell apart.
Yeah.
There was a time, or if you'll remember, when Kamala Harris was like. I don't know what the polls were saying, but it seemed like she was going to win the primary early
Scott
on.
Adams. She was Scott Adams' pick. Remember?
Yep. Well, because she hit all the
early
listen.
pick.
She hit all the check marks. Okay, check boxes. She was a woman. She was a woman of color, but she was also a prosecutor and she was also a DA. So she could be tough on crime. So, but then it turned out no, she's just a terrible politician and has no charisma and. couldn't do anything to save her life.
What is your definition of tokenism?
That's why
then?
Zayed relates to him.
If you object to the tokenism claim,
I was joking. She's
okay.
100% token.
Okay. I thought you might be, but I just want to make
no.
sure.
But she was a token, but she also has no charisma and can't speak.
Well, no, this is a problem with tokenism because like you're putting forward a woman as like the representative of blacks and Asian people that is obviously unlikable by everyone. That's awful.
Right.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yep.
Ouch.
Yep.
Absolutely is a token.
Yep.
So I want to know how you respond to sort of what Vince was saying, that Kamala Harris effectively was a token pick because demographic boxes, and specifically an Asian American demographic box.
I feel like anytime a person of color gets chosen, we're looked at as a token, especially in institutions. It's historical, like it's new to us, right?
Bullshit.
Well,
That's
it's
total
also weird
bullshit.
I mean, she wasn't chosen because she's Asian American. I don't know. It's not. She's chosen because she's half black.
Well, as long as they're chosen on for meritocratic reasons, then it's not tokenism by definition.
Yeah, but no. What she's trying to say is that anytime a non-white person is chosen for anything, the assumption is tokenism.
Okay.
That's her claim.
I mean, that's when obviously you got to turn to the merits. And
right.
You look, you're like, oh, well, this person has no personality, is a terrible politician. So I guess.
Exactly. Right.
Something doesn't add up here, right?
Yes.
But if the person is great, like, would you consider Obama a token president?
No.
No,
right.
he's a fucking phenomenal politician. Like,
right.
Yeah.
So in one sense, there's some truth to it. Even in our own communities, I think, is she a token? Like we second guess ourselves. You start to second guess, are you worth it? Because you're constantly being questioned.
qualified?
Did you get?
Well, both those people should question it because they are highly unqualified for any job that they ever have done, right? Like this is why they're questioning it. Jeez. Look, this guy's, I swear he's probably like, have I had 3 TED Talks because my dad's a billionaire? Let me think.
Here because you were diversity hire or, this is the existence that we live in right now. And so Kamala Harris is actually very representative of what we face. You can say token all day long, but you can't take that away.
People will scrutinize her. However, what about the other people, other 47 presidents who've definitely done their fair share? I'd say probably worse things.
Yes, absolutely.
Who are not nitpicked for what they are wearing or, like maybe not fitting in enough because they already fit in.
Or for being white?
Yeah.
Yet another white person?
Yeah, like a lot of people don't agree with, her politics. And like, I don't want to take like her credentials away.
Yeah.
Because she earned it. She wasn't just a diversity pick. She was picked because she also
put in the work.
She also put in the work.
No one's nitpicking Kamala Harris for what she's wearing. I don't know where this. I don't know what she's referring to. I don't know what she's talking about. If you did polling, I wouldn't be surprised.
Also, the thing is
the majority of Americans don't even know that Kamala Harris is Asian at all. That wouldn't even be surprising to me.
But also it's like what is she just nitpicked in general optically? Like every president has dealt with that ever.
Of
Republican,
course.
Democrat, like that's like what is she talking about?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Trump. He fed the fish wrong in Japan, right? Hillary
we
Clinton
don't walk down
looked-
the stairs,
Right, yeah, or Obama wore some wrong colored suit or something one day. Yeah, of course. But I don't really hear them talking about that with Kamala that much. It's more just that she just is not likable generally.
I see nothing about Kamala ever.
Yeah,
because I think they
that's the real
know.
issue,
I think they know. They're like,
Right.
why? Look, we want to sell articles here. We want to sell newspapers.
Well, that's what was interesting because it's like, with Biden, the question is Biden going to run again? He's so old. So, everyone's kind of like, they don't really feel confident in him running again. And so, you'd want him to have a strong vice president who would be or they would want him to have a strong vice president to pick up the reins. And then Kamala's like completely fumbled that ball, into the trash can. So,
Yep. Well, he picked her. That's why he fucked up.
Yeah, of course.
Hear from the women.
Should have picked Tulsi.
Now that would be so interesting.
I know
If
that would have
Tulsi
been.
Gabbard
interesting.
was
She'd
vice
still be a
president right
Democrat,
now.
wouldn't it? Wouldn't she?
That would
Totally.
be fascinating. That'd be
That
very
would
interesting.
be the pick. That would have been a great.
Well, I wonder if because I think a lot of her pivot now is cynical. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she would have had the kind of pivot she had. She was vice president, obviously, right now.
Hey Vince, we're going
She's still
on
be-
4 hours here. I don't know how long you've been with us, but if you want to take off, by all means.
All right. I mean, I'm just sitting here watching the Super Bowl on the side, but yeah.
Well, I don't.
I can-
I just like to give people an opportunity. Sometimes people, when they're first time on the show, they're hesitant to say, "Hey, I really would like to go now." So, but
All
you're
right, well,
you're welcome to hang
I'll
out either
make it-
way. So,
I'll probably take off and then maybe try to study for this test slightly.
what's the test for?
Accounting.
Accounting.
It's my hardest class. I've not.
That's
done
like
any
so
studying.
easy. What are you talking about? Accounting? When are you going to come back and talk to us about?
I'm a retard. No.
Are you taking any economics courses? Sometimes we talk about economics on the show. Maybe you come back and talk.
I
to us about that.
took them like last year.
Okay.
Like freshman classes. Yeah.
Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
There you
An economics wizard.
Something like that. I don't know.
All right, man. Well, thanks for coming on the show. This was a lot of
thanks for
fun.
coming on.
All
man.
right.
It's
Yeah.
great
Thanks for
talking
having
to
me,
you.
guys. This was cool. Yeah. Do it again sometime. Huh?
I put your channel in the description. Everyone, go and check out Vince's channel and subscribe. Obviously, he's doing the same thing we're doing. So,
All right.
Yep.
Cool.
And
Thank
leave
you,
a comment
guys.
on his video telling him to stay in school.
I'll consider it. I'll consider it. All right. And hey,
So
if
take
you're watching from my channel or whatever, one of my leave a like on their stream. Do it. Okay.
Thank you.
Do it.
Yes.
All right. And send in all the donos. Okay. Make them rich. Make them
Yeah.
rich. All right.
make
All
us
right, see you
rich like
guys.
a billionaire daddy.
Real. Yeah. He needs to be they need to be as rich as Zayed Ahmad. Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. This is how we win the culture war. All right. So
True.
all right. See you
Take
guys.
care, man. A lot of
See ya.
fun.
God bless. See you guys.
I like that. See, we need more of that. We need more of that energy. That's how we get the money out. And we say, listen, guys, do you really want to stick it to the libtards? Do you really want to stick it to the woke people? The only way to win the culture war is to give us money.
Look, most people on the show think you are a libtard, though. That's the problem. What are you talking about?
No, we got to stick though, Adam. Listen, I'm turning over a new leaf. Okay,
You're-
I want more
what?
money. Okay,
What?
I'm gonna stick it to the libtards.
Sitch,
Okay,
you're going
the,
full stick it to the libtards?
listen for the low price of $99.99, you could stick it to the libtards.
Did you
by buying my program?
Did
called stick it to the libtards. You know what we should do? We should. You know how there's like those the Andrew Tate
multi-level marketing scheme?
Level marketing scheme. Yeah, we'll do that. Only we'll call it stick it to the libtards, and it's all about how to argue with like your liberal family members.
Oh, nice.
And we'll sell it for $100.
Like, yeah.
And on Facebook.
Let's do it.
This is a good idea.
I think it's a great idea, actually.
Yeah.
That's the best Sitch and Adam get rich quick scheme that I've heard yet. Let's do it.
Yes. Joe Sullivan, thank you so much for the $20. Says there should be a drinking game for every time the purple-haired woman says studies have shown without stating the study. True.
The studies have shown is the new the Bible said it. That's really
Yes.
what they're going for. Yeah.
Studies have shown, people are saying,
Yeah.
the Bible says it. True. A Team reigns diverse, equitable, and inclusive supreme. There you go.
Nice. Thank you.
There you go. And there, look, Vince just gave us $2. Thank you, Vince. Says starring a dono train, everyone follow. There you go. Thank you so much, Vince.
It's hilarious. Next time,
there you go.
I subscribe to his channel. Next time he's live streaming, we'll have to send him some super chats.
Definitely. Snowboard Dan, thank you for the $50 snowboard. Says the black narrative makes no sense because we elected Obama, Tulsi Gabbard. Oh wait, I'm sorry. There's supposed to be sometimes there's supposed to be periods and commas in these super chats, and there's not. Let me read that again. The black narrative makes no sense because we elected Obama. Tulsi Gabbard destroyed Kamala Harris's career, and now she's just a prop figure for the Democrats.
True. Yeah, wasn't it Kamala? Wasn't it Tulsi Gabbard that destroyed Kamala in that debate? I seem to remember that happening.
I do remember that, yeah.
When they were both running for the nomination.
Yep.
Yeah, and now Tulsi's like a Republican. I mean,
woman of color versus woman of color. Can't fight.
Tulsi is so much more likable, so much more. I mean, she's more attractive. I mean, let's put it simply, right?
Wow.
And she appeals to people in the center and on the right. Like, why wouldn't you pick her as vice president? Just because you don't want her to outshine you? Is that the thing?
Well, no, I'll tell you what. Because she's not black.
I mean, she's like Hawaiian or something.
That's not black.
I mean, Pacific Islander, right?
That's not black.
I mean, it's.
I don't know what to tell you. They wanted to make sure they had the black vote, especially the black women.
That's
vote.
Look,
That's how it goes. Okay, I don't like it, but that's how it goes.
Now we know why Trump increased his vote among black guys, black men.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
But he lost. So it worked.
Kamala looks whiter than me. I can't believe people call her black.
Fuck out of here.
What are you talking about?
You look whiter than you.
I'll bring up a picture side by side right now, and I guarantee you she's.
We're gonna have Adam versus Kamala. Who's the true
blacker?
The true whitey. Yeah.
Look, I can't believe. Yes, we get to do own libs videos.
There you go. Andrew Clark, thank you for the $2. Says keeping the train going, guys. and CT for 2 Canadians. Stop paying us money, CT. Says, oh sweet, we're laundering money again.
Look at this. Oh, A train, choo choo.
And Goro Sarah, thanks for $2. Says A train, choo choo. There you go.
Nice. Oh,
someone
awesome.
Chat said that Adam is mega dark. Which makes him sound like a villain. He's mega dark. It's mega dark Adam. And Chitachi says Kamala is not look whiter than you. Are you crazy?
Really?
Listen, Adam.
Look,
I know there's a movie featuring The Rock called Black Adam, but we're not talking about you. Okay.
Black. He's not. Look, The Rock is like Pacific Islander. He's not even black. What are you talking?
I know, but that was the name of his character. They were referring to like the blackness of his outfit and his soul.
Kamala Harris. Okay, you guys this has to be done. I'm sorry.
Shadox for $2 says, word, Vince. Also, did you miss the very first super chat? I probably did. I've been reading super chats all out of order. Normally we read the $20 ones and up during the stream, and then we go back and do the lower ones. So I'm just reading the train ones now because,
you guys are
Zero Fucks for $2 says, derail the A train in Ohio. Too soon. Zero Fucks. That's wrong.
Yeah, what's
JD Bachamp for $5 says, purple hair is unfair. Purple hair is in there, standing at the concession, plotting her oppression. Thank you. I like the nice SpongeBob reference. CT, stop it. CT for another $2 says, don't tell me what to do.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to listen. I'm keeping track of all the donations that CT has given, and I'm just going to pay her back, which means I'm actually going to lose money because YouTube is going to take a cut out of it.
If you want,
so this is how I'm going to have to shame CT and stop giving money.
Anything you want CT to do, you can trick her into doing just by telling her not to do it.
Shh.
That's a secret. Don't tell anyone. All right, here it is. I've officially brought up the picture of Kamala Harris, the black woman.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God. You got to be kidding me here.
I can't see it yet, so I'm waiting with bated breath for
ridiculous.
For a picture of Adam where he's put himself in blackface next to Kamala Harris.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, you can wait a minute. You got like you literally found. What did you Google for that? Did you Google like Kamala Harris, like whitest picture that exists?
Look,
Kamala Harris. Or something?
I knew I was going to get accused of that. But look, look at this.
It's just the lighting. She's half black, isn't she?
Look
Like
at
half
this.
black, half Indian or something?
Look, I'm darker than her lips.
No, get out. You're like sitting in a dark room. Oh my God, get out of here. Get out of here, Adam.
Look, you see.
You bigot. You bigot. Okay. She is.
I think
Wasn't she like. What's her heritage? Her father is Jamaican.
All right. Are you guys ready to be
And her mother is Indian. So there you go. Get out of here, Adam. Get out of here.
Here, we'll do it right. Here we go.
You're terrible. You're terrible.
I'm gonna get.
You better not have that filter of you like as a shadow person and be like I'm darker than Kamala Harris.
How do I do? I don't know what hotkey that's on. Look at here. You cannot tell me. Look at that. That's so obvious. Because she's way wider than me.
Stop it. Oh my God. As an artist, you should know what light. You should know how light works.
I knew
photography.
I knew you guys were gonna accuse me of that.
Adam's gonna listen. Next thing
Look,
Adam's
I
gonna do,
picked the first picture that came up.
Adam's gonna like take his picture and her picture. He's gonna put them in like Microsoft Paint. He's gonna do like the dropper tool. See like what the color is.
We
all
all
like,
if anyone
That's a
has
good look for you, Adam.
internalized white supremacy, it's Kamala Harris.
I like the Two-Face look for you. Moondoggy for $5 says Tulsi looks like Rogue. She's hot enough to get votes.
Of course, yeah.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $10 says funding the glory of enlightened centrism. Thank you. S-Class, A-Team. I propose a bipartisan faction, the SA, marching the streets for the centrist cause.
Nice.
Instead of the SS, we have the SA. I like it. We'll get everyone little armbands that say SA.
That probably is not going to go well, but whatever.
No, you don't think so? Uselmio Lopez, thank you for $2. I'm sorry for butchering your name. Says if the Eagles win, I will go back to S-Class. What's the score?
I guess the Eagles must be playing.
What's the score? Yes, the Eagles versus the Chiefs.
The Chiefs? That sounds racist.
I think so. I only know that because I was listening to Scott Adams and he said it. That's literally the only reason I know.
The Chiefs?
So the score right now is, it's close. The Kansas City Chiefs are 21 and the Philadelphia Eagles are 24.
Is that a
third quarter?
Is that an arrowhead that they have as their logo?
That is an arrowhead.
Very culturally insensitive, I think.
Well, I think you can't have a name. It's just the Chiefs. They're not like the Kansas City Redskins or something, right?
Did they used to be the Redskins? Did they change?
No,
to the
Redskins
Chiefs?
is a Washington, isn't it?
Are they still the Redskins, or did they change it?
I think they still are. Everyone's been yelling at them to change it. I don't think
know.
they've changed it yet.
Well, the Chiefs is like.
Oh no, they did.
They might be the Chiefs now. I don't know.
Redskins' new name. They changed it. When did they change it? They changed it last year. It shows how updated I am on football. They changed it to the Washington Commanders.
Commanders. Oh, look.
That's a lame name.
Lieutenant Commander Data.
Why is it the
Commander?
Okay.
Commander.
Okay.
You know what movie that's from?
No.
Commander. Galaxy
I have no
Quest.
clue. Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Anyway. WTF 1A for $10 says, I was curious for some tips. Local select board debate coming up. Want to ask some questions that point at the problems of equity and why equality is better. Also, make a team amazing again. Well, we'll talk about that after this video. Jesse Carrillo for $5 says, great job convincing Vince that MLK was not a commie Sitch. Wink. A class is best class.
We might have to have him on again for that one.
Thank you.
But that was fun, man. Vince is great. I'm glad he just jumped in like that. Awesome.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $5 says, wait, guys, the SA suggestion was a Nazi joke. It was the precursor to the SS. LOL, don't say it was a good idea. No, I know. That's why I said we're going to get everyone. Listen, I understand Mark Twain. I said we're going to get everyone little armbands.
Yes.
It's going to say SA and we're going to march through the streets.
He played into the
I understand.
joke. Look,
yeah, I got you. I
don't think that we're actually going to do that. You don't do
Oh,
that.
I'm going to do it. It's too late. We're doing it. We're taking, listen,
we can't do that.
We're taking it back. Okay. Just because the Nazis did a thing doesn't mean that we can't take it back from them, right?
Okay.
Is that what that means?
I would avoid that, but anyway.
Okay. Speaking of Asians, Pim Tool, thank you so much, Pim Tool, for the 50 Ps. Says, as a 1/4 Korean, I declare Adam an honorary Asian.
Nice.
There you go.
Look, I there's more Asian television in my household than probably in all of Chinatown.
Was your wife watch a lot of those?
My wife loves
Korean soap operas or whatever.
Yeah, Korean whatever Korean shows they are.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there's a lot of magic, so I don't know if you'd call it a soap opera.
No, I've never seen any of these. There's magic in Korean soap operas. I probably would watch it then over the American soap operas if they had more magic in them. So.
Well, they're like Korean, like maybe school dramas with a touch of magic. It's so bizarre to me. Yeah.
Sounds awful.
I know it's terrible.
Grendel Vivat, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you.
Sweet.
And Sashman, thank you so much for being a fruit seeker for 5 months. Says, I'm full Indian, but from South Africa, so I'm more black than Kamala. So do I get the pass? I have enough free will to use it. Also, A-Team reigns supreme. There you go.
Thank you. And I mean, that usually depends upon your local environment, whether you get the pass. So, I don't know how much.
Apparently, they're called K-dramas.
Oh, yeah.
Drama.
Okay.
So Dan Irish on Twitter, I retweeted it. He tweeted out a picture comparing Adam to Kamala Harris skin color.
Mm-hmm.
So
really? Oh,
thank you, Dan Irish. Kamala is definitely Adam is definitely white as fuck.
Oh my God. Will I get in trouble if I bring that up? I feel like I might.
No, why would you get in trouble? You can bring up a picture of yourself, Adam.
Well, it looks like blackface, though, technically.
It's not. Listen, it's not blackface. It's black deep face. It's not a deep fake. It's deep face. It's black. Adam is doing deep face.
Dan, that is the best. This is the best meme I've ever fucking seen.
You really like?
Yeah. Can I bring it up?
Bring it up.
I feel like
bring it up.
I feel like I might get in trouble, but I'll bring it up.
No,
anyway.
bring it up.
Okay. Here it is. It says the A-Team.
There you go. There's Adam.
Oh my God.
The A-Team.
This is hysterical.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's
look,
great.
I got the picture right here. Definitely darker than Kamala Harris.
No, not in that picture.
He didn't darken my skin, did he? I hope he didn't.
Oh my God. Zero fucks. Yes, the real picture that's comparing your skin color to Kamala. If you if you want to look on Twitter.
Oh my God.
Got to bring that one up too.
Okay.
You could bring this up and we can have a side-by-side comparison.
Oh my God. You guys are too hilarious. Okay, Here we go. Kamala Harris and then Adam Kamala. Look, I am definitely darker. I think the shade. Well, I mean, even on the light side of my face, I feel like I'm darker.
I pity the fool that uses whataboutism.
I mean, it might be a tie.
Oh,
it's horrible.
Did you bring it up? I can't tell. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Terrible. God. I should be, we should just have that on screen instead of you. I want to look at Adam Harris from now on.
Do you think I should make A-Team my... Look, I guarantee you this is going to come up in our organized chaos debate. That A-Team meme.
You had a picture where Adam was doing digital blackface twice, both with Mr. T and Kamala Harris. You racist.
It's definitely going to come up. We need to work up a defense for that.
The defense is that it's funny.
Yeah. I like the funny defense, but sometimes people do not like it.
Here's your defense, Adam. You look straight into Organized Chaos's eyes and you say, I love black people.
Well, I mean, that is true. I do love black people.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all you got to say.
Oh my,
You do a full, what's his name? Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah.
You ask Organized Chaos, you say, do you love black people?
I should ask him that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You ask him that.
See
I
if
love
he
black
can,
people.
see
You
if
love
he
black
can
people.
answer sincerely.
Yeah. Right.
He's going to
Grendel Vivat. Thank you so much, Grendel, for the $100. Thank you. Says, finally passed some financial hurdles and happy to contribute to Free Will Seeking. I have only one question for the chat. A team or S class? Adam stands up for Mr. Girl, but drinks Natty Light.
Wait. Reread that sentence.
I got it wrong. He says Adam stands against Mr. Girl.
Adam stands up to Mr. Girl.
Oh, you're right. Adam stands up to Mr. Girl.
Yeah.
True. But drinks Natty Light and also vinegar, as we found out, which is very bizarre. Very bizarre.
While Sitch
wrestles Gators, but plays good faith Gary, convince me. Well, listen. Adam drinks vinegar. That's fucking weird. Okay, I don't know what to tell you.
I sip vinegar.
It's bad for your teeth.
Look.
It's bad for your esophagus. I was talking to some people. They were saying like there could be some chemical in the vinegar that's like destroys you if you drink it.
What?
It's like used in like industrial processes or something.
Look, I put
vinegar
on salads and stuff like that. I mean,
that's different.
Why? What's
You're not
different?
drinking it.
Well,
You just like grab like listen.
You sip it.
Okay. Do you just pour like Caesar dressing in a cup and sip it? Because that's disgusting.
No.
Okay, but yeah, I like it on my salad. Doesn't mean I'm going to sip it.
I like it on cooked spinach too. It's very delicious.
Okay.
Cooked
You're
spinach
gonna put
with
some
vinegar is
bubblegum ice
delicious.
cream and some vinegar.
How dare you? How dare you? Got to take it to the bubblegum ice cream.
I know.
Look, the train's
Jesse
still rolling here.
Train is still going. Thank you, Vince, for starting it. Jesse Carrillo, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Andrew Clark for $5. Thank you, Andrew. Says, Sitch, watch Strong Girl Bong soon. It's 13 episodes of great K-drama fun. Imagine Jessica Jones, but fun with a love triangle.
Yeah, there's always a love triangle going on in these things.
This is Strong Girl Bong soon. I don't know about this. I'll listen.
It's
I'll
awful.
give it a shot.
It's all like you have to have a double X chromosome to enjoy these shows. There's no way. There's no way anyone with a Y chromosome is watching.
Are you saying that Andrew Clark has a chromosome disorder? He has the double XY disorder.
Well, I think he's just telling you to. I think. Well, I don't. Maybe Andrew likes it. I don't know.
Okay. Speaking of having a chromosomal disorder, Doomer Media
for $2.
Thank you, Doomer. Though. Thank you, Doomer. Best friend of the show, Doomer Media, for $2 says, "Here's to an early retirement, Sitch." Thank you, Doomer.
Nice.
Thank you. Anyway, let's get back into the video.
In the panel about the specifics that we're talking about, because not only is she the first Black and Asian American vice president, she's also the first woman. Choice.
I disagree with Kamala's politics, I'll say it, but at the same time, she's representative of a woman, and I think we should give her some award for that. Like,
credit?
You know, I like credit, yes, that's the word that I was looking for. This is my point exactly with plain identity politics. Like, who cares if she's Black? Who cares if she's a woman? Like, if she got there on her own merit, that's what's important.
You like?
True.
I haven't really thought too much about her being a token so much. I think I'm more interested in, well, what will you do now that you're in office?
True.
Will things still change? Or is it
what would that
optics?
look like?
Yeah, and it's great because obviously you do want the optics. You do hope, and you put a lot of that pressure on that person who you feel might represent you. If I wanted to talk really about representation, I'd be like, put somebody poor up there. I don't want anybody rich running the government. Sorry, like, You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, what's the
Canadian?
pulse
What's
on your
happening?
country, on your actual citizens? So that's what I'm interested in.
And let's talk about higher education and affirmative action. So I think a lot of our conversation, the rubber hits the road on this topic. And because plaintiffs challenging affirmative action rules, there are Asian Americans who are banding together to do that.
I think affirmative action is a scam. It's an excuse to make race-based hiring decisions. And I think that that's wrong. And I think that everything should be based on merit.
The students that are picked by affirmative action are top tier students.
Yeah.
They're not like some D+ students that are getting picked just based on race. They already are performing at a very top level.
Well, according to Thomas Sowell, that's not necessarily the case.
Mm-hmm.
I know sometimes Sitch disagrees with Thomas Sowell, but
Well, I'm not familiar. I haven't looked into that.
well, he says statistically, the people who are, picked to fill minority quotas in Ivy League schools, a lot of them drop out. So
Yes, I have heard that from several sources. But it's weird that they're arguing in favor of affirmative action because as Asians, that actually hurts them.
yeah, totally. But they don't know
especially
that.
in college admissions, as we know from the lawsuits. That the recent lawsuits that just happened was Asians suing. I think it was it Harvard or Yale, saying that they were discriminating against Asian people. So.
I'm gonna guess Vince brings it up.
Well, they probably cut it out.
Oh yeah, you're probably right.
Themselves and proven themselves to be picked.
Despite systemic barriers.
I think to a reasonable extent, you could say, okay, if someone grew up in like total poverty and they didn't have the same opportunities, then you can lower the standard a little bit. What I would still say is I think there has to be some proof still of capability. Right now, there's a left-wing movement to remove SAT and standardized testing. So in my opinion, sure, the SAT may not be a perfect test. I think it's decent. That is what actually levels the playing field, is saying we have to take the same test. It doesn't matter what your teacher, how hard they grade, you pay them off, private school education, that's the environment where it's like totally even.
Sure, it's one way to measure.
So I want to point this out. Vince is definitely going to be a good pundit streamer in his future, because what he did was very smart. So he's like, yeah, I agree. There are people that have come from a lower economic situation. Maybe they need a little bit of a leg up, right? So like, okay, it's not a controversial thing to say. It's not really going to breed contention in the conversation. So then he throws out, but the left, there's a movement right now to get rid of SAT and standardized testing, which is true, and that's stupid. So he's taken a topic. This is a very good streaming mentality. You've taken a topic that, maybe you have kind of like a moderate opinion at, that's not really going to cause conflict, and that's not going to cause drama, and that's not going to cause an interesting conversation. And then you sort of divert it to something a little bit more interesting, like, well, what about getting rid of all standardized testing? That's crazy.
Yeah, bringing in the topic that no one was talking about. Bring in the new topic.
Yes, very, very smart move.
Yeah.
Intelligence, but that's also assuming that intelligence can only be assessed in one way. How do you compare someone who is just as smart, or maybe even if they didn't get the SAT score, as like their classmate who literally paid a tutor for 4 years.
Every single day, yep.
Versus this person, they took the test twice in their life and then they put a bunch of their savings into paying for the test.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to compare these people and say that one is more deserving?
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Not a question of who's more deserving. It's a question of who has the higher grades, who has the higher score. And obviously, if you have, the resources and the parents who are willing to spend money and time to have someone tutor you extensively for SATs or whatever, obviously you're probably going to do better on it than the person that isn't. But so what? What are you supposed to, that's the whole reason of them doing it.
Well, that's
Are you going to
unfair.
structure society where you say, if you do extra work and your parents do extra work to make sure that you do better, you're not going to gain or accrue benefit from that? That makes absolutely no sense. That's the entire point.
Yeah. Life is unfair. Sucks.
And also the idea is like, yeah, if you have a tutor or whatever, I went to one of those SAT classes. I know a private tutor, but I went to one of those SAT classes. And it definitely helped because I definitely got a better SAT score the second time around than the first time.
Oh my goodness.
I know, but that's the thing. It's like
privileged.
So, but it wasn't like super expensive or anything. But so like, so what? Like, should I not? I still work. I had to go to these classes. I had to study. I had to do work. I had to do all these practice SATs. It's work. It's still work. It's like I feel like a lot of times when they talk about, the resource advantages, they act like, oh, I can sit in a room playing on Twitter while a tutor like sits next to me and I'm going to absorb the information just by like being next to them. Right. It's like, no, you still have to pay attention to them. You still have to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hard.
Yes.
So I think to level the playing field, like we need to improve our local schools. Not every school is the same. Like if you're in a poor community, you don't have the best teachers. So we want to hold all the teachers accountable for giving top grade education so everybody's leveled. And then it wouldn't matter which race or socioeconomic position that you're taking. I don't agree with like getting rid of affirmative action altogether. I think it needs reform.
What about like legacy kids? I think that it's great to take into account, the systems in power that have intentionally made sure that certain people, and specifically Black and brown people, cannot have access to education. I think that's a great way to try to level that playing field at the least. If a kid
we
can
don't see a fuss being made about legacy kids ever. When do you ever hear about that?
Exactly, it's that like people get a lot more.
I think it's the only fair point that someone on the left in this panel had made regarding this entire conversation is so there's a concern, people complaining about like affirmative action for racial minorities, but why is there not also a complaint about legacy in terms of like, should the standards be lowered just because your parents went to some school or one of your parents went to one of these schools? Why should that lower the standards? Why should that lower the bar of entry? And it shouldn't.
Yeah, that's totally like a rich person's perk too. Because they like to say, our whole family's gone to Yale for like 20 generations.
For 20 generations, we've gone to Yale. Yes.
Yeah. So if you break the chain, they're like basically playing Don't Break the Chain with Ivy League schools. Yeah, that's not really fair.
Yeah.
But look, we've argued about this on the show. I mean, why can't they just satiate demand for Ivy League diplomas?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
And I wonder, like, was Zahid or Zayed? I don't know how to say his name. Son of Citibank CEO. Like, I mean, it was probably pretty easy for him to get in.
Of course.
Maybe that was the thing. Maybe maybe we're mistaken. We're like, oh, Stanford is so woke because he just copy pasted Black Lives Matter 100 times and got into Stanford, right?
Yeah.
It turns out it didn't matter because they didn't really care. He could have drawn a picture of a smiley face urinating on a dog, and all they looked at him and they saw a big checkbook.
Yeah, totally.
So they didn't really care.
Wow, I really liked your essay, champ.
Yeah, maybe it had nothing to do with wokeness.
Thank goodness your dad bought that wing on the library.
CET says, you are wrong, Adam. I don't always do the opposite. I pick whichever option I know will upset you both the most.
Oh, really?
There you go. Full Bugs Bunny.
More up in arms when it's like, oh, well, so you just got in because of your, race.
What do you think the future of Asian Americans in America and American politics is?
The paradigm we are going through now, especially with our
Spider-Man. Wait, what?
Relations with different ethnic groups and everything, I think that we are headed towards balkanization, and the future of America is starting to look like Bosnia. And so I want to avoid that.
Within our generation.
I don't think I'm optimistic that that's not going to happen. But I definitely don't think it's going to happen with the Asians. I don't sense, I could be wrong, but I don't feel like the Asian community is just going to like break off. It'd be like, we're our own thing now. Fuck white Americans. It doesn't seem like that's really happening so far.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I don't know the demographics of various cities and whatnot. So,
well,
who knows?
I think the thing that's interesting, and I think what Vince said is true about how the fear that, you have a lot of these woke kids who are then going to go and become woke teachers, and they're going to perpetuate, the cycle. But I think at least one of the benefits is that the way that sort of like the woke left is structured, I think it's inevitably tears itself apart because they're just basically like crabs in the bucket, essentially.
Oh, that's so
With the way
sad.
that it's so like hyper divisive. So
Yeah. None of these people, none of the people on the panel are very bright. You think that's intentional? Like we've made fun of Brianna Joy Gray.
well, they're
but
in
I
like
feel
a dark room, Adam. It's like a big black background behind.
Look, Brianna Joy Gray couldn't be on this panel because obviously she's not Asian. But I do feel like there are very few people on the left that I actually view as intelligent. And
Wow, look at you.
Hold on, I thought we were doing Own the Libs now. I thought that was a new
Oh, you're right.
new
Yeah,
channel
people on the
moniker.
left are all stupid.
Well, who do you?
All those libtards.
Look, I think Vosh is totally stupid. I think Hassan is completely stupid. I think
Vosh is smart. I know what you're talking about. Vosh is very smart. That's silly that you're saying he's stupid. I mean, I completely disagree with his politics. I think he's an immoral person, but he's very intelligent.
Really?
I don't. How could you say otherwise? Yes. I'm surprised to hear you say otherwise.
He has a good vocabulary, but I don't think he's very intelligent.
You have to be intelligent to make
don't.
the sort of dishonest arguments that he does.
Well, I guess. I mean, the Agua argument. You're really gonna sign off on that one as intelligent.
Listen, they can't all be winners, okay? They can't all be winners.
I mean, you're going for like quantity of arguments, right? Not
yeah, we're
necessarily,
going for quantity.
not necessarily quality.
Okay.
Look, but just seriously, who is it Xander Hall? Like, who are you pointing to on the left? That's
No. I think most people in most political spaces are idiots. So I don't know. You're kind of.
Yeah, you're right. That's true.
I mean, there's us.
Mm-hmm.
There's Vince, obviously very
But
intelligent.
we're not
except
really.
about
Look,
MLK.
we're not really on the left, though. Look, we're
no.
here,
I'm talking about. I said in
the
all.
libs.
You misunderstood. I said in all political spaces. I'm saying not. I'm not saying on the left.
Okay, I got you.
I'm saying in all political spaces, everyone is stupid except for us. And
Vince,
obviously,
except
'cause
for
we
the
just talked to him.
MLK take, but
Except for the
that's
MLK
about
stuff, yeah. And I'll listen. We'll say actual Justice Warrior Sean, one of the few intelligent people
on the right.
No, just in political spaces in general.
Oh yeah, totally. Sean's great.
And that's it. It's just the four of us.
Yeah.
It's just the four of us. I'm sorry, everyone else. All of their friends of the show. I'm sorry.
Carl, ouch. Sitch. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm so sorry, Carl, Dev, Aiden, honor points. Everyone else. I'm so sorry. You didn't make the cut.
That's so bad.
I'm just kidding.
Obviously.
I'm just kidding. I love you all.
But the question was who's on the left? Like Brianna, it's like Brianna Joy Gray and
she's not okay. You're so quick. Okay. We're not going to relitigate that conversation again.
Okay. Is there any smart Asians though?
They're all smart.
Like who would be good on this panel?
Don't you know how this works?
I can't believe you're making an essential. Do you know who we're debating on Tuesday? What are you doing?
I'm trying to give him as many good quotes as possible to hit us with.
Oh my God.
That was the point.
He called Eric July a black guy racist. Like,
well, black people can be racist, obviously. What do you mean?
Yeah, but he called him racist against blacks.
Oh, well, listen. I've seen the Boondocks. He could be Uncle Ruckus in disguise. You don't know. He could have been, what's his name from Django?
Sure.
Yeah, it's possible.
Look, I'm going to go get my shirt.
I'm Uncle Ruckus.
At least what I've seen, a lot more Asian Americans who are interested in politics, who are interested in bringing more representation and bringing more, saying like, we've had enough. You know, this is not how we need to be treated, how we deserve to be treated. So,
see, I feel bad because this girl, I feel like she's like 18, 19, like.
This girl's 34. What are you talking about?
Are you? No.
I don't know.
Come on. I just, obviously, it's literally tokenism if they're just grabbing people. Oh, look, you're Asian. Okay, come be on the panel. You don't know anything about politics, but just jump on the panel.
Well, I mean, most of these people are like streamers or whatever. They have some background.
What's her story?
Let's see. Well. Vashna Vishmail is polymath. I don't know what that means.
Does that
mean
did
she
you
has
really,
sex with all maths?
Did you really look her up?
Yeah.
No way.
Is that mean that she has? Is polymath mean that you have sex with all maths? Is that what that means?
Polymath means that you're poly and you're a math major.
Polymath is a person of wide-ranging knowledge or learning.
Right.
Okay. She is a published author. Well.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
What's the book?
Composer. Well. Researcher and undergraduate at Columbia University.
Wow. Boy, I
There you
was
go.
talking shit, wasn't I?
Yeah, look at you.
Jeez. Wow.
In just 6 months, Yashna grew her digital following on TikTok by 100,000, leading her to become the digital strategist for Squire. I don't know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
At 21 years old, she published her first book, Work Your Net, a book focused on empowering marginalized communities to learn how to develop their network and net worth.
Nice.
So there you go, Adam. You're talking all sorts of shit.
Yeah. Damn. I stand corrected. Look,
There you
I'm listening with a whole new outlook on this.
Of involvement, there will be a higher involvement of Asian Americans. And also just the mere fact that we had Asian American representation, whether it's Kamala or Andrew Yang just even running, that shows people that, hey, maybe that could be me.
Yeah, I'm allowed. I think that one of the biggest things that representation does is it says, I'm allowed to do that because I see someone that looks like me do that.
Yeah.
And I think just exactly what you said is that, with Black Lives Matter, Asian hate, we learned that if we work together as people of color, and that's where I think, that's what it means to me is that we as a group working together get more done. And that if we support each other and we do this, we can get more of ourselves up there.
I think you will definitely see some people actually move to the right because of that. How big will it be? I don't really know. Probably not as big as a lot of Republicans hope, but I think it will happen.
What do I think about the future? I'm gonna be hopeful because I think that oftentimes, we are characterized as just angry, right? And that our politic isn't rooted.
Makes me angry.
Yeah. But our politic isn't rooted in love and isn't rooted in community, isn't rooted in hope, and I hope that it is, right? And so what I'm hopeful about is that we can sit here and name politicians who look like us and sound like us.
Yes.
And that wasn't the case when I was a kid. I didn't think that was possible. So from where I'm sitting, I think the future of Asian American leadership looks like telling our own stories in community with other people who haven't had their stories told yet.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Just from seeing sort of the agitation.
Tell my story, Adam.
Your story?
Tell my story. I don't care about policy. I just want to tell my story.
Well, there was a person of shadow.
Yeah.
Who entered a dark cave. Unsuspectingly.
I don't like where this story is going.
No,
I don't want you to tell my
I
story. Don't tell my story.
What are they advocating for? The one guy said
for
look,
storytelling. What do you mean?
The one guy advocated for collaboration and
Mm-hmm.
getting more done. I mean, I get that. What exactly do you want to get done? I don't know. It's funny because they want to say, all the policies and whatnot are decided by white people or white culture. What policies would they decide if Asians were the dominant culture? I mean, what is bad and they want to change? I guess would be
I
my
got
question.
it. I got it. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna say we're gonna outlaw all forks and knives.
Well,
we're bringing back chopsticks.
Okay. I mean, okay, that's a little strange, but
listen, I will fight to the death.
I would say that's Asian
against that. Okay, I will fight to the. I love me some dim sum, but I will fight to the death against that. Chopsticks are stupid.
I
know I
say
just talked about
that's-
Chinese food and talking about Japanese chopsticks, but
I
actually,
would say
Chinese
that
food
that
chopsticks,
is
right? I don't
definitely
know. Listen,
Asian
I'm a white
supremacy.
racist. I don't know who uses what.
Look, white people are not outlawing chopsticks, so just
Maybe they
keep
should,
that in
Adam.
mind.
Maybe it's about time we did.
What are the policies that white people are choosing that are just so
It's the
racist or-
2023. We have modern technology. I need something more advanced than two sticks, Adam.
God, I love chopsticks. What are you talking?
That's because you're some kind of you're a weirdo. You're you're a Luddite.
Mm-hmm.
I want my silverware to be connected to the Wi-Fi and be able to snap a picture of what I'm eating and upload it to Instagram as I'm taking a bite of it. Okay. I want a piece of wood. I want smart forks and smart knives.
Okay.
Tell my story. When I get canceled, tell my story.
You're gonna get canceled on Tuesday. I'm just warning you.
Speaking of that, Andrew Clark for $2 says, OC's friend called Eric July a monkey unironically.
No
Holy
way.
Shit.
What? Send us that clip. We want that
Send
clip
us that
on
clip,
Tuesday.
Andrew.
Yeah.
We'll use it like a time.
We're gonna bring this clip up. We're gonna listen. What's up with this?
Right.
One question for you. What's up with the monkey comment here? That's not very nice. Press play.
I was reading the chat.
Within our own communities. I think just like with movements and like being tired of staying silent. I think that's part of going back to also that model minority myth of like, I'm going to mind my business. I'm just going to do my thing. And you guys just fight it out over there. You know, I think that like seeing the passion kind of jump out is very beautiful to witness. And so hopefully I think that the future, at least that I envision, is one where we can maybe see more humanity in each other. I think that as an Asian American, a lot of how I've viewed myself has been through a lens of self-hatred and shame. With the moment that we're in right now, even this conversation that we've been able to have, I think that we're the difference that I hopefully feel is that we're not going to sit on the sidelines and be like, that's not my business. I think now we're ready to be like, that is my business, and I'm going to be vocal about it. So I don't know what that looks like in the future, but I think that my hope is that it looks more like community care.
You know, white children in this country grew up with the mentality, I can be president one day. We didn't have that. and we're...
I didn't have that either. Look.
Your parents are like Adam.
My parents didn't
You're
tell
not going to
me.
be president.
Yeah.
You're not going to be CEO. You're going to smoke pot.
I used to
surf
say,
on the beach of California.
I used to bitch like, that's not fair. My dad would go, whoever promised you fair? Like, come on now.
That's such a thing you say to a kid.
Life is harsh. That's what my parents taught me. So
right.
They didn't teach me, oh, you could be president. I think I might have asked my dad once, you know, because they say it in school, right? America, where anyone could be president. I was like, Dad, could I be president? And he said, shut the fuck up. There was no illusions that I could be president.
He said, shut the fuck up as you dodged the beer bottle. I know. And he said, get me another one. Get me another one. And goddamn, you did.
I mean, it wasn't that bad, but it wasn't. That's definitely the ballpark.
It wasn't another great Christmas at the Bender household.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Uh-huh.
It was very.
Your dad didn't get you cigarettes.
Very
smoke
realistic.
up, Adam.
That would have been awesome.
I like that she's like.
My dad didn't smoke though, so I didn't never.
That's
ask.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. He got you a 6-pack. He's like, drink up, Adam. I like that she's like, oh, you know, we were never told that we could be president. We never told us stuff. She's like, she turns and looks to the kid who's like son of the CEO of Citibank. She's saying this.
Well,
and he's
he
like,
probably
yeah.
will be president one day.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Or vice president, definitely.
Kid that's already had 2-3 TED Talks, already met Hillary Clinton and Obama.
Yeah, they're grooming him for president.
Ivy League education.
Yeah.
Lady, you don't know who you're talking to.
Literally.
Just now, like, oh, could it be us? What I hear a lot in your reasons for being Republican or thinking the way you do is that you don't want to be seen as a victim. I see that.
True.
I hear that very loud and clear. And it's rooted in kind of that logic that pits you against yourself. That you constantly walk around with this idea, I'm not a victim. But it doesn't just end with you. We are people that come from community. One of the things, even though we are not a monolith, a lot of our cultures can unite in the fact that we believe in community. And I know when people...
Well, it's interesting because she's able to say something that is intelligent, which is that there are a lot of people on the right who don't want to be seen as a victim. But she didn't complete the thought, which is that that mindset is a mindset that very often, not always, but very often can breed to success.
Of course. Yeah.
Now it can have a downside to it. The downside to it is I'm not a victim, so I'm not going to change my ways, essentially. Like if you're failing, which can actually help, cause people to get stuck in negative, especially like in the cultural gravity of like a negative behavioral type sometimes.
Well, and if you're actually a victim sometimes. But
sure,
even then, I think, if you have the mindset that you're not a victim and someone comes along and does something that literally puts you into that category, just not wanting to put yourself in that category and let your life fall apart and kind of, drown in your sorrows is a better attitude to have.
Right. It's just, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, so you can have a not victim attitude, which is very good and productive. But you can have I'm not a victim attitude that leads to an overabundance of pride and an unwillingness to accept the reality of like your situation and try to actually do better.
Oh, really?
Sure. So like a lot of the, the cultural attitude of like in like a lot of lower income cultures where it's kind of like, oh, I'm not a victim. I don't need your charity. I don't need your help. But then it's kind of like there's no movement towards progress.
I see
either.
what you're saying.
You know what I'm talking about?
I see what you're saying. Like you might turn down a mentorship to think it's like just some sort of handout.
Right. Or you could actually pull someone else down.
No, I got you. And so, pride is the perfect way to look at that. Yeah.
Right. Seeing someone else succeed is like the success rubs in your face that you're a failure. So it can go either way. But generally, having a not victim mentality is the way to go.
I definitely have I'm not a victim mentality.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. And that's what should be, strive for most people.
Well, I guess I'm really not a victim though. So.
Well, there you go. You have a mentality that matches your experience.
Look, I'm a straight white male, right? Look, what do I have?
There you go.
I mean, everyone hates me, but it totally that makes you anti-fragile. So
that's why they hate you, because you're a straight white man.
Yeah, because I'm super.
No, they hate you because you're darker than Kamala Harris. They're racist.
Kamala hates that, definitely.
People, when we talk as passionately as we do, it sounds like we're complaining to some people, but we have seen progress and we know it's possible. So yes, we are hopeful that our children can even have it better than us.
To your point, you said, you feel like in some situations I'm pitted against myself. You're 100% right. I am my number one competition, and I'm going to win because I am the representation.
I don't doubt that you're going to win.
The conversation about representation, I got to see somebody who looks like me in order for me to believe. No, I am that guy. I am going to put. I'm going to put myself there, right? Like that. Like I'm going to be that representation. I'm that representation every day.
Guess what, guys?
I love that she says not everyone has that belief, because it's the perfect thing, because that's what's standing in your way. If you believe that the world is set against you and that you can't succeed, you can't do it.
True.
You're the one standing in your own way.
True.
Especially now. What do you really have to lose by at least just trying? Right? So many right-wingers will pull out the studies about, like Nigerian immigrants that come to America, and obviously they're massively successful. And if it really was a white supremacist country and everyone didn't want to give blacks any opportunity whatsoever, then that wouldn't be the case. That wouldn't happen, right?
Right.
But they do succeed because they're not standing in their own way. It's so sad. It's like a mental game. So many people do stand in their own way.
What's the problem?
Sad.
It's not like it is. It's literally a mental game,
But I guess that is one of the problems with the wokeness. Because if you look out and see a world where white supremacy is standing in your way, the smart thing to do is not try. Like, why would you try? Right.
But that's the problem. They hit you with a double whammy. They hit you with, we live in a white supremacist society where you can't succeed. There's a racist around, under every rock, around every tree. That's the first whammy. And then the second whammy is, if you do try to participate in society and succeed and go to school and get a job and blah 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 blah, then you're giving up on your minorityness, your blackness, your Asianness, or whatever, and you're a sellout. You're giving into white culture, blah 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 blah. So it hits you with this double whammy of failure.
Well, I think a lot of the losers throw that at people because they're just jealous. It's like
it's an after the fact justification.
It's a cope and seethe mechanism. It's like, how dare you?
Yeah. No, you're right. A lot of it is coping.
I don't think Asians really. I mean, Asians.
Not as much. Not so much.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because they're doing better on average if we lump all Asians together, obviously.
Sure.
So.
Totally.
Christian Baller did another
meme that's going to get me in trouble.
Another Adam Kamala hair.
Oh no.
For all that representation today. So thank you.
I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that.
For the passionate responses. You're going to get a bunch of us in the room together. We're not going to agree. All that representation.
I'm gonna put.
Not
I'm going.
everybody has
I'm
your
gonna put
belief.
myself
I
there,
love
right?
that you
Like
have
that's that. Like I'm gonna be that representation. I'm that representation every day.
Guess what, guys? We were all that representation today. So thank you.
Oh, what a dick.
Mm-hmm. What do
Did
you mean?
catch that? Moderator's like, we're all that representation today because everyone on the panel's Asian. And, son of Citibank over here is like, I don't know about all that.
Oh,
he's like denying their Asianness because they had different political opinions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what
holy shit, because he's like the conservatives.
Yes. He's like, I don't know about that.
I can't stand this. The whole.
Yeah, it's gross. I don't know about all that.
I don't know about all that.
I don't know about all that.
For the passionate responses. You're going to get a bunch of us in the room together. We're not going to agree. That's just how it is.
Yes.
So appreciate it, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, it was just sad.
You just late.
I was just talking.
No, you just late. I almost.
It was definitely a ride, with some ups and some lows. Fun.
We should have asked Vince about that. Look at that. They sat him right next to her.
No, you just late. I almost.
It was definitely.
Did you hear what she said to him? She's like, I almost cried. When you were speaking, I almost cried. I got chill.
A ride.
Look at that. He's like, oh God.
Look who he sat right next to. He's like, I need more of that voice. Just whisper in my ear.
Don't be me.
Whisper in my ear.
Stop being such an asshole.
Is it? Look, I don't.
It was a lovely, lovely lady and had very good opinions.
I don't think you understand. Like that voice is very intriguing to me.
I don't like this backhanded compliment.
I don't get it.
Eat some green room raisins and shut up.
It's a very unique voice. Come on.
Okay. Drink some Red Bull.
With some ups and some lows.
Fun, interesting, kind of spicy.
I was surprised by the Stop Asian hate. Quite a few people who were like, it's not a thing.
I did disagree with almost everything that they said. I also have found it hard to believe that people think that Black Lives Matter is looked at in some way as fake.
I have zero regrets.
A lot of Asians in the community actually support Trump because he promotes meritocracy.
Love Donald Trump.
Meritocracy. Let me say that again.
He's from Queens. I'm from Staten Island.
Meritocracy.
We're basically paisans.
I think the term Asian Americans should be erased.
Asian Americans are awesome.
Closing thought on Asian American as a term. It is as creative, open, and complicated as we
They had
decide to
coloring
make
books
it.
in the
And
green
we
room?
can. So
Yeah, what was up with that? The
They
coloring.
had coloring
books.
books. That's weird. They had coloring books in the green room.
Oh God, I'm so sad that I didn't have that screen cap for a thumbnail. Oh my.
That's so weird. Oh, what we're looking at right now.
Yeah. Look, that's zany.
So I really like Vish, but he's got his work cut out for him, according to this New York Post article. Apparently, he's been hired by George Santos
No
to be
way.
a staffer.
No way. That's awesome. What are you talking about?
Oh, he's got his work cut out for him. Oh. No.
I wonder if we could get an interview with George Santos. Look, we have an in.
I don't know about that.
That would be amazing. What are you talking about?
So, George, who do you think? Did you think you annoyed people more by stealing money from the charity for blind vet dogs, or for dressing up as a woman in South America, or for claiming you were Jewish when you actually weren't?
Sitch would
Who
make
do you
that.
think is more
Sitch would make that his first question, of course, right out of the gate.
Of course. What? Listen.
He'd be like, "I'm out of
What are we
here."
gonna talk about? The weather?
He's like, "You guys have fun. You guys have fun on your show."
That's the only reason anyone wants to talk to him.
I mean, that's amazing though that he's a staffer. Look, I don't know.
Isn't that yeah? That's interesting.
I don't know if that guy's
fascinating.
going to last. Two Congresses. So,
Mhm.
Vish, you got to take advantage of that while you're there.
Essentially, he has a YouTube video on Dinesh D'Souza's channel. I have to watch it.
Vish does?
Yeah.
Oh,
Vish
okay.
Burrow discusses his pivotal role in unveiling the Hunter Biden laptop from hell.
Oh, really?
It's fascinating. I wonder what his
So
role
Vish was involved in it?
I mean,
Interesting.
according to this video title.
Yeah. And it's on
But,
Dinesh D'Souza's channel, so obviously. He's the one that did
This
the
is-
documentary about the
Right.
stolen
So
election.
I'm curious what his role was. Interesting. I liked what he was saying in the conversation. Seemed pretty up and with it.
I did like the, I am the representation. I dig that.
Yes.
That's awesome.
I think it's hilarious he's working with Santos. Oh, look, there's a picture of him.
With George Santos?
No, but standing outside of his office.
Didn't Romney snub George Santos recently at the State of the Union address? Walked up to
Did
him
he?
and said,
I didn't watch it at all, so I don't know.
I didn't either.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't watch the State of the Union, obviously. I got a message from somebody, and I can't remember who it was, and they said they were talking about coming on the show, and they said, "Oh yeah, did you see the State of the Union? It was amazing." And I thought, I doubt that's true. I'm not sure that the State of the Union was amazing, but
Mm-hmm. So here you go. This is from a political article, so you can take that as you will. He says, who's this author? My doctoral research. That's never a good sign. Daniel Lee Thompson for Vice News says my doctoral research on conservative media influencers.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it was a?
Is
do you
that
think was fair?
vicious?
I'm sorry, Danielle. Yeah. Do you think she gave like a nonpartisan fair?
Of course not. What are you talking about?
Okay, probably not.
But
she says
it's Danielle. Who? What is this article?
This is an article on George Santos.
Okay. Well, obviously he's like they want George Santos to be in the news every single day because he's like proof that the GOP are all just lying pieces of shit. Right?
Well, he's like what's the Democrat guy that had the brain aneurysm?
Fetterman?
Yeah. No one cares. He's their Fetterman. Nobody cares. They just want to vote. Nobody cares if your guy's just a lying scumbag. Nobody cares if your guy's a zombie. They just want the vote.
Yeah, but
Nobody cares.
There is a giant difference than pointing at the Democrats and saying, look, you guys elected a literal stroke patient.
Mhm.
And pointing to the Republicans and saying, you guys elected a con artist. I mean, it's like
Is it
night
really
and
that
day.
different?
Yeah,
What's the
it's totally
difference?
night and day.
What's the difference?
Look, a person can get a stroke without lying and deceiving people. Obviously, a con artist is like, look,
Right.
and their ultimate goal is to paint all Republicans as lying. Look, have you listened to Vosh's? Look, Vosh, the guy that you think is completely intelligent,
Mhm.
all he talks about is Republicans being lying, cheating.
No, okay, no. What I'm saying is, in terms of why nobody cares, is the same reason.
Mhm.
Not obviously they're not the same situation, right? I'm saying nobody cares because if you're on the Democrats or team Democrat or team Republican, you just want a vote in the House or Senate, and you
Yeah,
don't
but
want to lose a vote in the House or the Senate. That's all they care about. That's why they're not. Should Fetterman shouldn't be in office, obviously, and neither should Santos because he's a fucking con artist.
But the
like, it's
moderates,
like obviously these people shouldn't be there.
I'm just saying the moderate center independents are going to vote more likely for a stroke patient than they are for a con artist. And the con artist charge,
maybe.
look, it's easy to say, listen, Romney told this guy off, but in reality, Romney is just as bad as him. Romney is a con artist, just he hasn't gotten caught.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what they'll say.
Okay.
Okay.
I just say one word.
What's the article say?
All I have to do. One word. My doctoral research on conservative media influencers features interviews with people like Santos's new staffer, Vish Burra, a Staten Island native who once worked with Steve Bannon on a podcast.
Oh my God.
War Room to break the Hunter Biden laptop story. Oh, I guess that's how he had some connection.
Oh, okay.
Later, Burra staffed Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz as he was being investigated for sex trafficking. Wow. Is Vish like the secret cleanup guy or something?
Remember when Matt Gaetz totally made Jank look like a fool on the Young Turks?
I do remember that. We watched that.
Yeah, on election night. It was
that
great.
was how embarrassing was that for Jank? Oh man.
God, he got so triggered.
He sure did. He sure did.
I gotta work on not getting triggered makes you look bad. I gotta chill out.
Well, if you want, I could send you. I'll take a screenshot of Jank when he was getting triggered, and I'll just
that's a
send
good
it to
idea.
you whenever you get triggered.
I'll hang it on my wall. I'll be like, oh, I don't want to be that. Oh my God, that's terrible. I'll just like chill.
Oh, here you go. In interviews, Burra told me about the far right media strategy of penetrating mainstream media and delivering lib-owning, attention-seeking performances. See, I told you we have to own the libs, Adam. This is where it's at.
I was on Vince's channel, and it seems like there's one thumbnail that, libs so owned, it says.
There you go. Burra himself has claimed that illegal immigrants were bringing COVID-19 across the border. On The Daily Show, he clashed with Asian American progressives on a Vice panel, discussing upticks in hate crimes against Asians. On the local news, he lauded his maskless New York Young Republican Club gala during the 2020 pandemic. He is one of the many characters in the Trumpian carnival, the self-described Clout Diablo, who seeks social capital at all costs. All of this performance is in the name of attention. Wow, it's obviously a very neutral, non-biased article.
We're going to use that Clout Diablo.
That's amazing. Clout Diablo. Is that cultural appropriation?
Who cares? It's great. Clout Diablo.
That Clout Diablo.
Diablo's devil, right? Clout devil?
No.
Oh.
What are you talking about? Diablo.
Diablo is definitely devil.
Diablo is a type of guitar.
Don't try to gaslight me.
What do you mean it's a type of guitar? And it's actually very offensive that you think it means devil.
Diablo. What's this?
That's some kind of anti-Hispanic thing.
No. Diablo's devil. Don't gaslight me.
So it's really funny. There's a video on here too that shows him with Santos.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know why there's like an article about this. And it's funny. There's like they set up a photo op right outside of Santos's office where he made sure to put like a big bag of Chick-fil-A outside of his office and take a picture of it.
Why?
Because, that's the conservative fast food chain or something.
Oh, Chick-fil-A. Ouch.
Yeah.
I feel bad.
Anyways.
They can't. I mean, I'd rather eat at Taco Bell, to be honest. Damn it.
Where was I? Let's go over Superchats.
Cool.
Being the
awesome.
Clout
I'm glad
that we are.
That was amazing. It's so weird because our shows just, like, they have this spontaneity to them. Like, we never reached out to Vince. We never planned this. He's on half the show. It's, like, amazing.
I know. It's
Have
awesome.
a little mini debate on Martin
a topic
Luther
no one
King.
cares about. Yeah.
Well, I thought it was fun, so. It was interesting.
And it was
I
all
knew,
the chat's fault. It was literally
I
all
know.
the chat's.
I know, which was awesome. Just
Bad
the whole thing, you guys. I mean, that was a far more intelligent back and forth on Martin Luther King than I've seen on any other YouTube channel here on old YouTube.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Amazing.
Well, listen, we're very intelligent people.
Yeah.
Me and Vince. Okay. Me a little bit more so.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I do okay. I do all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were we talking about?
I know.
You didn't say anything in that conversation.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Well, wait, my power went out, so I couldn't say anything.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Look, I loved the fact that you pulled up the quotes and he pulled up the quotes. Look, I instigated.
We had a
the
quote
whole
off. Yeah, it was great.
I read the super chat right when it came up. I started that. Okay.
I know. It was actually your fault. I saw a super chat and I'm like, when am I going to read this? And I'm just like, meanwhile, let's have a conversation about MLK.
It was a pertinent question.
Yeah.
You had great comebacks. He was like,
of course
look,
I did.
He said all this anti-communist stuff. And you're like,
I'm
but
right.
in the same speech, look, he said all this.
I'm right.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, it's so
fondue.
sad. Wait, I did say something in that debate. I
What did you say?
said, it's not good to shit on MLK because who in our culture is gonna replace that meme?
Well, actually, that's true. You did have a good point. You had a really good point,
Yeah.
actually. And there was a point about that we never got to that I was going to say, which I was going to ask Vince, which is that if MLK was a secret communist, but everything he said was pro liberalism, so what?
Yeah, what's the difference?
Like, yeah, if someone's promoting something and in their heart of hearts they're like a secret something else, but that doesn't come across in their work, and their work is the exact opposite, like how does that, like, it doesn't matter.
If they're a hypocrite, that they lose a lot of respectability.
Right. But that's a different issue. That's like, okay, so if someone's a hypocrite, they lose power over their message being influencing, right? When Hassan complains about, some socialist shit, but then he's like, a millionaire living in LA in a mansion with a fancy sports car, you're like, oh, I don't trust whatever he's saying, right? So yeah, of course. But if someone is a, quote unquote, like if it's true, which first of all, I don't think it is true, but if MLK was a secret communist, but everything he spoke was anti-communism and pro-liberalism, why does it matter what his secret, unless you're saying that he had some secret communist messaging that was leaking into, he was secretly subverting America with communism, which there's no evidence of that.
Why? Hypocrisy just immediately allows people to levy the fraud charge. So that's the thing. They're like,
I understand.
Everything
I
that you
understand.
said you didn't believe in, and therefore, even though I believe in it, you not believing it really irks me.
Of course.
Right?
Of course. Right. That's a different issue, but yes.
You're a grifter. This
I
is
think
why. I mean, occasionally I feel like this. Candace Owens says shit all the time that I think, well, I kind of agree with that, even though she's a grifter. I'm like, what? I mean, that's good. Sometimes you got to grift a little to get your point across.
Candace Owens reminds me a lot of Eliza Blue.
Yeah, no, same thing. It's like, well, she is getting a lot of, pedo shit off of Twitter, and I do like that. I don't want that shit on Twitter.
Well, that's not what I meant.
Okay.
Though it's weird. Candace Owens is like successful Eliza Blue. So if Candace Owens had just said, I was wrong about social autopsy, and it was a mistake, and I was wrong to sue my high school for racism.
Oh my God.
Maybe that one's a little bit more
I forgot about
problematic.
that.
Yeah. She should have said, it was wrong for me to sue the school, instead of suing just complaining about the individuals, right? Like, I don't know what the school's responsibility was exactly to have anything to do with that. If you don't remember, there's some situation where like 4 people in a car who were classmates called her and left like a racist voicemail on her phone. I think
Why
she
would they
claims
do
it was because one of them was like a jilted lover or something. That's her claim. I don't know if that's
ouch.
true. I don't know what the school, and this became kind of a controversy because one of the kids in the car was like the son of the mayor of like the city, whatever city this was in Connecticut. And I think that guy is now like a senator, representative of Connecticut.
There are
Or
cities
whatever the
in
fuck's through
Connecticut?
Massachusetts.
Wow.
I know. Whatever the fuck. He's some elected official.
Connecticut, they don't have cities. Come on.
Right.
They have towns.
That's true. They have towns. That's true. And then, so then she ended up, I believe she ended up suing school for some reason. I don't know what the schools, I don't remember what the school had to do with it. Maybe because they didn't punish them or something. And actually, the ACLU or the NAACP, like, helped fund the lawsuit. So,
what?
So, yeah, it's a whole big thing. It's a whole big controversy. So it's kind of interesting now to see where she is now because it's like the polar opposite of that.
She was fighting with someone on YouTube, and I can't remember who it was, but it's like the blonde girl that she blew up. She made a video like, "Dear fat people, just stop eating," or something like that. And evidently her and Candace Owens had some falling out or something. She was on Candace Owens' show, and Candace Owens totally destroyed her and like savaged her reputation, and it was a big
I don't know what you're talking about.
Big drama, big back and forth. Someone in the chat will know. But yeah, she made a bunch of videos calling. Well, not a bunch. I think she made like one or two videos.
Chitachi says Nicole Arbor.
That's it. Yeah, Nicole Arbor. She says that Candace Owens is like just a complete lying, cheating, thieving grifter. And just ultimately doesn't care about anything but her own success. She's like a narcissist. I think.
I believe that.
I think she did this is the thing. I mean, people throw around the narcissist term a lot, and I feel like when they're talking about narcissism, I feel like they're just talking about, normal people. Like, doesn't everybody want to have some level of success? I don't know.
Yes, but I mean, how far you take it and what you're willing to do for it, right?
That's the unhealthy part?
Line.
Yeah.
Oh, I never watched. I meant to watch this. I never did. Nicole Arbor put out a 37-minute video saying the truth about Candace Owens.
It's a terrible video.
Oh, really? It's not.
Well, I mean, she's got a bunch of stuff that's like text cards on the screen that you got to read and stuff like that.
Oh, that's
yeah. It's just
Adam is like my old adversary.
reading. Yeah, no. I mean, it's poorly done because a lot of people just listen to YouTube videos.
Sure.
Yeah. So
right.
they're not able to read on the screen. And then not only that, it's like super tiny. You're on your phone and you're going, "Oh shit. I got to read this here. Let me fucking zoom in here on my phone."
Right.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, listen. So I guess where I was going with this, where I was going to say that it's interesting. I feel like Candace Owens is like Eliza, is that they're both people that I feel like they should have, instead of making a big deal about trying to cover up their past, should have just said, and like Jack Murphy, should have just said, I'm different now, right? I'm a different person now.
That's what Jack Murphy tried to do, though.
No, that's not what he did, because he blew up on everyone and he tried to, squash and attack people.
I guess you're right. You're saying that should have been the first angle instead of like the last desperate hope to like, oh no, look, I'm different now. Yes. Honest.
Yeah.
I've changed.
Either to say that you're changed first, or if you have some initial bad reaction on a live stream, immediately then follow it up with like, there's a mistake and I apologize to Sydney Watson. And,
yeah. I shouldn't. Instead of digging the hole deeper. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. But the weird thing is that with Candace Owens, it worked.
Oh yeah, it totally did.
Because no one cares anymore about that. I mean, I guess people still label her a grifter because of that, but
I feel
wildly successful. So
is it, I don't even know if I should say this, but maybe.
Say it.
I don't know.
Do it, Adam. Give in to the dark side.
I feel like this might get a super chat. I feel like Dialogue always is going to super chat if I say this. So maybe I should.
Are you going to say something You're going to say, because she's a black lady. The conservatives are very thirsty for a token conservative.
Well, you look, Sitch.
That's what you're going to say, Adam.
Sitch.
I can sense it in you.
Sitch, that was not what I was going to say. But
I
since
knew you better than you know yourself, Adam. I can read your mind.
But since you brought it up.
Oh, look at you trying to blame me for your dark racist thoughts, God Candace Owens.
Well, look. I don't want to throw conservatives under the bus. Okay, I feel like conservatives are getting a lot of hate that's undeserved.
Yes. Good.
But I mean, they are thirsty for like a black woman representative.
Sure,
Is that not like?
Yeah. I agree. Obviously. I'm not sure that's why. I think it was because, that was like the early days of the internet culture war. Like Candace Owens got in like right at the beginning, or not right. She got in like pretty early in the game, so I think she managed to sneak by. I'm not sure she would have if Candace Owens blew up now. I don't know. I don't know if she would get as successful because the social autopsy stuff would just. I don't think she could.
What are you saying? Like they've already met their quota for black.
No. I mean
talent?
Because when she entered into the conversation was like right sort of like when the woke stuff was really getting started.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the right was far more forgiving and like unifying against wokeness.
Right.
And now, since the right has like a foothold, all of a sudden, I think they're a little bit more selective.
Right. And they would say, oh, she's grifting. She's a secret leftist.
Yeah, if she had the same reaction she had back then, because didn't we covered it? We had the
Blair White debate.
Dave
I think that was like
Blair White.
I think that was like our third show or fourth show or something.
It was
the
legendary
guys,
Dave Rubin, Blair White,
guys,
Owens.
guys.
How come he never got accused of sexism and transphobia? He kept calling them guys.
Oh yeah, of course, misgendering. Jeez,
I know. Terrible.
Every once in a while, I watch a Dave Rubin video and I immediately regret it.
Be nice to Dave. Poor Dave. Poor Dave.
Look,
anyways,
I got to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
You go to the bathroom. Fondue for $2 says, who is responsible for this thumbnail? Well, Fondue, it's the same person who's responsible for all the thumbnails. Me. I do all the artwork for all the thumbnails. Okay. I listen. When Adam is here, I pretend like Adam does it because it makes him feel better. But I actually do all the clickbait thumbnails. Okay. Nobody tell him I said this when he comes back. Equishadox for $5. Thank you so much. Says, I am conservative and Asian American. I'm excited to see how Vice will mischaracterize both conservatives and Asians. Well, I hope your excitement lived up. I hope it all panned out for you. So, because they definitely did both. Sodoge for $2. Thank God I can finally fight aliens. Says, Sitch and Adam, so late we already made first contact with UFOs. True.
I'm back.
So, do you think it's interesting, Adam, that we saw we saw an egg-shaped balloon that was kind of going across America. And then a few days later, we see a phallic-shaped UFO flying across America.
Oh wow! Maybe they're trying to get our birth rates up.
And then what? Then what do we hear? What happened after that? We hear that there's a mysterious story of a female gibbon giving birth without being around any males.
Really? I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
story.
You didn't hear about this story?
No. Wow.
In a zoo, there was a female gibbon that's not been around any males. It's alone.
Spontaneously gave birth, huh?
And somehow immaculately conceived a
That's
gibbon.
Amazing. Is it a clone? Has she had the baby yet? The gibbon baby?
No.
Okay.
It's not a clone. So you know what that means, right?
No.
It means Jesus has finally come back at him.
Really? As a gibbon.
As a gibbon.
That's quite the Chad move.
Isn't it?
Can you imagine? Like the gibbon learns sign language is like, no, I'm Jesus. Like he keeps signing.
See, look.
Look, I'm Jesus.
Listen, Jesus is like, okay, how do I come back and get people to really know that it's me, Jesus, right? Because if Jesus comes back as just like a person, I'm like, oh, this is crazy. Like,
Yeah.
You know, every day
You
there's
don't
like
even look like
100,000 people that
Jesus.
think they're Jesus that are being born, right?
Yeah.
But if a gibbon,
Monkey Jesus.
but if a gibbon is immaculately conceived,
Right.
and learns to speak,
Sign, I know.
no, speak, learns to speak English, which is
Oh,
obviously
really?
God's language, learns to speak English, even though this is a zoo in Japan, I believe, then and says, listen, I'm Jesus, you got to believe it, right? You have to believe the monkey that's speaking English when it says
Oh
it's
my
Jesus.
God, I'm just thinking.
I mean,
Like
don't you
like,
have to?
You're in
right?
the zoo and it looks up at you and it says,
Come here, my
praise the
child."
Lord.
Come here, my child. Let me tell you about the Lord. Let me tell you about my father. It walks across the moat. Like that's engaging and it
Oh my
sits on the
God.
edge and it gives like a sermon to all the people. You know that would get like that's how you do it, man. That's how you do it.
I want to see this movie. I really do. I feel like this would be an amazing, like this is the greatest story ever told.
Yes. Monkey Jesus.
Yeah. Let me
I love
out of
it.
the zoo.
And there you go. So in the chat says Jews would never crucify a gibbon. True. They're just too adorable. I mean, unfortunately, gibbons. Now, unfortunately, gibbons proportionally are kind of like made to be crucified because they got those long arms. But they're just too. You could just easily see a gibbon on a crucifix.
Immaculate conception of a gibbon. I
But
never
they're
would have
just so
suspected
cute.
it.
They're just so cute. You could never do it. You could never kill a little gibbon. So.
What did I miss while I was gone?
Nothing about me doing all the thumbnails.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
What do you mean?
I do all the thumbnails.
Oh no, obviously I do the thumbnails, but CT has
There
done
you
a
go.
couple of thumbnails.
Okay. Corona Kid, thanks so much for being a free user for 5 months. Says I took an Asian American class and it's a feeling common to resent integration. They feel that something's been taken, but they grew up without the old burdens. Interesting.
Well, I'm a super empathetic person, so I can imagine coming to a place that is totally culture shock type thing and just being a little, feeling out of place, feeling like I don't belong. Look, I moved to the South after I graduated from college, and I would try to imagine myself like spending the rest of my life there, and I couldn't do it. I was like, look, I'm a tourist here. I'm going to live here for a couple of years, but I'm going to move back to where I grew up with where all my friends are and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But imagine moving to like a country where you're just, nah, this is it. I'm here for good. That's kind of crazy.
True.
Yeah.
It is kind of crazy. I think I wonder like, so we talk about how like the left mentality is to seek new information out there in the world, and the right is to kind of look back at tradition and ancestry.
Totally.
And I feel like what happens is that there are people who, second, third generation people who've immigrated the country who have that sort of conservative leaning, and then they feel slighted because they're like, I can't look back at my traditions. What are my traditions?
Yeah.
What
They
is
have
my
kind of an identity crisis.
Right. So.
Yeah, no, it's very, very complex problem that you're dealing with. So, yeah.
Guy for $20 says you better be careful, Sitch. The gibbon stuff is straight out of the Talmud.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. Is that real? Did you read a story that was a fake story?
There you go. What do you mean?
Were you reading Nick Fuente's blog?
Listen.
Where'd
I
you
know.
get
I
this
actually had the.
Where'd you get this gibbon story from?
I actually had the Talmud open on my lap. If the Talmud was saying that Jesus will be reborn as a gibbon, okay.
Oh, okay.
And that's why they crucified him, because the Jews and the Romans were like, "Listen, we need Jesus to be a little cuter. So we'd prefer gibbon Jesus over human Jesus.
Well, yeah.
I mean, who wouldn't, honestly?
I mean, obviously the paintings would be a lot cooler.
Yeah, imagine every painting of Jesus. How much more base would it be if there's a fucking gibbon there instead, right?
Yeah, yeah. You could do little mice next to him as the thieves on the other.
No. Everyone else is human. There's just this one gibbon, everyone's praising in the painting. And actually, here we can make this movie even better, Adam. So the way that gibbon Jesus communicates is somehow you just understand what the gibbon Jesus is saying, psychically, but it's actually just screeching at monkey gibbon howling talk to you, in reality. Would that not this is would this not be the best cartoon, gibbon Jesus?
I have a question for people in the chat. You can't answer this question, obviously, because you're Jewish. So it's it's a Christian question.
Okay.
Right?
Listen, if gibbon Jesus comes out, I will convert.
Really?
Okay?
Oh my
yes,
God!
I will convert for gibbon Jesus. I've said gibbons are my favorite primate.
Look,
I've
we got a Jew for Jesus right here, guys.
Gibbons.
Right
I
here.
said gibbons are my favorite primate. So should it be a coincidence that Jesus is reborn as a gibbon?
He's not a Jew for Jesus. He's a Jew for gibbon Jesus.
Gibbon
but
Jesus.
only
Yeah, get it
gibbon
right.
Jesus.
Gate for GJ.
Okay.
Gib G. That's what we'll call him. Gib G.
I specifically remember in my church, and every time I think of this, I think, were they gaslighting me? Because I feel like maybe they were gaslighting me a little bit. But they always said that Jesus was nailed to the cross, but the thieves that were crucified with him were just tied to the cross. They weren't nailed to the cross because only Jesus could take the nailing. Now, as I grew up, I learned about history and whatnot. I don't think that's the case. I think they just nailed them all up there. Right?
Right.
I mean, look, why are they going to tie these guys and nail these other guys?
That's interesting. I didn't know they said that. I've never heard this.
Well, yeah. And I always saw it. Do they say that in all the churches? Is that in the Bible? I don't think that's in the Bible. I don't think the tying the thieves up is in the Bible. So I don't know.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, there's a big problem with the whole story around that anyway, because they didn't crucify thieves anyway. They crucified people for treason and for people that were fomenting sedition and revolution. That's why they did it. They didn't do it for thieves. So it doesn't make sense that those two other guys were thieves.
Well, I mean, they're thieves in the biblical story, aren't they?
Well, that's what the story says, right?
Oh, okay. You're just trying to throw shade at my religion. Jeez.
Well, there's another big thing there's another big problem with the story too. What was the guy's name? So Pontius Pilate comes out. Let me Jew-splain to you the Bible. Okay.
Okay.
Pontius Pilate comes out.
This part is in my Bible. What are you talking about?
Right.
I know this part.
I know.
Look, David Bowie comes out and he says, listen.
David Bowie comes out and he says, listen, I'm going to let you guys choose to take someone off the cross, right?
Right.
So set free. Something that, by the way, has never been documented to ever happen.
Right. He's you get one.
Yeah, this is not something that's ever happened in any, recorded history except for the Bible, right? And he says, but so, Pontius Pilate says, okay, I'll let you guys choose, right? And who do they call for? Who do they say should be free?
So some serial killer, the worst murderer of all. They're like, let that guy go.
Do you remember what his name was?
I don't. Yeah, Barnabas
His name
or
was
something.
Barabbas. Yes.
I was close. Yeah.
Right.
Look at that. Covalent bonds.
There you go.
I don't know how I don't know how I remember this, but I do.
Well, here you go. This is weird though, because Barabbas.
Oh, Barabbas.
Barabbas.
He's a character in EM Flux too.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's probably where they got it from, the Bible. Barabbas.
So, they said they wanted Barabbas. Now, Barabbas is really weird because in Hebrew, the word bar and the word Abba or Abbas in that context would mean that they're saying son of the Father.
No way. Oh my.
That's why. Yes.
Oh, that's
that's the term bar mitzvah. The bar stands for son. Okay.
Oh my.
So Barabbas would mean son of the father. So that's like very bizarre. What a coincidence that this guy that they were shouting for instead of Jesus just happened to be called the son of the father. So I don't know, a little bizarre element of the story, but
I never heard
take it
of
as you will.
That's crazy. So they're yelling,
Yep.
and there just so happens to be a guy named that thing. But okay. But
Or maybe it means that people actually were saying to free Jesus and they concocted this story because they wanted to shift the blame from the Romans to the Jews because they're trying to convert the Romans. That's, maybe the conspiracy in me, but.
Well, I mean, they always do shit like that. What are you talking about?
So.
All of religion is trying to make other people look bad.
True.
Yeah.
True. But that's why we need Gibbon Jesus, because he can fix all of that.
Gibbon Jesus would be the greatest story ever told. I'm telling you.
True.
Imagine Gibbon Jesus.
Imagine.
Going to Jerusalem and seeing the money changers in the temple. And he runs up and he starts tearing everything apart.
Well, first of all, it's to be amazing because they like the way the Gibbons run, they have like those big lanky arms. Like,
I know. Well, obviously he's running on all fours, right?
Yeah, he's flailing up there. Or he's got the arms up in the air. Sometimes they run with the arms up in the air.
I'm not
Gibbon Jesus starts screeching, starts throwing all the money changers.
Gibbon Jesus
can
do judo, right? I mean, let's be real. He's Gibbon Jesus.
Yeah, it's named after Jesus. Judo.
That's not true.
It is true.
What?
You've never read the Gospel According to Biff?
No,
you should read it. That's a fantastic book, The Gospel According to Biff. So the Gospel According to Biff is about Jesus' best friend Biff, who they cut out of the Bible. And when Biff and Jesus and Mary traveled Mary didn't come with them. When Biff and Jesus traveled the world, when he was trying to learn to be the Messiah, they went to a monastery to learn what's it called? Kung Fu. But Jesus didn't want to actually strike anybody. And so they only taught him how to redirect blows and to throw people instead. And since he was Jewish, they called it judo.
This is the novel by Christopher Moore.
Yeah, it's great. Oh, it's a great book.
I don't think I've ever read it.
It's really funny. It's hilarious. Everyone should read it. It's
Sounds like sacrilege to me.
It actually has a very positive message, I think, both for Christians and non-Christians.
I'm a fundamentalist. Okay, I don't like. I believe in a strict interpretation of the Bible, a literalist interpretation of the Bible. So I just want you to know I find these.
No, it's like a
these novels,
like a fictional comedy story of Jesus' life, but it doesn't poke fun at like Jesus. It's Jesus is portrayed in a positive light.
Okay, that's good.
It's a very good book.
I think I might have started reading it once, but
yeah, it's funny.
Cool.
Andrew Clark for $5 says Carl is at it again. He's slandering John Locke, but this time he's also infecting James Lindsay. Carl needs to be set straight on this.
Did you listen to his talk with James Lindsay?
Yeah, I thought it was we talked about it. It's a great conversation, unless you're talking about a second conversation, which I'm not aware of.
I only heard one, yeah.
But I thought it was a great conversation. I thought James did very well in the conversation, pushing back on Carl. And it seemed like he sort of maybe convinced Carl a little bit to our way of thinking. Maybe it's wishful thinking on my end.
No, not at all.
You don't think so? You don't
I think
so? Well,
I think Carl is an idealist. I really do.
He's an idealist.
Yeah.
A Sith Lord? Well, he is pro-Sith, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, that's just to be contrarian, I think.
But yeah, no, I thought James did great. James is definitely on team liberalism, so.
Yeah. And for those of you who missed it, Adam DM'd with James, and James loves us, and we love him, and it's all good.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
He
Yeah,
said
I'd
some
recommend
spiteful things on another show about us, but we were.
I would recommend that everyone listen to it. It was on Benjamin Boyce's channel.
Yeah,
it was
Benjamin.
a really good conversation between the two of them.
We should have Boyce on. That guy's great.
We should. It was funny in the conversation. James and Benjamin literally both said the same thing we said to Carl every time he brings up immigration.
Yeah, I know.
I laughed so hard.
Well, wait a second. What was the
It's
thing on
literally the
immigration?
same thing. It was the, they're
Oh,
like,
yeah,
well,
we need.
Carl, like,
Yeah.
immigrate, like America's a country of immigrants. Our view of immigration is very different from, England, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Like, it's like literally the same thing, like that we've said a million times.
I saw some of the demographics though of Great Britain, and I kind of feel like I understand what's going on with the demographic stuff.
What do you mean?
Because they have a very aging population, very elderly population. Yeah. So
Sure.
I mean, you got to do something.
Gotta get
about
people
that.
banging or immigrating. So
Yeah, banging or immigrating. Obviously, Carl is in favor of the banging, but
right.
Other people aren't.
Jack Spades for $2 says, can't watch live Super Bowl Sunday. Let's go sports ball.
Yeah, go for it. Oh my god.
So Andrew Clark for $2 says this conversation was a week ago. Yeah, that's the one we're talking about. Yeah, I thought it was a good conversation. I thought James did a good job pushing back.
Better than us, definitely. Carl always comes in here and he's like, he views us as a guy that the guys that he goes drinking beer with, not doing philosophy with. So
well, but that's true.
It is true. I mean, we're just here to like make jokes and have fun. So.
Right.
But
well, that's the thing, James knows all the philosophical gobbledygook. So like the first part of the conversation is like, all the philosophical gobbledygook.
That's why
then the second half is more like, the like more grounded things. But
that's why I was so triggered when like we were actually going to do the debate, because I actually did like read a bunch of philosophy and stuff and was like, did my homework.
What a waste
and
of
I'm
time.
like, I know. And then Carl was like, we're not actually going to talk about this shit, are we? I thought we were just going to hang out. I mean, he was kind of bitter that I even wanted to bring up like the stuff that I had done.
Nice.
I mean, it's funny. It's totally hilarious. I mean, I get it. I totally get it.
Stug for $5 says, I literally looked this up right now. The father of the gibbon has been found with genetics testing. They're in adjacent cages. There was a hole in the wall.
No, they did the...
Listen, Stug.
Look.
Listen, Stug.
Holy shit.
Listen, Stug.
They did the glory hole.
Will shut your mouth, or you will be burned at the stake for your blasphemy. I will hear nothing of this sort. All praise give Jesus.
Is this real? Was it? There's a glory hole at the zoo? Are you telling me some gibbon walks up and puts his dick in a hole? And some other gibbon comes up and services him?
Exactly.
Look, America is not ready for a glory hole at the zoo. Why are they doing this?
First of all, this was in Japan, Adam, not America.
Okay, well, even worse.
Does that make more sense?
I don't know. Was the gibbon wearing like panties?
Listen, we all know that the gibbon glory hole is such a wacky, insane idea. And this is obviously some sort of blasphemous cover-up to cover up the truth that Jesus is back and he has been reborn as a gibbon. Okay.
Oh my God.
That's obviously what's happening here.
Stug says
so I'll hear none of this blasphemy.
Stug says
none of it.
Glory hole Jesus.
Wait a minute. I know what the next new channel emoji is. Listen. We need a gibbon Jesus emoji.
Listen, this conversation is blasphemy. We have to cut this off at the root here.
Mm-hmm. You don't want to have a gibbon Jesus emoji?
Let's pretend this never happened.
Okay, here's what it'll be. It'll be a gibbon.
Look it up. Is that real?
No, it's gibbon Jesus. That's what's real.
No. Was there really a hole? Was there really a glory hole?
No, I told you it was immaculate conception.
Look, you're making that voice like you're lying. Like you're just,
wow.
Like you're just joking.
Listen, we have another emoji slot available. CT. Can we get a gibbon with a halo?
Look, Chitachi just reminded me this is the Sabbath. We need to stop talking about this, okay?
It's not the Jewish Sabbath. Okay.
Oh my God.
I want a gibbon head with a halo, okay, as an emoji. It's our gibbon Jesus.
Please.
What are you talking about?
This is blasphemy.
I'm going to convert.
This is blasphemy on the Sunday show.
No. You're wrong.
What if you converted and then found out about the glory hole? How would that make you feel?
then I would do what every person does. I would deny, and stick with my beliefs, my original beliefs, which is what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
I refuse to believe any other alternative explanation for Give Jesus.
What are we doing on Tuesday?
We're talking to organized chaos. He's going to call us racist or something.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Which end of the political spectrum is organization on?
The right.
And which end of the spectrum is chaos on?
The left.
Why did he put organized in the beginning there?
You can ask him.
Yeah, I feel like maybe he's on the right and just doesn't know it. What do you mean?
Maybe he wants to be organized about his chaos.
I guess chaos organized would really sound kind of like clean your room, right?
That's true. It's the opposite. Yeah, doesn't make any
he
sense.
doesn't want to go there.
Anyways, where were we?
Next Sunday. Oh, sorry.
That cringe. Thanks so much for being a free seeker for 6 months. Says watching actual Justice Warrior is just the trailer for the Snitch and Madam show. Keep up the good works, the great work, guys. S class is a best class.
Boo!
And true.
Boo!
Brian Townsend for $5 says, "Wow, not watching the Super Bowl with the rest of the American Giga Chads. So disappointed in you, Sitch. As S-Class Emperor, I expected better." There you go. We've always streamed during Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever. Yeah, no.
Never taken off. No.
Did we stream on Christmas Day? No.
No, we did not. We Oh, well, maybe we did. I don't know, because we didn't stream on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
We streamed on Monday, so whatever that was. Adam unfriended. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
Adam unfriended.
What? Nice.
Thank you so much for being a 1 month free will seeker, Adam. Says anyone who calls themselves a blank American instead of an American is anti-assimilation. I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Well, I understand like when people were making like, excuses for it, I guess, but I agree that I don't think they should.
I think you could probably find one person who does it just because it's like the norm and they're really in favor of assimilation. But I do. Right. I mean, I
think if you think about it, you think about the idea behind it, it's probably not a great idea.
I had a black boss when I worked at the factory, and he's the guy who told me like African American was uncool. He's the first one that ever told me, yeah, I don't like that term because I'm an American. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
And he did tell me, like in no uncertain terms, that he found it offensive. So, yeah. Which, I mean, I can imagine. Like, obviously, he's older than me, so I was just like 18 at the time. So I could imagine being, didn't that come up in like the 60s? Like before they were just called blacks?
Yeah, it did come up at some point. I don't know.
Yeah, so it's like a bunch of activists kind of like forced that in to the culture in the same kind of destructive way that they often do without really considering how blacks actually feel about that. I mean, I would be offended. I'm like, you just have always considered yourself American, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in and goes, "Oh no, wait, you're Canadian American." It's like, what? No, fuck you. Anyway, look, I got my super chat up from last time. Gene.
So,
I
have a. So not gay Ben. Not gay Ben has produced another Sitch audio that will ensure with 100% certainty that this stream will not be monetized, thus screwing Vice over any potential money.
Oh, good.
If you wanna play.
Sure, I'll bring it up. Oh, look, I still got the A-team up. God, it's almost like a deep fake. How is it so perfect?
We'll do it 3, 2, 1. Now it's interesting that not gay Ben is the one who produced this audio.
Where's it at?
It's oh wait, let me send it to you.
Yeah. Is this who did this impreg art? It's very
Kaval.
Oh, she did. Look at this.
I think it's AI. It's an AI art, I believe.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
What's the what are the prompts? How do I get
Adam friended Mpreg.
How do I get this? Now, are you sure that's just not like a Thanksgiving evening picture where I've eaten a big meal and
I mean, listen, you can think it was whatever you want it to be.
Okay. Well, thank you, Kabah. That's adorable. I'm gonna frame this and hang this in my living room.
You should put it behind you so everyone can see it.
Oh, that'd be good. That's a great idea.
Mm-hmm. Thaw says, I'm 10 minutes behind. Only political enemies were nailed to the cross. Most were tied. Well, there you go.
Oh, really? Okay. So Thoth knows.
Anyway, let me know when you have it up.
No.
When you get it up.
Look, I have it up all the time. I just leave
all
it
the
up.
time? You should go to a doctor for that. I've heard it's not healthy. That's not good for you.
It's called priapism. Look it up.
They got to drain the blood out of you. You know, it's not a good thing.
Do you know that the word priapism?
I do know that's the word. Yeah. Okay. You want to know? It's really funny. What? When I was looking up Spanish fly autistically during the conversation.
Yeah.
It said side effects of Spanish fly use, and one of them said priapism.
See,
and so there you go.
I know what's up, man.
Adam knows what's up.
Yeah. What's always up? Perpetually.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, I don't know. Why did I do that?
Aaron Villarreal for $10 says, my immigrant parents taught English first, so I spoke with no accent. We should integrate as kids easier. A loss from one culture, but strong gains for the Americans is our family history. True and based, Aaron. That's exactly the way it should be.
Okay, I guess this is technically not gay, Ben.
Yeah. This is not gay, Ben.
Look, says not gay, Ben. Ben ate food. Oh, cute. I like what you did there, Ben. That's awesome.
There you go.
Don't eat too much. You'll have to change your name to Not Fat Ben.
Ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
Schrodinger's blowjob. Imagine you're blindfolded and you're getting the best raw porn star grade blowjob in the entire universe. The catch is, however, that you'll never figure out who's giving you that god-tier, awesome schmuzzum sloppy toppy unless you take the blindfold off. It could be anybody, Ariana Grande, Ben Shapiro, Harold from the 7-Eleven near my house, or even your uncle's neighbor's fireman's cat. Now the question is, would you take off the blindfold and find out who the person or thing behind the stupendous Jimmy Nibbler is and risk permanently scarring yourself? Or would you keep the blindfold on and continue having your knob slobbed till your spirit hits the sky? Schrodinger's blowjob. Imagine you're blindfolded.
Well, I think you'd be able to tell if it was a neighbor's cat. I'm just saying.
Well, I've heard that they have rough tongues, so I'm sure you would be able to tell.
Without taking the blowjob.
Right.
Without taking the blindfold off.
Yes, yes. So would you take the blindfold off, Adam?
Sitch.
Yeah.
First of all, why did you... What is this? Like your beat poetry session? What's going on?
Yeah, listen, Not Gay Ben is a big fan. Listen,
Where did he secretly record this?
Okay, listen, I don't tell you guys
Please tell me it wasn't like at some
every
brothel
Thursday. Every Thursday, I go down to the local bar. Okay, and they have amateur hour beat poetry, and I just go up and I just do my thing, right? I didn't tell you guys because I want to make it.
Bar?
No, it's a normal bar.
Oh sure.
Okay,
I don't believe
that
it.
people smoke hash at. But listen, I didn't tell you guys because I want to make it as my own as a beat poet. Okay, I didn't want to have like my micro YouTube fame, to mix in with that, and for people to like me for my YouTube and not my beat poetry.
We need more Jewish representation in beat poetry. I really think.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I'm just waiting for, and so Not Gay Ben apparently is a big fan of it, so he recorded me, and I bet that Not Gay Ben is also a big fan of Adam's super secret things he says.
Oh no! Did I get
that he thinks
audio
no one
too?
ever hears about?
Oh my god!
I'm sure something will be produced to that effect as well at some point.
No, don't do it.
Future.
Listen, he's obviously trying to get you to do something you don't want to do. Not Gay Ben.
No, what?
So don't do it. Okay. Just leave me out of this.
Carl already has a bunch. Carl, send me those clips, all in one place. Carl has a bunch of things you said, Adam, that we've never played on stream that we should probably get busy doing.
Sure. I don't believe it.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says A-Team puts plastic six-pack wraps on turtles himself and refers to himself as a Californian American in a conversation. S-Class is the best class.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I mean, I would if I was traveling in Europe where they're all completely racist and hate Americans. But other than that, I'm pretty much America first. Oh,
there you go.
Oh no.
What?
Organized Chaos is going to cut that out. I heard you on a live stream say that you're America first.
Got him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carl. Andrew Clark for $5 says, as an Oregonian, I would feel like I'm in a different country if I traveled to the South or the East Coast, even though we're all American. There you go.
True. Yeah. I've been to Oregon. A lot of hippies.
A lot of
hippies. Yeah.
Phoenix Santos, thanks so much for being a free music for 2 months. Says another free chat. Wow. So this is what a leech feels like. No wonder Hassan loves it. Anyways, I'm A-Team now because of nipple lasers. That is why.
Woo! Look at that.
Nipple lasers.
I don't have the nipple laser shirt on. That's my Andre.
Did you ever find your orange felt shirt or gold felt shirt?
No, I guess I could go get it. You want me to see? You want to see it?
No, I just wear it. Wear it on Tuesday. How about that?
Okay.
Be uncomfortable during the debate.
I thought I might wear my like Harry Potter outfit just so I could like hang with the
Confuse
TERFs.
them. Oh, you should do that. Yeah, I like that. It's a good idea.
Look, by the way, have you tried the new Harry Potter game? Oh, it's so much fun. I love it. I love it.
We'll ask Organized Chaos what his Patronus is.
Yeah, he doesn't have one.
Brian
I found out
Townsend
Stardust is she's Hufflepuff. How's that?
I know.
How
It's the
cool is
worst
that?
house. God.
Well, I'm Hufflepuff.
I know. The worst house.
It's amazing.
Disgusting. Oh.
Look, us Hufflepuffs got to stick together.
Hufflepuff is the worst house in Harry Potter, and everyone knows it. It's called Hufflepuff. You're a puffball.
Look, we're a
You puff.
marginalized community, okay?
Of betas. Might as well call it Beta House.
Oh, God, you're so cruel.
Over here, the S class is the Chad.
Slytherin?
No. The Raven people. I already forgot what it's
Ravenclaw?
called. Ravenclaw,
Oh my
thank you.
God, so
How
predictable.
much I follow Harry Potter. The Chad Ravenclaws.
So
there you go. Thank you, Cat Branchman. Ravenclaw Master Race. True.
No, Hufflepuff, Moondoggy, Hufflepuff supremacy right there.
No,
Look at
Huffle my puff. See, that sounds like a porn move.
Hufflepuffs
Huffle my
are
puff.
party dudes. Ravenclaws do machines. Well, what does that mean?
There you go. You want to be a robot, you know it's going to be a Ravenclaw making it. Hufflepuff are the special ed kids.
Oh, you're right. Ravenclaws are like the
Big brains.
factory workers.
No. They're the Elon Musk. The Hufflepuff are the factory workers. The Ravenclaws are like the Elon Musks.
Hufflepuffs are the libertarians of Harry Potter.
What the? No, they're fucking not.
That's what Not Gay Ben just said. It's got to be true.
No. Wrong. S class is the fifth house. There you go. That's the secret house. The secret master house of Harry Potter. I saw you brought up the artwork.
What artwork?
Very briefly. The Mpreg artwork.
Oh, I took it down, yeah.
I saw it.
Look, I already thanked her.
Thank you, Cabal.
Now I
Bryant
got angry
Townsend
Gina.
for $5 says, is this just a male version of that panel from a couple weeks ago? Also, Miami is 1 million times better than LA. That's why S-Class is best class. There you go, South Florida.
I mean,
better than
I've never
LA.
been to Miami. I've been to Pensacola, but I never.
There's a
been
song
to,
about it.
I've never been to Miami.
Welcome to Miami.
I should plan a trip out to Florida, make Sitch, show us around the town. Take
All
us to
night
some-
on the beach at the break of dawn.
Take us to some
something in
trendy-
the long. Welcome to Miami. something in Spanish, Miami. I don't remember the song.
Look, you know, if we went to Florida and spent a bunch of money, it would be a tax write-off because I could say I'm doing it for the show.
A business
and stuff.
trip.
Yeah.
Mm.
We could make some content. Look, you and I could walk down the beach together, and
that sounds really lame. You stay where you are.
It could be fun.
Don't come to my place. Don't infect my city with your LA-ness.
You.
Okay.
Jeez.
God.
Infection, huh? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think that Nietzsche and the Nazis book really
It's rubbing off on me.
Really made an impression on you. You're like, oh, I kind of like this philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
Tidge, thanks so much for being food seeker for 7 months. Says y'all may not like hyphens, but still refer to us as Proto-Americans. S class is the best class. There you go. The only hyphens are the non-American Americans. So the Brits, the Proto-Americans. True.
Caffeine True. Says that you and her and Harker are going to the trampoline park. How come I didn't get an invite to the trampoline park?
Because fuck you, that's why. I mean,
first of all, I
you're
thought
not man.
when I read it the first time, I thought it said trailer park, and I was like, "Oh,
that's a little confusing."
Interesting.
Right? You're like, wait, what?
Trampoline park. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
If you came here, I'd take you skydiving.
Is it like the real
Do you like
skydiving, or is it like the simulated skydiving?
It's the simulated skydiving.
See, I would do that.
In the tube.
Yeah, I would do the tube skydiving. I would not do real skydiving.
I have yet to do
too much of a pussy.
Yeah, but I would do the tube too. I
don't even. How does it work? Is it just like
looks fun as fuck?
Is it just like an air tunnel that like it just
Yeah.
you feel like you're falling because it's holding you up?
Yeah, it's like an air tunnel that blows hard enough that it pushes you up. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds super cool.
Sounds badass. I know.
Yeah, I'd definitely do that. Let me see. CT finished the GIF. Let's see how.
What's Zombie Squad says? Adam, you're too old. What? I'm too
Did you
old
do
for the
trampoline
trampoline park? I mean, maybe. I feel like I pulled a muscle doing judo in the garage. So.
When were you doing judo in the garage?
I was just fucking around.
Mm-hmm.
Over the weekend. Well, yesterday.
Okay. Who were you doing judo with?
Myself. Come on.
Interesting. Check out the new emoji.
Oh, okay. What do you got? Do I have to refresh the chat?
Yeah, refresh the chat.
What'd you put in there? It's not giving Jesus, is it?
It's a good question.
We're gonna lose all our Christian audience. Why are you doing that?
Listen,
Get over
they have
it.
a good sense of humor. Okay.
Maybe. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my. I still haven't found it. Look, I was just looking.
Okay, don't worry about it. JD Bachamp for $2 says, "What's your Hogwarts house?" Glory Gibbons.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The Glory Hole Gibbons. There you go. I love it.
Oh my God.
I love it.
You're awful. You're awful.
Awful. Well, see, the good thing about that Gibbon emoji is that could be Gibbon Jesus or a Glory Hole Gibbon. You can't really tell in that picture.
How dare you?
You can't really tell from the face it's making.
That's so bad. Oh man.
Squeeze Louise for $20. Thank you, Squeeze Louise. It says Ravenclaw are the kids that stay in school too long and get way too in whatever wizarding equivalent of Marxist. No, stop.
True.
That's obviously Gryffindor. Okay, it's obviously Gryffindor. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Ravenclaw is all going to be like the Ben Shapiro libertarian types. We talk very fast and they say, facts don't care about your feelings. Okay. Listen. I'm just saying that maybe we don't need, I know that we enslaved the elf people for, hundreds of years, but, they're free now. And I don't think that I don't think we need to have these, discrimination policies, pro-elf policies. Okay. If the elves, tried hard enough that they would succeed in the wizarding world just as much as any magic user. Prince Charming for $10. So this is pure cope. Hufflepuffs have the most CPC of any house. Chads per capita. There you go. Look at all these Hufflepuff simps. I don't like it. I don't like it.
What's wrong with Hufflepuff?
It sucks.
Nah. Hufflepuff's amazing.
Where is... Let's see. Let's see if I can send this to you, Adam.
Isn't Hufflepuff the badger?
Yeah.
Yeah. What the...
It's so lame. A badger?
Hufflepuff is badass.
A badger?
Yeah. It's amazing.
So Adam, I sent you Carl, who's a big fan of your work, has some secret recordings of you.
Oh, really?
When you're doing your beat poetry. If I send it in DM, if you want to bring it up.
Nah. I'll pass.
Bring it up. Bring it up.
Pass.
Bring it up. Don't be lame.
Okay. Oh my God.
Brian Townsend for $5 says, "Oh, never mind. I see they're non-dudes now. Sorry. Never apologize, Brian. S class is best class."
You know how it is. You know,
Diogenes, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seeker. Diogenes, thank you.
you know the rules around here. How dare you apologize?
You know the rules, and so do I. Matt, something or another. Thank you so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 7 months. Says, Adam, put the shirt on. There you go.
Oh, really?
Put the glasses on. Adam, put the glasses on.
I got the glasses right here. Oh, no, I don't. What happened?
EB08 1997 for $5 says he's also a big Wall Street guy's son. He's as elite as they come. Well, there you go. Thank you. That's regarding to, I can never say his name right. Green shirt. Huck Finn, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 10 months. Huck Finn says, Hufflepuff simps are probably the same people that like the Smiths and Louis Reed. Lame. True.
Mm-hmm.
Very true.
What's the matter with... Hold on. What's wrong with Lou Reed?
Everything.
Come on. You don't like that Take a Walk on the Wild Side song? Everyone loves that song.
It's okay. Did you bring it up?
Oh, I'm still trying to find it. I got too many tabs open here.
Oh.
Come on, my computer died, and when it came back, I just said, restore all the tabs, and
right.
That turned out to be a big mistake. So
I know. Too many tabs.
Yeah.
Zombie Squad for £2 says Hufflepuff has Batman. No fucking way. Batman is not Hufflepuff. We're just making shit up, Zombie. Batman is definitely like a Gryffindor Slytherin mix. Okay, get out of here. Get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Colin Check for $5 says I applied that year. Talked about free will. I applied that year. Talked about free will in America. Didn't make it for aerospace engineer. Jokes on them. I went to a better school for cheaper. Nice. Based Colin.
Sweet.
Mega My Own for $5. Thank you. Says imagine the face of privilege and son of a millionaire telling others how their lives are easy while literally having a silver spoon in their mouth. True. True. And Mega My Own for another $5 says, as a Hispanic man, someone who typically makes less than whites, Indians, and Asians in general is a slap in the face to me in my homeless childhood. Double true. Yep.
What do you what? I'm looking for the tab.
What is that fucking emoji? Is that a badger?
Nothing. I'm looking for the tab. Look.
What is this fucking emoji? Is it supposed to be a badger? Why is there a badger emoji, Adam?
That's the Hufflepuff coat of arms.
Why is there a fucking Hufflepuff emoji?
I don't know. How
did you even get that?
I thought I saw a Hufflepuff emoji.
How did you get that?
I just clicked on it.
Why does YouTube have official Harry Potter emojis?
Because it's look, YouTube knows Hufflepuff is badass, okay?
How did you even get that?
Because you have to send me. Look, I can't. I guess I could do 3, 2, 1 in the DMs, but
yeah.
Hi everyone. It's okay. I'm ready. Are you ready to do?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Hi, everyone. It's your friend, Adam Friended. I just wanted to come out and say that I fully support Ye for the upcoming 2024 election. I firmly believe that we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children, and Ye will save our white race. Sorry, Sitch, but we are going to send you on a camping trip, and you ain't coming back, Jew boy. Adam out. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Wow, that's what Adam says when he thinks I'm not around.
God.
Can you believe it?
That was supposed to be a private phone call. Jeez. I can't believe you're recording our phone calls.
Wow. Wow. Maybe I should get Vince's.
What are you, Steven Crowder? Jeez.
I should get Vince to replace you. I didn't know you were so. I didn't know that's how you feel. Talk about giving OC clippable material.
Look, that was just a joke, okay? That was just a little joke.
I don't think it was. That sounded exactly like you.
Just a little joke in a private call, okay?
That sounded more like you than me sounding like me.
Oh, no, it didn't. That wasn't as good. You need to put some more live stream in there or something. I don't know.
No, that was perfect. That was just Adam. That was 100% Adam.
I would look. I don't ever say Jew boy. Okay, that's not in my.
Well, you did now. You just said it. You just said it.
That's not in my repertoire. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm going. Where's the Hufflepuff emoji here? Yes, based Hufflepuff.
I still don't know how you got that stupid emoji.
Yes.
Was there only Hufflepuff?
Yeah, of course.
What is it? I don't think that is Hufflepuff. It's fucking lying.
It's the badger. Look, it's the Hufflepuff emoji. Just
why can't I find this emoji?
Go with it.
No.
You're looking in the wrong place.
Yeah, you're right. I am looking in the wrong place. You are correct.
Don't look
that is the difficulty. I'm looking in the wrong place.
Just search Hufflepuff in the emoji
I did. It
spot.
didn't come up.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
It comes up for me.
That's super weird.
I type Hufflepuff, and maybe you got to refresh the chat or something.
Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because I don't have YouTube Red on this account.
If I type Hufflepuff and it comes up immediately. What are you talking about?
But does your account do you have YouTube Premium on whatever account you're doing this?
Oh yeah, totally.
Right, but it's the thing on the Sitch and Adam show account, I don't have YouTube Premium.
Oh, okay.
So maybe it's some kind of special premium.
Look right here, I have it. Look, I did a screen cap. Look, I searched Hufflepuff, and right there's the cute little emoji.
Give us the Ravenclaw?
Ravenclaw? Ravenclaw sucks. This is not going to put Ravenclaw in here. What are you?
Oh, wait a minute. Andrew Clark for Joe says, Sitch, Adam uploaded it to the channel emoji. Oh, you fucker.
What are you talking about? Andrew.
You had me going so good, Adam. I'll give you that one.
Andrew.
I was like, how the fuck is he
There's
doing
going to
it?
be disciplinary. There's going to be a disciplinary meeting at the A-team meeting this week, Andrew. How dare you?
Base Andrew. Did you tell me you didn't replace Gibbon Jesus with this fucking Hufflepuff bullshit?
Look.
You did, you bastard! You replaced Gibbon Jesus. How dare you? Bring it back. Bring back Gibbon Jesus.
No. Gibbon Jesus.
We'll do a poll.
Gibbon Jesus is too far. Come on.
Should we do a poll?
Look, Hufflepuff. Look,
Let's do a poll.
Once we get enough new members, we'll do a Ravenclaw one just so you don't feel left out.
No. Chuck, I'm gonna do a poll.
You can't do that poll.
Gibbon, I can't. Why not?
I mean, I guess you can, but
Gibbon Jesus emoji. Yes.
Look,
no.
everyone loves the Hufflepuff, though. Everyone's doing the Hufflepuff like crazy. They're insane for it. Look, Hufflepuff is the new favorite emoji.
Okay, what if it's just a Gibbon? It doesn't have to be Gibbon Jesus. It can just be a Gibbon of whatever you want it to be. You can interpret the Gibbon emoji. It can be either a Gibbon glory hole or Gibbon Jesus, however you...
I can't. Look, you've taken this too far, okay? I actually
People have to have a good sense of humor about things.
I feel bad even laughing about it, but Look, Hufflepuff is good-natured fun. And it was a lot of fun you not realizing what had happened.
That was pretty good. I was so like, how the fuck are you doing this?
Look, when I said maybe you need to refresh the chat, you like that wasn't a huge
I can't
red flag.
I'll lose the super chats. I can't do it.
Oh, okay.
I can't. That's why I never do the custom emojis anyway.
Oh, I got the chat up in my other thing.
Right.
Anyway. Hilarious.
Terrible.
Everyone's doing you with the oh yeah. Oh.
Is anyone really offended by Gibbon Jesus emoji? I won't do it if there's actually people that are really offended.
Well, I think Chitachi might have been offended. I don't know if she was joking or not, but she said it was too far. But Chitachi's like a longtime member. Well, we gotta be cool.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, you said I had a chromosome disorder. True.
But I mean, did I say that? I thought Sitch said that.
No, you said that because you said anyone that likes the K-drama show has a double 2X.
You're right, Andrew. Look, I would apologize, but I can't. Like, those are the rules. So, you know.
Oh, Eco Shaddock says it was offensive. Oh, stake through my heart, Eco Shaddock.
Yeah, it's too far. Come on, man.
Okay, fine.
You got to be
fine.
Look.
Fine. We'll just have a normal Gibbon.
No, we don't need.
What if it's not Gibbon Jesus? What if it's Gibbon Glory Hole? Okay.
That's not good.
You don't want a Gibbon.
Everyone will remember the thing.
You don't want a Gibbon Glory
Look,
Hole.
Ethan says Adam is right. Look.
What if it's not a Gibbon? What if it's the emoji's just a hole?
No. But Mr. Dillon says Adam is wrong, so I don't know.
What if the emoji is just a hole, Adam?
I mean, people really like the new
Hufflepuff is lame.
Chitachi, there you go. I didn't know Chitachi if you were serious or not, but I know Chitachi's religious, so it is kind of offensive. I don't
listen.
Look,
Hold on.
This
is a comedy show, okay?
Well, you look at Martin Luther King is like your Jesus, okay?
What the fuck?
We don't want to disparage. We don't want to call Martin Luther King a commie, and we don't want to disparage.
Listen, if you want to Gibbon Martin, well, that'd be racist if we had Gibbon Martin. I don't know if we could do that.
Sitch.
I don't think we could do that.
How come you understand the offensive nature of it when it's Martin Luther King?
Because Gibbon Jesus isn't racist. It's just blasphemous.
Okay.
It's different. What about Muhammad Gibbon?
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? Is that acceptable?
Look, Chitachi says, I tend to tune out the degeneracy.
Listen,
Hallelujah.
what if we take Gibbon? What if it's not Gibbon Jesus? What if it's Gibbon Moses? Okay, we give him a yarmulke. Is that cool? Do I get a J pass on that one? Gibbon Moses.
Let's wait until after the organized chaos debate.
For Gibbon Moses?
Well, I don't know if we do good in that
Give
debate.
him a little yarmulke.
If we do good in that
That'd be
debate, it'll be harder because he'll be after us. Do you know any of the backstory on the EFAP crew and Southpaw and SK and?
Well, the only thing I know is that Southpaw had some argument with them, and then he went on Organized Chaos channel, and they complained about him. That's all I literally know. I don't know anything deeper than that.
Someone sent me like.
Do you know, or did you ask me because you didn't know? And you wanted me to answer.
Idiot Toast filled me in DMs. It's
nice.
It's a very sordid ordeal.
Oh no!
Somebody sent me a 3-hour video, and I mean, I might have listened to it. I mean, the runtime didn't bother me. It's the fact that they had this background music that was just at the level that it was just too low, and not, you're kind of like, it's just a distraction there, and it wasn't very good. So I checked out. But Idiot Tosin gave me the entire backstory and said, well, this is the thing. Organized Chaos told me, and all this is happening via email. So he basically said, how many people are you going to bring? Because I'm going to bring my friends. I don't want to be outnumbered in this debate.
It's going to be us.
Yeah, I know. That's why I told him. I'm like, oh, it's just us. So, but he's going to obviously bring somebody. Well, what if he brings like Southpaw or SK, who are just
so?
Well, they're like traitors to the EFAP community. I feel like we might have to call them out on site. We
Well,
might have to.
I'll say I don't know what the drama's about.
No, but I do know what the drama's about. Okay. Obviously, Idiotossin, like completely.
He's not going to bring them on because even if they have some problem with EFAP, I'm assuming they didn't become magically woke overnight, right?
Well, I mean that's the thing though, because I saw a live stream on Organized Chaos channel, and I saw Southpaw and SK were on the live stream, and there was only like 30 people watching. So I jumped in the chat and I was like, hey, look, it's the EFAP traders.
Look at you causing problems.
Actually, no, I didn't
stir in the pot.
Look, I didn't say traders. I said backstabbers, which I think is actually worse. But so I don't know. They may come on. I don't know. I said, why did you backstab EFAP? EFAP. This was actually before I knew any of the story too, which is kind of funny because I just thought, obviously something's going on here, right?
Right.
I like EFAP.
So,
I did actually when I was looking, because I actually looked for other drama, other videos that elucidated this drama, and I found a video. Well, I found a couple videos that were reaction videos to Doomer's argument on EFAP about the video game. Did you know this? I
saw a bunch. I watched one for like 15 minutes and then like kind of got bored.
Oh,
but
really?
I saw there were a bunch of reaction videos to that. Yeah.
That's kind of. I mean, the one I watched was really kind of good. The girl seemed to have a lot of empathy for Doomer and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seemed good. I just didn't really care about the topic.
I wish Doomer would, make himself more likable towards the audience. Because I like Doomer. I want Doomer to come on more often.
I wish Doomer would make himself more likable.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have
Adam
to.
2023.
He doesn't have to blow him or anything. I mean, just don't call them idiots and morons and shit. I mean, he does that.
Of course, that's his brand.
Yeah, but that's a terrible brand. Why would you make that your brand?
So Carl sent me. He found another Adam clip.
No,
highly relevant to the
I can't
conversation.
play it. Tell me
Of course you can.
Have you vetted it? I don't want a bunch.
I have vetted it.
Okay,
I
good.
vetted it. It's very pertinent to what we were just talking about.
If monkey anything is in this, I'm gonna immediately stop the stream. Just so you know.
Well, that depends.
Just
do you are gibbons monkeys?
Just so you know. Okay. Okay, we're not playing that one. Good. I'm glad we got,
you had to play it.
We
You had to play the clip back.
No, we'll play it. We'll play it after the we'll play it on the Tuesday stream.
No, you had to play it. What's wrong?
You can tweet that out on your timeline go ahead and tweet that out on your. I notice how these are all coming in DMs so that they're not actually on Twitter.
Well, I figured you didn't want a record of them on Twitter, but if you want me to tweet it out, I sure will.
Actually, yeah, you're right. I don't want.
Let me tweet it out. You said tweet it out, so I'm tweeting it out.
Are you really?
Here by Adam's request.
No way. Oh, look. Oh my God. I think. Look, who did this? Did Christian Baller do this?
Do what?
This Kamala Harris, Adam.
Yes.
Deep fake.
Yes.
I think he might have lightened my skin just to like make it more fit in with the Kamala Harris. Terrible.
See people in the chat. They're saying play the clip.
Gene the Angry Penguin. Member for 4 months, left this. It was the last thing that came through on our last stream. And I died laughing because it's so hilarious. Free Will Seeker for 4 months says, Adam plays harmonica on the show and people still show up. We will forgive anything, apparently. Yeah, I mean, look, I was happy and sad by this. I mean, first of all, I'm happy that you guys still show up, even though
you play the harmonica to try to scare them away.
Even though Well, when I play the harmonica, I feel like it sounds like Beethoven. Like, I don't understand.
You're like, you see the Family Guy where they're in a band and they try to smoke pot to play their music?
Oh, and it sounds so much better.
And in their own head, it's like amazing. And then to everyone else, it's just like terrible.
I have seen that one, yeah. That is exactly how my harmonica playing rolls in my head.
Exactly.
Look, there's a couple times, when I'm feeling it, when I got like I'm in the zone, I got the flow, that I feel like
Not now, Chief.
I busted out some good stuff. Yeah. I should write down the streams that's on so I can actually go back and clip it out. Maybe if I listen to it myself objectively, it'll be better.
You remember that? That was an old meme.
Mm-hmm.
Not now, Chief. I'm in the zone.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that? Jaeger bombs. Got my new haircut.
Well, okay, let's
Internet used to be good.
Let's do 3, 2, 1 on the thing. Ready?
I thought you weren't gonna do it.
Is it the last one? Ready?
Wait. Are you joshing me?
Well, no, I was gonna do it. Ready?
Okay, let's do it.
3, 2, 1, go. I don't hear any laughing. What is this, hilarious?
I feel like you're playing the A Train.
What's going on?
The deep fake of me saying A Train or something. I feel like that's what just happened. Is that what happened, chat? Is that what just happened?
No, that didn't. I didn't play anything.
Yeah, okay. Not hearing anything. Adam lied. Okay. Terrible.
He lied. Terrible. What?
Adam lied and Gibbons died.
Adam equals liar.
Vishnu Archer, a car for $20 says, "Bring the Deo." Vince spotted in Superchats.
Mm-hmm.
Ask and you shall receive, Vishnu.
My God. Holy shit.
What?
Nothing.
What?
No, nothing.
You can't say that and then say nothing.
CT just sent me like a laser badger.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Hufflepuff.
I know.
Well, that's crazy.
Isn't that like a sports team logo?
I don't know.
I think it is. Badgers sports team.
All right, come on. Enough.
Looks familiar.
Enough degeneracy.
Enough Hufflepuffing around.
Enough degeneracy already. Let's wrap this up.
JD Bachant for $2 says this evil man said all lives matter. Oh, true.
Have you said all lives matter? Like they just were like, he's committed the blasphemy.
I know.
Where did you say it? Was it on your Facebook page?
I know.
You didn't say it in public, did you?
I know. Terrible.
Get that what?
Get that badger off the screen.
Get that badger. You don't like the badger?
You got too many badgers on the screen. I don't like it.
Okay, I can take some.
I don't like it.
Only one badger at a time now.
There you go.
Damn it. All these rules.
I get a honey badger. Mega My Own for $5 says this guy is wearing poor people's lives as a mask for his political gain and for his online presence just because he wants to pretend his life's been tough. Very true.
Oh my goodness. So true.
Very gross.
I mean, why doesn't he just go into the Marine Corps or something if he wants to like, experience hardship, right?
True. Contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says everyone BLM until the roof starts speaking Korean.
Oh my.
Wow. Wowzers contrast. Wow.
Was that bad?
That's pretty funny. You don't get it?
No.
The rooftop Koreans, during the Rodney King riots.
Oh yeah, I remember the rooftop Koreans.
Yeah.
Look, I was in the Rodney King riots. I don't know if you guys know that, but I was there.
Adam was participating, yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't. I just stole.
You know that guy that got dragged out of his truck and killed? That was Adam.
Reginald Denny.
That's his name. You even remember his name to this day.
I still have his wallet, so obviously I remember. No, I'm joking. Oh my God, that was a joke. Can't believe this. Sitch is going to get me in trouble. Organized Chaos is going to be clipping this. Given Jesus doesn't have the power to forgive me. We already determined that he's like a rape baby.
Blasphemy. Okay. It was consensual.
No,
Mr. Bob.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I was just went to the grocery store. Okay.
Yeah. Huh.
And pandemonium broke out, so I was like, I could use a bottle of vodka. No, I'm kidding again. Again, I'm just joking.
Mr. Bobby Boucher 6 for $10 says, "Can I get a happy birthday from my favorite comedy show, A Team Reigns Supreme?"
Like, look, put some energy into it. Jeez, look, it's his birthday for heaven's sake.
Listen, he said A Team.
A Team reigns supreme. Come on, supreme.
He said, "Can you give me a happy birthday?" Not can you shout A Team Reigns Supreme?
Oh yeah, that too. No, happy birthday. There you go.
Happy birthday, Bobby.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
I know Sitch tried to ruin it, but I tried to save it.
Oh, yeah, man. Happy birthday, Bobby. Let me tell you about the benefits of propane, Bobby.
Oh,
I saw this Adam character whacking in my van. I said, "Adam, what are you doing back there whacking in my van?"
Oh, my God.
He told me he just killed a man, took his wallet. Okay, anyway. I don't know where this is going. Andrew
so
Clark
awful.
For $2 says, "A Team gets the guess. A Team reigns supreme." There you go.
Hell yeah. There you go. I mean, he just showed up in chat. It wasn't just
true. But he sent you the DM. So
yeah, I messaged him.
Zorlag for $2 says, "Based Vince." Thank you, Zorlag.
Yeah. Hopefully he'll come back on. It's awesome.
Yeah. Steven Sugars for 1 month. Thanks so much. Says, "Vince absolutely crushed on the panel. Subbed." Nice.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, "Looking for group, my fellow Floridian." Based and true.
Lord Cameron wants me to put the shirt on. Here, I'll go see if I can find it.
Go get the shirt. Render and a Caesar for $2 says, "Ask Vince about MLK." Well, ask and you shall receive, Render. JD Bachamp for $5 says, "Vince, was it difficult for you to fit your massive balls into that suit? Great job in the debate, my friend." There you go. True. Junebug for $10 says, "Bring AK Nation News on the show. Look him up, guys." I'm not familiar with him. I feel like you've asked this before, and I said, "I'll look him up," and then I just never did. So I say that about a lot of people. I'll be honest. Bruh moment. Thanks so much for being a food seeker for 4 months. Says, "I watched clips of the debate and Vince did amazing. Still, he's got to sharpen up because you got to sharpen up to become the best masturbator." Ask him his thoughts on MMT. There you go. Well, next time, Adam will be the one to debate Vince instead of me, and they'll bait about MMT. I like that. Stug for $2 says, "Sitch won't debate Stoney." About what? What am I debating? What am I debating Stoney about, Stug? And or Stoney? Guy for 7 months says, "I remember hearing Gen Z is the most conservative generation." Sure looks like it. Well, let's see. May 2020 Pew Research. What we know about Gen Z so far. What do we know about Gen Z so far? In terms of politics. Gen Z is more racially and ethnically diverse than previous generations. Okay, well, that should have been obvious. Gen Z is on track to be the best educated generation. Okay, there you go. Gen Z millennials have similar points on many major issues. Gen Z are more likely than other generations to want an activist government. I don't know how I feel about that one. I'm not a big fan of that. Gen Z Republicans are more likely than Republicans and older generations to say blacks are treated less fairly. Okay.
Oh, what? All right.
Are they more? What is the background though? What is the breakdown? Does it tell me? Tell me the answer to this question. Republican. It doesn't tell me. How can it not tell me? This would be like the most basic thing.
Man, I should wear this shirt more often. This shirt looks fucking amazing.
You're wearing the shirt? Let me see it.
I got the shirt on. Yeah.
I don't see it.
Well, I mean, do you want to see it before I show the audience?
Show it to me.
There you go. Look at this.
Show me that shirt.
It's pretty bitchin'.
Oh my God, you have the shirt.
I told you.
You have her outfit.
I don't
Why do you
lie.
have that lady's outfit, Adam?
I don't lie.
Why do you have Pixar's outfit? I can't believe it. This is wild.
All I need is the fro, and I'm good to go.
There you go.
Look, I could,
Wow. That's cultural appropriation.
Is it? I think I actually have that afro, though. I mean, I think I do.
Adam's like, listen, Sitch, I was whiter than that. I mean, I'm darker skinned than that person on the fan.
All right, where's the? I gotta find the. Where's the? Here we go.
Andrew Clark for $2 says we need to find out what the IRS does with taxes. True, we never got to the bottom of it. Junebug for $2 says watch Black Gen Z Mindset. The name of a channel. Let's see. It is a TikToker.
Is that her?
No. It's not.
All
Oh, we
right.
got a YouTube
Oh
channel.
yeah. Oh yeah. Look at
There you
this.
There you go.
Look at this. Look who's cool. Who's cool in school right here? Look at this.
You stole a lady's shirt. I don't know if that's cool.
What are you talking about?
You beat her up and you stole her shirt.
Look.
You stole Pixar's shirt.
Pretty close match, huh? I knew it.
The same shirt.
I can't wear that. This shirt is too cool for.
What is that material?
I don't
It's
know.
like that. It's like.
Oh,
Why would
God.
anyone ever buy clothing made out of that material? Every
Oh
time
my
I've been in a
God.
store and I've touched those shirts, I'm like, oh, this feels like
this
garbage.
shirt. This shirt is like so soft.
Looks like.
When you wear this shirt out, when you go out
Mhm.
with a lady.
Yeah. She just embarrassed to be
No.
seen with you.
What are you talking about? The first
that would happen.
The first thing she wants to do when she sees this shirt is,
Yeah.
oh Adam, I gotta touch it.
No. The first thing she wants to do, listen.
Oh, that shirt
when you wear
looks so soft. Here, let me,
listen, guys. You want your lady to bring you up to her room
for you.
You want your lady to bring you up to her room lightning quick.
Mm-hmm.
You put on that shirt.
This shirt. This
Yeah,
shirt is
and
like an aphrodisiac.
Yeah, because
fuck the Spanish fly, okay? You don't need that shit.
Because
You
your
pull this
lady, you're
shirt
gonna
out,
knock on her door and she's gonna open up and she's gonna be so embarrassed to be seen with you in public. She's gonna rush you into hiding immediately.
I can't tell if you
Okay.
look. We might have to put a poll up on this shirt. I think this shirt looks amazing, but maybe
Put up
I'm
a
wrong.
poll. Put up a
Maybe I'm
poll.
wrong. Okay, I'll do the poll.
No, I'll do it. You're gonna fuck it up.
No, I know how to do the.
Okay.
Look, I do better polls than you
Adam's
anyway.
orange shirt.
This shirt
Okay.
is gold. This shirt is not.
Oh, I'm
orange.
sorry.
What are you
I'm
talking
so
about?
sorry. Gold shirt.
Do you see the shine? Do you see the shimmer on this shirt?
Super based, cool, sexy.
Look at this shirt.
Special needs, stupid.
Look at this shirt. You're just jealous because like this shirt makes ladies very handsy. I just want to tell you. Okay.
Mm-hmm. There you go. There's your poll.
Obviously. Wow, look at this. Super bass, cool, sexy, special needs, stupid. This actually, Sitch, I'm proud of you. You've learned something about pole baking.
Hey, look, super bass, cool, sexy's winning so far. Look at
Course,
this.
of course.
I'm shocked.
Oh, look, we know what's up. We know what's up with this shirt.
Well, there you go.
It's
Listen,
a
you got
commanding lead there, right there.
got some fans.
59%.
You got some fans. All right, fair enough.
Look, I can
Brian,
Sitch, we're friends. I can share clothes. You can borrow the shirt if you want. I mean, it's not. Look,
All right,
look,
you mail it to me. I'll wear it. How
this
about that?
this shirt has already done.
Mm-hmm.
Has already done its work for me. Okay, I'm happily.
That shirt does not look gold, by the way.
Look, I am happily married. Okay,
That shirt looks orange.
This shirt has already.
That shirt is orange. You're a liar. That is not gold. That is orange as fuck.
Look, it's this. Look, you see it in the. I put up the thing. You see her.
Or
shirt?
as Poon Cooter, I like the name in the chat, said that color is rusty pumpkin pie. That's the color. Rusty pumpkin pie.
Asmi says, super gay. Okay. Look.
Yeah.
I don't. What's the poll at? I trust. Oh
It's
no! Oh no!
54 approved. 45.
Look, I need to tweet this poll out quick. Fans, A-team, assemble.
Well, you're still winning.
Why? It always does that though. It gets. Look, people like to vote for the underdog. So sooner or later, it ends up evening out.
Bryant Townsend for $5 says, you know where there is no white supremacy? In the grim dark of the 40th millennium, where there is only war. True.
Caffeinated Tweaker for $2 says, Adam, will you wear that shirt skydiving? Well, actually, I think they make you wear like a harness and a jumpsuit and all that kind of, but I'll wear it underneath. No, I'll put it out. Look, I'll put it over my jumpsuit. It'll be fun.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Sitch, play the clips in DMs. What clips? Did you DM me something?
No.
Oh, you mean the Eric July clip? I don't know if we're gonna play that. We gotta keep that as like a secret weapon. We can't play that yet, Andrew.
Oh, they tracked it down?
Andrew has the clip, yeah.
No. Oh, Andrew.
Andrew and bass Andrew has the
Yes.
clip.
Awesome. There's no way. We're gonna open with that clip. Tell us. Why are you such a big fat racist?
Well, it's not him. It's actual fandom, I believe.
Oh, no. Dane? Wow.
Is that his name? I don't know.
Yeah.
Lemur Wrench for $5 says DeSantis beats Trump head-to-head in polls now. I don't think Trump can take back that momentum. Well, first of all, that's interesting. I didn't know he was ahead. But secondly, I'm going to disagree. I think just like the first time, it's hard to tell what's going to happen with Trump until he's actually on stage. Because remember, when Trump ran the first, I know it's very different. I know it's very different. But when Trump ran the first time, it was like no way he could win, and then he won. So there's a long time between now and next November. So we'll see. Next November.
Did you see the title that Vosh gave to his Jordan Peterson debate with P.F. Young? I always want to say P.F. Chang.
You want to? I know.
I know.
You should change his name. You always want to say P.F. Chang.
He named it "Debating If Jordan Peterson is a Fascist."
Mm-hmm. That was the topic. That was the question, wasn't it?
I thought they were just debating Jordan Peterson, though.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
But look, I said before that debate that he was just going to call Jordan Peterson a fascist and a Nazi and all that shit.
And you called it.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
Called it. Did you? I haven't watched it.
I watched it live. It was actually, I thought P.F. Young did actually pretty good. Well, actually, good. I thought in the very beginning, I honestly thought he was getting worked, totally destroyed. And there was kind of like a realization point about a third of the way into the debate when he was like, oh, he's not being good faith. He's being bad faith. And then he kind of totally switched gears, and then he really started coming back and beating Vosh up. And his idea that he was going to be nice to him and just establish a rapport, I think actually worked. Because I think in the beginning he was kind of sincere, and it allowed him to get away with his harder punches towards the end.
Right.
Yeah.
Because then it seems more like it deserved, yeah.
Yeah. I think he did better than I usually do in debates and stuff like that. So
interesting.
Look, I need to, I don't know. you are better at debates than me, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's up with Tuesday?
Josh CK, thanks for being a free seeker for 6 months. Says 6 months of free membership. Praise be our Father, Daddy J Mac. Nice, look at that. 6 months.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Impressive. JD Bachamp for $5 says, I agree with everything Sitch has been saying this stream. What is happening? My heart says 18, but my brain says Escasa.
Wow. That happens a lot. It's a shirt. I'm telling you, Sitch. People just love the shirt.
It's just Avi for 5. Allsies says, Sitch, quote, this Asian American sounds like a California girl. Me. Wow, she sounds like one of my Australian friends who's never stepped foot in America. Nice. That's funny. Canix122 for $5 says they say Adam's power out. I say Adam had a boomer moment and pulled a cable somewhere.
Not
that is
true.
what happened.
Not true.
You plugged too many things in the same outlet.
No, I went and that's true. That did happen. What?
What was the final thing that set it off?
We have I had a space heater in here.
Is it cold where you are?
It was a little bit cold. Oh, look, the poll's done. Look.
Why did you can't? Whoa, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Wait a second. Wait a second. What is this? I take my eyes out the poll for 2 seconds, and suddenly the special needs stupid rocketing back to 48% closing the gap.
Look, it was a close one, guys. Okay.
Adam closes the poll.
Look, we got a special decree from the Supreme Court that says stop counting the votes. Look,
stop the steal.
The Supreme Court said stop counting the votes in Florida. Okay, we had to do what we had to do.
Oh my God!
Look, it's the Supreme Court. You can't go. Look,
the Supreme Court of Adam clicking a button on his.
It's the law.
This is a greater upset than the Supreme Court stopping the count in the 2000 election. Okay.
No, it's perfect.
Yet again, another Florida candidate has the election.
Adam's gold shirt wins with super based, cool, sexy by 51%. Special needs stupid 48%. Yeah, 175 votes.
Adam stole the election. He stopped Adam Maricopa County. Friended. Thank you.
What are you?
Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Wow,
that wasn't a steal.
I can't believe it, Adam. Yeah, recount. We need a recount.
No.
Stop the steal.
We don't do recounts here.
I don't listen.
Look, if you show up at my house on January 6th, I have a shotgun. Okay.
I'm gonna have Bill Barr investigate this. I'm pretty sure Adam stopped the election. I saw Adam. He pulled a bunch of ballots out from under a desk. Okay.
No.
Adam didn't stop the steal. Adam stole.
It was a completely fair fight. Okay. Just continue the super chats and pretend none of this happened.
Yeah, seems close enough to trigger a recount. That's true. It was within the margin of error.
I mean, do we really want to? I mean, we're kind of wrapping up here, guys. So, do you really need a recount?
No. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, get a backup
$10 from
battery.
Christian Baller says, Vosh, stop.
All right.
What am I listening? Oh.
I brought a little clip up for you.
Oh,
a
right.
little clip from the debate, from the PF Chang debate. Oh, Young debate. What?
I thought we were going to do this later.
I mean, it's just between friends. I mean.
Is it right now, just between friends?
Well, I mean, people saw the debate, obviously.
I know.
So. Do you not want to
girl?
I mean, what's the big deal?
Because we said we're going to bring it up later.
Well, no.
Doing it now.
No. I'm not going to mention any of the super secret stuff that we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to, play the clip.
We don't need to play the clip now. We're going to play it later.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Look, you guys are getting officially cock-blocked by S-Class, so just...
Guro Cero for $2 says $2 for the uninterruptible power supply unit.
Nancy Pelosi...
Take her, Adam. Vinny Doberman, thank you so much for being a free will seeker. Did Vinny finally
Finally? What do you
get?
mean?
Vinny finally got his membership.
I thought Vinny's been a membership for a long time.
Has he been?
Yeah, I feel like it.
Well, why does he just have it just now?
Oh, I don't know.
So
where's that fucking based shirt at again? God, I gotta see that shirt.
Loser Doman says, ask Vince for 2 Canadians. Says, ask Vince the questions.
It's a little late for that, guys.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's a little late for that. I don't know if we could do that, but
I don't think we should. Well, we really have.
we're not asking. Adam put a kibosh.
Oh, blame me. Look at that.
A kibosh on. No, I think you made the right choice.
Okay,
I
good.
stand by this decision. Adam put the kibosh on asking people.
Nancy Pelosi.
What are you
on
doing?
asking people the
you do
3
that?
questions. So.
Well, just because sometimes it's sometimes we have people.
Well, you're like, listen, we're trying to talk to important professional people. You can't be asking them about their porn consumption habits. And I was like, listen, you're probably right.
Thank you.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
We should listen. We should ask the economist, the economic professor.
Oh yeah, Davies. That would have been great.
Yeah. Chat. Wouldn't you have liked that economic conversation so much better if I asked him about his porn consumption?
Well, this is the thing too, because a lot of times, like the UBI guys wanted to share the thing. They're not going to want to share the thing after they do their fucking porn questions. They're not going to share the thing with their fans.
It's all for us to share.
Okay. Obviously.
Where was he? Ultra not for $5 says I motion that the stream changes to Super Bowl coverage.
Oh, okay, we can do that.
Motion not granted.
Oh, okay. Look at that.
Sorry.
Sitch. So mean.
You just learned about the word kibosh from me today? Really? Well, there you go.
Yeah, what's the etymology of that word?
That's a great question.
Kibosh.
I don't have any fucking clue.
Let me see. Decisively end or reject something.
Yes.
The presence of a submarine would kibosh the operation.
It sounds a little
The word is Yiddish.
Well, there you go.
Oh, no, wait. Is the word Yiddish? The origin of
sounds
kibosh is unknown.
Well, there you go. That's
Though many people think it's Yiddish. Look, just reading this is this roller coaster ride. The word's earliest use was probably in an Irish neighborhood in London in the early 1800s. What?
Well, that's definitely not Yiddish. If it was...
There's no
There
Irish.
you go.
There's no Irish Jews.
I mean, there's not. Well, there's probably not a lot of Yiddish people living in Ireland. In the 1800s, I would guess.
Kibosh.
Put the kibosh on it. Interesting. It says it dates. Evidence of kibosh dates the word to only a few years before Charles Dickens used it in an 1836 sketch. So yeah, probably not Yiddish then.
Literal meaning is death cap.
Interesting. Well, there you go. Kibosh, everybody. Learn
Don't
new
say you
things
don't
every
learn
day.
anything on this show. Yeah.
Spiro Jesus. Spiro Floropoulos for the 10 Canadian says, just a little insight. Jehovah's Witnesses heavily depended on indoctrinating children from birth, so they have lifelong followers to keep their numbers afloat. Well, there you
Yeah.
go.
Look, all religions indoctrinate people. Well, the people who actually have kids kind of want to impart their belief system to their kids. They figure, you know, this belief system served me well enough that I actually have offspring. Maybe it'll help my... I mean, it's not going to help as much as his gold shirt, but obviously it might help him a little bit. Actually, says the guy with no kids. So the gold shirt was a failure.
Hi, JP Mexican says, if he's ever on the show, we have to ask him, or he wants to answer the 3 questions. We'll ask you.
Okay.
If anyone wants to answer the questions, we won't stop you.
Let's just put a poll up. What? How will IJP Mexican answer the poll
Answer the
when
third
he's
question.
on the show?
Scott Davis, thanks so much for being a Discipline Equals Freedom for 7 months. Thank you, Scott. Says, I'm in a master's program for counseling. My professor told me the only reason gender dysphoria is still in the DSM-5 is it would help trans people with insurance to get their service covered. So that's part of the argument to keeping it in. I would be very disturbed if that was the only argument. If that was the only argument to keep it in, I'd be very disturbed. Very disturbed. So I would be curious because, like, if they update it, are they gonna like whitewash or like remove and hide the whole, desistance rate statistics that are in the DSM-5 that says that, like 60 to 90% of kids desist in feelings of gender dysphoria pre-affirmation treatment? They hide those statistics probably. If they try to remove it from the DSM, or they keep it in the DSM, but they specifically say it's not a mental illness or something.
I noticed my shirt has the male button pattern and her shirt has the female button pattern.
What's the difference?
Male is buttons on the, let me see. Buttons on the right. Oh, wait. No, hers is buttons on the left.
Hers is like button. I never noticed that. Wait, guys have buttons on different sides of the shirt than women's clothing?
Yeah. You've never put on, oh, maybe I shouldn't say this.
Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa. Did you just out yourself, my friend?
You've never put on a woman's blouse?
No.
Okay.
Apparently Adam is well versed in drag.
You immediately get this sensation like, what the fuck is going on with these buttons? Because
put it on the other side.
Because it's backwards, yeah. Isn't that
That's
so weird that they socialize?
What's the point of that?
That they socialize women to put on to button their shirts opposite that they socialize men to button their shirts.
What's the point of that?
I have no idea. I was at, I was at this drag party one time.
Nice save. Was just at a drag party.
No, I can't.
Well, here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Maybe her shirt is the same as yours, but it's just like the image
The
is
female
flipped.
version of it, yeah.
Well, the buttons actually look different because your buttons are not orange; they're like black or gray or something, right?
Are they?
You tell me.
I don't know. Oh, you're right. Yeah,
And her buttons are orange, so
yeah, close enough.
Sword and Scale says it's so you don't get gender confused.
Yeah.
Listen, every day I put my shirt on, I'm like, oh, and I know I'm male today. Where are those buttons at?
I wonder if guys, if the people have autogynephilia or whatever, if they get off on that. If they're like, oh yeah, look, this blouse is totally backwards.
People are saying it's because women used to have servants put their clothing on. Yeah, but so was it just tradition from that? Because that's obviously not like people don't do that anymore. That's weird. That's like one of those weird like tradition things. You're like, why are we still doing that? But I guess I don't know. Maybe left-handed people will prefer it.
Well, I mean, it is helpful because you put on a shirt and you're like, oh, this is a woman's shirt. But I got the wrong shirt. Yeah.
There you go. I know this is a big problem in the Adam household.
Well, sometimes you see a shirt that you're like,
he's always putting on his wife's shirt.
You're like, that shirt is pretty amazing.
There you go.
It's so
very breezy.
Look, it's so pink and frilly. I love this lace. Yeah. Oh, damn, the buttons are backwards. This must be a woman's shirt.
Too late. How sad.
I couldn't tell from the lace around the pocket.
3x Nilo for $2 says, can we get Dao to replace Doomer and Rags? Sure. We can get, well, listen, we can get Vince to replace Doomer, but not Rags. How about that? I'll give you Doomer, but I'm keeping Rags.
Yeah, Rags is, well, we won't, why do we need to replace anyone? We can just have Doomer, Rags, Vince, and everyone.
There you go.
We should do bigger shows, Sitch. My ultimate goal is to do a show where I say absolutely nothing through the entire show. It'll be fun.
You know what? That's the goal. That's true. That is the goal.
We should do that. Look, why are we working so hard here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the grift. We just get it so that we get all the money, but we don't say anything. We just sit back and let other people talk.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. Do it up.
Loser Doberman for 2 Canadian says, ask what team Vince is on. Very clearly, he's on S-Class.
A team.
He wants to replace Adam. So there you go.
Look, he's on A team. You know it. You know it's true.
Someone said when you were gone, said you should have asked him about MMT.
I did. What do you mean?
You just asked him about economics. You'd ask about MMT.
Look, I was trying.
He seemed not interested in the topic.
I didn't want to trigger you guys in the chat, but you knew where I was going. I was playing the game with the chat. Everyone's like, I was waiting to see the MMT emoji to give me the go-ahead, give me the green light, but nobody did it. So I was like, oh, okay.
Because no one wanted it.
Nobody shot up the bat signal, so I couldn't talk to him about mommy milker theory. But you guys, I guess you didn't want to talk about that.
Cerebral Palsy, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 3 months, says, sorry, Adam, I've been A team for a year now, but as of today, I'm on the V team. Thank you for restoring some faith in my generation, Vince.
Oh, yeah. That is nice that the guy's like 19 years old, so obviously.
Yeah.
Not everyone is falling for this woke nonsense.
True.
Yeah.
True. Though we need a team name for him because he can't be team. It's got to be something else.
Yeah. Yeah. What is it?
So you guys in chat, you mull it over. The V whatever.
V.
The V saucers, whatever it's gonna be.
What's Vendetta? Vendetta Renos.
I don't think that works.
The Vendetta Renos. Why
not?
The
Vin Diesels.
The Vin Diesels. I like it.
The Vin Diesels.
The V Vin Diesels.
Understate, thanks so much for the 20 Canadian, says, I read that one. A few hours behind, but super cool to see Vince on the show. A team reigns supreme. Gross.
How about the V Victors?
The V card.
Hold on, I need
the V card holders.
I gotta go back.
The V Club.
I gotta go back to Andrew Clark here.
Captain Donk for $2 says, wrong, Sitch. FDR was mid-tier. Teddy was the goatus. Teddy was pretty goat. It was pretty based. I'm not gonna be anti-Teddy. And thank you. That was your very first super chat. Thank you, Captain Donk.
Oh, I ruined it. Damn it. I did the A-Team reign supreme during the super chat. So. I'm ready to bust it out. Next time someone has an A-Team reign supreme, just give me the sign. It's so funny that in the thing you say, yes, that's very true. But when you do it, in real life, you're like, gross. It's completely different.
Adam replaced the given emoji because he hates fun. Sorry, Vanilla Queen.
Look, we're sensitive to the needs of our audience, okay? We don't need to be full.
I don't feel like we are at all.
We don't need to be full degenerates here, okay?
Okay.
Have you seen Phil on Timcast?
Yeah.
He's great. He's totally great. Yeah.
Phil's always great.
I noticed he said the same thing on our show on Timcast.
Which is?
Well, for some reason, dating came up.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, glass houses, I don't want to call anyone out. And he says, because I'm a degenerate. And I'm always thinking, Phil, why?
He's a rock star, obviously.
Yeah, but it makes it sound like he fucks goats or something. Like, why would you say I'm a degenerate? Like, can't you say like I'm a player or I'm single? I'm really single.
There you go.
I'm just like, we should talk. Next time he's on, we'll talk to him about it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, maybe that's.
We'll be his manager. So
I don't know. Maybe that's.
Listen, maybe he's in the fucking goats, Adam.
Look,
you don't know.
I know. I don't want to look.
You don't want to bring it up.
I don't want to bestiality shame anyone.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the thing that always gets. That's the thing that always gets the
Is the stream demonetized? You just said
no,
the B word.
Age restricted.
You just don't say the B word.
Right. Yeah. Let's not say that anymore.
Theodore McCarthy. Just say fuck goes. Theodore McCarthy for $5 says real black culture is church centered. Gangster culture is a marketing scheme based on glorifying inner city social pathologies. Well, there you go.
Oh. Ouch.
I wonder, maybe we'll talk about the Tim thing after this. Some interesting thoughts about that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Andrew Clark for $10 says white culture is deconstructed since long ago. America seeks optimization. WASP culture isn't ideal. There are several examples of adopting other cultures, techniques, symbols, norms, and ideals. True and based.
Yeah, I totally. That's the greatness of America, is that we are about optimizing. Our whole constitutional system is based around that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Take that, Republicans, and your originalists' philosophy.
Canna X.
Oh wait, we're supposed to be owning the libs. I mean, fuck. I mean, screw those libs.
For Kana X122 for $5 says better idea. Call Carl so you can get his name wrong and also mock his accent. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Carl, yes.
Kyle.
Why are we being mean to Carl today?
I don't think we are we really?
Okay. We should be meaner. Andrew Clark for $2 says Portland has an annual naked bike ride. Ew, that seems very uncomfortable.
Can you imagine?
It feels like Chafe City. Why would anyone want to do that?
Yeah, how many?
Sounds awful.
How many banana seats end up in the wrong place?
Yes. Ouch. That sounds terrible.
Ouch.
Oh. World's naked bike ride, the world's biggest nude event to protest indecent exposure to cars. Got it.
Yeah. I told you, hippies. Like hippies make an excuse to get naked all the time. That's all they want. They were like, I want to be naked. Let's go protest something.
Bunch of degenerates.
But there's nothing to protest. Trump lost the election.
Let's just
make something up. I don't know. How about cars?
I like this. Portland's World Naked Bike Ride. And there's an FAQ. Isn't it illegal to be naked? Nudity in the form of protest is protected by Oregon's constitution. However, lewd behavior as defined by Oregon law is not. Please don't be lewd, obscene, or engage in sexual behavior. So there's the answer to your question, Adam. They have to protest something to be naked in the first place. That's how they do it.
I get it. That's crazy.
You can't just be naked. But if you're protesting something, well, then that's free speech all of a sudden. What are we protesting? Cars. Yeah, there you go. Protesting cars. Yeah, fuck cars.
What if you're protesting anti-masturbation laws?
Well, that would be a great way to get naked.
But the law says if anything lewd happens,
there you go.
The demonstration is over.
Kenneth Krause for 7 months, thank you, says, I've heard theories that Kamala is being gagged by the Democratic establishment. There's no way she's this uncharismatic when she was a renowned prosecutor. Well, maybe. I understand what you're saying. But unless you're just doing a play on the word gagged because of some rumors about Kamala Harris.
I was thinking that.
But if you're being serious... I mean, I don't know. Even before she was the VP pick, she was pretty uncharismatic and terrible. So, I mean, she wouldn't be controlled, by then.
Go gag that prosecutor.
There you go. There you go.
Get that gag.
Get that gag. Okay, let's see. Purple hair is unfair. Purple hair is in there. Derail the A train. Don't tell me what to do.
Oh.
If Eagles win, I will go back to S class. Who won? What was the final result of that?
Isn't it over yet?
Yeah, it's over. It's over. It's over. Oh, the Chiefs won. I guess you're not going back to S class. So sad. So
sweet. Sad. I bet they knew that the Eagles had not a chance in hell of winning. That's probably
So
what it
coming
was.
back to this, equity versus equality, Adam.
Yeah. Oh, equity all the way.
So what WTF wanted some debate tips for equity versus equality?
Equity versus equality?
Yeah.
Hmm.
They said
well,
A team, they're A team, so you got to answer this question.
Equity versus equality. Well, equality
Yeah, you have to
of
debate this at a local
opportunity.
board.
Equality of opportunity is obviously better than equality of outcome because equality of outcome is Marxist, communist, socialist claptrap. That is the death of Western civilization and will never do anything other than erode our technological supremacy and meritocratic might. How do you like that?
I don't think that's going to be very persuasive.
Why? It was that. I mean, I was moving.
Was
that was
it?
very inspirational.
Was it? Well, it depends because people mean different things when they say equity. Some people mean equal outcome. Well, here's the thing: they don't really mean equal outcomes when they say it. What they mean
Most
is
people just mean it's like a synonym.
yeah. And here's the problem with equity. So technically, it doesn't mean equality of outcome. What it means is that you're trying to allocate resources disproportionately to match the disproportionate level of fuckedness, essentially, that some group or some individual has quote unquote suffered historically. The problem with that is that you say, well, okay, well, when do you measure to stop that? And that's when you get into the equality of outcome. Because as long as there's a disproportionate amount of results in the outcome by race or gender or whatever you're using to measure, you're going to say, well, we need to keep having equity plans until we get some sort of exactly equal proportionate outcome. And I think, I mean, that to me, that's the problem, with equality. It's just like, no, everyone gets the same starting point, right? Everyone gets the same, well, not same starting point. Everyone gets the same opportunity. Everyone gets the same opportunity, period. And you can't really, that you can achieve. You can't really achieve equity. It's an unachievable thing unless you're going to have, massive government control, wealth redistribution programs, which no one is really in favor of. I mean, someone starts talking about equity, you're like, oh, really? Okay, you want equity programs? I mean, do you want to pay, do you want 60, 70% of your money to go up in taxes? I mean, because that's the only way to achieve what they're actually advocating for. So it's just like this very empty virtue signal when people talk about equity.
I brought a meme up explaining it.
What was the meme?
I sent it to you in DMs, but I mean, it's on the screen. I don't know if it's been long enough.
You didn't send me anything in the DMs.
You gotta hit refresh now because it's like,
yeah,
a rule.
Well, and that's another issue too, is that you can't disincentivize people to try.
Yeah, that's the whole problem with socialism, is it really does. Like, why try if people are going to take most of your stuff from you? Well, and if, building a business is like climbing Mount Everest, only people who are very committed to doing it. Building a business is this is going to dominate my life 24/7. So you have to really have a level of commitment that most people just don't have. They just want to, work for someone else and get a paycheck and go home and grill, right?
Right.
So in the situation that the socialists want, once that business is actually successful, then all of that success is completely taken away from you and redistributed among all of your workers, which it's like, who's gonna go down that path?
Right. And if it's under equity, it's redistributed to everyone.
Oh yeah, it's even worse, isn't it?
I mean, what's under a purely equitable system, pure equity system, right? So everyone has to have the exact same resource opportunity or same resources, period, right? What would be the point of you saving money and working hard for your family, there wouldn't be a point. Because all that money is going to be taken and reallocated, equitably along to everyone, right?
Yeah.
So,
ouch.
Anyways,
I don't feel like we really helped for a debate, though.
I know we didn't really help.
Like, I think defining terms is going to be crucial. But I think like when Joe Biden says equity, like he means equality. Like he doesn't make any sort of distinction between the two. Like when Jordan Peterson says equity, he means something completely different. Like he means equality is equality of opportunity, which lets the meritocracy thrive, and equity is the death to meritocracy, because it's like we have to have exactly the number of doctors to match the demographic statistics of the country. So if 13% of the country is black, you need 13% of the doctors to be black.
So maybe here's the way to argue against it. You can do the equity is equality of outcome, equality is equality of opportunity, right? You can do that, and then if someone pushes back and says that's not what equity is making sure that different people in different situations get different resources. And then you say, yes, but what happened? But to play that out, how do you know when people don't need those different resources anymore? The only way is to look at the outcomes, and not the individual outcomes, but the outcomes based on race or or gender or whatever classification you're using. So no, it literally is equality of outcome, because that's the only way to know to stop it. So maybe the equality of outcome is the best the best and easiest framing for that conversation.
Equity means each individual or group of people is given the same resources or opportunities. Equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome.
Which is impossible and stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What about IQ? How's that work with IQ?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it's just resources, but I would say.
Well, there you go. Listen,
intelligence is a resource.
You can use this as an example. So actually what you just read, it says equity versus equality. Equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. So yeah, there you go. Equal outcome.
Yeah. What is this website? What is that website?
I don't know.
Oh.
This was when you Google equity versus equality, which is I assume what you did. Like the first thing that comes up. Got the little giving tree picture. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
So. And it's always easier to tear people down. If equality of outcome is the goal, it's always easier to tear down than to build up. So that's the way it'll work.
That's the way the Democrats do it.
There you go. We're owning the libtards, right? The group mind, thanks so much for being free.
Sitch cringes every time I say Democrat or something. I can feel it.
Why cringe whenever someone says the Democrats X or the Republicans Y, unless you're specifically talking about the party policy or something.
That's why I do it. I can feel you. No. I can audibly hear your cringe.
No, I'm in favor of it. I said we're switching the channel now. We're going to own the libtards. That's the new goal here.
Okay, chat. No more calling us libcucks, okay? That's our secret from now on. We're going full grift mode, okay?
We're going full grifter, okay?
Nobody say, look, I live in Texas, okay? Nobody tell anyone I'm from California.
Adam is moving to Texas.
New rules. No, I'm not moving to Texas.
Oh,
we're just going to tell people I live in Texas.
Why don't you have an accent?
Look, I was in an accident, a car accident, okay? And I hit my head. And I was in a
car accident. It made me lose my accent, y'all. I'm not really sure how that works, but all right. The group mind, thank you so much for being free will seeker for 1 month. Says, oh, hell nah. They whitewashed the VP. That's right, Adam. We whitewashed that VP to make Adam look a little darker.
Okay. Thanks, Kamala.
Rex Nast for $5 says, hey, did you guys watch P.F. Young's debate with Vaush? What'd you guys think about going over it? Maybe with him. Well, that's a mighty fine idea, Rex Nass. Maybe we'll do that.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Adam.
Hell yeah.
Moondoggy for $5 says, the kid's dad was a Citibank CEO. What representation does he not have? An excellent point, Moondoggy. Thank you. Grendel Vivat for $5 says, you should also pull clips from Organized Chaos cherry picking of Mala's Doctor Strange video. Then ask him what the hell was he thinking?
Is that enough, Sitch, doing the Texas accent to do the...
This is not a Texas accent. This is more of, like someone pointed out, it's more of an Alabama-Georgia accent.
Wow.
Which is true.
It's a very Alabama-Georgia accent.
I can't quite do the Texas dozy-do.
Well, that's a modified accent you got there. Partner?
Say that again.
Well, that's a mighty fine accent you got there, partner. Look, I wonder if it's enough to do the AI thing. Can we type up a Sitch as a Texas?
What accent is that?
What? Mine?
Oh my god.
That's my Texas
what
accent.
Is that? No, it's not. That's like, I don't even know what the fuck that is.
It's a Texas accent. Just
I
like
don't
you.
know what
Look,
it is.
I was doing the same accent you were doing. The
No,
Texas
it's
accent.
It was like
partner.
It was like a. You sounded like a 1930s like New Englander becoming Texas at the last second or something.
Partner. Come on,
partner.
It's all about the partner.
Yeah, say this
Listen.
is I'm from deep south. Say my name's Adam Frienden. I'm from Texas. Say partner. We're not really sure what for, sir.
Partner.
Everyone's arguing. I don't know. Listen, I don't know where that southern accent comes from. Okay, it sounds like a fake accent. That's appropriate.
Look, I lived in the South.
Yes.
I can't do an accent.
I know. I've noticed.
Actually,
I don't think I've
you
never
did
heard
it
you do
longer. I
any
could do
accents on the show. I'm always the one doing little accents.
You practice in the mirror though and stuff. You're too good at not. To do that.
What? You
Yeah,
think
we
I
all
sit in the? You think? Wait. First of all, it's an accent. You understand? You don't look at yourself and do an accent, Adam.
You got to get the
hear
body
it.
language right.
The body. That's true. 90% of doing an accent is just the body tone. It's just the body tone, the body language.
It's true.
So there you go. Shell Shock TM, thanks so much for being a for real seeker for 6 months. Says, as an Asian living in India, getting through med school and working hard to move abroad, seeing that brown kid infuriates me. S class is best class. Well, thank you very kindly, Shell Shock. Whites for $2. I lost it. Where'd you go, White? Where did you go, Whitey?
Oh,
Where
Whitey.
are you?
Very suspicious.
Where the hell did it go? Did YouTube block? They said no Whitey's friend. They said no whites allowed.
No white super chats allowed.
There we go. White. Thanks so much for $2. White says, give me walkable cities or give me death. USA. There
Nice.
you go.
I do like walkable cities.
There you go. Eddie Baker for $10 says, getting siblings into politics. Want to teach policy plus finance, etc. Help them figure out their views. What should they read? Any documentaries or creators they should watch that summarize this stuff well?
What,
Adam?
What is it?
Oh, I'll read it normally. Getting siblings into politics and want to teach them policy and finance. What should they read? Well, obviously, the first thing they should
policy
read.
and finance?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Well, listen, here's the first thing they should read. Before they read anything about policy or finance, the very first thing they should read is obviously
the
Righteous
Handbook.
Mind. The Righteous Mind, motherfucker.
Yeah, to know politics, you got to read Righteous Mind and Dictator's Handbook. Those are like the
1 and 2.
Yeah. Then
I think that's more important than like
Why Nations Fail is good.
Oh, there you
Why
go.
Nations Fail is very long. They did another book, The Narrow Corridor to Liberty, which is also very good. We talk about the Gilgamesh problem. That's where I got it from, the narrow
The
corridor.
Chain Leviathan. Yeah.
Also, the cage of norms they talk about in that book, which we've talked about in the context of slavery before. So that's a good book to read.
There you go. Those are great books.
But check
those books.
Finance, that's where we're gonna.
No, don't give. We're not giving any finance recommendations. No MMT books.
That's where we're gonna run into trouble. So I did read a new MMT book that I was very, very hopeful for. But all these MMT books kind of fall apart towards the end, and they become completely like a left-wing communist screed, which I understand why MMT keeps getting the communist label because of that, which is, obviously, I wish it was. I'm looking for an MMT book that's actually just nonpartisan. So someday, right? We might have to write that book, to be honest with you. Well, they do a really cool. They set up a really cool metaphor in this book, so I won't go into it. But
I thought the chat says Adam is P. Kimbo. Quote: Look at yourself in the mirror and practice making sounds.
What does that mean?
That's what you said.
What does himbo mean, though?
Like a bimbo, but like a himbo.
Look, I don't do these fancy accents like you do. Sitch, I can't make these fancy accents, okay? If you just do the fancy accents. Look, I have one accent.
What is it?
Hi, everybody. It's your favorite corn. Yeah.
That accent is known as cursed.
Come on. Let's read some super chats.
You gotta get like a Midwestern accent so you can do it.
Caffeinated Tweaker for $2 says, Adam, will you wear that shirt skydiving with us? Well, hell yes.
Jesus Christ.
That's the only accent I know.
Make it stop.
I know. I don't know why. Why?
Thank
when
you,
I
Eddie
put
Baker.
Look,
that
when
was
I put the
first
corn
super
on.
chat.
When I put the corn on, I can do the accent instantly. I don't know.
When you do it's not an accent. You're just doing a Mr. Hanky impression.
Mr.
Hi, everybody. It's me, Corn Adam. I'm making sure your stool is nice and soft, everybody.
What was Mr. Hanky? Is that from Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
No, it's from South Park.
Oh, okay.
I'm Mr. Hanky, the Christmas Pooh, Adam.
Oh, okay.
Don't you believe in Santa?
No.
Okay. Him is a little different. Yeah, actually, you do sound more like him than Mr. Hanky. That's true.
Cavities today equal candy today equals cavities tomorrow.
That was Powerpuff Girls got away with a lot. They had a transsexual devil as a character, and the character's name was him.
Mm-hmm.
So
when I made Social Justice Detective, I did one. Like, I realized the acting is kind of difficult. You've got to really figure out like what you're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
And I did one without really thinking about it that was just terrible. And then I reshot it and I listened to a bunch of Christopher Walken, and I'm like, I'm just gonna do Christopher Walken, see if I can do like my Christopher Walken impersonation. And that actually turned out pretty good. I don't think I nailed Christopher Walken, but it was enough of like a bit that I think it made it work.
I can't do. If I try to do Christopher Walken, it just becomes Captain Kirk.
Yeah, everything tends to lean towards Captain Kirk. I mean, whatever you start with.
Really, that's funny.
It always becomes James T. Kirk.
James T. Kirk. Eddie Baker for $2 says, my chat also mentioned any YouTubers or video series. Do we have any YouTube recommendations or video series recommendations?
My chat also mentions any YouTubers
after your book recommendations.
YouTubers, Sitch and Adam are. But I mean, Sitch doesn't really make videos anymore, and Adam only streams. So, maybe I kind of like Sean's videos, but he has all those ads.
I'm trying to think of like what's like a good introduction YouTuber for politics. It's a difficult question. I don't know if I have an answer.
Vid series. Video series, like a series of videos?
Yeah, like documentaries or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
I haven't really seen. I mean, there's different documentaries on like different topics. I don't know, like an overall political one that I've seen that I've liked.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I have an answer. I don't have a good answer. Sorry.
Do you have a favorite
Ryan
YouTuber?
Chapman. There you go.
Oh yeah,
There's your
Ryan,
good answer.
yeah,
Thank you,
holy
Chad.
shit. Yeah,
Ryan Chapman.
Ryan
Thank you,
Chapman's
Chad.
the
There's your
bomb.
answer. That's a good answer. Ryan Chapman.
I could just watch Ryan Chapman videos all day long. God, they're
I
so
could just
good.
watch Ryan Chapman videos all day.
How does he do it? Ryan Chapman is such like he's like a YouTube stud, man. How does he do it?
True.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Bra moment for $5 says, you guys could ever review a John Doyle video so you guys could set up a debate with him. It'd be interesting in light of this topic. Well, so I remember people were like, oh, you should review, was it the MLK video he did? That was on the same topic.
We did though. We reviewed part of it on a
We watched it for like 2 minutes.
Mhm.
And that's because it's like an hour-long video. And like literally, and I watched it and I was like, we're going to review this on Sunday. And I watched it. I'm like, we can't review this on Sunday because it's like literally 95% of it is like a schizoid rant.
Yeah, I do remember that part.
There's just no information. Like literally, it's an hour. I've never seen anything like it. It's fucking insane. Like I'm like, okay, this is why he's very successful and popular. He can just talk about nothing endlessly. It's impressive. It's like an hour-long video. 95% of it is him saying nothing of substance.
Yeah, we should
literally
learn to do
nothing.
that. We should learn to talk.
I don't have that skill. I do not have that skill. It's just him saying platitudes and political statements and literally nothing for 95% of it.
Well, what
and
do
then
you mean?
5% of it is him
We've
making
been talking for 8 hours. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but they're about things though, about actual things.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Substance. And then 5% of the video where he actually has like a point, and his only point was, oh, MLK is communist because, you know, his friends were communist, and this organization that he worked with after he died became like a pro-Marxist organization or something. Like that was like, really? That was the whole argument? Okay. It was terrible. I couldn't believe it. It was shockingly bad, but
Vince did better.
very bad take.
Vince did way better.
Thank you.
In like the 15 minutes we were jabbing about it.
So people were asking us to review, a lot of people asking us to review Razor Fist video.
Yeah, why
shitting
Razor
all
Fist
over
doesn't
Abraham
want to come
Lincoln.
on? Why? Like, I don't get it. I've tried to get Razor Fist on, but he's like,
Oh, really? I didn't know about any of
just
this.
doesn't
But
really seem interested. So maybe
okay.
I'll.
I don't think
ask-
he does a lot of live streams. Anyway,
Maybe I'll ask
but
Carl if he'll put in a good word.
no,
for
I don't.
us.
I'm not really that interested. So
Look, we're
I wouldn't-
thirsty.
I wouldn't put
Razor
any
Fist.
pressure. I wouldn't put any pressure into it.
Look, just don't punch us with that Razor Fist, okay? You could cut us.
Got him. But what I was gonna say is, yeah, people are asking us to do the Razor Fist. A lot of people are asking us to look at the Razor Fist Abraham Lincoln video where he shits all over Abraham Lincoln. So I hadn't watched it until I found what was the guy's name? There's a guy who's a historian who did his own reaction to it. That was
Oh,
pretty
really?
good. I mean, obviously, I haven't fact checked it. Obviously,
hilarious.
So like, I don't know for certain, but I was like, oh, it seems pretty legit to me.
How do I watch that video? I'm dying to see that video.
Well, let me see. So it's the guy's name is Vlogging Through History, and it's, he did a two-part response to Razor Fist video, Abraham Lincoln, American Dictator. Oh, the reason this came up was because, so I remember why this came up, is because I tweeted out the Proud Family thing about, and I had the clip that no one had seen yet before from the episode where they say, you know, Abraham Lincoln didn't really care about freeing the slaves, right? We hear this a lot. Abraham Lincoln didn't care about freeing the slaves, which it's a dumb point. I hear this repeated a lot, and basically, it's like, well, because Abraham Lincoln said that he would, you know, in order to preserve the Union, he would maintain slavery, you know, blah 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 blah, and it's all ignoring the fact that, like, well, wait a minute, if Abraham Lincoln didn't care about slaves and freeing slaves and all this stuff, why did he work so hard to get the 13th Amendment passed before the Confederacy rejoined the Union. If he didn't care about slaves,
that doesn't make a lot of sense.
It doesn't make any sense. He spent so much political effort and capital getting the 13th Amendment passed, and it was like a big fucking deal, super difficult to do. So obviously he cared about it. Like, it's just a completely ridiculous argument. And so
George Washington
but anyway,
cared about it. I mean, the slavery was an issue from the get-go.
right. So yeah, exactly. Slavery was always a big issue.
Yeah.
It was always a complicated issue. Yeah. But it was just annoying because like a lot of people like kind of mindlessly are like in that tweet that I put out, they're just like, oh, Razor Fist video. They just spam the Razor Fist video. They're like, it's very annoying. People do this. They're like, oh, it's about anything. They're like, oh, you're wrong because here's a YouTube video explaining it. And then so somebody countered that with this other guy's video. That's how I saw it, the vlogging through history's video. And I was like, oh, okay. And he had sort of his debunk, which some of the things he said were good. Some of it was not great. I think it would have been better because he was kind of just doing like a live off the cuff reaction. I think it would have been better for like to do a sit down and just, calmly go like, this is what's wrong with this is what's wrong with that, blah, 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 blah. But still pretty good debunking. Anyways.
You should make a video debunking it and just totally call out.
Well, I don't want to. It would be way too much work for something I don't care about that someone has already done.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Because it was like there's all sorts of historical claims that I just like. I don't really. Do I really care enough to look into any of this?
Of course.
The answer is no.
Look,
I mean, it's like, what is the point even too? Of sort of like, listen, guys, it's very imperative that we shit all over Abraham Lincoln.
Well, the point is that you have some secret knowledge that nobody is aware of. That people, shady elites are working their hardest to make sure that nobody finds out. Like that's what's going on in those videos.
So Razor Fist, he gave his thesis statement in the beginning, which is kind of interesting. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's essentially like he blames basically over like the beginning of overarching federal power stemming from Lincoln. And so in his mind, and he like literally says in the video, so by like destroying the myth of Lincoln somehow helps destroy the concept of like having strong federal power in our country, which to me is a fallacious argument from the get-go, right? Like even if it's true that Abraham Lincoln is secretly evil and all this stuff, that wouldn't really speak one way or the other about the ideas of federal versus state power. But anyway. Let's see, where was it? Zombie Squad for 7 months says, no, Sitch, that's the beginning of Planet of the Apes. There you go.
What?
Gibbon Jesus. It's the beginning of Planet of the Apes. Joe Sullivan, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Joe. Andrew Haskins for $2 says, Jiu-Jitsu is a watered-down form of Pa Kua. Well, there you go. I don't know anything about that, but there you go. Andrew Clark for $2 says, this conversation was a week ago. Oh, you're talking about the James Lindsay Carl one. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. WTF for $2 says, did I miss the tip? I've been back and forth with cleaning. Well, you just had it just now. So you didn't miss it when you sent that super chat.
Well, and it's recorded, so you can always back it up.
And it's recorded. And it's probably not very useful.
What? Come on, that was amazingly useful.
Metalworks for $11.90 for $10 says, next Sunday you should do Razor Fist Abraham Lincoln video. It's pretty whack. It just, the amount of work I'd have to do to stream that would just be so much work. And I'm lazy. I'm a lazy
Who do you
piece
guys
of
want us
shit.
to debate? Should we debate Razor Fist? Can we even debate Razor Fist?
I don't want to do the research for that debate.
Look, I want to do more debate.
It's so much work. Oh.
Are you going to do some research for the
Organized chaos?
Optimal chaos?
I tried to listen. I opened a bunch of organized chaos videos. I'm like, I'm gonna listen to this guy's arguments.
Don't do that. Look, I'm telling you, just focus.
It made me want to Roblox myself. His videos are so boring and awful. I couldn't even hate watch them. I was like, oh, this is the worst content ever.
Do an organized chaos voice.
This is why he only has like 100 views on his videos. It's like painful to get through his content.
I think it might be his voice.
That doesn't help. but look at Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, he has a funny voice, and look,
He's got
amazing.
a funny. Look at me. Look at me, Adam. I've got a funny voice. Okay,
Not that funny.
that's true, but still funny. Haha.
I think you guys are racists. That's what I think. I think you guys are. I think the reason that you don't like that movie is because black people are in it.
He's not even making like, at least in the videos that I saw, they weren't. It wasn't even interesting arguments about why these people were racist. It was
Why
just
are you a racist?
horrible reaction content.
Why are you?
Anyway. Don't be
Horrible
mean.
reaction content?
Yes, like really, like horribly boring, dull, uninteresting reaction comment.
I thought the Eric July debate held my attention. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, but that was an actual debate.
Yeah.
Everything else.
Well,
I
it was
watched.
more like an internet brawl.
And that he
but-
was being a completely bad faith in that conversation.
Of course, look, he's going to be completely bad faith when we talk to him.
Probably. Andrew Clark for 2 hours says, what?
What?
Play clip Adam if Sitch won't say it right. Oh, this was the A-team clip.
Oh, it is?
Fucking Andrew.
What do you mean?
Should never given you that power.
What? What power?
The A-team clip.
Do you have it? Here.
A-team! I don't have it. I never will.
Supreme.
It's evil. Should be burned.
Thank you,
Banned from
Andrew.
existence.
True.
A-team!
True. Thank you, Andrew. True.
I don't like that you like the true so much.
True. True. I wish you could
Stuck
hear
for
when I do it.
$5. Stuck for $5 says, if you haven't watched EFAP's response to Organized Chaos, seriously, you need to. He critiqued Mahler's Doctor Strange review and they covered it. Yeah, I watched part of it. It was like 4 hours. I watched part of it. It was kind of funny.
I watched like a Rags response to Organized Chaos, and it was fucking
Yes, me too.
hilarious. Rags is way funnier than Organized Chaos, so I just like, okay.
Well, Rags is funny and Organized Chaos is not funny. So
True.
not way funnier. It's just they're playing different sports here. Sorab PS for $5 says, as an Indian, I'm happy to say that the obnoxious guy in the green jacket is a Bangladeshi, not an Indian. Thank God for that. Well, there you go. Yeah, I said he was Indian. That is not true.
Oh my God. Shit.
I don't know what the statistics on Bangladeshis are in America, but considering his dad, probably pretty good. And thank you for the very first super chat.
Hell yeah. Thanks. That's awesome.
Prince Charming, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
I noticed a lot of very first super chats are coming through now that I have my shirt on, Sitch. Are you noticing that?
That's my only response to you. Okay.
You know what that means? A lot of virgin super chatters here.
There you go. Adam's shirt is the Virgin Killer. That's the Virgin Killer shirt for Adam.
Look at
You
this.
see that gold and they're really enamored by it.
Flaccid. Oh, shit. What is
Yeah.
it? Flaccid Phoenix.
Yeah.
How can listen, Flaccid. Can I call you Mr. Phoenix? Mr.
It's kind of a
Phoenix.
contradiction, isn't it? A flaccid phoenix.
Yeah. What's going on here? Look, a phoenix.
Is known for rising.
Yes. Yeah. Not being flaccid, but anyway.
I think my phoenix is broken. It's not rising, guys.
He's noticed a
I
typo.
need to return it and get a new one.
He's noticed a typo on our debate partners website, or channel rather.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's the actual fandom website. He has ambassadors.
Where is this?
I think
Is
it's
it super
supposed
chat
to-
or do you DM you?
Oh, he DM'd me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I brought it up. Shit. How dare you? 0 fucks.
Nice.
How dare you?
What did 0 fucks say?
He put my face on the black girls. But I mean, the shirt looks great. I gotta tell you.
Oh, I gotcha. There you go. Nice shirt, Asian face.
Yeah.
You do look like Kenny G in that picture.
I
That's
do.
very
That's
funny.
right. What's up with
You do
Kenny
look
G?
like Kenny G.
Look, is that cultural appropriation that Kenny G is doing?
Yep.
I feel like it might be.
Actual fandom. Ambassadors, not gatekeepers.
Yeah.
Ambassadors.
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 Not gatekeepers.
Like it.
What is that? I don't understand their branding.
Listen. I can't criticize anyone for saying or spelling things wrong.
Oh, I know.
okay?
You're a terrible
That is
speller.
throwing stones in a very glass house.
You're a terrible speller.
I know.
Oh, this is good. Oh my God. All right, I'm just going to put this together here. This will be perfect.
Prince Charming, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. JD Bachamp for $2 says, "What's your Hogwarts house?" Mine, the Glory Gibbons.
I don't. What
There
have
you
you
go.
done?
Created the best new show meme.
What have you done, Sitch? Look, we're going to lose half our fans.
The Glory. You don't like the Glory Gibbons?
No, I don't.
I like
Too
the Glory
soon.
Gibbons. I like it
Yeah,
because
I
it could be.
remember. I was here.
It's very confusing. You say the Glory Gibbons, and you're like, are you saying glory to the Gibbons, or are you saying glory hole Gibbons? It's very like ambiguous. It's got dual meaning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get the joke.
Yeah, I had to explain it to you because I'm not sure you got it. Wonderful Galaxy, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Thank you. Guy for $20 says, "Have you guys looked into what's happening in East Palestine, Ohio, with the hazardous chemical accident?" No, I mean I saw that it happened, obviously, but I saw there was some concern about, which isn't really that surprising, because apparently they only evacuated a small area, and there's some concern that it's like way more toxically disastrous than initially let on.
Ouch.
And a bunch of people are going to get sick from it. So,
Oh,
but I haven't really
that's
been looking at
awful.
it closely at all.
Oh, I hope it works out.
There you
What?
go. There's Adam is Kenny G. Adam.
It's so bizarre. I take it down, and then you're seeing it in the past. I don't know how that
Yeah.
works on the stream. I don't know if you're talking about it and it's gone on the stream. I feel like it is.
Probably.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
That's okay.
Christian Baller sent a super chat for you to read, Adam, for $5.
Okay. Let's see. I know where that tab is. It's right here. I got
Mhm.
it. Live stream. Christian Baller. Wait, Flaccid
Yep.
Phoenix said something for 2 months. Did you read? Oh, Christian Baller. Let's see. Where is that?
It's under Andrew Clark saying,
Andrew
"Adam, you said I
Clark.
had a chromosome disorder."
Adam spell. That's pretty good, Christian, but I'm not going to do that.
You have to read it. Christian
No.
Baller for $5 says,
Adam spell I cup.
a classic elementary school prank. Thank you,
Uh-huh.
Christian Baller.
Did I do it right?
You did it. Anthony Barron for $5 says, in a Hank Hill voice, "Are you Chinese or Japanese?" "I'm Korean, you asshole, you racist asshole." "But are you Chinese or you Japanese?"
Korean, you racist asshole.
Stug for $2 says, "Debate Stony, Sitch. What am I debating Stony on, Stug? Stony, what are we debating?"
Who is Stony?
I don't know. It says someone in the chat.
Look, I'll
Someone
set
that
it up.
needs to be debated in chat.
Let's do it. Look, we're here to debate chat. That's like the whole second half of the show is us debating chat. So get ready.
Mitch, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers for 1 month. Says, "Oh, hey. Oh, hi. I get a free post. How's everyone's night?" Wonderful.
Great.
Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah. Doing good.
Dave Berlin for 5 months. Thanks so much, Dave Berlin. Says, "I'd like to waste this chat on saying the NFL refs made one of the most suspect calls in Super Bowl history to ensure Mahomes won."
Really?
Really fascinating.
So it was a call at the end of the game? Ouch.
Interesting. Super Bowl. So I guess that will be the drama that we'll have to live through now. A Super Bowl ref call.
Will we survive? I mean, is it going to be like pandemonium in the streets?
So Super Bowl ref Carl Cheffers on defensive holding call. It was a clear jersey grab.
Oh, jersey grab, huh?
Is a jersey grab allowed?
Like
Is that what he called the holding call in a jersey grab?
like a Jersey Shore grab, or I don't know. Like he got him in the crotch, or what happened?
There, he got him right in the crotch. Stug says debate him on the Super Bowl. Oh,
He grabbed him.
listen.
Look,
I'm gonna
you can't
take
grab
the-
him by the eye cup.
I'm gonna take the L on that one. I'll cede any Super Bowl debates. So you win. You win this time, Stoney. JD Bachamp for $5 says, "Do you guys have an opinion on Milton Friedman? I think he's incredible. I really enjoyed the stream, and I will continue to pray for your soul."
Hell yeah, I love Milton Friedman. This is the thing. I began the debate with well, it wasn't really a debate, just a discussion with Davies with a Milton Friedman quote. Look, Milton Friedman is based. Just because I understand MMT doesn't mean I don't love Milton Friedman, or that I love communism, because I hate communism. And I hate all the MMT people that are trying to, you know, appropriate MMT to spread their communist flim flam. Yes. Terrible.
So I'm looking at the call. He grabs that guy's jersey for like literally less than a second. It's like a quarter of a second. He like touches his jersey. That seems silly to me.
Oh, he just gave a little tug on it.
It's like literally it's less than a second. Why not? It's in slow motion. So
Can't do
well,
it.
yeah, it's in slow motion. It's less than a second.
Can't do it.
No, come on. That's
Jersey
ridiculous.
grabs are not allowed, man.
It's like a quarter of a second.
Look,
And it didn't affect the play in any way.
Mega My Own for $1.99. Jersey
No.
grabs are not allowed right there.
Nope.
Mega My Own for
I think
another $1.99. That was a legit call. He pulled the jersey.
He
Look at
pulled
that.
it for a quarter of a second. It didn't have any effect on anything. No, I call BS. I call BS on that call. I don't know anything about your Super Bowls, but I don't like it. Eddie Baker. Oh, I read the one. Flaccid Phoenix, thanks so much for being a 2-month free will seeker. Flaccid Phoenix says, Adam, I just DM'd you some information you can use in Tuesday's debate if he brings his friend Actual Fandom on. A-Team reigns supreme.
Wait a second here. Where's my DMs? Damn it. Damn it. Okay,
What?
never mind. I had the A-Team reign supreme up.
No, there you go.
Here it is.
E.T. reigns supreme. Thank you, Andrew. True. Drew the Dogman for $2 says, Gibbon H. Christ, you guys. There you go. Thank you, Drew.
Oh my God. Make it stop.
Make it continue. That's the best stream meme I've ever created.
A Sitch.
Glory to Gibbons.
Look, we've had better stream memes than that.
No, we haven't.
That's
Glory to Gibbon.
No, that's like a D tier. Stream
A
meme.
D for Dragon Energy. Okay.
No. D for degenerate.
That too. Utter Nonsense for $2 says it is really amazing that they found 9 identical siblings for this panel, and yet there are such differing views. Truly amazing. Wow.
Oh, wow.
No racist. Utter Nonsense.
Wow. Wow.
I can't believe you. I can't believe you. Disavow.
I know what you're trying to say there. Not cool.
Disavow. Stug for $2 says, no, quote, woke people will never realize they were in a cult. Most of them will simply drift away from it and think they never were one of those people in the first place. And they'll still think the anti-wokes were crazy. That's probably exactly what will happen.
No, they'll make it their new victim thing. Oh, I was in a cult. Oh my God.
No. I agree with Stug.
Nah, they're going to use it. It's going to be their
It's
new
gonna be
victim card.
It's going to be insane. 20 years from now, I'm going to be arguing with people about fucking Gamergate. Like, this is a bunch of fucking bullshit. What they're saying about Gamergate. It's never going to die. It's never going to go away. Oh God, it's going to be awful. I'm going to be an old man. I'm going to be 80 years old. Be like, we're still lying about Gamergate in the histories. I'd be like, shut up, Grandpa Sitch. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I was there on the front lines of the war. You don't understand. I was there. I was there when they were dropping drama dimes on Zoe Quinn before Candace Owens switched side. Where were you when the Gamergate war began?
Your little grandkid's gonna come out with his school book, and he's gonna be like, Poppy Sitch, look, it's Gamergate. Look at all these online Nazis.
It said Gamergate. Were you a Nazi, Grandpa Sitch? It said that all the Gamergaters were Nazis.
Exactly.
Why, go give me that libtard teacher's name. I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind. How dare you call me a Nazi?
Yeah, exactly.
That's gonna be my future. Get ready. I'm excited, but also not. CT for $2 says the Pro Strat. If you know you're going to get copyrighted, throw in as much copyrighted material as you can. Vice, Disney, Sony. If a bunch of companies make claims,
look, I'm bringing up Hardcore Henry. We're doing it again, boys.
So no one gets it. There you go. That's a pretty based idea, CT. I like it. We'll make Disney and Sony and Vice all fight each other.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, look, FD, our good friend FD Signifier.
I saw that when I went through. I was like, uh-oh.
So thank you, FD Signifier, for the $2. Says, Adam, you white male system supporter. I don't know why FD Signifier became Jared Taylor all of a sudden, but okay. I told you that you should never listen to Thomas Sowell. He's super bad. He's so bad that I hate him immensely. You cannot fathom how bad he is, for he is terrible and very bad.
Yeah, true. That's
that.
someone I would like to debate. I would like to debate FD Signifier on CRT. Actually, I would like to moderate a debate between my good friend Sitch and FD Signifier on CRT.
Didn't he kind of agree? Well, he mostly agreed with what I was saying with that, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I guess you're right. He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was like,
I mean,
yeah.
He's in favor of it. That's the difference. But,
yeah. He's like, it's race. Hell yeah, it's racist. That's the good part about it.
There you go. FD Signifier said, it's racist, and that's the good part on our channel. That is literally what he said. I'm not making that up.
Well, that
is a quote.
Look, it's in the videos. You can look it up. We clipped it out, so we're good to go.
FD Signifier, come on and talk to us again and tell us that that's not what you said.
He's not going to talk to us again.
Well, we didn't think you'd talk to us the first time, and he just snuck in, so you never know.
He'll never. Look. We're in the.
You're just saying that. You're trying to reverse psychology.
This is like late night TV here.
That's right.
This is when the really incendiary stuff comes out.
That's right. FD Signifier, you'll never come on again. Wink, 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 wink. Sodoge for $2 says, now look here, you bootlicking centrist mo-fuckers. We've been sending signals into space for decades to contact aliens. Now I get 2 UFOs and you just blow them up? In the libertarian society, I've had my hot alien waifu by now. There you go. There you go. I don't know why I gave you like a weird southern accent, but take it.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to say there's about a 0.0. Here's what's weird. So when they blew up the things, they said that they didn't know what it was when they blow it up. What? Does anyone believe that? That's like an obvious lie, right? That's like a super obvious lie.
Of course.
Like, they wouldn't blow up something that they don't know what it is.
Yeah, because it could have children in it.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a bus full of children floating at 40,000 feet. Or no, it could be something that if you blew up would drop radiation everywhere. Like, yeah, you don't fucking. They're not gonna just blow up something. They're like, oh, I don't know what this is. Blow it up. Like, I don't buy that for a second. They
Look, it's filled with chemical weapons.
It's weird to me. I don't know why they would lie about it. I don't know what it would be that they would lie about it. So that's kind of interesting. But I don't buy that they didn't know what it was. My theory is that these weather balloon shits are really all over the place all the time. These spy weather balloon things, and we just don't know because, I don't know, they work or they're too high up. It's just this one recently was like too low and it got a bunch of publicity. Air. Yeah, and my guess is that these things have always been everywhere, and it's only like now because we found out about it that they're like, oh, we're gonna blow them up all of a sudden, like, you know, to kind of save face politically. That would be my guess.
That's so bad.
Yeah.
They're like, oh my God, the new iPhone came out. Now they can see the spy balloons.
I mean, that's the first spy balloon we've ever had. Blow it up.
Now we have to shoot them down. God damn you, Apple.
Essentially. Yeah, that'd be my guess. Andrew Clark for Joe says, unfortunately, I'm like Doomer, and I actually do like rom-coms. However, give strong girl Bong Soon a chance. She's super strong, fights a gang and a serial killer. It's a good show. I'll give it a chance.
I like one rom-com that I think is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to, since I don't want to be accused of being soy like Doomer, I'm going to keep it to myself.
No. You have to tell us.
Hold on. Is Scott Pilgrim a rom-com? I feel like it might be.
No.
It's not?
Count. No.
I mean, there's like love in it and shit.
There's love in lots of movies, Adam, that are not rom-coms.
I mean, it's about romance, right?
No, it's about
He's in
fighting
love.
evil exes.
Look, he's in love with Ramona. We all know this.
No.
I feel like it could be a
It's
rom-com.
about fighting my hipster demon chicks.
I like that movie Safety Not Guaranteed, which I think
I've never
does
seen it.
qualify as a rom-com. But it's got like time travel in it. Well, it doesn't really. I guess it does have time travel in it, yeah.
Okay, how are you confused about whether a movie has time travel? It seems like that'd be a pretty apparent thing.
No, it definitely has time travel in it.
Okay.
It's talked about a lot, though. Like it's
My
not,
favorite rom-com is
they're not
Tenet.
really. Tenet is not a rom-com.
I mean, I don't know. The two guys, they had very strong bromance for each other. So
I mean, there was like the wife trying to kill her husband and stuff. I mean,
there you go.
That was romantic.
As you do in a rom-com.
Are you saying that after Tenet ended, that those two ran off and had sex together? The protagonist, which is literally what he's called in the movie, and
The protagonist went and he found the younger version of who was the white guy in the movie? I'm totally blanking.
yeah, I can't remember either.
Was it Jude Law? Why
Jude
would I say
Law,
it was
that's
not
it.
Jude? Was it Jude Law?
Yeah.
Okay. He went and found younger Jude Law and they went and banged.
I know, that's what I mean, maybe. They got the
So I typed
representation
in-
in it.
I typed in rom-coms and it took me through like 6 scrolls to finally get to 2 I liked, which is When Harry Met Sally, which of course is classic, and 40-Year-Old Virgin, which is very funny. So there you go. There's your rom-com.
Is 40-Year-Old Virgin a rom-com? I guess maybe.
According to Google, it is.
I gotta Google some rom-coms now.
There you go.
Maybe I like more than one.
Okay, this is a little creepy. I think YouTube is spying on us. I typed in rom-com movies and it says, if you like Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I never said that. You were talking about.
Oh wow.
Is Google like following the audio? What the fuck's happening? I didn't Google Scott Pilgrim.
Look, Scott Pilgrim is not a rom-com. It's an
I told
action
you.
romance.
There you go.
What? Hold on.
I would say the romance in Scott Pilgrim is very light.
Action romance movies. Oh shit.
I would say it's very light.
Shotgun
Like
Wedding.
the romance
Teen
is just
Wolf,
like
Murder Mystery.
He's-
Wait, Thor: Love
romance-
and Thunder.
That's not real. There's very little romance.
Look, it's under action romance.
I don't buy this. I don't buy any of these these listings.
Scott Pilgrim, A Knight's Tale.
I like The Nice Tale, but I wouldn't call that a rom-com either.
Yeah. Though
Or
no,
action
these are
romance
action
or whatever.
romances. So
I don't know what the fuck I would classify Nice Tale as, but
I like Thor: Love and Thunder, man. That movie's amazing.
you do?
Fuck
Shocking.
yeah. Well,
That's
I
a
think,
very controversial opinion.
I know. I thought that they were ripping on it in. Wait a second. No, I like Ragnarok, not
Ragnarok.
Love and Thunder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez, I almost got Look. Next thing you know,
Adam was like, wait a minute. Adam stepped too close to the abyss and he
I
went
know.
down.
Next thing you know, I'm hanging out with SK and Southpaw on a fucking organized chaos live stream talking about how Mahler and Rags are gang stalking me. Right? Oh, the Lost City. Oh wait. That's a different Lost City. Actually,
I think Thor: Love and Thunder was not good. I don't think it was good. I don't think it was anywhere near as bad as Stephen Strange 2, Doctor Strange 2. I think what really soured people on Ragnarok is the beginning. like it puts such a bad taste in your mouth. It like destroys the whole movie.
Ragnarok?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not Ragnarok. Love it. I'm sorry, not Ragnarok.
Oh,
Love and Thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's like the saddest beginning in any Disney movie ever created. It's like sadder than Up. It's like the saddest Disney movie of all, like ending beginning of any Disney movie. And then it like totally like makes fun of itself for having this like horribly tragic beginning. And you're like, what the fuck? Like that is so bizarre and weirdly like tone deaf and strange. And like like it really puts you in a very bad frame of mind for the rest of the movie.
Guardians.
So I'm curious. I'm
Go
curious if that beginning wasn't there. I don't think it would be a good movie, but I don't think it would be like as hated.
Guardians of the Galaxy has a really heavy beginning too, because he's like in the hospital and his mom's dying of cancer. It's like it's like an Up beginning. You're immediately thrust into like, oh, this is fucking.
Yeah, but here's the difference. So in Up and in Guardians of the Galaxy, it has a heavy beginning that's dramatic to set up the backstory for one of the main characters.
Right. Yeah.
That you're gonna like. You're gonna feel sympathetic to.
Right.
So Love and Thunder completely fucks up because it has this super depressing, sad backstory for the villain you're supposed to root
No.
against.
Oh my God. What?
Oh, you've never seen it?
Yeah.
You've never seen it?
Not really. I mean, I think my wife was watching it a little bit, and I was just kind of not really.
The beginning of the movie is what's his name? Batman.
Chris Hemsworth. Christian
Patrick
Bale.
Bateman. Christian Bale. Who his acting is fucking phenomenal. It's like wasted in this fucking movie.
Oh,
and it's
yeah, everyone said that.
It's like he's on a planet that's like has a drought or something, and everyone's dying. And it's like he's like watching his daughter fucking die, and you're like, holy shit, this is like, I thought this was like a silly comedy movie. And she dies, and he like buries her. And you're like, what the fuck? And I'm like, what? I'm like, the first time I ever saw this movie, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Is supposed to be like a comedic like Thor movie. Like, what is happening? And then so he's like so like horribly sad and depressed, obviously, because his daughter just died. And then he's kind of like wandering in this desert, and he finds this oasis. And there in the oasis are like this wacky god who's supposed to be the god of his planet. And he's just like making fun of and shitting all over Christian Bale. And you're like, what the fuck is happening? But it's supposed to be like funny.
After
and
you
you're like,
have total sympathy from him because you just watched him watch his daughter die.
yes. And you're like, what the and I'm like, I'm sitting here like, what the fuck? What kind of human would write such a fucking idiotic scene? We have like the most depressing scene ever to like wacky god making fun of guy whose daughter just fucking died. You're like, what the fuck am I It's baffling. It's literally baffling.
Yeah, maybe I'll check it out just to
created.
Get the cringe.
Just to watch that intro. You're like, holy shit. It's so weird. I don't know what it's like a troll. I don't know what the fuck happened.
The thing about
I don't know how that got greenlit, but
the thing about Guardians of the Galaxy and Up, like I think you can get away with that in a comedy movie if it's like the first scene is like as heavy as you're gonna go, and then the rest is like more lighthearted because you like get it out of the way. But it's harder though,
right.
if you're like start off laughing, making fun of things, and then around the third act, all of a sudden it like drops off to this completely sad thing.
But like, again, with Guardians, I think Guardians of the Galaxy is a perfect example because it's setting up,
the
Star-Lord's
backstory.
character.
Yes,
So you feel sympathetic for his character. You like his character because you feel bad for him.
Yeah,
you feel sympathetic to his character. And then the movie itself doesn't make fun of his backstory.
Nope.
Takes it seriously. So I don't know. It was very fucking weird. I don't know how that introduction got made in Thor: Love and Thunder. I have no clue.
Well, so many of these writers are just fucking woke as fuck, and they just have no idea about human interaction. They're like,
it's not woke though. It's just weird. And it's the same guy that did Thor Ragnarok, which is hilarious and great.
Oh, really?
So
maybe he was trying to do the mystery box thing or trying to like.
It's I can never say his name. Wakiti, whatever the fuck the guy does the voice of Korg. Hey man.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about.
Ragnarok is so.
He played Hitler.
He played Hitler. That's right. And Ragnarok is great. It's just Love and Thunder. That introduction is so baffling to me.
Yeah. Oh,
that should be studied in film classes of like what not to do in a movie. Like the number one thing to never ever do in a movie is the beginning of Thor: Love and Thunder.
Taika.
We should ask Organized Chaos. I bet he likes it.
Watiti.
Watiti, that's his name.
Watiti. Okay.
Yeah. We should ask Organized Chaos. He'll probably say like it was really good introduction. Really good movie.
I have such a better memory for things that I hear than things that I read by seeing.
Yeah, you're audible, obviously, because you have your reading disorder. So that makes sense.
God, I wish Edgar Wright had made Spider-Man. Or no, it was Ant-Man that Edgar Wright was doing and got kicked off of.
Who's Edgar Wright?
He's the one that did Shaun of the Dead and Scott Pilgrim and The World's End.
I didn't know that the same guy that did Shaun of the Dead did Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah, he was on the Ant-Man movie and got kicked off of Ant-Man because he got into a conflict with Marvel Studios. Like they started taking the movie like in a direction that he was unhappy with, and I was like, Marvel, like back the fuck up. What are you doing?
Interesting.
Yeah,
that's like with
he did got rid of Hot Fuzz and
which is
amazing. Yeah,
Hot Fuzz is so good.
Yeah, what is the Edgar Wright Ant-Man is like lost to time because Marvel Studios, I don't know.
Well, it's like Phil Lord and Christopher Miller when they were doing Solo and they got kicked off the project.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about a huge fuck up. You're going to take the Clone High Lego movie Into the Spider-Verse people and you're going to kick them off Solo and we're going to get the...
Oh my God, I know. Fucking
They're
Lego
like, you're not
movie's
taking
amazing.
this project seriously enough. You're just too much of a joke. And they kicked them. You're like, okay.
That movie probably, well, first of all, Solo was just ridiculously boring and stupid. Like
yes.
They would have made it amazing. Yeah. So much of it is just, these people they don't realize when they have true talent in their midst.
Yep.
Sucks.
Sad. Where were we? Carl Benjamin. Hey, Carl.
Oh, what's up, Carl?
Thanks, Carl. Carl for $2 says, the gibbon has violated the sanctity of the zoo.
Oh my God.
How can we move forward in the world if not even the monkeys respect the innocence of the children visiting? We must cease this debauchery lest we lose our children to evil.
Well, at least Carl's on our side.
I agree with Carl.
Yeah.
Unless it's given Jesus, then we have to promote it. Sitch's mom. Oh my God, it's my mother.
I hope she's going to chastise you for this gibbon thing.
I played some of the AI Sitch stuff to my parents. So
Oh, great.
They were impressed.
Here, what's your mom's email? I think I'm going to email that to her real quick.
It's Sitch's mom at...
I want to email her the one from me. Hey, look. I'm Sitch's friend. Remember me?
Uh-huh. My mother for $2 says, Sitch, I'm here to ask you the real JQ. When are you going on to one of those Vice talks? If you won't be a doctor or a lawyer for me, then you have to do a Vice talk. Also, this new AI voice is scary. It could make Adam say something insane, like he's voting for Kanye.
That's so true. Yeah.
That's true. You did call me a Jew boy.
I know.
I was kind of...
I'm never going to live that down.
Can't believe it. I got to clip that and put that on a little thing. You call me Jew boy.
I know.
Whenever you get uppity, Adam, I'm going to play the Jew boy.
Oh my God, no.
Remember the time you called me a Jew boy, Adam? Very offensive.
What's so bad?
Andrew Clegg for $2 says, the Southpaw drama short story is that they are differing opinions, arguments intensified, positions became entrenched, and now Southpaw, who is arrogant, egotistical, and gets things wrong, is saying that those are the qualities of EFAP. There you go.
Look, I got a meme. I don't know if you got Sashman's meme. Did you?
Is it on the Twitters?
Yeah. I'll bring it up. It's pretty funny. It's Chad PSA Sitch here.
There you go.
Look at that. Look at those ripped abs. That's exactly
that.
Look, this is what PSA Sitch looks like, guys. Get ready.
True.
It says returns to YouTube after 2 years. Shits on She-Hulk for 4 videos. Stops uploading. Refuses to elaborate further. What is going on? What is happening, Sitch?
I mean, true.
Do I need to
True.
do I need to open a can of whoop ass?
I should do a Velma video. That's a good idea.
You should do a video on that crazy Disney cartoon thing with white fragility in it. What the fuck
I could
is
do
going
a
on
Proud
with
Family video.
What
Yeah.
the hell is going on with that thing?
Yeah.
My God.
You know, there's actually it's kind of interesting because I actually thought about doing that. So I watched some episodes, full episodes of the cartoon of the Proud Family. I've never seen the original. People were telling me it's good. I've never watched it. It was after my time, I believe. But it was fascinating. The first episode was actually pretty funny. I thought it was going to be boring, like
So
a
this
boring
is an
kids
old
cartoon.
show?
No, this is
Or
new.
the new one. Okay.
The new one. The first episode was actually pretty
good.
funny, and I
Okay.
was completely shocked by this. I'm like, this is really weird. I didn't expect this. Now it does, and it's weird because it's both woke and anti-woke at the same time. The first episode, it's woke in that there's like a super duper ultra gay character who's just so fucking gay. He's like, I'm so gay. You're gonna
He's
put
in
up
your-
with my gayness.
Right.
The most gay stereotype that ever gay to stereotype in the world.
Right. Yeah.
Which, you know, if I was gay, I would find offensive, but apparently woke people like this. So there's that. There's the fact that all the male fathers in the show are all weak beta losers who are cucked by their wives.
Ooh, God, that's terrible. I hate that.
But and this is the main character's father is like, you know, the mom is like the breadwinner, and everyone rubs in his face, and he's always like the butt of every joke. But then at the same token, there's a character, like there's like a new neighbor in the neighborhood who's like a hyper woke black girl, and she's the villain of the episode.
Really?
She's a total asshole to the main character for no reason. And then her big plan is she wants to rescue a panda from the zoo. And when they get to the zoo, the panda doesn't want to be rescued, and she still wants to rescue it anyway.
Oh my goodness.
So I was like, this is really interesting. It's got like a lot of woke shit in it. It's got a lot of but it had like this like anti-woke shit in it. And it was actually pretty funny. And then the second episode was about a white, fat, gay male makeup star on YouTube who was selling bullshit
I know
to
that
children. who was selling bullshit makeup to children, and all the people are falling for it.
Is that
And I was
James-
like, this is
Is that James Charles?
yeah, essentially it's like fat James Charles. And I'm like, I was just really I was really confused by all this. So I'm like, and the clips of like the super woke stuff is in season 2. So I'm wondering if there was like some kind of shift in between seasons to make it hyper woke or not. I'll have to go watch some episodes of season 2 to see if it become like there's like a dramatic shift or something in wokeness.
They changed it up.
But he wasn't gay in the original, says CT. Really? That's interesting. So there you go. They made him super duper gay in this. They made him ultra gay.
Why would they do such?
Have you guys seen MILF Manor? I haven't just seen MILF Manor.
You've
live in it.
lived MILF.
I live MILF Manor.
I knew that was coming.
I live it.
What
I
is
breathe it.
what's it like living in MILF Manor? Just so the rest of us
Oh my
can know.
god, it's so good. So good.
MILF Manor. Oh,
Just be jealous.
I am a little bit. I mean,
Yeah. Let's see. Andrew Clark for $5 says it was a couple of months ago, but you couldn't pronounce a retired football player's name that had just passed away. First of all, Andrew, you said pasted away. He was a member of Geeks and Gamers.
yeah, I
Really?
know. He was the guy that was on when they had oh god, who's the director, the big name director that they had on? The Snyder cut?
Zack Snyder.
Zack Snyder, yeah. So they had Zack Snyder on Geeks and Gamers or something. And Zack Snyder, this was right after the Stop Asian Hate thing came out. Because remember the guy who shot up like a massage parlor or something like that? They were trying to say he was targeting Asian people when that's not what was going on.
Right.
But yeah, Geeks and Gamers had like a blow up with Scott Snyder, and I believe he was on the stream when that happened. That's how he got Scott Snyder, because he's a big football player. Zack Snyder. Yeah, sorry.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Why he passed away, huh?
Yeah. I
sucks.
don't know what happened. What happened to him?
I don't know.
Marcus
Making my
Cyborg
own.
was one that clued me in on how he was with Geeks and Gamers. I had forgotten.
Megan My Own for $4 says that Jersey Glab clearly hindered the receiver. And also, I'm 18 now.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah, look.
That
was
Jersey
easy
grab
win.
was that Jersey grab was literally like a quarter of a second, and the ball went out of bounds anyway, so it didn't even matter.
Mm-hmm. No, you're wrong.
So I disagree. I disagree.
Wrong.
Scott Snyder is a comic writer.
Oh,
there you go.
Well, Zack Snyder was the film director, so
Yes.
that's probably why I keep getting it mixed up.
Maybe.
I got our new Anna graphic up. Oh my god,
I saw.
So good, Anna. Anna, try to look scared. I don't want to look scared for the thumbnail. Just do it, okay? That makes the video get more views. Okay, here, I'll do it. Whatever. Put your hands on your forehead. Emote.
Skull Ship for 3 months says, "What is this debate about on Tuesday?"
The debate is about Top Secret. We really haven't picked a debate topic, but I think Sitch and I have an idea what we're going to debate. Do you want to?
You didn't tell them?
No, I didn't tell them.
Oh,
why? We'll sneak attack them. Why
I
do you
didn't
want
know.
to tell
That's
them?
interesting. Fascinating. Okay.
I mean, they're going to constantly change the subject anyway. So
there you go. Flaccid Phoenix for $5 says, "Can you please ask Organized Chaos at some point if he gets along with his wife's boyfriend?"
Oh my god!
you
I'll
go.
ask him that at the end of the debate after he's
There you
bad
go.
faith for an hour and a half.
David Puff for 6 months says, "I passed out before I heard you reject my last wrench request. I'll settle for advice. Should I ask her out despite still recovering from my divorce?" Dun dun dun.
That is a tough one, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you got to lose, right? I mean, maybe she can help you get over your divorce, right?
Yeah. What better way, right?
If
Than
she's
than to recover to get back in the game.
Yeah. Oh god, that's like so.
Do it. Do it. That'd be my advice. I'm like the worst person to ask for advice on this, but I'm gonna say go for it.
Every time, look, I don't give such dating advice.
Thank you.
Anymore, but
Thank you.
Anyway.
Some weird guy for $2 says, "But Thor got stripped and humiliated. It was funny. Yeah, that was a weird.
Oh
scene.
yeah, I remember that. That was so bad. I was like, what the hell? I don't get it.
It was like, and it was weird because so in the scene, fat Kurt Russell is Zeus.
Kurt
And,
Russell. Oh really?
Not Kurt Russell. I'm sorry, Russell Crowe.
Okay, yeah. Kurt Russell, I think, is plays the god in Guardians of the Galaxy. That's why I was like, that's a little
he's
weird.
Star-Lord's father. Yeah, right.
He's Star-Lord's father and
No. Yeah, Russell Crowe. I mixed up my Russells. Fat Russell Crowe is Zeus, and Thor like literally fucking straight up murks him, like kills him in the movie.
What?
And then it was weird because like there's a deleted scene where he comes back. He's not dead, and he like helps Thor. At the end of the movie, and they cut that scene out. So that was kind of weird. I was like, oh, I guess he just killed him. Actually, no. Actually, I think even in the version at the end, there's like, oh, he's still alive. But I don't know. That movie's so weird and unfocused.
Maybe he
Andrew
wrote
Clark-
it when he was like drunk or something.
Maybe. It felt like a lot of just like, oh, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens.
Yeah.
Like it felt very unfocused.
Terrible.
And just it's trying. It feels kind of like it has Jack Sparrow syndrome. Like it's trying. You have like a good thing in the first one, or in Ragnarok's case, the third one, that's like it's funny because it's not trying so hard to be funny.
Mm-hmm.
And then once everyone's like, "Oh, it's funny. I like this. Is like the funny pirate movie, the funny Thor movie." Then it's like, "Oh, we have to try super hard to make it super funny," and it's just like, "Oh my god, they're just trying so hard. It just makes it not funny anymore."
Funny goes with the story though. Like if there's no story and just like jokes, a lot of times
Yes.
that doesn't work for me.
That's the problem. That's what it is. It's just
Yeah.
jokes.
Yeah,
It's just like
that's-
random jokes. Yeah.
You're like, I kind of like to, have a story here.
Yep. Andrew Clark for $5 says, MILF Manor. The women's are moms and the men's are the sons. It seems that the producers are hoping for incest. It's really creepy and kind of funny.
Is that a real show, MILF Manor?
It
That
is,
can't
but no,
be
I don't think it's the way. It's not the way that
that can't be real.
Andrew Clark said it.
I'm gonna look up MILF Manor and see what happens.
They're not actually their sons in the TV show. You're confusing the parody from 30 Rock with the real show. There was a parody in 30 Rock that everyone's talking about that they had they had the MILF Manor parody, and it was literally like that situation.
There's no MILF Manor.
Yeah,
oh,
just
wait,
look it up.
there is a MILF Manor. Holy
I
shit.
told you.
Ouch. She's a bad
MILF
MILF, Gemma. Your MILF don't dance. What? Oh, great.
Welcome to MILF Manor. Coming January 15th.
Dang.
There you go.
I have to watch all of these now.
Quiz. Are you a MILF? Take the quiz. Let's take the quiz, Adam.
Okay.
Do younger people often flirt with you? I don't know if I should answer this question.
Oh, shit.
I might get on a watch list if I answer it.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
What is flirting? Who knows?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not.
I mean,
gonna,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
leave
not
that.
take-
I don't leave the house enough to get flirted with.
True. Kyle Petty for $20. Thank you, Kyle. Says, I haven't been around for a while. Finally got an amazing girlfriend. Based. But I think you should bring back the questions, but change them. Ask, when you listen to music, is it from the perspective of singing or being sang to?
Oh my God.
Now that's an interesting question.
I think I'm a singing kind of guy.
Yeah, who does anyone wait a minute? Okay,
Yeah,
let me ask you.
I am,
Okay, let me ask
I'm
you.
singing in my head when I.
Yeah. Okay. Is anyone in the chat?
I do POV in the fucking song.
Does anyone, when they are listening to music, imagine that they're being sung to? Is that like a thing? Maybe this is it. Maybe this is a great way to ask that question, Kyle. Let's do a poll. When listening to music, question mark, and then one answer will be POV as singer, or audience member. Is that clear? Does everyone understand what I'm asking?
Nah, you're too delirious. That makes no sense.
There you go. Let's listen.
Quick,
It's like
I want to be the
101.
first one. POV singer. Boom. Done. Look, 100%. You saw it right there first.
There you go. I'm curious. I didn't even think about that. Maybe this is a good. I'm very curious. Not only see, this is a problem, Kyle. If I ask this question, I have to ask the porn question as a follow up.
No, you
because
don't.
I want to know if they align.
No, you don't. Look, as soon as
I
they
want to know. Now I'm more interested because I'm like, wait a minute, do they align?
Look, as soon as they say sang to, we just snicker, and that's it.
I want to know if they align.
No, you can never ask. You just have to assume.
That's very interesting. To me.
Maybe once we end the live stream, we can say, listen, we didn't want to do this on the live stream, but privately, we want to ask you a question.
There you go.
Is that weirder?
Just to see if they
Is
line
that
up.
like weirder? I feel like that might be weird. Like, hey, now that the stream's over, we want to ask you about your porn consuming habits. That might come off as weird. That might not be good. You might want to like not do that. I mean, I honestly can't believe we've asked people this on stream. It's just so weird.
That's how base we are. We asked a guy
I know
who's a professional sociologist.
Are you talking about Mahler?
No, I'm not talking about Mahler. We asked a
Moeller.
serious academic
But that
who
was
wrote a
Moeller.
book.
Yeah. His last name's Mahler.
Yeah, I thought you said Mahler.
Well, it's like Mahler, but yeah.
Yeah, we asked a serious academic this question, and he was a good sport.
No, it was embarrassing. What are you talking about?
I think he liked the question. He was like, "This is interesting."
I think I heard him in another video saying that he doesn't watch porn. Wait, I did. He just made a video now on a porn star, how all these porn stars are getting into Twitch and being streamers and stuff.
You know why he said that he doesn't watch porn, right?
He said
He's
that
covering his tracks for what he said on our show.
I thought, oh, this is why he made this video.
Covering his tracks.
He's saying, I don't watch porn or anything, but I'm doing this video about a porn star. The video is actually very good, and it kind of plays into the Eliza Blue situation. You should watch his video. Do you watch his videos? His videos are always amazing. Look,
but I should.
What were we at? Who was asking us? He's also the only smart leftist who might be a socialist that I think is actually kind of brilliant.
Well, he is a socialist, but he's like he's like an old school socialist, which I'm still not in favor of, but at least it's better than like the woke shit.
Yeah, a race socialist.
You said he's kind of like anti-woke.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
anti like using socialist, the cultural issues, but
That pro-felicity idea is going to be a thing. It's just too
and Kyle for another
interesting.
$20. Thank you, Kyle. Says if you watch a porn, do you search for what the opposite person looks like or what you look like? Because I think guys and girls have different answers. Guys with music usually from singing the perspective, girls usually from the other. Huh? Is that true? Okay, so here's the thing. I don't think it aligns because so far in our poll, 55% say that they POV is a singer and 44% say that they're the audience member. And I think in the porn question, it was a lot more like 75-25, if I recall correctly. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it doesn't line up perfectly.
Oh, yeah,
CT
that's
says,
a good thing.
CT says, neither. I'm not in the audience or the singer. I just see pictures in my head when I hear most music. Well, maybe I should have had a third option. Maybe that's kind of a problem with the question.
I do remember being 70. It was like 75% POV in the porn question, right?
Yeah, right. So maybe it doesn't line up exactly.
Yeah. But it is leaning towards POV.
Do people like when they're looking for porn, they like look for who looks for the person that they're projecting themselves into? That's weird.
You're like,
that's a weird thing.
White, male, cool, gold velour shirt.
They're like, listen, I'm not gay, but when I look up porn, I exclusively search for the men.
Yeah. Deal
the
with
men
it.
in the
Sunglasses.
That's pretty weird. But Andrew Clark for 2 hours says they totally are their own sons. Wait, what? I don't believe this. For another $2, he says Heels versus Babyface covers it. They made the parody real, and then for another $2, he says Sitch, watch the beginning of the video I DM'd you, and he sent me Heels versus Babyface talking about it. Wait, there's no way that they're actual.
They're like their stepsons or something?
Wait a minute.
That can't be real.
That can't be right.
Like
Let me look this up.
The MILFs divorce the father and then start going out with the son? Is that what's happening? Look,
I thought they were just older women.
Look, if this is true, I'm with Carl. Burn it all.
Oh my God, he's right. Andrew was right. Holy shit, they are their sons.
Oh my God.
Well, they're obviously not going to date their own mother, right? But they're like, so every guy there is the son of one of the women there. That's so
really?
awkward and weird.
So they do like a Russian roulette with the sons? They just pass them
Yes.
around?
Well, presumably they don't date their own mom.
Well, that's why it would be Russian roulette. They should set it up where they could actually get their own son.
That's the equivalent of getting the bullet.
Yeah, exactly. You got
Oh
it.
my God.
Spin the chamber, bitch.
Wow. Wow.
And tonight you are dating your son. Oh my God.
Things have listen. Things have gone too far. Okay?
I know. I totally agree. I'm like, Carl knows what's up now.
Now, if they were stepmoms
Look.
and they were stuck in a washing machine,
Oh, this is evil.
that's ridiculous. Well, now I'm gonna have to watch the show. I mean, I would never gonna watch the show.
Don't do it.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm sure it's very boring. Anyway,
I wonder if
well, thank you, Angie, for bringing this degeneracy to my knowledge.
Yeah.
There you go. That is pretty insane. That seemed like that'd be like the biggest like awkward boner killer of all. Like you have to go find a MILF to bang in this manner next to your mom while she's watching you the whole time.
Oh my
like,
God.
well, this is like
They should have called it Cucked by Mom.
Cucked by Mom Manor. And then imagine like it's like the mom's gonna be like, "You better treat my son right. You hear me? He's a good boy." Oh God. Yeah. This is a disaster.
I think this might be worse than The Given. We should move on.
First of all, The Gibbon is amazing. Andrew Clark for $5 says the first challenge was to feel up the guys blindfolded to see if you could pick out your own son's abs.
No, my God. This is torture. This is not. Oh, man.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that Japanese video before.
This can't be real.
That's pretty fucking weird. That's pretty weird. Okay, listen. What's the network that this is on?
I thought it was Hulu.
TLC is really fucking scraping the bottom of the barrel. If they have to go for incest bait, that's really, they're really hard up for viewers. That's pretty crazy. Anyways, I'm glad we saved all the incest talk for the end of the show.
Yeah, me too. Anyways,
dude. Thank you all for coming to MILF Manor.
Thanks for coming in MILF Manor.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Vince, for coming on. It was a lot of fun. And it was awesome that you came in and talked to us for a bunch of hours. But you people that made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true enlightened centrists. And we'll see you all on Tuesday for what I'm sure will be a very good faith, engaging, interesting conversation.
Bye-bye, partner.
Jesus. That was incredible.